Chapter 2901. The Elysian sun came out under the escort of several supremacies. With one look, everyone knew that the Elysian sun had great influence. The supremacies beside him were all well-known veteran supremacies in the Dark Shadow Palace. At the very least, they had cultivated for more than 300,000 years. For example, the East Tomb Supremacy had been a supremacy for 300,000 years. Since when did the disciplinary hall become so mighty? Bringing people to intrude into someone else's cultivation grounds. A supremacy shouted. They're getting more and more out of hand. This 600,000-year-old supremacy Kagura was also a supremacy with a bad temper. He was famous for being overbearing in the Dark Shadow Palace and was also a young powerhouse. With two young supremacies appearing at the same time, the significance was completely different. Everyone was waiting to see what Lin Fei would do. Not to mention the Elysian sun, the 7 young supremacies present were a terrifying force. Moreover, the Elysian sun was able to invite them over and even seemed to be following his lead. This ability was not something that ordinary people could compare to. If these supremacies joined forces to deal with a single person, anyone would be at a disadvantage. It would be good if they raised their hands and surrendered. The Elysian sun smiled and thought to himself, "You're still too inexperienced to fight with me." The drastic change in the disciplinary hall had indeed exceeded the Elysian sun's expectations. To be able to endure for 20 years and launch a thunderous attack to wipe out the internal forces was indeed extraordinary. The Elysian sun now wanted Lin Fei to know the importance of connections in the Dark Shadow Palace. How could Lin Fei fight him alone? They were not on the same level at all. 7 supremacies. Lin Fei had an impression of them all. The young powerhouses in the Dark Shadow Palace all had great potential. It was indeed not easy for the Elysian sun to invite them over. However, they were still lacking if they wanted to deal with him. You have no right to interfere with the disciplinary hall's affairs. If you know what's good for you, scram. Lin Fei's face darkened. He did not give them any face at all. He said sternly, "If you obstruct the disciplinary hall's affairs, I don't mind suppressing you personally. I don't care if you're supremacies or not." They were fuming with anger when they heard this. This was too arrogant. The East Tomb Supremacy said fiercely, "How arrogant. You want to suppress us? Who do you think you are? Even the great supremacies don't dare to suppress us. How dare you? Apologize, apologize immediately." The faces of the 7 supremacies were filled with rage. How dare he suppress them? Get lost. What kind of joke was this? Lin Fei's words infuriated them. The Elysian son of heaven laughed even more happily. Of all the people you could have offended, you had to offend the younger generation of the Dark Shadow Palace. You're in for it now. Vice Hall Master Lin, you're in the wrong here. They're seniors after all. How could you say something like that? Elysian Tianzi said hypocritically. I think you'd better apologize to them. Lin Fei did not care about what the Elysian sun said. Vice Saint Hall Master, you should know what my goal is. If you hand over those people, it will be a win-win situation for both of us. However, if you insist on doing things your own way, I will really do it myself. The East Tomb Supremacy laughed loudly. Everyone says that you, Vice Hall Master Lin, have rare talents. I've long wanted to see for myself how monstrous you are. Also, that famous thunderclap leap of yours. If you want to suppress me, bring it on. The Dark Shadow Palace is not a place where juniors like you can act so impudently. They had all seen the thunderclap leap before. It might not be that powerful. Moreover, everyone had studied it over the years and gained a lot of insights. Even if they really encountered it, it didn't mean that they had no way to resist it. As for the time when he injured the Elysian sun, it was a shameless sneak attack. If one was intentional and the other was unintentional, it would definitely be effective. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Since these people wanted to help the Elysian Sun, he believed that as long as he suppressed them this time, no one would dare to look down on the punishment hall in the future. It would be best to use this as a warning to the rest of the people. Lin Fei was about to burst into laughter. He originally thought that the Elysian Sun would be alone, but in the end, he invited helpers. He wanted to applaud. Elysian Sun, you're really a good person. I know you. You're one of the youths of the Dark Shadow Palace. However, you're not qualified to spar with me. Lin Fei stared at the East Tomb Supremacy and pointed with his finger. You, and you. The 7 of you can come at me together, lest they say that I'm bullying you. The crowd was in an uproar. This is too exaggerated. He's fighting against 7 people alone. That's the East Tomb Supremacy, Exalted Supremacy, and the rest. All of them are overlords of the Dark Shadow Palace. Vice Hall Master Lin, you're so mighty. He's too arrogant. Although he defeated some supremacies previously, they were weaker. The youths are different. All of them have the strength of a second-level supremacy. Together with their weapons and treasures, they can display the strength of a third-level supremacy. This is going to be dangerous. This was a magnificent feat of fighting against 7 people alone. It was indeed sensational. Junior brother is so mighty. Fighting against 7 of them alone. Just hearing about it makes my blood boil. Junior brother is a little impulsive. I like it. On a mountain peak, Chongyang Supremacy and the other 3 watched this scene with their treasures. They had different expressions when they saw this, but most of them were excited. In recent years, as the Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall, Lin Fei had not been handling the affairs of the Disciplinary Hall. As a result, he had been affected to a certain extent. As his senior brothers, they were also anxious. After all, Lin Fei was the representative of his master. Junior brother Lin Fei was not good. Their reputation was not good either. This was how realistic the Dark Shadow Palace was. After becoming the disciple of the same master, everyone would involuntarily protect the interests of the Dark Shadow Palace. Now, junior brother Lin Fei had finally made his move. He started fighting as soon as he appeared. They were happy and shocked at the same time. They were happy because of junior brother Lin Fei's reputation, but they were shocked because this step was a little too big. It was as if he wanted to wipe out the entire Dark Shadow Palace in one fell swoop. That kid really didn't see wrongly. Divine Wind Supremacy of the Library Pavilion was lying on a chair and drinking wine. 1 against 7. If he wins, he will have a firm foothold. I'm really looking forward to it. Divine Wind Supremacy squinted his eyes. If the power of the Thunder Flash is stronger, I might have the confidence to take them down. I wonder what move that kid will use. Actually, ever since Lin Fei led people to attack the Supremacy's cultivation ground, everyone had been paying attention to him. With Lin Fei's actions, the peaceful Dark Shadow Palace started to become restless. The internal affairs of the Disciplinary Hall were no secret to the Supremacies. It was just a fight between the Elysian Sun and Lin Fei. And now, the fight had reached the level of fire and water. Everyone was extremely concerned. Would Lin Fei be able to stand firm and control the Disciplinary Hall, or would the Elysian Sun be better? You are really arrogant. Eastern Hills Supremacy sneered. We gave you face, but you still want to take it. You want to suppress the 7 of us alone. Eastern Hills Supremacy's group of 7 was enraged. Lin Fei wanted to step on their heads. Stop blindly competing. I'm asking if you dare or not. If you don't dare, then scram to the side. Don't obstruct me. Chapter 2902. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy and the other 6 were completely enraged. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Fei. He completely disregarded them. If they didn't suppress Lin Fei today, they would definitely become a joke in the Dark Shadow Palace in the future. No matter what, they had to make a move. Lin Fei wanted them to become a joke. They didn't mind turning the tables and humiliating Lin Fei. They knew that many people were paying attention to this place. Many people probably wanted them to attack together. Bullying the weak. There was no such thing. Lin Fei took the initiative to suggest it. It wasn't like they were ganging up on him. Elysian Tianzi was even happier when he heard this. With Lin Fei's intelligence, how could he fight against him? Although Lin Fei had displayed great potential, he was still far from being able to suppress the 7 of them. Eastern Tomb, Vice Hall Master Lin, that's a physique cultivator. Don't you guys want to seek guidance from him? Since he has already suggested it, don't reject him. That's not good. Elysian Tianzi said. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy nodded. Vice Hall Master Lin has already said it. If we reject him, it would be a little rude. We will agree to this matter. Exalted Goddess and the others also agreed. If you want to suffer, we will grant you your wish. Come, let's fight here. It'll be troublesome. Lin Fei got the law enforcement team to retreat. He stood with his hands behind his back. You guys can make your move, lest I bully you guys. This was the most arrogant person they had seen so far. He even wanted them to make the first move. Everyone, let's attack together and use our killer moves. Don't give him any chance. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy transmitted his voice to them. His thunderclap leap is not bad. If we use our killer moves directly, we have a high chance of winning. Let's see what he has to say. Alright, let's use our killer moves then. Any one of the 7 of them would be a top-notch expert. Because their opponent was Lin Fei, they had to be careful. It would be fine if they won, but if they lost, they would be helping Lin Fei and they would become a joke. Water Fire Double Kill. 9th Layer Sacred Spirit Secret Technique Killing Move. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy was the first to act. He swore that he would definitely teach Lin Fei a deep lesson so that Lin Fei would know what regret was. He did not hold back at all. 2 dragons appeared on Lin Fei's body. One was a blue water dragon, and the other was a red fire dragon. They gave off 2 terrifying Emperor's intents. Most terrifyingly, the Water and Fire Emperor's intents could perfectly fuse together to form a terrifying killing move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 2 dragons coiled around Lin Fei's body tightly. Everyone could only hear a cracking sound. What a powerful 9th-level Sacred Soul secret technique. It's able to restrict Lin Fei's movement space. What an experienced move. He took the initiative. Many supremacies were full of praise when they saw it. This was clearly a method targeted at Lin Fei. Everyone knew that Lin Fei had grasped the thunderclap leap. It was extremely powerful and hard to defend against. Now that the Water Fire Double Kill was used to entangle Lin Fei, it seemed like Lin Fei had lost his advantage at this moment. Extreme Frost. Another supremacy unleashed a powerful move. A terrifying chill engulfed the area. The area where Lin Fei was instantly turned into a land of extreme frost. The people in the distance subconsciously shivered and hurriedly circulated their energy to resist. They kept retreating until they were very far away. They were barely able to withstand the chill. This is the Western Frost Supremacy's killing move. One move, Heaven and Earth Icebound. It's a great threat to body-tempering cultivators. The 2 supremacies displayed their terrifying strength when they attacked. One was to restrict, while the other was to freeze. The terrifying chill could penetrate through one's body and freeze everything. Just these 2 moves were enough to make countless people's scalps go numb. I wonder if that Vice Hall Master Lin Fei can block it. Some people couldn't help but worry. The younger generation of the Dark Shadow Palace was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The third supremacy made a move. It was Supremacy Shinlo. A green jade flute appeared in her hand. When she gently activated it, it would directly launch a sound wave attack that could penetrate and affect one's soul. This move was even more powerful. Almost no one could block these three moves. Their faces lit up with joy. Their coordination was too good. After the three moves, they could almost see Lin Fei's half-dead state. They were all smiling. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to think of a good way to deal with these three moves. The only way was to run. I thought he was powerful, but he didn't use the thunderclap leap. Now he's suffering. Without the thunderclap leap, Lin Fei isn't a threat at all. My extreme frost is specialized in destroying the deeper layers of flesh and blood. He won't be able to last long. The 2 and 4 supremacies weren't in a hurry to attack. Lin Fei still stood with his hands behind his back. There was no expression on his face, and he was extremely calm. And the 4 of you, why aren't you attacking? These attacks are nothing more than tickles to me. Hurry up and attack. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The faces of the 7 supremacies darkened, and their expressions turned ugly. After being attacked by 3 people, he could still talk and laugh. He even had a look of disdain on his face. Did he have to be like this? I'm talking about you guys. Hurry up and attack. Lin Fei urged them again. Bastard, don't be too smug. The remaining 4 supremacies couldn't hold back anymore. They attacked at the same time. They took out 4 treasures and attacked at the same time. This time, they attacked with all their might. What a powerful protective technique. The library pavilion's High Lord Wind God's eyes widened. With a whoosh, he arrived in the skies above the battlefield. His eyes shined even brighter. It really is a body protection technique. A body transformation body protection technique, how incredible. In Supremacy Wind God's eyes, everything in front of him changed. On Lin Fei's body, there was a faint layer of golden light that blocked the attacks of the 7 supremacies again and again. His defense was watertight, and no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through that thin layer of defense. What kind of protective technique is this? This old man actually didn't see it. It can't be a new creation, right? The more Supremacy Wind God watched, the more moved he became. It was a perfect protective technique. With just this protective technique, Lin Fei was invincible. Even if the attacks of the 7 supremacies continued, they wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the protective technique. Impossible. Why can't our attacks break through his defense? He was clearly hit. What kind of technique is this? The attacks of the 7 supremacies did not stop. They attacked for a full hour. Lin Fei was still unharmed. He quietly watched their attacks and blocked all the protective techniques. They couldn't break through his defense at all. Chapter 2903. Lin Fei single-handedly fought against 7 young High Lords. That mysterious defensive art was beyond everyone's imagination. It was a little scary. At the start, no one could figure out what it was. It wasn't impossible to resist it with one's physical body. That would require one to be at least a 9th order heavenly god realm. Lin Fei wasn't a 9th order heavenly god realm, so there was no need to mention resisting with his physical body. Everyone thought it was some kind of treasure. Some powerful treasures could withstand powerful attacks, but they had to expend a certain amount of energy to do so. This definitely isn't some kind of treasure, it's probably some kind of defensive art from the body tempering school. A real physical body defensive art is at least a 9th level Saint Soul body protection art. An elderly exalted lord exclaimed in surprise. It had been so long since he had seen a physical body tempering art that he had almost forgotten about it. This was a defensive art that was even more powerful than an Emperor Intent cultivator's. The moment this defensive art appeared, it far surpassed the Emperor Intent body protection art. The two weren't on the same level. It was obvious that all of them were High Lords. At this moment, all of them were pale with fright. Just the thunderclap leap was already amazing, and now there was another defensive art. This meant that they were undefeatable. Defensive arts were the favorite art of body tempering cultivators, but most of them were low-grade and had limited power. After a long time, no one would bother to cultivate them as it was too time-consuming. However, it was a different story for top-grade defensive arts. It didn't take long to recognize Lin Fei's defensive art. Unfortunately, no one knew what kind of defensive art it was, only that it was extremely powerful. Junior brother is really amazing. That's a defensive art. It's even more powerful than ours. Our junior brother has really obtained a great fortuitous encounter. High Lord Chongyang and the other three senior brothers were overjoyed. The stronger junior brother Lin Fei's performance was, the more radiant they would feel. In the future, who would dare to look down on the supremacy of the body tempering school? Moreover, junior brother Lin Fei's straightforward and violent way of doing things was exactly what they liked. That was how a body refiner should be. In the past, they had felt that they had done things in a straightforward manner. But now, when they compared themselves to junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, the disparity between them wasn't just a little bit too great. This was the tyranny that a true body transformation style powerhouse should have. Junior brother is making a move. It doesn't seem to be the thunderclap leap. Did he change to a secret killer move? As soon as Lin Fei made his move, all the attacks around him were broken. A thin layer of Jingguang enveloped his entire body, making him look extremely dazzling at this moment. Ao Tian body protection, no wonder it's a treasure from the 6th level. Lin Fei was now using the Proud Heaven barricade, which was the reward he had received from the 6th tier. It was incredibly powerful, and had incredible defensive capabilities. This was the first time he had ever used it. The effect was very good, and he was very satisfied. Proud Heaven's body fortification spread out layer by layer. The 7 venerable sacred spirits' secret technique killer moves were very domineering, but they could not break Ao Tian's protective defense. Since it was time to perform, Lin Fei didn't mind keeping a low profile so that they would know that in the Dark Shadow Palace, there was nothing special about it. If the great supremacies didn't come out, there weren't many supremacies who were his match. This was a display of his strength. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Lin Fei used the 8th tier of the secret technique killer move, but its power was weakened. Swish! Swish! Waves of ripples appeared in the void. The movements were not huge. However, everyone heard the sound of water splashing in their ears. As the sound swept across, a scene of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers appeared. There were high mountains and flowing water, blue sky and white clouds, cities and countries, thousands of soldiers, and metal clashing. A majestic aura descended on everyone. The Eastern Hills Supremacy and the other 6 were the first to bear the brunt. When the majestic aura descended, they couldn't move at all. At the same time, they lost their connection with the space, as if they had been isolated. Oh no, we've been hit. This is an independent space. Damn it, I actually fell for it without any defense. To hell with it. 90% of the Sacred Spirit's secret technique's power. The expressions of the 7 supremacies changed drastically. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. This scene happened extremely quickly. The 7 supremacies stood still. As Lin Fei waved his hand, the scene of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers swept up the 7 supremacies, forming a scroll that returned to Lin Fei's hand. Whole Master Lin is mighty. Hall Master Lin is mighty. The first to react were the law enforcers behind him. Their gazes became even more fervent. 7 supremacies, and they were all young supremacies, were suppressed by a single move, and they were even sealed in a scroll. This was beyond their imagination. They were really suppressed by a single move. Their Hall Master Lin was too amazing. He was mighty and domineering. They're done for. This is too unbelievable. Who knows what that move is called? They were unprepared, and the 7 supremacies suppressed them. This is too terrifying. Vice Hall Master Lin, this is the strength of a peak supremacy. This is too monstrous. The people in the distance were in an uproar. They had seen the attacks of the 7 supremacies clearly, and they felt the same way. They had no chance of winning against them, and they were completely oppressed. But the 7 supremacies, who had given them immense pressure, were suppressed by a single move and sealed in a scroll. This method was too sharp and domineering. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Wind God Supreme Lord also widened his eyes. How can a body-tempering secret techniques killer move be created like this? The space faction had always been mysterious and unfathomable. For example, the Great Teleportation Technique. Or the Space Transfer Technique. These were all very powerful killer moves. But now, Lin Fei actually used a secret technique related to the space faction and sealed the 7 supremacies in one move. This was too powerful. Was this still the Lin Fei that everyone thought had reached the limit of his potential? The Dark Shadow Palace is going to have another peerless monster. How can he master such a secret technique? The Elysian Sun was shocked. He could clearly sense the vast aura that seemed to cover the entire world. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy and the other 6 supremacies seemed insignificant before the power of heaven and earth, which was why they were easily suppressed. Did Lin Fei go to the Black Domain? Such a secret technique can only appear in the rumored Black Domain. The Elysian Sun knew more than others. This level of Saint Spirit's secret technique wouldn't normally be circulated. Who wouldn't treat it as a treasure? Today, Lin Fei had displayed 2 powerful secret techniques, one for offense and the other for defense. It was a terrifying combination of offense and defense. The 7 invited supremacies were sealed in the scroll. The Elysian Sun realized that he had underestimated Lin Fei. Lin Fei was stronger than he had imagined, and at the same time, he was more cunning. He had actually hidden his strength so deeply. Holy Vice Hall Master, the people you invited have been suppressed. Can you hand them over now? Lin Fei looked at the Elysian Sun. The Elysian Sun's gaze turned solemn. I have really underestimated you. Back then, you shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. I didn't expect your strength to soar in just 100,000 years. Chapter 2904. He was coming at them with great momentum. The Elysian Sun had thought that by inviting his good friend over, he would be able to suppress Lin Fei, and at that time, the punishment hall would still be his to speak. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This Lin Fei, who seemed to have no potential in his eyes, had actually broken records time and time again, displaying his truly terrifying potential by continuously using the powerful Holy Spirit body-tempering killer move. For example, the move just now was brilliant and had the strength of a 3rd stage supremacy. In other words, it was the strength of a peak supremacy. This made the Elysian Sun fearful. Do you have to be so strong? Holy Spirit's secret skill killer move, take it all out. The Elysian Sun roared in his heart. When body-tempering experts used the Holy Spirit's secret skill killer move, it would usually be very powerful. Although the Elysian Sun was not afraid of the other party, if they really fought, it would not benefit him at all. Instead, it would benefit Lin Fei. Regardless of the outcome, it would strengthen the other party's reputation. If Lin Fei did not display the strength of a peak supremacy, the Elysian Sun would not be afraid at all. Now, he needed to think deeply. Should he make a move or not? I'm the deputy hall master, I know best if anyone under me has made a mistake. The Elysian Sun said in a deep voice, you are simply making things difficult for me by asking me to hand them over. I will never agree to it. You better figure it out before coming again. The Elysian Sun could not possibly lower his head to those supremacies. If he lowered his head today, his prestige in the Punishment Hall and Dark Shadow Palace would be greatly affected in the future. The Elysian Sun would never allow such a thing to happen. I want you to release them. They are the honorable lords of the Dark Shadow Palace. Their statuses are high and mighty. Vice Hall Master Lin, what are you doing by sealing them like this? If others hear about it, you might become a laughing stock. Lin Fei knew that the Elysian Sun would not hand them over obediently. Sigh, I still have to use force. If I don't suppress the Elysian Sun, who knows how much trouble will arise. Lin Fei did not want to waste any more time on this. Master, there are 5 powerful auras watching this place. They should be the 5 great supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace. Little Demoness transmitted her voice over. They are also paying close attention to this matter. It would be strange if I didn't pay attention to it. I wonder who gave me this assignment. Everything was fine and dandy, and yet, they asked me to manage the Hall of Punishment and become the Vice Hall Master. How boring. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the 5 great supremacies were paying attention to him. It would be too boring if they didn't. In that case, you're not going to hand it over. Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. What? You want to attack me? The Elysian Son of Heaven said playfully, your body-tempering Saint Spirit's secret technique is strong, but if you want to fight against me, you are still lacking. That might not be the case. A cold glint flashed across Lin Fei's eyes. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm, unleashing the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. As soon as the majestic mountains and rivers appeared, a terrifying aura swept out. The vast sky was covered by the mountains and rivers, and everyone felt an oppressive aura, and a chill ran down their spines. The Elysian Son of Heaven was already prepared. A dream, nothing. Huge rainbow-colored bubbles appeared out of thin air. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Every rainbow-colored cannon exploded, setting off monstrous waves. A huge wave of energy swept out, destroying large tracts of mountains and rivers. However, for the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, this was just a small impact. It couldn't stop the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains from crashing down. So difficult to deal with. The Elysian Son of Heaven's attack just now was just a small test. His opponent's move was more powerful and tyrannical than he had imagined. It had the battle prowess of a peak supremacy. Such a huge increase in strength made him quite unhappy. How could this guy improve so quickly? Vice Hall Master Elysian Son of Punishment, how dare you let your guard down when fighting with me? I'm impressed. Swish. The void fluctuated. Lin Fei rushed out, traversed the void, and arrived in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven, punching out. The 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains could be used as a long-range attack. Don't forget that Lin Fei was a close combat expert. He could traverse the void, especially at short distances. This was an advantage that others couldn't match. A Buddhist glow immediately appeared around the Elysian Son of Heaven. Many Buddhas sat cross-legged, and golden lotuses bloomed beneath them. Countless Sanskrit chants attacked, forming a barrier. Lin Fei's punch landed on the barrier, but it only caused a small ripple. If you want close combat, I know that too. The Elysian Son of Heaven forcefully resisted the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. He raised his hand, and the Buddhist glow around him spread out. He wouldn't know until he tried. Only when the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains covered did the Elysian Son of Heaven's clone realize how terrifying it was. His strength was suppressed by more than half. Fortunately, he had the body-tempering sacred secret technique. The two of them exchanged 7 or 8 moves in an instant, and they were evenly matched. The Elysian Son of Heaven is indeed one of the most outstanding disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace. He can exert such strength while carrying the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. He's really not bad. And Vice Hall Master Lin Fei, his strength is also impressive. Once he uses the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, no one can withstand it unless they have the combat strength of a peak supremacy. I'm afraid this battle is going to end in a draw. Lin Fei had to admit that the Elysian Son of Heaven was powerful. Even under the suppression of the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, he could still unleash such powerful strength. If not for the fact that there are so many people here, I would have directly unleashed the full power of the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. I can only use the Sky Splitter Hammer. It's time for me to unleash my true strength. With a thought, Lin Fei took out the Sky Splitter Hammer and held it in his hand. Swish! A purplish gold light flashed, and a thick beam of light blasted down, directly colliding with the Elysian Son of Heaven's Sanskrit chants. The Elysian Son of Heaven immediately felt how terrifying the purple light was. He took a closer look and saw the weapon in Lin Fei's hand. That seems to be the Sky Splitter Hammer. Lin Fei grabbed the Sky Splitter Hammer and swung it down, constantly smashing out rays of purple light that blasted on the Elysian Son of Heaven's Sanskrit chants, producing a loud sound. Bang bang bang. The Buddhas turned into nothingness one by one, and the Sanskrit chants became weaker and weaker. After a loud sound, the Elysian Son of Heaven retreated. The Sanskrit chants on his body disappeared. The terrifying power of the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains once again affected him. The Elysian Son secretly cursed. The terrifying power of the killer move had affected him, causing his speed and offense to slow down. No matter how the Elysian Son of Heaven resisted, he was still greatly affected. Swish! 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 Several purple shadows blasted over. Lin Fei's figure also appeared. The Sky Splitter Hammer passed through everything and landed heavily on the chest of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Cracks appeared on the Elysian Son of Heaven's tough body, and he was sent flying for 30,000 miles before smashing into a mountain peak, turning it into ruins. The moment the Elysian Son of Heaven was sent flying, Lin Fei caught up. With a raise of his hand, the hammer struck out, and dozens of rays of purple light blasted over. Bang bang bang. The Elysian Son of Heaven attacked in a frenzy. Only the peak supremacies and great supremacies could clearly see the subsequent attacks. Chapter 2905. It's the Sky Splitter Hammer. Vice Hall Master Lin is actually using the Sky Splitter Hammer. His strength has increased greatly. It's really unexpected. That secret technique combined with the Sky Splitter Hammer is so powerful. Even the Elysian Son's clone couldn't fight back. Seeing this scene, the High Lords also widened their eyes. It was really too unexpected. Previously, when Lin Fei fought with the Elysian Son's clone, although Lin Fei won by a small margin in the end, no one thought that Lin Fei had the strength to defeat the Elysian Son. Even if it was a clone, it would still be difficult for him to do so. But now, they had to doubt their own analysis. The gap was a little too big. How could a draw end in such a result? Ha ha ha. Great Venerable Hantian laughed loudly. The Sky Splitter Hammer is too suitable for this kid. Together with this killer move, its power will be even greater. The Elysian Son's clone can't even withstand a single blow. I wonder how this kid cultivates. I'm starting to envy you. What kind of luck do you have to have a direct disciple like Lin Fei? After this battle, you'll really become famous. The middle-aged scholar revealed a trace of envy. I'm just lucky. How about it? Although Great Venerable Hantian didn't speak much, he was very protective of his disciples. He liked his direct disciples the most. When each of them achieved success in their cultivation, he said proudly, "If you have the ability, you can also find one." The middle-aged scholar was speechless. "Forget it, I'm not as lucky as you. In the battle for the Shadow Throne, your disciple is already a done deal. Many people will be dumbfounded. Originally, I was going to stand up for Lin Fei, but it seems that there's no need for that now. That kid is already able to make those guys fear him. His position as the Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall has also been stabilized. In the future, no one will dare to look down on him." Great Venerable Hantian raised his cup. "Come, let's have a drink." The Elysian Sun's clone was sent flying and smashed into a mountain peak. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone knew that the Elysian Sun's clone had no chance. Lin Fei had an absolute advantage. The terror of the Great Mountain Range had also entered the eyes of the Supremacy. The most terrifying thing was that the Sky Splitter Hammer had extraordinary power. Back in the Dark Shadow Palace, it could be said to be a precious treasure. Unfortunately, no one had been able to use it. Now, it had fallen into the hands of Lin Fei. "Holy Deputy Hall Master, do you still want to continue?" Lin Fei came to the ruins and looked down. The Elysian Son of Heaven shook off the rubble and rushed out. His body was covered in cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. "I've truly underestimated you," Lin Fei said with a smile. "There's no such thing as underestimating me. I can only say that you shouldn't have undermined me. Now, can you hand him over?" "Of course, you can also refuse. I don't mind using the Heaven Splitter Hammer to completely shatter your body." The Elysian Sun's clone did not have many treasures on it. Everything was on the main body, so its strength was naturally affected. Although the Elysian Sun was furious now, he could only suppress it. There was no benefit for him to continue. He was really unwilling to give up. With the help of the secret killing move and the Sky Splitter Hammer, the few attacks just now had consumed a large amount of his life force. "You've won today. Next time, I'll definitely make you regret it." Lin Fei did not care much. "You're welcome to fight me anytime." There was one more thing that Lin Fei did not say in his heart. If there was no one around and he could cut off the connection, he did not mind completely destroying the Elysian Sun and plundering his life force. The Elysian Sun had handed him over. And under everyone's attention. More than 20 people were all disciples of the Elysian Sun, and there were even a few confidants among them. Back then, the Elysian Sun thought that he had Lin Fei in his grasp, so he sent his confidants to handle this matter. Now, it was really a trap. "Deputy Hall Master Lin, you're too awesome. From now on, Supremacy Lin Fei will be the most outstanding generation of the Dark Shadow Palace. The strength of a peak supremacy. A disciple with unlimited potential has appeared under Supremacy Hantian." The news spread throughout the Dark Shadow Palace. Soon, everyone knew about it. Lin Fei's strength was truly recognized. Lin Fei became the real master of the disciplinary hall. No matter who it was, they would show fear at the mention of the disciplinary hall. After all, there was a Deputy Hall Master Lin who did not give face to anyone there. After the Elysian Sun was defeated, he went into seclusion. This was silently adding salt to the wound. The disciplinary hall's law enforcement team also bared their fangs again. Not long after, the disciplinary hall began to recruit law enforcement disciples. Compared to the previous times, there were countless people who came to participate in the law enforcement disciple selection this time. Those who met the minimum requirements were all here. In Lin Fei's hands, the disciplinary hall's true power was displayed. Lin Fei left these matters to the two deputy hall masters, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu. They were happy and miserable at the same time. The power in their hands was also increasing. At the same time, they were glad that they had chosen to rely on Lin Fei. You're even better at shirking responsibility than I am, Chief Hall Master Xingyang said with a smile. Lin Fei shook his head. Of course not. Isn't it time to settle down and prepare for the Shadow Throne? Even though he knew that it was an excuse, Chief Hall Master Xingyang could not find anything to say. I still have to thank you. The disciplinary hall is now the real disciplinary hall. Your contributions cannot go unnoticed. They're still far from it. Only when the next few batches of law enforcement disciples are trained will they be considered the real disciplinary hall. Right now, they have yet to be truly tempered. Chief Hall Master Xingyang nodded slightly. With a role model, it will naturally happen soon. However, you have to be careful of the Elysian Sun. His doppelganger's strength is average, but his true body is truly powerful. It is rumored that he has the battle strength of a great supremacy. You have to be careful. Moreover, he has a treasure that can increase his strength to a terrifying extent. It is also because of this treasure that he is qualified to fight against Dugui Jin. You're talking about the Divine Venerable Heart. Lin Fei had heard of it before. Yes, it's the Divine Venerable Heart. He was lucky enough to obtain it in a dangerous place. After refining it, it can increase its strength and form a terrifying Holy Spirit killing move. If you go up against him, you have to be careful. I don't want the disciplinary hall to become a mess again. In a dangerous place in the Saint Spirit domain. The sky was filled with black monsters, giving off an oppressive and suffocating aura. As a white-robed man appeared, a huge Buddha seal landed, and the monsters instantly turned into dust. Then, that man walked forward step by step, unstoppable. Lin Fei. 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, sky-splitting hammer. The white-robed man revealed a smile. I'll let you be cocky for a while longer. No one can take my things. Suddenly, he waved his hand in the distance, and an invisible force swept out. There was a loud rumbling sound. Countless monsters were turned into dust. Brat, you've finally done something good. Lin Fei had become famous after this battle. He was no longer an ordinary supremacy. Instead, he was qualified to be listed as one of the most outstanding youths of the Dark Shadow Palace. Great Venerable Hantian liked Lin Fei more and more. That's because I have Master's help. That's why I can be so unbridled. Otherwise, if those people joined forces, it would be enough to make me suffer. Lin Fei said modestly. Ha ha ha, you also know how to flatter people. Great Venerable Hantian laughed even more happily. This is not like you. Lin Fei chuckled. Chapter 2906. Grand Venerable Hantian grinned like a cunning old fox. Lin Fei knew very well that this master of his wouldn't come looking for him for no reason. It couldn't be just a few words of praise, there must be a purpose. What good news? Lin Fei pretended to be curious. Just now, Lin Fei heard a hint of negotiation in Grand Venerable Hantian's tone. At the very least, Grand Venerable Hantian no longer regarded him as a personal disciple. There were a total of 5 Grand Venerables in the Dark Shadow Palace. Generally, Grand Venerables wouldn't speak to you in such a meaningful manner. There's a good thing. You should know that our Dark Shadow Palace has a fragment of a divine artifact called the Time Wheel, which can reverse time. It's the most powerful treasure in the Dark Shadow Palace, capable of speeding up time. At the same time, cultivating inside the time wheel can increase one's comprehension ability by more than 50%. Time wheel? Lin Fei had heard of this treasure. Rumor had it that venerable god obtained it from somewhere. Inside the Dark Shadow Palace, only those who paid a certain amount of contribution points or made great contributions to the Dark Shadow Palace would have the opportunity to cultivate the time wheel. For example, Dugui Jin, Elysian Tianzi, and the others had gone to cultivate the time wheel, and their strength had soared by leaps and bounds. All of them had contributed a lot to the Dark Shadow Palace. In truth, Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this comprehension. With the system's existence, he didn't need to spend too much time comprehending the time wheel. You should have an idea about the time wheel, right? Advancing from 8th order Heavenly God realm to 9th order Heavenly God realm might not seem far, but in truth, you need to master a 10th order Saint Spirit realm killing technique. It's extremely difficult to comprehend it, and the time wheel is your chance. Grand Venerable Hantian said. It's a great help to you, you can find the right path and shorten the time needed to break through. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, realizing this was an opportunity. Suppressing one's strength was very tiring. If he could borrow the time wheel's help to unlock a portion of his strength, Lin Fei felt it was possible. Master, it hasn't been long since I advanced, and I haven't made any contributions. I'm probably not qualified to cultivate inside the time wheel. Lin Fei feigned ignorance. He knew the reason. Who said you're not qualified? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker snorted. Now's their chance. In fact, the Record Pavilion wants to buy a copy of Thunder Surge and a copy of Myriad Miles of Rivers and Mountains from you. I guessed right. Lin Fei said in his heart, what will come will come. From the moment he used the Thunderclap leap, Lin Fei knew that the higher-ups would be interested. A few days ago, when he used the vast rivers and mountains, the higher-ups were even more interested. If it was a move related to Emperor Will, the higher-ups would not be too interested. There were too many of those things. However, powerful killing moves related to body cultivation were a little lacking. Ah, they want it. Lin Fei was surprised. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker corrected him. No, I don't want it. I want to trade the time wheel's usage time with you. I just don't know if you're interested. Regardless of whether it was Thunderclap Leap or 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, it seemed to be cultivating very quickly. That was because Lin Fei had taken a shortcut. However, if it was someone else cultivating them, it wouldn't be so easy. According to Lin Fei's calculations, it would take at least tens of thousands of years to cultivate the Thunderclap Leap to the great accomplishment. For those with poor aptitude, it would take at least 100,000 or 200,000 years, and the vast rivers and mountains would take even longer. Lin Fei was not worried at all that someone could master it so quickly. Most importantly, whether it was the Thunderclap Leap or the vast rivers and mountains, they both needed the support of the physical body. Without a strong physical body, their power would be average. How long will the higher-ups allow me to use them? Lin Fei asked. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was very happy that the higher-ups were interested in the two secret killing moves and wanted to put them in the Record Pavilion. This was a good opportunity for his name to spread in the Dark Shadow Palace. No matter who cultivated in the future, they would remember the name Lin Fei. The higher-ups allow you to cultivate in the time wheel for 100,000 years. In other words, you can stay inside for 1,000,000 years. This time ratio was a little big. 100,000 years in the outside world was 1,000,000 years inside. Lin Fei also knew that 100,000 years of use of the time wheel was already very generous. If he used contribution points, he didn't know how much it would cost. In addition to 100,000 years of use, the Dark Shadow Palace will also give you 30 million contribution points. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was envious. This disciple was much stronger than him. Not to mention anything else, 100,000 years of use of the time wheel was very long. This was also because the two secret killing moves were very powerful. Once a supremacy of the body tempering school cultivated them, his strength would improve greatly. The benefits of using 100,000 years of use in exchange were unimaginable. At the same time, Lin Fei had shown such great potential. Who knew if he could master the Sacred Soul Level 10 secret killing move? Once he became a great supremacy, he would definitely be a powerful existence. The higher-ups of the Dark Shadow Palace didn't mind selling him a favor. Master, do you think it's okay? Lin Fei suddenly asked Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. Kid, you're really slippery. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker laughed and said, You asked the right person. You're lucky. Our Dark Shadow Palace has very few killing moves for the body tempering school. These 2 moves of yours are very powerful and mysterious. Ordinary killing moves give you thousands of years and 10,000 years, 100,000 years and 30 million contribution points. If they heard this, they would probably die of jealousy. Then I agree. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker acted as the middleman. 100,000 years of use of the time wheel and 30 million contribution points. Lin Fei specially went to check the information and found that it was really generous. Lin Fei took out the thunderclap and myriad miles of rivers and mountains cultivation methods and handed them to his master. A few days later, he received 30 million contribution points and 100,000 years of use of the time wheel. The library also had 2 more body tempering killing moves. This news spread quickly. This was a piece of good news for a body cultivator. These 2 body tempering killing moves, no matter which one it was, were very powerful. As long as one mastered any one of them, their strength would improve greatly, and they would be considered a powerful existence in the same realm. Lin Fei had even divided them into grades in detail, and their power levels were clearly defined. The people in the Circle of Supremacies also knew that the higher-ups were offering a handsome reward, which made them extremely jealous. 100,000 years of use of the time wheel. How many contribution points would that cost? As for the 30 million contribution points, everyone chose to ignore it. If they could comprehend the Sacred Soul level 10 killing move in the time wheel, they might be able to get twice the result with half the effort. At that time, they would be even closer to the Great Supremacy realm. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a good thing? Chapter 2907. Thunderclap and myriad miles of rivers and mountains were not worth mentioning in Lin Fei's eyes. He felt that it was quite worth it to be able to exchange them for time to use the time wheel. The Elysian Son of Heaven temporarily bowed his head, and the troublesome matter was considered over. The disciplinary hall had also been refurbished. Batches of hot-blooded disciples joined in, and the law enforcement disciples were no longer as timid as before. You want demonic beasts with strong vitality. Lin Fei did not stay idle after he was done with these matters. 30 million contribution points was a huge sum. It was useless to keep it on him, so he might as well spend it. To Lin Fei, it was just a small matter. It wasn't much. The stronger the vitality, the better. You can also get some information from me, but the price will be much lower. Lin Fei found the Shadow Palace's department and bought powerful beasts. Since everything was settled, Lin Fei wanted to continue cultivating. He plundered a large amount of vitality to strengthen Ao Tian. He was currently at the peak of the 8th level, and there was still some time before he could level up. We will start collecting them immediately. The Shadow Palace was extremely powerful. Not long after, the first batch of demonic beasts was sent over, spending a total of more than 3 million contribution points. This was the first batch, and they would be sent over one after another. 30 million contribution points were spent very quickly. Lin Fei ignored the people outside and immersed himself in plundering the life essence. Compared to the powerful Ao Tian, he was still lacking a lot, and he was barely at the middle stage of the 8th level. Ao Tian had also become much stronger. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Lin Fei went to the time wheel. In the remaining time, the time wheel had become the most suitable place for him. There was still some time before the Shadow Throne, so if he did not improve his strength, what else could he do? This is indeed a mysterious place. The time wheel was a special independent space. Lin Fei sat cross-legged inside the time wheel, and the surrounding aura was very comfortable. Time began to flow faster, and he tried to practice all the killing moves that Ao Tian had brought. It had to be said that in here, his comprehension of martial arts and cultivation techniques had improved imperceptibly. The parts that were originally difficult to understand were now self-taught. That's even better. Now that my strength has increased, I have a reason to talk about it. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this place. The time will continue to pass year after year. Outside, the Dark Shadow Palace also entered a short period of peace. Those who were cultivating and those who were training were cultivating. News about Lin Fei also began to sink. Everyone knew that Lin Fei had gone to the Time Wheel to cultivate. Even so, no one dared to touch the punishment hole. No one could bear the nightmare of Lin Fei knocking on their door. When the captured supremacies came out, their eyes were filled with hatred, but they did not dare to do anything. This 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains was something that all supremacies feared. Lin Fei didn't cultivate in the Time Wheel for long. The fight for the Shadow Throne had begun. Eldest senior brother Chongyang had personally sent a message. This was a big deal. When Lin Fei came out of the Time Wheel, the aura on his body became more and more majestic. The elder guarding outside also felt a chill all over his body. How long has it been? His strength has actually improved again. It's really too monstrous. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei went directly to his eldest senior brother's cave residence. Good heavens, you didn't improve again, did you? The 4 senior brothers of Great Venerable Shaker gathered together. When Lin Fei appeared, High Lord Chongyang's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said to Lin Fei in surprise. What kind of talent is this? I also went to the Time Wheel, but I didn't make such rapid progress. Ha ha ha, great. The other 3 senior brothers looked over, and all of them were astonished. Then, they were greatly astonished. Clearly, they were shocked. From junior brother Lin Fei, they felt a terrifying aura that made them feel suffocated. It was like a mountain, blowing in their faces, and their protective cultivation techniques automatically resisted it. Fortunately, it's not as terrifying as senior brothers said. Lin Fei laughed. This was deliberately done by him, releasing a bit of Proud Heaven's power. Sacred Cloud Dragon's power was average. Lin Fei's 8th layer Proud Heaven's power was mostly restrained, and his performance was not so outstanding. In this selection for the Shadow Throne, junior brother will definitely be selected. High Lord Chongyang breathed a sigh of relief, and he smiled. Originally, I was worried about you. After all, this time, the fight is a bit fierce, and it involves another important matter. Important matter? Lin Fei was confused. Besides the Shadow Throne, what else is there? High Lord Chongyang's face showed a trace of seriousness. Actually, we also just found out about this matter. I heard that many experts appeared in the Devil Motherland, and rumor has it that they opened up a holy land of the Devil Motherland, and received support. The strength of the Devil Motherland has increased, and the big and small demons have begun to expand. This time, the Shadow Throne selection will select the elites to participate in the joint operation of the 3 forces to suppress the Devil Motherland. The Devil Motherland was a place where there were many demons, and each of them had extraordinary strength. At the same realm, they could kill the experts on their side in seconds. Therefore, the demons of the Devil Motherland were very difficult to deal with. It was a place that even the 3 hierarchs could not break through. He did not expect to have such a fortuitous encounter. The joint operation of the 3 forces. This is really a big matter. Lin Fei was very shocked. It was definitely a big matter. This is a big battle. Our Shadow Palace, Temporal Temple, and Massacre Court will all send experts to besiege the Devil Motherland. Master hopes that you can be a part of it. High Lord Chongyang said. All right. Lin Fei did not have any impression of the demons of the Devil Motherland. If he could join the battle and kill a large number of demons, he would be able to plunder life energy quickly. Once he reached the Proud Heaven 9th tier tyrant body, he would not have to worry so much. There was indeed a certain gap between an 8th tier and a 9th tier. The Shadow Throne selection would be held half a month later. It would be held inside the Dark Shadow Divine Palace. This time, the Hierarch of Dark Shadow would personally observe the Shadow Throne selection. It was very meaningful, and all 5 Supremes would be present. It was a rare event. Lin Fei came together with his eldest senior brother Chongyang and the others. Vice Hall Master Lin. Vice Hall Master Lin. You are here too. Compared to his senior brothers, Lin Fei was very famous now. To put it bluntly, he was infamous. Junior brother's fame, hee. Wenren Jingong said proudly. The faces of his senior brothers were also very bright. Our position is over here. The Dark Shadow Divine Palace was very big. In the center, there was an arena. It was filled with people, and all of them were Supremes. These people were sitting in groups of 3 to 5. Supremacy Chongyang brought them to a higher position. Compared to the ordinary Supremes, their positions were obviously much higher. Junior brother, the Supremes below are all forces that have pledged their allegiance to our Dark Shadow Palace. Their Supremes are also qualified to participate. This was Wang Ting's first time seeing so many Supremes. At a glance, the number of supremacies alone had reached about 200. What we have seen now isn't everything. If we calculate everything, the number of supremacies that our Dark Shadow Palace can mobilize should be about 300, while the Temporal Temple can mobilize about 200. The Massacre Court has slightly more, about 500. High Lord Chongyang said, among them, the Temporal Temple's High Lords are the stronger ones. Don't underestimate them just because there are only 200 of them. More than 100 of them can fight 1 against 3, or even 5 at the same time. Lin Fei blinked. Why does it sound like the Dark Shadow Palace is the weakest? Chapter 2908. The Dark Shadow Palace, the Temporal Temple, and the Massacre Court were the top 3 factions in the Saint Spirit world. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of such a disparity. The weakest. What a joke. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Fei felt that it did make sense. Although the Dark Shadow Palace could mobilize 300 supremacies, most of them were pseudo-supremacies. Their strength would not improve much in their lifetime. There were only a few dozen supremacies with real potential. That's why you're a popular person in the Dark Shadow Palace now. Supremacy Chongyang said with a smile as he walked. Let me introduce you to some supremacies. Those he could introduce were naturally supremacies who were close to the body tempering style. This is Supremacy Fan Qing. And this is Supremacy Skyfrost. She specializes in Ice-type Emperor Intent. Lin Fei was very popular now. The people that Supremacy Chongyang introduced were all veteran supremacies with high positions in the Dark Shadow Palace. They were all very polite. Lin Fei was now a popular person in the Dark Shadow Palace. His strength was terrifying, and he had become one of the top figures among the younger generation. It was rumored that only Deguijin, Elysian Tianzi, and the other veteran supremacies could suppress him. He could do whatever he wanted in the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. He was very polite. We're here. Supremacy Chongyang brought a few of his junior brothers to a position. They looked down from above, showing the difference in their status. Lin Fei was also observing the surroundings. It was a grand event for 200 supremacies to come at once. They're not very strong. No wonder senior brother said that. There are only about 50 of them with potential. After looking around, Lin Fei shook his head inwardly in disappointment. Deguijin is here. The white-robed Deguijin was just like his name. His body emitted a lonely aura. A terrifying and sharp sword intent formed a sword domain around him, making it seem like no one dared to approach him. This was the first time that Lin Fei saw Deguijin after tens of thousands of years. What a monstrous genius in the sword Dao. His sword intent is actually this sharp. Even though he was far away, Lin Fei could feel the sharp aura. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand this aura. Sure enough, as Dugu Yijin walked over step by step, the surrounding people began to retreat. Fear appeared on their faces, and at the same time, they began to circulate their energy to resist. Solitary sword is getting more and more terrifying. Supremacy Chongyang said in a low voice, he is the #1 sword Dao expert in our Dark Shadow Palace. He was the first to break through to the great sovereign lord realm. Dugu Yijin ignored everyone's gaze and went straight to a place not far from Lin Fei. You're not bad. Dugu Yijin turned around and lightly said, I thought you would stay immersed in it. This scene shocked everyone once again. Dugu Yijin was an arrogant person, and he actually took the initiative to speak. Didn't that mean that Lin Fei's strength had been recognized? The surrounding supremacies were envious and fearful. You're not bad either. Just your sword intent can make people circulate their energy to resist it. It's really getting more and more overbearing. Lin Fei replied with a smile, can't you restrain your sword intent? The surrounding supremacies were dumbfounded. What kind of words are these? Restrain. His words are still so unconventional. Dugu Yijin was still very calm, man and sword as one. The man is me, I am the sword, and the sword is the man. They can't resist it because they are weak. So, they are not qualified to stand next to me. For the first time, Lin Fei felt that Dugu Yijin was quite interesting. He couldn't help but laugh. Well said. Dugu Yijin closed his eyes and went to rest. Junior brother, you're really brave. His sword intent is not easy to deal with. Wenren Jingong said with fear. Dugu Yijin's sword intent could threaten these supremacies of the body tempering school. Only Lin Fei, who cultivated proud heaven, didn't feel so threatened by the opponent's sword intent. The sharp and frightening sword intent was a threat to anyone. It was normal for Wenren Jingong and the other body tempering school powerhouses to react. Junior brother Lin Fei, your opponent is here. Eldest senior brother Chongyang said with a voice transmission. Opponent. Lin Fei looked in the direction. A few middle-aged supremacies appeared with a strong aura. If the aura of an ordinary supremacy was a small river, then the aura of these supremacies was like a surging river. It was very terrifying. The Dark Shadow Palace's supremacies were not the only ones in the Dark Shadow Throne selection. There were also supremacies from outside. The competition was very fierce. Among them, some of the veteran supremacies who had never been to the Dark Shadow Throne were the most terrifying. Once they wanted to enter, even ordinary supremacies couldn't compete with them. Do you see that supremacy in green? He's the strongest peak supremacy in our Dark Shadow Palace. His name is Yi Fei. He tried to break through to the Grand Supremacy Realm 3 times. He failed each time, but his strength is stronger than any other peak supremacy realm supremacy. It is said that he has the strength to fight an ordinary Grand Supremacy realm supremacy. Junior brother, you need to be careful. Moreover, this person is very close to the Elysian Heavenly Prince, they've fought together before. Lin Fei swept a quick glance over. It was just as his big senior brother had said. The other party's strength was really strong, and extremely deep. To be able to cultivate it all out after failing to break through 3 times, that was indeed something extraordinary. There's also that thin middle-aged man in grey robes. He's also a veteran supremacy called Huang Lang. It is said that he was a royal family disciple in the past, cultivating the royal family's secret art. He's very strong. This time, he's also here for the Dark Shadow Throne. I heard that he wants to obtain the treasures inside so he can break through to 9th Order Heavenly God Realm. Lastly, there's another person. That short guy is an island lord who has submitted to our Dark Shadow Palace. His name is Su Heng, and his strength is not bad. Among the veteran supremacies, they are the three most qualified to enter. In truth, Lin Fei didn't really care about them. They wanted the Dark Shadow Throne's treasures, whereas he was only interested in the fierce beasts inside. If their vitality was strong enough, perhaps when they came out, they could push their physique to perfection. Late 10th Order world-defying realm. I hope you don't provoke me. A cold glint flickered in Lin Fei's eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. His expression returned to normal. They're indeed quite strong. Eldest senior apprentice brother Chongyang introduced several more competitors to Huang Xiaolong. All of them were famous people who wanted to break through to 9th Order Heavenly God realm. The Elysian Heavenly Prince is here. A short while later, the Elysian Heavenly Prince's main body arrived. Compared to his avatar, the Buddha luminescence around him was a grade higher. Wherever he passed, the supremacies would smile fawningly at him. Really knows how to act tough. Lin Fei couldn't resist commenting as he looked at the giant Buddha behind the Elysian Heavenly Prince. What a great performance. The moment the Elysian Heavenly Prince appeared, Lin Fei activated the shielding function, isolating himself from the outside world. I also think he's acting tough. Dugu Yijin chimed in. Lin Fei laughed happily. I thought I was the only one watching him act tough. Chapter 2909. Elysian's sun looked over. It was extremely powerful. Dugu Yijin's sword domain spread out and formed a terrifying vacuum zone. His sword intent sliced through all attacks, and the power of the attack was immediately crushed into nothingness. Lin Fei's situation was even simpler. He stood still, and the power that could devour one's gaze did not work. The test was very short. Elysian Sun retracted his attack immediately after failing, and not many people noticed the change. Lin Fei smiled at Elysian Sun and beckoned him with his finger. Come again. Elysian Sun smiled as well, but it was a warning smile. The two of them clashed, and it seemed like they were evenly matched. The great supremacies are here. When almost all the great supremacies arrived, the 5 great supremacies appeared at almost the same time, and they sat a few levels higher than them. It was very rare for the 5 great supremacies to appear at the same time, and it was their first time seeing great supremacies who had been promoted for tens of thousands of years. Lin Fei was the same. The 5 Grand Monarchs sat in a straight line. From the left were Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, Grand Monarch Glory Light, who was dressed like a scholar, Grand Monarch Black Jew, who was clad in a scarlet cloak, Grand Monarch Shijian, who was a powerful outsider with stone-like skin, and Grand Monarch Sea and Mountain Monarch. Apart from the ultimate gods, the 5 strongest great supremacies in the Dark Shadow Palace were all great supremacies who had cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years. For example, Great Supremacy Sea and Mountain Supremacy had cultivated for more than 10 million years, and his strength was unfathomable. What a powerful aura! They should at least be at the 2nd stage of the Great Supremacy realm. Lin Fei silently sensed the fluctuations of their auras. The 5 great supremacies' strength did not differ much, and they seemed to be in the same realm. Just like the Supremacy realm, the Great Supremacy realm was also divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the entry stage, the second stage required time, and the third stage required some luck. Even the first stage of the Great Supremacy realm was extremely powerful. Lin Fei observed carefully. His master should be in the top 3 among the 5, and the other 2 great supremacies' strength should not be underestimated. The 5 great supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace are already so powerful. The other 2 top forces and those scattered forces still have experts. Lin Fei was even more eager to become a great supremacy. The moment the 5 great supremacies sat down, the people below became quiet. The Supreme Divinity has arrived. Not long after the 5 great sovereigns sat down, the 5 great sovereigns suddenly stood up. A thick aura descended from the sky and landed on the highest position. As soon as this aura appeared, the powerful aura caused everyone to feel despair and suffocation. Even though it only lasted for an instant, everyone felt terrified. The 5 great supremacies became extremely respectful at this moment. Looking at the lofty hierarch Dark Shadow, he was filled with envy and excitement. When would they have the opportunity to break through to this realm? Hierarch Dark Shadow stood at the highest position, surrounded by a white mist that was faintly discernible. Weaker supremacies couldn't see through the white mist at all. This was Lin Fei's second time seeing Hierarch Dark Shadow. Just like the last time, Hierarch Dark Shadow exuded a powerful aura. In his eyes, Hierarch Dark Shadow's life force was too dense, like a towering mountain. Even in a battle, unless it was an extremely powerful move, ordinary moves wouldn't be able to injure him. Just his dense life force alone was enough to make people feel despair. When one's life force became strong, it would also become extremely difficult to deal with. Compared to Hierarch Dark Shadow, Great Supremacy's life force is much weaker. If I were to use numbers to describe a Great Supremacy's life force, it would be 3. If a Supremacy's life force was 1, then Hierarch Dark Shadow's life force would be 10, or even higher. Lin Fei made a judgment. I'm currently at the Proud Heaven Realm 8th layer, so my life force is also exceptionally strong. However, it's at most similar to a Great Supremacy's. Compared to Hierarch Dark Shadow, it's still too far off. Unless I can break through to the Proud Heaven Realm 9th layer, then my life force will probably surpass a Great Supremacy's and reach 5. For the first time, Lin Fei felt insignificant. Hierarch Dark Shadow was ridiculously strong. Since everyone is here, then let's begin. Hierarch Dark Shadow's voice was full of majesty, making it impossible for anyone to refuse. Today is the day of the Dark Shadow Throne selection. On behalf of the Dark Shadow Palace, I welcome everyone. A middle-aged supremacy stepped onto the stage with a smile on his face. There are many young supremacies participating in this year's Dark Shadow Throne selection. I believe it will be more exciting than any other time. Now, let the first round of elimination begin. The selection for the Dark Shadow Throne was very fair. Especially in front of Hierarch Dark Shadow, no one dared to play any tricks. First round, candidates, step onto the stage. This time, there were many supremacies participating in the Dark Shadow Throne selection. There were more than 80 people, and many of them were here to try their luck. If they could enter, they would be lucky. If they couldn't, they could still come and gain experience. There were many people who had the same thought. This is a treasure of the Dark Shadow Palace, and it's called the 10 Death 10 Destruction Illusionary Spirit Array. The middle-aged supremacy took out an array diagram. Next, you will face the test of the Illusionary Spirit Array. There are a total of 86 people here, and 43 people will be eliminated in the first round. Whoever can last until the end will be the victor and will be able to enter the second round. The middle-aged supremacy activated the Illusionary Spirit Array. Array flags were inserted into the void one after another. Then, there was a slight fluctuation in space. The people outside didn't seem to be any different. However, the person standing in the middle immediately felt that his surroundings had changed. He had inexplicably arrived at a battlefield with thousands of soldiers and countless experts swarming over. When the array flags entered the void, Lin Fei immediately closed his eyes. Block everything. The little devil immediately blocked everything. Lin Fei seemed to have closed his eyes, but in fact, he was completely isolated from the outside world. The power of the Illusionary Spirit Array didn't affect his mind at all. It looks very powerful. 43 people will be eliminated in one go. Lin Fei didn't feel embarrassed at all. He had cheated. There was no need to waste too much energy here. Even if he closed his eyes, the system would be able to see everything clearly. After the Illusionary Spirit Array was activated, the 86 supremacies present all had solemn expressions on their faces. Only a few of them didn't seem to have any changes, as if they were just experiencing something trivial. I wonder how long the people this time will be able to last. The illusionary spirit array is used to temper the mind. It's not that easy to resist. Look, someone is starting to lose it. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Chapter 29:10. The illusionary spirit array was just an appetizer. After the first High Lord left, the second High Lord, the third High Lord, and the 8th High Lord, the 9th High Lord, and the 10th High Lord followed. Solitary sword is so powerful. There's no change at all. Elysian Sun is not bad either. I think Lin Fei is not bad either. Isn't it said that body tempering experts have poor control of the mind? That seems to be the case. Inside the illusionary spirit array. The longer one persisted, the greater the pressure. 1 incense sticks time, 2 incense sticks time, 3 incense sticks time. Time ticked by. The High Lords were eliminated one after another. Hold on a little longer. We're about to succeed. It's the 50th. The High Lords in the illusionary spirit array kept cheering, determined to persist until the end. Soon, the 43rd High Lord left the illusionary spirit array, his face full of smiles. Ha ha ha, I'm the 43rd. Great. He could enter the second round. The 5 great lords also looked at the High Lord in the illusionary spirit array. Han Tian, your personal disciple is not bad. He can persist until now. Grand Supremacy Sea and Mountain Supremacy said with a smile. Did he cultivate some secret technique in advance? Grand Supremacy Han Tian looked quite proud. Of course. My disciple is not simple. I really don't know what secret technique he cultivates. Body tempering High Lords are famous for not being able to persist for long. I guess he will leave soon, the scarlet-cloaked Grand Supremacy Black Absolute said. Not necessarily. Grand Supremacy Han Tian shook his head. My disciple can't be judged by ordinary standards. Grand Supremacy Black Absolute's interest was piqued. Why? Are you very confident in Lin Fei? Why don't we make a small bet? Grand Supremacy Han Tian was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed. Brother Black, you're eyeing my treasure again. You never do things that don't benefit you. Great Supremacy Black Absolute narrowed his eyes and said, Of course, I don't want anything else. I heard that you obtained a powerful treasure called the Protective Ring, and my disciple happens to be in need of such a treasure. If I lose, I'll give you a body tempering movement technique. Deal. In the Dark Shadow Palace, the 5 great supremacies had a good relationship. They rarely interfered in the competition, so it didn't affect their friendship. It was rare for Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker to be so happy. I wonder if you're interested. I'll be the banker today, and I'll bet that my direct disciple Lin Fei will win first place. The other 3 great reverends laughed. Brother Han Tian, you're the one who said it. I think solitary sword can last the longest. I'll bet my heart of the sea. I don't have any treasures, but I recently made a scroll, petrify spell. I'll use it as a wager. Great Sovereign Shi Jian also took out a scroll. Han Tian said with. Han Supremacy Han Tian said. I, White Lord. I, Lord, White Spirit, White, Supremacy, said. White Lord, White Lord, White High, God, Heaven said, White Lord, White Lord, Lord, Han Tian, you're good. You're the banker. How about I also bet? Revered Divinity Shadow spoke with a smile on his face. Grand Supremacy Han Tian exclaimed in surprise, Palace Master, you're here too. Of course, let's bet your 800,000-year-old wine. If I lose, I'll give you a bottle of million-year-old wine. Hierarch Dark Shadow said with a smile. All right. To Hierarch Dark Shadow, a bottle of million-year-old wine was nothing. He was just curious as to why Lin Fei's new supremacy could last until the end. The illusion array continued to display its might. The power was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei shielded himself from all influences and could vaguely feel the might of the illusionary spirit array. An hour later, there were less than 15 supremacies left standing. To be able to last until now, these 15 supremacies all had considerable potential. That guy is completely fine. Elysian Sun glanced at him and activated his cultivation technique with all his might. I don't believe that he can last longer than me. Among the 15 supremacies, Lin Fei was the only supremacy who practiced body tempering. He was notorious for not being good at body tempering, but now, it seemed that it was not the case. Another incense stick's time passed. The 15 supremacies became 8 supremacies. Among them, there were 4 veteran supremacies and 4 young supremacies. I can't hold on any longer. Supremacy Wang's expression suddenly changed, and he was teleported out. I can't even compare to Lin Fei. Supremacy Wang was truly unwilling, especially since Lin Fei had lasted longer than him. This was completely different from what they usually said. There were 7 supremacies present. Although this was only the first round of elimination, and they had all entered the second round, they had to fight for first place no matter what. They could not fall behind the new supremacies. The power of the illusionary spirit array continued to increase. Among the remaining 7 supremacies, 3 were quickly eliminated. One of them was Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of secret technique did that Lin Fei cultivate? He's too persistent. Another one has been eliminated. Now there are 3. Too amazing. Lin Fei had gained a fierce reputation in the Dark Shadow Palace because of the Punishment Hall incident, but there were still many supremacies who did not know about it. But now that they saw it, they all understood. This Lin Fei was indeed very powerful. Ever since the illusionary spirit array was created, there had not been a single supremacy who could last so long in it. Han Tian, did you do something to it? You body tempering cultivators are the worst at this. How can that Lin Fei kid last so long? What the hell? The few supremacies also looked as if they had seen a ghost. It was too unbelievable. Supremacy Han Tian's face was full of pride. I told you that my disciple would definitely last until the end. I'll just take your things. That might not be the case. I don't see the Elysian Sun and Dugui Jin around. It's still unknown who will last until the end. The fact that the 3 members of the younger generation could last until the end was beyond the expectations of the supremacies present. This was completely wrong. Many of the people present had experienced the power of the illusionary spirit array. Once inside, every second was a kind of torture. To be able to last for more than an hour, one's potential was very terrifying. What surprised them the most was that there were 3 supremacies, Lin Fei. Since when could a supremacy of the body tempering school endure so easily? Every time a supremacy of the body tempering school went up, he would be the first to be eliminated. He can still persist. The Elysian Sun had been paying attention. However, the other party did not seem to be unable to hold on. Why doesn't he fall? This time, the Elysian Sun's main body had returned not only to go to the Shadow Throne, but also to suppress Lin Fei's arrogance. But now, it seemed that there was a problem. Come on, let's hurt each other. Chapter 29:11. The Elysian Sun was circulating his energy to resist. The moment the inexplicable voice appeared, he was infuriated. He could tell who the voice belonged to. He can still speak. He was shocked. The Elysian Sun was well aware of the prowess of the illusionary spirit array, especially now that it was extremely difficult to resist. He did not dare to let his guard down and focused all his attention. Suddenly, the power of the illusionary spirit array rushed in. After suppressing it with great difficulty, he was almost teleported out. "You're shameless." The Elysian Sun took a deep breath and transmitted his voice back. "Who's shameless? You should be the shameless one. Why aren't you speaking? Are you so guilty that you can't say anything? Originally, we didn't interfere in each other's affairs. I have no interest in the Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall, but you insisted on tormenting me. Now, you're even allowing me to torment you. If you're not speaking, I'll continue." The Elysian Sun's original intention was to warn Lin Fei. But the situation changed. The other party continued to transmit his voice. Lin Fei's words became more and more unpleasant, and the Elysian Sun gradually became angry. He almost roared, and his body began to sway. The power of the illusionary spirit array had invaded his body. "Too shameless, he caused me to be invaded by the illusionary spirit array." The Elysian Sun gritted his teeth. He could only try his best to resist the influence of the illusionary spirit array. "Why aren't you speaking? Aren't you very powerful? Why are you acting like a tortoise now? This is too boring." The more Lin Fei spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. This lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The Elysian Sun's face was pale. He glared at Lin Fan, and with a whoosh, the power of the illusionary spirit array erupted, and the Elysian Sun was teleported out. "Bastard, how dare you trick me!" The moment the Elysian Sun came out, the influence of the illusionary spirit array on him disappeared. His gaze turned cold as he stared at Lin Fei. He had never thought that he would be tricked in the first elimination round. Indignant, the Elysian Sun was indignant. When the Elysian Sun's words came out, everyone was surprised. Under normal circumstances, the Elysian Sun had a powerful Buddhist cultivation technique, so he should have been able to last until the end. But the result was just like that. In everyone's opinion. Apart from Dugu Yijin and the Elysian Son of Heaven, there was no third person who could last until the end. This is too unexpected. What kind of technique did that High Lord Lin Fei cultivate? It's so powerful. Unbelievable. Dugu Yijin was completely focused. The Elysian Son of Heaven actually went out. The power of the illusionary spirit array was nothing to Dugu Yijin, who walked the path of the sword. With the departure of the Elysian Sun, only Lin Fei and himself were left. Interesting. How interesting. Dugu Yijin was very interested in the current Lin Fei. Ever since the test of the illusionary spirit array began today, Lin Fei had broken all kinds of records. Throughout history, there were only a few supremacies of the body tempering school who had reached this step. Dugu Yijin had never considered the Elysian Son of Heaven as an opponent, but now his opponent had arrived. 2 hours. 3.5 hours. The power of the illusionary spirit array had almost reached its limit. Dugu Yijin also began to sway. Even with his sword Dao, he could not hold on any longer. He glanced at Lin Fei, who was not far away, and his face was slightly pale. His body was as still as a mountain, and it seemed like he could still hold on. "I didn't expect to lose by a small margin." Dugu Yijin stopped resisting and teleported out. After Dugu Yijin left, Lin Fei persisted for another 30 minutes before leaving the illusionary spirit array. "How dare you trick me!" As soon as he came out, the Elysian Son of Heaven approached him aggressively. "Did I?" Lin Fei laughed. "Now that everyone is watching, you can continue shouting." The Elysian Sun stared at Lin Fei. "You're good, but when you meet me later, you'll definitely regret it." "I'm looking forward to it." The Elysian Sun suppressed his anger and smiled generously. "You're really not bad." You've created a record for the body tempering school. Next time, no one will be able to break this record. In the eyes of everyone, the Elysian Son of Heaven was here to congratulate him. After all, Lin Fei had created a new record for the body tempering school's supremacy. That's true, it'll be difficult for me to break this record for many years. Lin Fei echoed. The Elysian Son of Heaven was infuriated, so he turned around and left, returning to his original position. Grand Supremacy Hantian's face was full of smiles. Ha ha ha, I'll accept the items without hesitation. It's really not easy to win against you guys. Grand Supremacy Heiju and the others were also dumbfounded. The body tempering school's Lin Fei had won. This was really abnormal. Since when did the body tempering school's supremacy become so powerful? Grand Supremacy Hantian was even more pleased with himself. His disciple had really made him proud. But, the second round of the elimination round soon began. The first round was a mental test, but the second round was not a battle, but a test personally by Divine Shadow Supremacy. 43 supremacies stood together. The middle-aged supremacy once again stood up and said, I'm sure everyone knows that the second round is a test from the Palace Master of Dark Shadow Palace. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. Divine Shadow Supremacy also stood up, his body exuding a disdainful aura. You guys are not bad. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, surging over like a flood. The bodies of the first few supremacies trembled, and they were instantly teleported out, losing their qualifications. In the second round, only 10 of the 43 supremacies were left. Divine Shadow Supremacy's aura also increased accordingly. As soon as his aura descended, it made everyone feel great pressure. The supremacies released Emperor Will to protect their bodies, withstanding the fierce impact, and all of them began to wobble. Dugu Yi Jian Sword Domain is so powerful. It sliced through the impact, forming a vacuum around it. And there's also the Elysian Son of Heaven. The power of his Sanskrit chant is also extraordinary. Lin Fei of the body tempering school has a strong physical body, but he actually chose to face it head-on. Wrong, that's a body tempering school's technique. It's really different. Under Divine Shadow Supremacy's aura, everyone tried their best to perform. Everyone used their body tempering technique to the extreme, and everyone could hear the sound of the surging waves, as if it was happening right next to their ears. Even if they were not within the range, everyone could feel the terrifying strength of the Palace Master. As the power increased, the supremacies present felt chills all over their bodies, and a terrifying sense of suffocation assaulted them. The supremacies were also teleported out one by one, and the terrifying pressure also disappeared, not leaving behind any nightmares. They could not help but admire the Palace Master's strength. This was also the first time that Lin Fei experienced Divine Shadow Supremacy's power. What a powerful aura! There is no trace of Emperor Will, and the power is perfect without any deviation. Chapter 29:12. Divine Venerable Darkshadow's aura field was very powerful. Even the most ordinary suppression made everyone feel like a lone boat in the vast ocean. They kept swaying and activated their Emperor Intent protection. After the first wave of suppression, the second wave of suppression came, and its power began to increase. After each wave, there would be supremacies who could not withstand it and left the range of the aura field. There were a total of 9 waves of suppression. The last time Divine Venerable Dark Shadow released a total of 8 waves of aura field, and no one could last until the 9th wave. Compared to the last time, the supremacies this time were much more powerful. After 5 consecutive suppression, there were only 20 supremacies left. All of them were powerful, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. As long as they persevered, they would be qualified to enter the Dark Shadow Throne. The 6th wave of suppression came. It was more powerful this time. Compared to the 5th wave of suppression, the aura field contained Tao intent. In a dozen breaths' time, 3 supremacies were eliminated. In the 7th wave, 4 were eliminated, and there were only 13 supremacies left. In the 8th wave, another 2 were eliminated, and there were only 11 left. Exciting! I didn't expect 11 supremacies to last until the 8th wave. It's going to be the 9th wave soon. Our Dark Shadow Palace has become stronger again. The watching supremacies were delighted. Everyone hoped that the Dark Shadow Palace would become stronger, so that they could walk in the Saint Spirit domain with pride. Divine Venerable Dark Shadow was also quite satisfied. Compared to the last time, the Dark Shadow Palace's strength had increased a lot. 11 supremacies had lasted until the 8th wave. They were the future of the Dark Shadow Palace. Especially the younger generation, they had performed very well. The 9th wave is coming. Whoosh! 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 The power of the 9th wave was completely different from the 8th wave. It contained Tao intent. The 11 supremacies felt a powerful torrent of power surging toward them. Bang! 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 The Emperor intent protection shattered on the spot. Immediately, some supremacies could not withstand it and were teleported out. 1, 2, 3. Instantly, 3 supremacies were eliminated. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. One of the middle-aged supremacies hung his head dejectedly, full of reluctance. Just a little bit more, and the 3 of them were teleported out almost at the same time. He was the first to be teleported. He had lost the right to enter the Shadow Throne. The remaining 8 supremacies also used all their abilities to resist this torrent of energy. The next second. Another teleportation. The crushing aura of the 9th wave was even more powerful and could deal a fatal blow. Being able to last a second longer was already a pretty good result. Under the pressure of this energy field, the one who performed the best was Duguijin. He unfolded his sword domain and the sword will within it rampaged. However, after blocking the first round of attacks of the 9th wave, Duguijin actually gave up on defending and was teleported away. This was beyond everyone's imagination. It's just a selection. There's no need to determine the victor. As soon as Duguijin came out, he said to his friends with a calm expression on his face. Voila! Lin Fei also gave up. He appeared outside with a smile on his face. He had already experienced Divine Venerable Shadow's aura. Actually, that was enough. He did not want to expose too much. The most important thing was to get the benefits in the Shadow Throne. Elysian Sun, who had been planning to suppress Lin Fei, saw that Duguijin and Lin Fei had given up. His fighting spirit that had just emerged seemed to have been poured with a basin of cold water, and he was completely dumbfounded. These 2 guys, do you have to do this? This is a chance to show off in front of the Shadow Palace Master. Are you going to let me show off? Elysian Sun looked helpless. This was really a trap. Junior brother, why did you come out? Elysian Sun is very angry with you. Master Chongyang laughed loudly. Anyway, we've already got a place. There's no need to persist until the end. Wenren Jingong also laughed and said, but Elysian Sun has no place to show off. At this time, Duguijin also looked over and smiled at Lin Fei. It was a fleeting smile, and if one was not particularly serious, it was almost invisible. The 5 great supremacies were also speechless. Han Tian, your disciple really has a personality. I thought that only Duguijin had a personality. Your disciple is the same. Great Supremacy He Ju said with a smile. Your disciple not only has a personality, but he is also quite cunning. I originally wanted to see how long he could persist, but it seems that I got excited for nothing. Great Supremacy Glory shook his head and said with a speechless expression. Great Supremacy Han Tian secretly praised Lin Fei. He was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. Sometimes, it was necessary to hide one's true strength. I was going to say it, but I didn't expect you to be more thoughtful than I was. The competition in the Shadow Throne was not a trivial matter. Although there would not be any danger, if one's trump card was seen by others, it would easily arouse the other party's vigilance, and it would not be very effective. How can I control my disciple? Grand Supremacy Han Tian said with a helpless smile. Therefore, he has been cultivating alone for the past 100,000 years. The other four Great Supremacies did not know whether to laugh or cry. Great Supremacy Han Tian was showing off his disciple again. Ever since Lin Fei became a supremacy and suppressed the Elysian Sun, they had heard many praises for Lin Fei, which made them very speechless. However, they could not find a disciple who could compare to Lin Fei. What made them even more speechless was that when Great Supremacy Han Tian accepted a personal disciple, he had just happened to pass by and picked up a good disciple out of thin air. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. After Lin Fei and Dugu Yijin took the initiative to give up. Everyone wanted to watch an exciting competition, but they immediately gave up on that idea. The following battles were obviously not interesting. The remaining supremacies decisively gave up resisting. In the blink of an eye, only the Elysian Sun was left, with a huge Buddha behind him. It looked very awkward no matter how they looked at it. In the end, the first place was taken by the Elysian Sun. However, the Elysian Sun's expression did not look good. It was completely because the other party had given up on him. Hierarch Dark Shadow retracted his aura, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Shadow Throne will be open to the public in a month. This was tantamount to setting the tone. 1 month later, everyone could enter the Shadow Throne. The rest of the matter was simple. After saying a few words, Hierarch Dark Shadow left, followed by the 5 Great Supremacies. All the supremacies present came up to congratulate them. The Shadow Throne was an opportunity. If they could obtain that treasure, their chances of becoming a great supremacy in the future would be much higher. If these 10 people entered, no matter what they obtained, it would be a great harvest. Chapter 29:13. The selection for the Shadow Throne was not very intense. After all, it was just a qualification contest. The real competition depended on what good items one could bring out after entering the Shadow Throne. It was normal for some supremacies to return empty-handed after entering. There were also some supremacies who returned with great rewards. The next trip to the Shadow Throne was the most important. Lin Fei did not stay idle after obtaining the qualification to enter the Shadow Throne. He constantly flipped through the information on the Shadow Throne that his master had given him and compared it with the large amount of information in the system to fill in the gaps. He had a deeper understanding of the Shadow Throne. During this period, the Dark Shadow Palace kept spreading news that the 10 supremacies had joined forces with each other. For example, the Elysian Sun hooked up with the veteran supremacy Yi Fei and formed a small team. The other supremacies also began to choose to join forces with others. The Shadow Throne was a very unfamiliar and dangerous place. Every time the Shadow Throne opened, most people would choose to join forces. If they did not join forces, they would not be able to make it through. Lin Fei did not care much when he heard this news. His goal for this trip was to kill the shadow beasts in the Shadow Throne and plunder their life energy. He really did not care much about the treasures. The only treasure that could move Lin Fei now was the Divine Essence Sand. 150 caddies of it was something that would give him a headache. Until now, Lin Fei still had no clue. As for the Tianhe Kingdom, there was only a handful of Divine Essence Sand left after the last time, so he was not interested. He could only take it one step at a time. Junior brother, are you planning to join forces with others? Are you going to enter the Shadow Throne alone? Half a month later. Eldest senior brother Chongyang came over and asked anxiously. Among the upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace, the most discussed topic was the Dark Shadow Throne. Eldest senior brother, even if I want to join forces with others, they will not agree. Lin Fei said with a bitter smile. If they really wanted to join forces, they would have come a long time ago. They would not be as quiet as they are now. I have been pushed out by them. Eldest brother Chongyang was a meticulous person. He immediately understood what his junior brother said. It must be the Elysian Son of Heaven's doing. If it wasn't for him, with junior brother's strength, those supremacies would definitely come looking for you. Eldest brother Chongyang was also angry. Eldest senior brother, the Shadow Throne isn't a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. If they can challenge it, why can't I? Besides, I'm a supremacy of the body tempering school, and I have a protective technique. No matter what, I'm not that weak. Lin Fei said. Eldest senior brother, won't you come over and just talk to me about this? Eldest senior brother Chongyang gave a hollow laugh. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to discuss something with junior brother. Now it seems that it's a little troublesome. After all, junior brother is now alone without any teammates. It's too difficult to do it. Forget it. This was the first time his eldest senior brother had come to discuss something with him. Lin Fei asked curiously. Wait a minute, eldest senior brother. Since you're here, why don't you tell me? What if I have a solution? Eldest senior brother Chongyang had indeed come to look for Lin Fei. After hearing his junior brother's words, it made sense. After all, his junior brother couldn't be treated as an ordinary supremacy. Actually, it's like this. Eldest senior brother Chongyang organized his words. Junior brother should have some understanding of the Shadow Throne. It's a special place with rich resources, but it's also very dangerous. Even supremacies have to be careful when they enter. They don't have the strength to do as they please. However, the resources in the Shadow Throne are very popular among the supremacies. Every time the Shadow Throne opens, many supremacies will ask to buy some of the things in the Shadow Throne. As you know, supremacies of the body tempering school don't have as much money as supremacies with emperor intent. Eldest senior brother Chongyang understood what he meant. Eldest senior brother, you mean that junior brother should help you get some resources from the Shadow Throne? Eldest senior brother Chongyang nodded. That was my original intention, but I don't think it's possible now. Lin Fei had an idea. Eldest senior brother, can you tell me what kind of things are in the Shadow Throne that are more popular outside? I might really be able to bring them out. There's no harm in telling you. Eldest senior brother Chongyang had been to the Shadow Throne in the past, and the dangers inside were still fresh in his memory. If he didn't collaborate with others, it would be very difficult to collect those resources. There are many resources in the Shadow Throne, and the most valuable are the ores, eldest senior brother Chongyang explained. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he was very detailed and didn't leave out any resources. Lin Fei listened very carefully, and an idea popped up in his mind. Perhaps I can become a merchant. With the supremacy's emphasis on this, I reckon that selling it to the Shadow Palace would bring me a huge sum of money. I might even be able to easily exchange it for the divine origin energy sand outside. Initially, he was still worried about the divine origin energy sand, but after hearing eldest senior brother Chongyang's words, Lin Fei immediately had an idea. It seemed like he could go in and make a fortune. Eldest senior brother Chongyang left. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He personally went to the Shadow Palace to find out more about the items produced by the Shadow Throne. You don't say, the prices are really not cheap. The items in the Shadow Throne are unique in the Saint Spirit domain, so it's normal for the prices to be high. If eldest senior brother has this idea, I reckon that the Elysian Sons and the others have the same idea. Lin Fei returned to his cave abode and started to register. It wasn't difficult for him to obtain a price list from the Shadow Palace. No one would dare to offend a rising supremacy like him. The ores are the most popular. Apart from that, there are also the Shadow Treasures and the Shadow Beast's leather armor. Each of them is good stuff, and they can be forged into supremacy-level battle armor. Lin Fei finally had something to do. I have the system by my side, so no one can compete with me for the items in the Shadow Throne. Aren't you guys planning to cheat me? Let's see who's cheating who. This time, I'm going to do a big sweep. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The day to enter the Shadow Throne had arrived. Lin Fei arrived rather early. Supremacy Lin Fei, this is your teleportation stone. Once he entered, a middle-aged supremacy came up to him. After greeting him, he took out a piece of jade. This is the teleportation stone that the palace lord personally refined. When you encounter danger, you can use it to teleport out. Lin Fei valued the Shadow Throne even more. The teleportation stone that the Shadow Palace Lord personally refined was definitely extraordinary. Even a supremacy's life could be threatened by it. Chapter 29:14. The higher-ups are quite thoughtful. They even prepared teleportation stones. Lin Fei put away the teleportation stone. He was looking forward to the Shadow Throne trip. Although there were some materials left in the library, there were no images. In Lin Fei's view, this was to maintain the mystery of the Shadow Throne. Not long later, another 3 supremacies arrived, and they were all veteran supremacies. Supremacy Yi Fei, Supremacy Su Heng, and Supremacy Huang Lang entered at almost the same time. When they saw Lin Fei, Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang only glanced at him before walking to the other side to get their teleportation stones. Supremacy Su Heng nodded slightly at Lin Fei, showing his friendliness. Since Lin Fei had already nodded, he wouldn't reject him, so he greeted him with a smile. I'm disliked by the veteran supremacies. Lin Fei could sense enmity from them. My physique cultivator's strength is still a threat to them. Elysian Sun is also a good move to rope everyone in so quickly. What a pity. Supremacy Su Heng stood not far away. Beside him were 2 young supremacies. They were Supremacy Pain Star and Supremacy Luo Hua. They had advanced for hundreds of thousands of years and had decent potential. That's right. The Shadow Throne isn't an ordinary place. It's filled with danger. Palace Lord even prepared teleportation stones for us. Lin Fei probably won't be able to move an inch alone. He might not even be able to pass the first level. Supremacy Pain Star had a lukewarm impression of Lin Fei. Supremacy Luo Hua was a woman, and she wasn't young anymore. She shook her head slightly and revealed a trace of regret. He has offended too many people. Even if someone wants to team up with him, they have to consider the consequences of offending the supremacies of the Shadow Palace. Su Heng had a good impression of Lin Fei. It wasn't easy for a physique cultivator to reach this step. If not for the previous incident, Su Heng would have invited Lin Fei to join the team. With a physique cultivator, the team would be able to last longer. Supreme Lord Yi Fei and Supreme Lord Huang Lang stood together. Behind them stood 2 young Supreme Lords. They were Supreme Lord River Mountain and Supreme Lord Wu Qing. That guy probably doesn't know that he's been abandoned. Yi Fei smiled with his eyes squinted. His smile was extremely cold. That's right. It wasn't easy to get the qualification. Once he gets in, he'll be kicked out in less than 3 days. Supreme Lord Huang Lang's aura was very heavy, mighty. At this moment, he was filled with a cold smile. Everyone knows that the Shadow Throne is a strange land. If you want to search for treasures inside, you have to join hands with others. If you go in alone, not many people will be able to last until the end. As veteran supremacies, the 2 of them didn't like Lin Fei at all. Many of their disciples had been captured by the punishment hall and were still serving there. Even if they asked someone to tell them, the result would be the same. The moment the Shadow Throne's quota was announced, some supremacies immediately came to find trouble for Lin Fei. They wanted to prevent them from forming a team with Lin Fei. To begin with, they were already unhappy with Lin Fei, so they naturally wouldn't reject their request. All of them smiled and agreed. After releasing the news, no one dared to look for Lin Fei anymore. Brother Xing is here. Elysian Sun walked into the palace with a smile. He glanced at Lin Fei, who was standing at a corner. When he saw that there was no one around, the smile on his face became even more radiant. Vice Hall Master Lin, why are you alone? Elysian Sun wasn't in a hurry to collect the teleportation stone. Now that there was such a good opportunity to ridicule Lin Fei, he definitely wouldn't miss it. Even now, his face was still burning from the incident a month ago. Originally, they wanted to have a duel to see who could last until the end. In the end, both Lin Fei and Du Guijin gave up. In the end, their efforts were in vain. Their first place seemed to have become a joke. Although Elysian Sun was unhappy with Du Guijin's actions, he really didn't dare to do anything to him. Du Guijin's sword Dao killing move was one of the 10 great sects and was extremely powerful. Hence, he bore a grudge against Lin Fei. With the new and old grudges added together, no matter how he looked at Lin Fei, he didn't like it. Can't I do it alone? Lin Fei smiled. Elysian Sun was choked and felt uncomfortable all over. He squinted his eyes and said, I just feel that the Shadow Throne isn't an ordinary place. It's dangerous to be alone. It's a pity that Vice Hall Master Lin has missed this rare opportunity. I really feel pity for you. Unlike me, who teamed up with a few people. I believe that this trip will definitely be very rewarding. Is that so? We've all entered the Shadow Throne. Could it be that Vice Hall Master wholly knows the situation inside? Lin Fei laughed. I'm guessing that you won't be able to obtain anything good on this trip, because I'll be able to obtain more than you. Why don't you follow me? If I'm happy, I'll give you a share, so that you won't end up empty-handed. The surrounding supremacies shook their heads slightly when they heard this. He's too arrogant. The Shadow Throne is full of danger, and there are a large number of shadow beasts. He actually dares to boast so shamelessly. He must be out of his mind. I reckon that he'll be the first to roll out. He's too shameless. None of the supremacies believed Lin Fei's words. Alone? Not even a body-tempering cultivator. Elysian Sun was full of ridicule. Vice Hall Master Lin is indeed Vice Hall Master Lin. You're full of confidence. Then, I'll congratulate you in advance. I hope that you'll be able to obtain more treasures than us. Lin Fei smiled and said, when the time comes, just don't be so depressed that you want to cry. We're all generous people. Why would we? Elysian Sun said, Vice Hall Master Lin, on the other hand, if you encounter any danger, you can look for me. As a colleague, I'll definitely help you. Ha 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 ha. Elysian Sun could already see Lin Fei's miserable appearance. Du Guijin was the last to arrive. He was also alone. After Du Guijin arrived, Su Heng went up to greet him and made an invitation, but the other party tactfully rejected. Elysian Sun narrowed his eyes and transmitted a message to Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang. This time, our Shadow Throne will be the biggest winner. As long as Du Guijin didn't join Supremacy Su Heng's team, Elysian Sun would be completely at ease. Regardless of how powerful they would always be at a disadvantage if they were alone in the Shadow Throne. This was the accumulated experience of the supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace. Back then, there were many heroic supremacies who ventured into the Shadow Throne alone. Afterwards, they all came out in a miserable state and became a joke in everyone's eyes. Until now, no one would go to the Shadow Throne alone. No matter how bad it was, they had to join the team. there was strength in numbers. Only then would they be able to obtain the corresponding treasures in the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian's actions were completely foolish. Elysian Sun was even less worried that the two of them would team up. Dugu Yijian was famous for being stubborn. Chapter 29:15. Everyone retracted their thoughts. Their goal was the same. Even though Lin Fei's arrogant words made them feel ridiculous, when they retracted their thoughts, they looked at Lin Fei with pity. This foolish and arrogant fellow would soon regret his words. If he lowered his head and joined the Elysian Sun's team, it should not be difficult for him to pass the first level. After all, a peak supremacy of the body tempering school was still worthy of everyone's attention. When everyone retracted their gazes, Dugu Yijian calmly looked at Lin Fei with a strange expression. Lin Fei did not care so much. In this day and age, no one will believe the truth. He muttered to himself. Follow me. A supremacy opened up a passage and walked in first. The people behind him followed one after another. The passage was not very long. After a while, they came to an independent space. This space was very small and was no different from a cave abode. But when they stepped in, the passage behind them disappeared. It was as if they had arrived in an independent space out of thin air. Such an independent space did not have any location information. The supremacies present did not have the ability to find this independent space. It seems like there's no hope. Lin Fei shook his head. He still wanted to try to find the Shadow Throne through the clues left behind. When he had nothing to do, he could go in and take advantage of it. Master, this space is very special. It should have been set up by the Shadow Palace Lord himself. It moves around at any time, and there is no way to catch it. I suspect that it is outside the Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei had actually thought of it as well. The Saint Spirit domain was very big. Although it seemed easy for Lin Fei to come up from the lower world, it was not easy to leave the Saint Spirit domain. However, it was not easy to get out of the Saint Spirit domain again. There was a layer of frightening material energy outside the void. He only found out about this after entering the Dark Shadow Palace. That material energy sealed the Saint Spirit domain up and down, forming an independent space. There were records of this in the ancient books in the library, and Lin Fei happened to know about it. If the Shadow Throne was placed in an ordinary void, Lin Fei would have plenty of ways to find it. However, if it was placed in that kind of material energy, it would be equivalent to blocking everything. With his current methods, he would not be able to find any traces of it. Soon, Lin Fei noticed the black stone door in front of him. On the stone door, there was a portrait of a huge head. It was vivid and lifelike, and those deep eyes seemed to contain an immense power. If one stared at them for a while, they would feel as if their entire being would be sucked into them, unable to extricate themselves. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone quickly circulated their energy to resist. Behind this door is the Shadow Throne. Everyone, get ready. I'm going to open the stone door. The middle-aged High Lord reminded everyone. Open. Two sparkling and translucent black pearls flew out of the middle-aged Reverend's hand and into the empty eye of the portrait. Boom, boom, boom. As the object was inserted into the eye of the painting, the cave started to shake without any warning. Following which, two beams of light shot out and intersected with each other. They rotated endlessly and forcefully opened up a black tunnel that led to a mysterious place. You can go in. The middle-aged High Lord was obviously used to this kind of situation. Hoo 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 hoo. In the black tunnel, boundless roars could be heard. Just listening to it made one's scalp go numb. The expressions of the 10 reverends finally changed. Just the sound alone made them feel a huge sense of danger. This was something that they didn't usually feel. Was this the Throne of Shadows? Before entering, everyone could already feel the boundless danger. The Shadow Throne truly lives up to its name. Ha ha ha. Elysian Sun laughed loudly and was filled with excitement. He waved his hand, let's go in. Their group was the first to enter. With the 10 reverends, Elysian Sun's group had 5 people, which was also the strongest group. Elysian Sun was the last to enter. Vice Hall Master Lin, I'll be waiting for you inside. He went in proudly. The second group was Su Heng, and a total of 3 reverends followed closely behind. In the cave, only Dugu Yijin and Lin Fei were left. The two of them exchanged glances and turned into streams of light, rushing in one after another. The passageway slowly closed up and disappeared without a trace. The middle-aged supremacy took out 2 black pearls and turned around to leave the cave dwelling. The huge cave dwelling collapsed, as if it had never existed. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijin arrived at almost the same time. They immediately discovered that they were in a place similar to an intersection. In front of them, there were 10 tunnels. Each tunnel was like the entrance to hell. At the same time, it was accompanied by endless roars that made everyone's hair stand on end. From these roars, they sensed a dangerous aura. This should be the first floor of the Shadow Throne, the Shadow Corridor. Elysian Sun squinted his eyes. It said that each shadow corridor is different in danger. Some tunnels have a slim chance of survival. We have to choose carefully. Just as he finished speaking, Dugu Yijin was the first to choose a tunnel and rushed in. His golden sword domain was also released. In an instant, endless shattering sounds could be heard. Lin Fei followed closely behind and chose the tunnel closest to the side. He didn't care what the rest would choose. You'll regret it if you leave so quickly. The Elysian Son of Heaven laughed out loud and took out a treasure. It was a rainbow-colored pearl that was dazzling and gave off a mysterious aura. Brother Elysian, good move. You actually got such a good thing. Yi Fei laughed. The rainbow pearl of fortune can turn misfortune into fortune. It's a rare treasure in our Saint Spirit domain. Huang Lang revealed a look of joy and admired Elysian Sun's move. I've paid a great price for this. Although Elysian Sun felt a little heartache, he was still rather happy. With the rainbow pearl of fortune, we can avoid some dangers and reach the Shadow Throne. That's our chance. Alright, let the rainbow pearl choose for us now. As Elysian Sun used a technique to activate the rainbow pearl of fortune, it turned into a rainbow and flew across the sky, sandwiching the 5th tunnel in the middle. It's him. Su Heng and the 2 supremacies also felt the pressure. We really have to pay a price this time. Even the rainbow pearl of fortune was taken out. Turning misfortune into fortune was a simple phrase, but it had a great significance. Along the way, they didn't know how much trouble they could avoid. For example, the first floor's shadow corridor was probably the fastest for them to pass through. Let's take this tunnel. Su Heng calmed his heart and used a special technique to calculate. Finally, he chose the 6th tunnel. Chapter 29:16. This is the Shadow Corridor. However, the name doesn't look like it. It's just a shadow corridor. Who would come up with such a stupid name? Lin Fei chose a corridor and rushed in. It was completely different from the shadow corridor he had imagined. This was clearly a corridor that was dug out. The walls were full of potholes and there were traces left behind everywhere. Hua hua hua. Not long after stepping into the shadow corridor, Lin Fei immediately felt a gravitational force descending from the sky. It was as heavy as 1,000 caddies pressing down on him, causing his body to make cracking sounds. Lin Fei's body was bent down from the pressure. The gravitational force came too suddenly. Ao Tian, open for me. A jingguang erupted from Lin Fei's body and went against the gravitational force. Lin Fei slowly straightened his body and revealed a solemn expression. It's really as the information says. The shadow corridor on this floor of the Shadow Throne is filled with danger. This passage of mine is a gravitational field. Those with weaker physical bodies would be crushed to the ground on the spot. I wonder what they've encountered. Lin Fei adapted to the gravitational force and found that he was greatly restricted. His movement speed was very slow. In addition, his divine sense was also restricted. He could only see a distance of 10 meters in front of him. What a scam. No wonder the High Lords who came before all turned pale at the mention of the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei turned on the system and let it check ahead. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. The system could scan the situation ahead. Let me see what dangers there are in the shadow corridor. As Lin Fei spoke, he had only taken a few steps when two beams of light flashed and slid towards his chest. With two clanging sounds, Lin Fei was forced to take a few steps back. The lights appeared again. This time, it wasn't 2, but 5. When did they sneak over? Lin Fei waved his hand and took out the sky splitter hammer, smashing it towards the light. However, his hands were a beat too slow, and his body suffered another 3 attacks, causing him to feel a burning pain. I actually lost to a monster in the darkness in terms of speed for the first time. Lin Fei was speechless. Under the restrictions of the gravitational field, his speed was much slower. Compared to the monsters in the dark, there was a certain gap, so it was not surprising that he was hit. It's a good thing I have the body of Proud Heaven Celestial Stage 8. If it were those Emperor will supremacies, it wouldn't be so comfortable. With a thought from Lin Fei, the 5 beams of light turned into 10 beams of light. Swoosh! 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 I let you guys hit me for a bit, and you got cocky. Now, watch me. Using the sky splitter hammer as his hand, Lin Fei swung it heavily, executing the first move, spatial oscillation. Bang bang bang. The shock wave spread out. A dull sound rang out, and 5 humanoid monsters appeared in the dark corridor. The most eye-catching thing was that their hands were like blades, gleaming with a cold light. After their bodies swayed slightly, they pounced forward again. These should be shadow swordsmen, a very powerful species. Their movement speed is extremely fast, and with the gravitational field suppressing me, it's no wonder I can't hit them. Lin Fei recognized them as the most common shadow swordsmen on the first floor, a terrifying existence. Spatial oscillation. The shadow swordsmen were directly sent flying. The power of the sky splitter hammer in Lin Fei's hand exploded, smashing on the shadow swordsmen one by one, causing them to spit out green blood. What a strong defense, they actually didn't die after taking the attack. No wonder they said to form a team. It's not easy to fight alone, their strength is already at the peak of the second stage. This was the strongest opponent Lin Fei had encountered so far. Soon, his face was full of smiles. I was worried that the monsters in the Shadow Throne wouldn't be enough, but now it seems like I was worrying too much. The stronger the shadow swordsmen, the more vigorous the life force in their body. Killing one and plundering it is much better than killing the supremacies outside. Ha ha ha, shadow swordsman, here I come. Lin Fei released the seal on the sky splitter hammer. With a thought, the sky splitter hammer turned into the sky splitter rod, turning into countless shadows, smashing on the shadow swordsman. The first strike, the shadow swordsmen were covered in cracks. The second strike, the shadow swordsmen were smashed into pieces. Hua hua hua. A large amount of life force surged into Lin Fei's body, and he instantly felt like he had eaten honey, feeling refreshed from the bottom of his heart. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Lin Fei raised his voice. Under the attack of the sky splitter rod, the shadow swordsmen that were terrifying in the eyes of the supremacies were killed in 2 strikes. With the death of 5 shadow swordsmen, a large amount of life force dissipated, and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Shadow swordsman, here I come." After releasing the seal, even though Lin Fei's speed was restricted, his power was great. That bit of restriction was broken in front of the sky splitter rod. This shadow corridor was very long. There were many shadow swordsmen in hiding, and after suffering at the start, Lin Fei knew how to deal with them. Under the immense power of the sky splitter rod, the shadow swordsmen charging forward were just sending themselves to death. 1 shadow swordsman, 2 shadow swordsmen, 10 shadow swordsmen, 20 shadow swordsmen. Lin Fei dragged his heavy body, and the sky splitter rod became a terrifying divine weapon. Every time it was swung out, it would hit the shadow swordsman, and its power was displayed to the extreme in this small corridor. Ao Tian's middle stage 8th stage physique also started to slowly increase. This seems to be shadow grass. After killing 30 shadow swordsmen, Lin Fei found a type of black grass on a rock wall. After carefully inspecting it, a name immediately popped up in his mind. This is good stuff. Dark shadow grass was a plant that only grew in the dark shadow throne. This shadow grass contained a trace of Shadow Emperor intent. It was rumored that by continuously absorbing and refining it, one could grasp the powerful shadow stealth. It had the power of Saint Spirit level 9, and even supremacies would find it hard to detect. The Shadow Palace bought it at a high price. This time, we'll really have a great harvest in the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and plucked them all, continuing forward. In another corridor, the 5 Elysian children seemed to be more relaxed. Along the way, they did not encounter much danger, and with the cooperation of the 5 supremacies, they had a great harvest. "Brother Xing, our luck is pretty good. We've already harvested 3 stalks of shadow grass." Supremacy Yi Fei said happily. "Fortunately, we have the rainbow pearl. Otherwise, we wouldn't have it so easy. This is just the beginning, this time. This time, we're going to have a great harvest." Supremacy Huang Lang said with a smile. The Elysian children were also very excited. The rainbow pearl was indeed miraculous, and his efforts to obtain it were not in vain. "I'm thinking that Lin Fei is probably suffering now. He might even be teleported out. What a pity, it was such a good opportunity." The Elysian children's words sounded very proud. "He's probably regretting it now. In the future, if he wants to enter the Shadow Throne, he can forget about it if he doesn't accumulate enough contribution points." Ha ha ha. Chapter 29:17. Shadow Corridor. In one of the dark passages. Bang bang bang. Countless black shadows flashed by and constantly whipped the shadow swordsman, causing the shadow swordsmen to be unable to rush up and could only linger outside until they were killed. Awesome! The person who attacked was very fast. The black rod in his hand was constantly dancing, and a black shadow appeared and whipped the shadow swordsman. In the shadow corridor, one could hear cracking sounds, that was the sound of the body breaking. Another 3 shadow grass in hand. Lin Fei quickly picked up the shadow grass and continued to move forward. This was his 3rd month in the shadow corridor. There were too many shadow swordsmen. In these 3 months, Lin Fei almost never stopped, fighting with the shadow swordsmen all the time. The sky splitter rod in his hand was very smooth, killing the shadow swordsman became easier. The biggest gain was his proud heaven 8th layer, unknowingly from the middle stage to the peak of the middle stage, about to break through to the late stage. It was definitely a huge improvement. Under the proud heaven body, Lin Fei's physical body was even stronger. Several times he was attacked by the shadow swordsman, it only left a very shallow wound on his body. Looking at the time, it should be almost the end. Although he was alone, but along the way, his movement was still very fast, he believed that he was not slower than those people. It seemed that his guess was right. Following this, the number of shadow swordsmen began to decrease, it was easier to deal with. "Master, it seems to be the end in front. However, you have to be careful, there is a powerful shadow swordsman hidden on your left side. It seems like it is a small team leader. One of them is equivalent to a dozen shadow swordsmen. After the divine sense was restricted, Lin Fei kept the system open. After recording the aura, the shadow swordsman had no place to hide. It was exposed. Got it. Just as they were about to get close, Lin Fei made the first move. He swung his sky splitter staff, smashing it against the stone wall. The dark shadow blade hand that was hiding there rushed out and several beams of cold light appeared. Lin Fei also saw clearly. The shadow swordsman that attacked him was twice as big as the previous ones. It was like a small mountain and was very strong. The sky splitter staff swept horizontally and shattered the cold light. He then used the move Spacequake. The dark shadow blade hand swayed slightly before continuing to attack. A cold light appeared. It was created by the other party's extremely fast speed, and it was quite terrifying. A peak supremacy expert. Lin Fei's fleshly body had been strengthened. Even though the opponent's attacks were sharp, with the heaven-splitting rod in his hand, he wasn't worried that the opponent could beat him. The heaven-splitting rod was like a poisonous snake, constantly striking the weak spots of the Umbra blade hand. Under the suppression of the gravitational field, Lin Fei's physical body improved a little. He was able to break through the suppression of the gravitational field. Every time he hit the shadow swordsman's weak point, once, twice, thrice the shadow swordsman howled, but it couldn't touch Lin Fei at all. After another heavy strike, the shadowy bladesman was sent flying. In midair, its powerful body shattered into pieces, and a thick life force surged into Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Something seems to have fallen. Lin Fei grabbed the air, and a shiny object appeared in his hand. This was something like a crystal, but the biggest difference was that the crystal contained a wave of energy, a very pure energy. Master, this is good stuff. It should be life energy inside. I didn't expect the Saint Spirit world to have such a special life form race. Your hierarch Umbra is very powerful. The little fiend said in surprise. No wonder I felt a familiar aura from the crystal. Lin Fei suddenly realized that he couldn't react in time. In the next second, he grabbed the life crystal and tried to absorb the life energy. Under the forceful plundering, the life energy in the life crystal flowed into Lin Fei's body like water. The majestic life energy was very pure, dozens of times purer than the plundering. Hua hua hua. This life energy kept circulating in Lin Fei's body. His physical body was slightly improved again. Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage. From Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage to Late Stage, it really didn't take long. Lin Fei could feel that Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage had a huge change in his physical body. It lasted for a long time. Kacha kacha sounds came from Lin Fei's body. His eyes burst with light, and his eyes became deep like a bottomless pit. Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage, with my current physical defense, even a peak supremacy can't easily hurt me. Only those great supremacies can pose a threat to me. The heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body was a brand new top-notch body cultivation technique derived from countless cultivation techniques. Every small realm increase would increase one's strength. Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage, although not yet at the peak, Lin Fei's strength had increased by a lot. If there are a few of these life crystals, I will quickly break through to the peak of the 8th level of Proud Heaven Realm. I just don't know, in the other passageways, whether or not there is this kind of shadow swordsman overseeing. If there is, he killed the last shadow swordsman. Lin Fei looked around and found the dark shadow grass. There were 13 of them, and they were all in one place. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to take them. At the end of the shadow corridor, Lin Fei walked out. He thought he would go to the next floor. But just as he came out, a terrifying and dangerous aura instantly fell on his body. The sky splitter rod also quickly appeared in his hand. At the end of the shadow corridor, it was not the next floor, but a place similar to a cave. The area was not very big, and it was about the size of a palace. But in such a place, not far from Lin Fei, there was a black circular altar, surrounded by 9 pillars. In the center of the altar stood a burly being. He was clad in black armor and held a large black shield in each hand. He was taller than a person, and his other hand was holding a black axe. At this moment, his cold eyes were looking over. Intruder, die. Boom boom boom. The void exploded, and a terrifying attack came. Lin Fei instantly felt cold all over, and the sky split. A rod in his hand slashed, splitting the void in two. Bang bang bang. The huge impact instantly hit Lin Fei's body, and his body also slightly swayed. Crash. The black axe cut across the sky, and the huge body came in front of Lin Fei, attacking with a big move. Damn, this has the battle power of a great supremacy. Chapter 29:18. Lin Fei really didn't think that he would be the first to come out. It seems like I was too fast. In one exchange, he encountered a shadow mutant with the battle power of a great sovereign. Its strength was very terrifying, and its power was fierce and tyrannical, crushing all the way. The moment he came into contact, the other party's power rushed in, continuously crushing the life energy in his body. After a dozen exchanges, Lin Fei figured out what it was. Shadow Commander. The boss of this floor. Only by defeating the Shadow Commander can you go to the next floor. Lin Fei also discovered the strength of the Shadow Commander. It could completely explode with the strength of a great sovereign, and its armor had the attack immunity ability. During this period, his attacks landed on the Shadow Commander's body several times, but he didn't suffer much damage. Later, after analyzing it with the system, he found out that it had the ability to avoid damage. In addition, the Shadow Commander had the ability to move freely in this place without any restrictions. With the first strike, the Shadow Commander dodged and turned around to attack, catching people off guard. Lin Fei relied on Proud Heaven's late-stage 8th layer physical body, but he also suffered several injuries. Each time, it brought about a huge destructive power, and he went on a rampage all the way. The Shadow Commander was very strong, but Lin Fei had Proud Heaven and the Sky Splitter Rod, so it shouldn't be difficult to kill it. However, after exchanging over 100 blows, the Dark Shadow Commander was injured and forced to retreat. He had thought that he would be able to obtain a life crystal, but in the next moment, the Dark Shadow Commander returned to the altar, fully healed. After going back and forth a few times, Lin Fei was completely speechless. This was simply a bug. When he was about to die, he ran back to recover. Fortunately, Lin Fei's physical body was strong, and when he fought with the Shadow Commander, he could steal some of its life energy, so he wouldn't be unable to recover. How can I fight like this? After 3 days and 3 nights. When Lin Fei saw the Dark Shadow Commander resurrect to full health once more, he was utterly defeated. It's really difficult for me to kill the Dark Shadow Commander alone. Even if I go all out, I won't be able to stop the Dark Shadow Commander from reviving to full health. In this place, he's almost invincible. What the hell? He really couldn't stop the Shadow Commander. The Shadow Commander's unlimited movement was extremely terrifying. If I want to kill the Dark Shadow Commander, I have to join forces with someone else. It's really difficult to kill him alone. With this thought in mind, Lin Fei did not expect to be able to kill the Dark Shadow Commander. What a joke. With this setting, even if he went all out, he would not be able to do it. He changed his method and started to wander around the Dark Shadow Commander. For Lin Fei, defense was always the easiest. It was even more convenient to move around. Half a month later, someone came out from one of the tunnels. Ha ha ha, looks like we're the first to come out. Once they were out of the Dark Shadow Corridor, the Elysian Son of Heaven laughed heartily. Even though there was a trace of fatigue on his face, at least they had made it out of the dark shadow corridor safely. But in the next second, the dark shadow commander changed its target. After fighting for half a month, the dark shadow commander was still unable to capture his opponent. Instead, he was injured everywhere. Gritting his teeth, when he sensed that someone was coming, he immediately changed his method. With a spatial movement, he appeared in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven and chopped down with his axe. Cold light shot out in all directions. Caught off guard, the Elysian Son of Heaven was sent flying and crashed into the rock wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. High Lord Yi Fei and High Lord Huang Lang, as well as High Lord Chuan Shan and High Lord Wu Qing, immediately reacted and took out their treasures to protect in front of them. However, facing the attack of the Dark Shadow Commander, the four of them changed their expressions. Too powerful. In a short period of time, they seemed to have walked a circle on the edge of death. What the hell is this? The Elysian Son of Heaven's blood and chi surged. The Emperor's will protection around his body was also shattered into a mess. The battle armor on his body was also dented. It looked shocking. Brother Xing, be careful. This seems to be the Dark Shadow Commander recorded in the information. High Lord Yi Fei reminded, it's very powerful. It seems to be invincible. It was not easy to get out of the Dark Shadow corridor. Before he could even catch his breath, he encountered the Dark Shadow Commander. The Elysian Son of Heaven was filled with anger. What bullsh** T Dark Shadow Commander, see how I kill him. A dream in vain. A huge bubble enveloped the Dark Shadow Commander. With a loud bang, the Dark Shadow Commander was injured. This move was a Sacred Soul Level 9 secret technique. It was very powerful, especially its lethality. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very confident in his strength. After defeating the Dark Shadow Commander in one move, he became high-spirited. He attacked again and again. Vairocana appeared behind him, Buddha's light shone. The Dark Shadow Commander's body constantly emitted black smoke. On the opposite side, Lin Fei replaced the Sky Splitter rod in his hand with the Sky Splitter hammer and watched the Elysian Son of Heaven attack the Dark Shadow Commander. You'll be dumbfounded later. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. Brother Xing, let us help you. High Lord Yi Fei and the other three attacked. They could see that although the Dark Shadow Commander was retreating, it was impossible for the Elysian Son of Heaven to severely injure or even kill it. He was far from enough. When the five of them joined forces, their offensive power increased greatly. Although the Dark Shadow Commander was powerful and kept using big moves, it still could not do anything to them. Alright, the Dark Shadow Commander is seriously injured. The Elysian Son of Heaven released a big move. The Dark Shadow Commander was on the verge of collapse. He laughed. Everyone, let's attack together and kill the Dark Shadow Commander. Maybe it will drop something good. High Lord Yi Fei also laughed. However, in the next second, under the siege of the five, the Dark Shadow Commander disappeared and returned to the altar. Whoosh! 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 His injuries were healed, and he was full of blood. His battle power was restored to its peak. With a move, he appeared behind High Lord Yi Fei and slashed down. High Lord Yi Fei, who took the attack head-on, vomited blood and was sent flying. How is this possible? Wasn't the Dark Shadow Commander heavily injured and on the verge of death? Why isn't he injured at all? The Elysian Son of Heaven's eyes widened, unable to react. It's like he was never injured. Not good, he's coming again. While they were hesitating, the Dark Shadow Commander's big axe kept attacking. After a large-scale attack, High Lord Huang Lang and the other two High Lords were all sent flying, leaving only the Elysian Son of Heaven. Buddha's palm. The Elysian Son of Heaven was enraged. He had never used this move before. The Dark Shadow Commander in front of him was extremely terrifying, causing him to feel immense pressure. This was a feeling that High Lord powerhouses would not feel. The Elysian Son of Heaven did not believe that the Dark Shadow Commander could withstand it. The Great Buddha behind him followed the Elysian Son's palm, and the Great Buddha followed suit. The two palms fused together, and countless Great Buddhas appeared on the palms. Bang! Bang! Before the attack reached the Dark Shadow Commander's body, its powerful physical defense also began to collapse, turning into black flesh and blood. More than half of the Dark Shadow Commander's body almost melted away. Seeing that it was about to hit, the Dark Shadow Commander moved again and directly returned to the altar. Its flesh and blood were reconstructed. The Buddha's palms slapped horizontally and landed heavily on the altar. A Jingguang appeared in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven's palm, forcibly blocking it. The altar behind it did not move at all. Damn it, this is the Buddha's palm. The Elysian Son of Heaven could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Holy Deputy Hall Master, stop fighting. You won't be able to kill the Dark Shadow Commander like this. Don't waste your energy. Suddenly, a voice came out of nowhere. The Elysian Son of Heaven found it a little familiar. This sounds like Lin Fei's voice. How is this possible? How did he get here? Chapter 29:19. Holy Son of Heaven finally saw Lin Fei. Holy Son of Heaven was confused. The first thought that came to his mind was, why is he here? Didn't you go out? Why are you here? Holy Son of Heaven had long assumed that Lin Fei was no longer in the Shadow Throne. The five of them had chosen the safe Shadow Corridor. They had suffered so much during this time, so Lin Fei must have left by now. But now, he did not go out. He was even looking at them with a smile. Supremacy Yi Fei and the others also noticed Lin Fei's presence. Their expressions were similar to Holy Son of Heaven's. They were all dumbfounded. Lin Fei actually came earlier than them. The most shocking thing was that not only did he come early, but he also survived the Shadow Commander's attack. What kind of joke was this? They thought that their eyes must be playing tricks on them. This was definitely not the Lin Fei they knew. He was not just a little bit stronger. From the moment they entered the Shadow Throne, they did not take Lin Fei seriously. He had successfully passed through the Shadow Corridor alone. Those Shadow Swordsmen were not easy to deal with. Why do I have to go out? Lin Fei smiled. Speaking of which, I was lucky. I did not encounter any Shadow Swordsmen along the way. Only the gravitational field was a little uncomfortable. Then, I came here smoothly. Could it be that you were under a lot of pressure along the way? Then I can only say that you are unlucky. Luck? Hearing this, Holy Son of Heaven could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After the Shadow Commander healed, he was the first to attack Holy Son of Heaven. Could it be that my rainbow lucky pearl is not good? Holy Son of Heaven shook his head. Why was Lin Fei luckier than him? Other than this explanation, he really did not believe that Lin Fei could pass through alone. What a lucky bastard. It was not easy for them to come over. When they heard these words, their faces felt like they were being slapped. After all, there were 5 of them. Lin Fei's appearance here was a huge blow to Holy Son of Heaven's group. They were most unwilling to see Lin Fei appear here. In the current situation, they could only watch as the Shadow Commander madly attacked them, not giving them a chance to catch their breaths. This Shadow Commander isn't easy to deal with. It can teleport and revive at full health. Take your time. Lin Fei stood on one side of the cliff and watched with a smile. Bastard! The Holy Son of Heaven cursed, but he still wanted to fight with the Shadow Commander. With the 5 of them working together, it didn't take long before they were all injured. They had lost count of how many medicinal pills they had taken, but every time they tried to kill the Dark Shadow Commander, he would always escape. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Saint Son of Heaven and the others looked tired, especially the 2 old Supremacy Lords. They had to protect the 2 newcomers. After 5 days, their bodies were riddled with wounds. Looking at the Dark Shadow Commanders again, they seemed to be completely fine. Gradually, they had grasped the Dark Shadow Commander's attacking methods, becoming extremely difficult to deal with. During this time, it wasn't that they didn't split up to attack the altar. Unfortunately, the Dark Shadow Commander would immediately return to the altar. They couldn't do anything. Vice Hall Master Lin, as someone who came in together, aren't you going to help? If we can't kill the Dark Shadow Commander, we can forget about going to the next level. Yi Fei looked at Lin Fei, who seemed to be fine. He was furious. Why did they have to endure the Dark Shadow Commander's ferocious attacks while he had nothing to do? After 5 days, Yi Fei also felt a huge pressure. The opponent was too strong. Every strike was filled with boundless power, and it was extremely strenuous for them to block. They had also consumed a lot of energy, so they wanted to pull Lin Fei down. At the very least, a body refinement supremacy could resist the Umbra Commander head-on. Lin Fei shook his head. Forget it. If the 5 of you can't do it, I'll just be looking for a beating. I feel pretty good now. It doesn't matter if I can't go to the next level. This was obviously a blatant lie. They didn't think so. Everyone was furious, but they didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei. The Dark Shadow Commander's tireless attacks were the most troublesome. The longer it went on, the harder it was to block. During this time, Sage Tianzi and the rest launched fierce attacks, but they still couldn't kill the Dark Shadow Commander. On the contrary, they were in a sorry state, and they hated Lin Fei to death. Good luck, I have high hopes for you guys. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you guys. Lin Fei felt that they had no motivation, so he simply cheered them on. The Dark Shadow Commander had suffered in Lin Fei's hands. After thinking about it, Sage Tianzi and the rest were easier to deal with. With a killing move like the Buddha's palm, the Dark Shadow Commander locked onto them. Ha ha ha, we're finally out. 3 days later, Su Heng brought 2 newcomers out. They saw a chaotic scene. The Dark Shadow Commander's terrifying aura swept out. After discovering the newcomers, it gave up on Sage Tianzi and the rest and attacked Su Heng. A shield appeared in front of them. Dark Shadow Commander. Su Heng's expression changed as he understood. Sage Tianzi and the rest finally heaved a sigh of relief, but they didn't dare to be careless. The opponent could move, especially in this place where treasures couldn't restrict it. If it turned around and attacked, they would be the unlucky ones. Too troublesome. Sage Tianzi panted and took out a pill to eat. Yi Fei and the other 2 did the same. They quickly recovered their energy. In these few days, they didn't know how many pills they had eaten. Even they felt heartache. The Shadow Commander on the first floor had already caused them to suffer greatly. Especially when Lin Fei was watching from the side. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Now that Su Heng had appeared, it was as though they had gotten rid of a problem. If the Dark Shadow Throne was too attractive, they would want to leave. Facing the Dark Shadow Commander was too terrifying. It couldn't be killed, and it couldn't be killed. Who would be willing to deal with it? Supremacy Su Heng's shield didn't last long before it shattered. The Umbra Commander's frenzied attacks also made Supremacy Su Heng feel immense pressure. He finally understood that Holy Son of Heaven's expression was one of schadenfreude. I can't block it, it's too strong. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, dozens of sword intents flew out from the Dark Shadow corridor. Pooh! Pooh! Bloody wounds exploded on the Dark Shadow Commander's body as sword intents filled the air. Supremacy Su Heng was secretly delighted. Such a terrifying killing intent, it was definitely the solitary sword that came out. At the end of the dark shadow corridor, Dugu Ijin walked out in a sorry state. He put two fingers together and a sword intent slashed out, sending the dark shadow commander flying and crashing into the wall. Thank you, Brother Dugu. The dark shadow commander is too troublesome. Su Heng said gratefully. You're welcome. We're all in the same boat. Chapter 29-20. The 10 supremacies finally gathered together again. At this moment, everyone's mentality was different. The Dark Shadow Commander did not care who they were. It raised its shield, and the axe in its hand raised strong winds and huge waves, attacking indiscriminately. So. Spatial movement was also executed to the extreme. Everyone was very smart, and carried out a certain level of defense. They did not attack the Dark Shadow Commander. No matter which side, they could forget about killing the Dark Shadow Commander. Half a day later. This small place was divided into 4 groups. The Dark Shadow Commander took turns to attack, giving everyone a headache. If they could not kill it, they would not be able to bear the exhaustion if they continued. How to kill the Dark Shadow Commander was a problem. Elysian Sun was the first to speak. If this continued, it would not end well for anyone. They could only work together. Destroying that altar was the most important. Without that unlimited recovery, the Dark Shadow Commander could not continue to threaten their lives. Work together. It was imperative. I think we cannot continue. We have to work together to deal with the Dark Shadow Commander. Otherwise, none of us will be able to go to the next floor. Elysian Sun suggested, and his tone became solemn. A few days passed, and they still could not take down the Dark Shadow Commander. Instead, their exhaustion increased. Every day they stayed here meant one more day of exhaustion. That's right, we have to work together. The Dark Shadow Commander must die. With our strength, if we work together, as long as we have the right strategy, we will definitely be able to kill the Dark Shadow Commander. Supremacy Yi Fei followed. If we don't work together, none of us will be able to pass. I believe that everyone has experienced the power of the Dark Shadow Commander. High Lord Huang Lang stood up. Only by working together will we have a chance against the Dark Shadow Commander. Their team had the most people. Once Elysian Sun suggested it, Supremacy Su Heng considered for a moment and chose to agree. They had worked so hard to come here, they did not wish to be stopped by the Dark Shadow Commander. I have no problem with that. Elysian Sun looked at Dugu Ijin. What about Brother Dugu? I have no problem either. Dugu Ijin's sword intent was very destructive, but it was still lacking against the Dark Shadow Commander. He could not kill it in one strike. Finally, only Lin Fei was left. I have no problem joining the team, we are only working together for a short period of time. However, there is one thing I have to make clear. Lin Fei also wanted to go to the next floor as soon as possible. After killing the Shadow Commander, what about the items that drop? The Shadow Commander had a strong vitality, and Lin Fei had the little demon analyze it. The other party's vitality was countless times more tyrannical than that of the Shadow Swordsman squad captain, at least 5 times more. What interested Lin Fei the most was whether the Dark Shadow Commander would drop life crystals. That was the most important thing. If he could absorb and refine this life crystal, he would definitely be able to raise his physical body's cultivation by a large margin. No matter what, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. The Elysian Son of Heaven glanced at Lin Fei. This was the last thing he wanted to talk about. We can divide the items into 10 portions. The 5 of us can take 5 portions. Brother Su and the other 2 can take 3 portions. You and Dugu Ijin can take 1 each. There shouldn't be any objections, right? The Elysian Son of Heaven said after pondering for a moment. Lin Fei was the first to shake his head. Then forget it. I don't know how one portion will be calculated. Maybe you guys will choose it first, and the rest will be given to us. If that's the case, I probably won't have a chance of getting anything good. Since that's the case, I'm not going to make a move. Anyway, I'm already satisfied to be able to reach this point. Before making things clear, Lin Fei wouldn't make a move. Du Yijian's expression was calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Su Heng and the other two's expressions also changed. They understood the Elysian Son of Heaven's meaning. If the items dropped, it seemed that the Elysian Son of Heaven's group would have the first choice. According to the Elysian Son of Heaven's idea, the physique cultivator Lin Fei had to join. Otherwise, who would fight the Shadow Commander? Could it be them? Previously, they had all experienced the prowess of the Shadow Commander. Without the support of a physique cultivator, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Previously, they didn't attach any importance to Lin Fei, but now, he had become extremely important. After all, the Elysian Son of Heaven wasn't a physique cultivator, and his physique wasn't as strong as Lin Fei's. That won't do. Although we are temporarily working together, we still have to do things according to the rules. The Elysian Son of Heaven wasn't willing to compromise. He had to get the biggest share of killing the Shadow Commander. Lin Fei was very clear about the Elysian Son of Heaven's character. He couldn't wait for Lin Fei to get out of the Shadow Throne. It was impossible for him to give Lin Fei any benefits. Lin Fei was also confident that without his help, the Shadow Commander wouldn't be so easy to kill. Then I'll back out. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. You guys kill first. I'll cheer you guys on from the side. Brother Xing, this fellow Lin Fei isn't willing to join us. Instead, he wants to take advantage of the situation. Why don't we chase him out? Yi Fei transmitted his voice. If we keep him around, it's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen to him. This fellow can pass the first round. If he goes to the second level, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. The Elysian Son of Heaven thought about it and agreed. Even without Lin Fei, they had 9 people. It shouldn't be difficult to kill the Shadow Commander. He believed that Su Heng and Du Yijin wouldn't interfere. Lin Fei had offended many supremacies in the Shadow Palace. Even if he went out, no one would take it seriously. Resources needed to be fought over. This was something that the higher-ups tacitly agreed to. Then chase Lin Fei out. Does he really think that I lack a physique cultivator like him? The Elysian Sun transmitted his voice to Yi Fei and the other supremacies. Very quickly, they came up with a countermeasure. When the Shadow Commander once again appeared in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven, the Elysian Son of Heaven directly used Buddha's palm and destroyed half of the Shadow Commander's body. This time, the Elysian Son of Heaven intentionally controlled his strength. The Shadow Commander fell into a berserk state. It launched a frenzied attack. The Elysian Son of Heaven flew in the direction of Lin Fei. Yi Fei and the others behind him did the same. This was a detail that they had noticed in the past few days. They wanted the Shadow Commander to attack Lin Fei. With the addition of the 5 of them, they should be able to chase Lin Fei out of the Shadow Throne. You guys are really shameless. Lin Fei was instantly locked down by 6 terrifying auras. The Elysian Son of Heaven gritted his teeth and used Buddha's palm. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it was still worth it if it could chase Lin Fei out. If he didn't listen to us, there was no point in staying here. The huge palm came whistling over. It didn't give Lin Fei any chance to resist. The other 4 supremacies cooperated very well. Since they had attacked, they didn't hold back. Their strength was almost combined into one. It wasn't inferior to a thunderous strike. Its power was comparable to a grand supremacy strike. The Shadow Commander, who had fallen into a berserk state, also used a big move. A series of black shadows appeared. Its power increased explosively as it blasted towards Lin Fei. Chapter 29-21. No one had expected Elysian Son of Heaven to really make a move. Actually, this kind of thing was very normal. While the Dark Shadow Palace looked harmonious, it was not. The internal strife was intense, and this was also a way for experts to train themselves. It was no joke that a general success was built on thousands of bones. As long as they did not kill each other, everyone acted as if nothing had happened. Even Lord Divinity Dark Shadow walked up step by step like this. There were no shortcuts. The Dark Shadow Throne was actually such a place to fight. Especially for experts like Elysian Son of Heaven and Duguijin. They were young and had high cultivation, so it was difficult to get along. Strife was unavoidable. Supremacy Su Heng watched quietly. "Are we going to make a move later?" the young Supremacy Pain Star asked. Lin Fei is a little too arrogant. Serves him right for being unlucky. Wouldn't it have been fine if he had just agreed to it? Supremacy Su Heng really did not want to interfere in this matter. Let's watch slowly. No matter how they fight, they will eventually rope us into deal with the Dark Shadow Commander. Supremacy Su Heng was also a wily old fox. There was no need to interfere in such a meaningless matter. What a pity. Pain Star and Falling Flower Supremacy shook their heads. If it were them, they would definitely not offend Elysian Son of Heaven and his group. Moreover, the Dark Shadow Commander was involved, and his strength was not as simple as it seemed. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he was still a peak supremacy. Just the Dark Shadow Commander alone was an expert that surpassed the peak supremacy level. Duguijin did not have much of an opinion on whether or not to join forces. Instead, he was more and more interested in Lin Fei. 1 against 5 supremacies, and a Dark Shadow Commander that surpassed the peak supremacy level. I wonder what gives you the right to say such bold words. I really look forward to it. In Duguijin's mind, he was constantly analyzing how to make a move, and how to fight for a chance to counterattack under such a siege. This was also one of his favorite ways. Thinking non-stop. Lin Fei had long predicted that they would act shamelessly. It was not that such a thing had never happened in the records of the Dark Shadow Palace. The little fiend had copied the first and second floors. These secrets were no longer secrets in Lin Fei's eyes. Proud Sky Protection. Against the attacks of 5 supremacies and 1 Dark Shadow Commander, Lin Yun had no choice but to retreat. Lin Fei activated the Proud Heavens Barricade, causing a thin layer of golden light to appear around him. The Sky Splitter Hammer in his hand smashed out towards the void, causing the entire void to become flat. Boom! Endless waves swept out. Bang bang bang. As the waves spread out, a portion of the combined attacks from the Sacred Sons of Heaven and the others were neutralized. The remaining portion of the attacks all collided with Jingguang, constantly melting and disintegrating until they completely disappeared. The faces of Elysian Son of Heaven, Exalt Yi Fei, and Exalt Huang Lang darkened. His strength has actually increased again. What kind of joke is this? His protective technique has also become more powerful. What the hell? All 3 of them were peak supremacies. Just the power of that blow alone was enough for them to feel the changes within it. It was the true power of a big move. The most terrifying thing was that protective technique. It was so powerful that it formed an absolute layer of defense. The 5 of them, together with the attack of the Dark Shadow Commander, actually did not pose the slightest threat to Lin Fei. Do you guys still want to continue? Lin Fei held the Sky Splitter Hammer and smiled. If it's not enough, you guys can continue. However, let me get rid of this annoying guy first. Swoosh. Lin Fei's speed increased to the limit. Everyone could only hear the thumping sound. The huge body of the Dark Shadow Commander flew out and slammed heavily into the rock wall. The speed was too fast. After reaching the late stage of the 8th level of Proud Heavens, Lin Fei's physical body could display even faster speed. Too fast. Dugu Yijian's eyes lit up. This is a sign that the physical body has improved again. The stronger the physical body, the faster the speed. Even if it was an ordinary movement technique, with the support of a tyrannical physical body, it could be reached to the extreme. Also, that power just now, directly breaking through the surface with a huge area of effect attack. The Dark Shadow Commander looked like it was not injured, but in fact, it was seriously injured. What a domineering method. At this moment, Dugu Yijin was stunned by Lin Fei's performance. Just based on that move, Lin Fei's strength had surpassed everyone. If he could fight the Dark Shadow Commander alone, he would not lose. Of course, if the fight dragged on, the Dark Shadow Commander would still win. He actually sent the Dark Shadow Commander flying. The Dark Shadow Commander had no ability to resist. If it was said that Lin Fei could easily block their joint attack. But at this moment, when the Dark Shadow Commander was sent flying, it was enough to shock them. Among everyone present, other than Dugu Yijian, probably no one could easily injure the Dark Shadow Commander. Even the Elysian Son of Heaven was the same. His killer move, Buddha's palm. The power was peerless, but it was not that powerful. It was obviously a level lower. The Elysian Son's expression turned ugly. This kind of attack, I wonder how many times you can release it. The Elysian Son really did not believe that Lin Fei's strength could still increase in such a short time. Kill. The 5 of them attacked again. After the Dark Shadow Commander suffered a big move, it pounced toward Supremacy Su Heng, who was not far away. Dugu Yijin followed up with a sword strike. Streams of sword intent blasted on the Dark Shadow Commander's body. Lin Fei's speed was no slower than the Dark Shadow Commander's movement speed. A hammer smashed towards the Elysian Son of Heaven's face. A loud cracking sound. The Emperor Will body protection was shattered. The second hammer followed, smashing heavily on the Elysian Son's chest. Cracks appeared on his battle armor, and his entire person was sent flying. Spatial oscillation. After his attack succeeded, terrifying energy rippled around Lin Fei's body. The slightly weaker Mountain Supremacy and Ruthless Supremacy were directly sent flying. Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang were impacted, and their bodies swayed. In the next second, more than 10 shadows came crashing over. They joined forces to block 7 or 8 of them, but there were still 7 or 8 shadows that landed on their bodies, and they were directly beaten silly. Now, do you still want to fight? After his strength increased, Lin Fei's strength was even greater than before. Even if he restrained a portion of his strength, he could still easily defeat them. We don't want to fight anymore. We are from the Dark Shadow Palace, let's talk things out. Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang could feel the explosive and destructive power in their bodies the most. It was rampaging all the way, and they were forced to use all their strength to suppress that power. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Brother Sheng, it was not easy for us to come here. Vice Hall Master Lin's strength is also here. Why don't we join forces? Dugu Yijin smiled and said, as for the distribution of the items, we will first ask Lin Fei. Chapter 29-22. The Dark Shadow Commander was also sent flying, his body riddled with bloody gashes and bruises. Howling, he returned to the altar in bedraggled fashion, where he began to heal his wounds. Yi Fei also thought that Dugu Yijin was right. Now they finally knew how powerful Lin Fei was. He really lived up to his reputation. No wonder he could suppress the Elysian Son. Yi Fei himself also suffered a little. Compared to the last time, Lin Fei's strength had improved a lot. His use of strength was even more terrifying. He could easily break through their Emperor Will protection. If they continued, there would be no benefits. They could see that if Lin Fei didn't join them, Dugu Yijin might stand on the side. At that time, with the 8 of them injured, no one would be able to take down the Dark Shadow Commander. Sure. The Elysian Sun was reluctant. The chaotic destructive power in his body told him one thing. Lin Fei's strength seemed to be above him. Deputy Hall Leader Lin, it was just a misunderstanding. Yi Fei said shamelessly. Don't mind it. We were just testing. We are not targeting Deputy Hall Leader Lin. Lin Fei secretly scolded them for being shameless, but on the surface, he chuckled. I'll cut to the chase. Everyone's goal is the same, so I'll be frank. The Dark Shadow Commander's final blow must be dealt by me. As for where it will fall, that will depend on personal advantage. Whoever can snatch it first will get it. What do you all think? Yi Fei and the Elysian Sun were prepared to pay a big price. As long as it was not an extremely dangerous person, they would agree. With Lin Fei's participation, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. But after hearing Lin Fei's words, everyone doubted that they had heard wrongly. So simple. The Dark Shadow Commander's last attack. This did not seem too much. Could there be some secret? But no matter how they guessed, they could not find any secret. As for snatching it by themselves, they were not worried. After all, there were 5 of them. Even if Lin Fei was fast, he could still delay the other party. This requirement was too low. Sure, no problem at all. Revered Lord Yi Fei quickly agreed, everyone can make an oath and we can start the operation. No matter what Lin Fei thought, they would not refuse these 2 conditions. Without waiting for Lin Fei to say anything, they immediately swore an oath, afraid that Lin Fei would change his mind. Su Hang and the others did not understand. What is Lin Fei trying to do? These 2 conditions did not affect supremacy Su Hang. Deep down in his heart, he actually hoped that this was the case. There were 3 of them, and their chances were still very high. Dugu Yijin gave a thumbs up to Lin Fei. Interesting, really interesting. What happened next was simple. Leave the Dark Shadow Commander to me and Brother Dugu. After a simple discussion, Lin Fei chose to attack the Shadow Commander while the Elysian children and the others attacked the altar. That place could not be so sturdy. As long as they kept attacking, there would always be a chance. No one had any objections. If they could, they would rather attack the altar than the Shadow Commander. Kill. Lin Fei executed spatial oscillation, which shook the Shadow Commander's body. He followed up, and countless shadows appeared behind him. The Sky Splitter hammer in his hand smashed onto the Shadow Commander's body. Heh, if you guys make a move, wouldn't the Dark Shadow Commander's life energy be wasted for nothing? This thing is good stuff. Lin Fei's current fleshly body was at the late stage of Prideful Heaven Tier 8. He could still absorb as much as he could without too many restrictions. Brother Dugu, can your domain stop the Shadow Commander for a short while? Lin Fei's attacks were very fast, and he did not give the Shadow Commander any chance to move. After his strength increased, he could keep up with the Shadow Commander's movement speed. However, he felt that he was still lacking, and he needed Dugu Yijin's help. Sure. Dugu Yijin was still a man of few words. He unleashed his sword domain. Return. Under Lin Fei's barrage of attacks, the Dark Shadow Commander moved. Dugu Yijin did not give it an opportunity. His sword slashed through the air, cutting off the Dark Shadow Commander's path. Lin Fei took this opportunity to force the Dark Shadow Commander out. Although the Shadow Commander was unable to reach the altar, it was still able to reach the edge of the altar. The injuries on its body had actually recovered to a certain extent. Lin Fei caught up. Looks like we can only kill the Shadow Commander by destroying the altar. What an amazing method. Dugu Yijin revealed a look of surprise. Just now, when he slashed through the air, the Shadow Commander was injured, but it still rushed over. Chase him out. Everyone immediately attacked the Dark Shadow Commander, forcing it away from the altar. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijin attacked the most fiercely. The Shadow Commander quickly rushed out of the altar's range. Once it left the range, they continued to attack the altar. Vice Hall Master Lin, we cannot attack too fiercely. Otherwise, everyone's efforts would be in vain. We have to wander around and slowly drag it out. Lin Fei felt that this was a good idea. Time passed day by day. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijin had been attacking the Shadow Commander for a month. Every time, they would make the Elysian children and the rest destroy the altar. Only Lin Fei was able to attack for a month without any consumption. The Elysian children and the rest did not have it easy. They were as tired as dogs. Fortunately, the altar was starting to show signs of damage. Lin Fei had already grasped the Shadow Commander's attacking habits. Every time he returned, he would cut off the path ahead of time. With Dugu Yijin's cooperation, the Shadow Commander's recovery speed became slower and slower. This feels great. It's a pity that I only have one chance like this. After a month of absorbing and plundering, Lin Fei's prideful celestial 8th layer had increased by quite a bit. His physical strength had also become more tyrannical and terrifying. Lin Fei absolutely believed that if he used an elemental energy weapon, he would be able to send the Shadow Commander flying with a single strike. Crack, 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 crack. A loud sound came from the altar. A few of the altar's pillars finally fell. Now is the best chance. In this month, they had discovered that the pillars on the altar were clearly not ordinary. Therefore, as long as the pillars were broken, their recovery speed would decrease. Kill. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijin did not hold back. They unleashed their ultimate moves at the Shadow Commander. Roar, roar, roar. Under the continuous attacks, the Shadow Commander's life force became weaker and weaker. It constantly tried to return to the altar, but it was beaten out every time. Even if it had the ability to move, in this narrow space, if it wanted to block the attacks, it would not be a problem. Die. The Shadow Commander's aura was very weak. Lin Fei unleashed his thunderclap leap, tearing the Dark Shadow Commander's body to shreds. An extremely dense wave of life energy poured into his body like a flood. Chapter 29-23. A huge amount of life energy surged into his body, and Lin Fei felt like he was about to explode. Lin Fei had never thought that he would plunder so much life energy at the last moment. It was unbelievably dense, and even the powerful Proud Heaven could not adapt to it for a moment. In the past, the life energy absorbed was like a small river, but this time, it was like a surging river. If it was an ordinary heavenly god body, it would have exploded and died the moment it entered. Refine it all. Lin Fei activated Proud Heaven, and his entire body was like a millstone, constantly suppressing the life energy. His flesh and blood cells also opened up bottomless pits, constantly devouring, refining, and absorbing. Fortunately, Lin Fei had improved and managed to suppress it. All that was left was to slowly refine it, and his essence, energy, and spirit had also recovered to its peak. Elysian Sun and the rest had been paying attention to the Dark Shadow Commander. This thing would drop good things after its death, which was also a major feature of the Dark Shadow Throne. A dream come true. When the Dark Shadow Commander died, a resplendent light appeared. Elysian Sun's attack came, and his first target was to trap Lin Fei. Quick, snatch it. There seems to be life crystals. Good stuff. No one cared so much about it. When it dropped, Lin Fei had asked Little Fiend to keep a close eye on it. Master, there's nothing good left. There are only 10 or so life crystals of average quality. It seems that Master has plundered too much, and the remaining life energy can only be converted into 10 or so life crystals. Other than that, there seems to be an axe and a shield, which can be considered good treasures. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. Looks like I've taken the big one. The life energy that he had plundered from the Dark Shadow Commander had completely exceeded his expectations. Now that he thought about it, it seemed to be the case. The axe and shield were both supreme-grade heaven divine weapons, and they were of no use to Lin Fei. Lin Fei gave up and went to fight for them. He was not too interested in those life crystals. Great, there's actually a life crystal. Good stuff. Elysian Sons of Heaven and the others were also delighted. The life crystal was a special existence. It was a high-level secret in the ancient records of the Dark Shadow Palace. Very few people below the supremacy level knew about it. The life crystal could not only be used to strengthen one's physical body for cultivation, but it could also be used to heal injuries and extend one's lifespan. Unfortunately, other than a few restricted areas, it was almost impossible to find life crystals. To High Lords, they were treasures. After killing the Dark Shadow Commander, they could drop more than 10 life crystals. This would definitely make everyone happy. Vice Pavilion Master Lin, I'm sorry. The Elysian Sun finally revealed a trace of pride. The 5 of them had snatched a total of 7 life crystals, including the Shadow Commander's shield. That was a good item. Even under Lin Fei's attacks, it had not been damaged. Crack, 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 crack. After killing the Dark Shadow Commander, a loud sound came from one of the walls, and a passage appeared in front of everyone. This should be the entrance to the next level. They had checked before and did not find any entrance on the wall. Now, it seemed that the Dark Shadow Throne was full of mysteries. After dividing up the items dropped by the Dark Shadow Commander, everyone fixed their eyes on the altar. Unfortunately, with the death of the Dark Shadow Commander, the entire altar had become a pile of ruins. After searching for a while, they did not find anything good. They could not help but feel that it was a pity. After cultivating in this place for half a month, the Elysian Sons of Heaven and the others were the first to leave. They could not wait to go to the next level, which was the Dark Shadow Labyrinth. Lin Fei did not want to stand out too much, so he took out elixirs to recover. In fact, he was silently refining the life energy, and his prideful Heaven Tier 8 body was constantly breaking through the limits. Even so, there was still a large part of Lin Fei's body left. According to the current prideful Heaven Tier 8 body, he was almost at his limit. What should he do with the remaining life energy? This had become a big problem. The plunder skill was a passive skill. Lin Fei could not stop it. But if he continued, he did not have the Origin Energy God Sand to unlock it. If he continued, his body would soon not be able to withstand the influx of life energy. Lin Fei had a headache. Actually, Master does not need to have a headache. The life energy in your body cannot be completely refined, but it can be condensed into life crystals. Little Fiend said proudly. Just a few days ago, the system deciphered the production method of life crystals. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It can't be, the system deciphered the production method of life crystals. He still remembered from the ancient records of the Dark Shadow Palace that life crystals were special items. By now, almost no one knew how to produce them. Thus, the value of life crystals had increased. The reason why the body tempering style could not become strong was because it was too difficult to cultivate. Back then, there were many body tempering style experts, and it was actually because of the help of life crystals. At that time, the body tempering style supremacies were all very powerful. Coupled with the life crystals that they carried with them, they were very domineering. In the Saint Spirit domain, they could do whatever they wanted. Later, the number of life crystals decreased, and the production method also disappeared. Now, the number of life crystals was very low. Even if there were any, they were in the hands of the 3 top forces. The words that came out of the little devil's mouth really shocked Lin Fei. Deciphering the production method of life crystals is actually not difficult. After all, the current system is a high-level system. Little Fiend said, Master can use the excess life crystals to temporarily produce life crystals. When you break through to the 9th level of sky-defying realm, you can use it to refine. Your strength will also increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei was very satisfied. This good news came at the right time. Master, I will now impart the production method of life crystals to you. A production method immediately appeared in Lin Fei's mind, and he laughed. Ha ha ha, that's great. Su Heng and the rest also entered. Now, only Dugu Yijin was left outside. He couldn't help but be startled by Lin Fei's inexplicable laughter. From the moment he entered until now, he felt that he could not see through Lin Fei anymore. So that's how it is. No wonder no one in the Saint Spirit domain can refine life crystals. This step is too important. Lin Fei quickly looked through it and was amazed by this production method. It was indeed a secret method. Lin Fei originally wanted to wait for Dugu Yijin to enter before refining the life crystals. But Dugu Yijin was lazy and didn't leave, which made him speechless. Not intending to go in, Lin Fei asked casually. If they enter, they might not reach the next level. If they have this time, they might as well take a good rest. Anyway, everyone wants to go to the Shadow Throne. No matter what, we have to cooperate. Dugu Yijin also learned to be smart. Chapter 29-24. Lin Fei did not want to reveal that he knew how to create vital crystals. Given the system's nature, the vital crystal creation method was definitely the best in the Saint Spirit domain. Once it was revealed, he believed that everyone in the Saint Spirit domain would go crazy. Lin Fei had to proceed carefully. Fortunately, Dugu Yijin did not stay for long before leaving. I'm not the only smart person here. After the incident with the Shadow Commander, Lin Fei believed that there would definitely be such a powerful shadow mutant in the next level. If he wanted to go there, he had to work together. I'd better deal with the drawbacks in my body first. After confirming that there was no one around, Lin Fei began to create the vital crystals. The process was not very complicated. It was nothing more than compression. It sounded simple, but in fact, without the method, one would not be able to comprehend it in their lifetime. Slowly, Lin Fei mobilized the life energy in his body, continuously compressing and condensing it. Something that looked like a vital crystal appeared right before his eyes. The entire process only took the time for a stick of incense to burn. This was because he was still unfamiliar with it. Looking at the sparkling and translucent vital crystal, Lin Fei could not help but sigh. To be able to purify life energy through a thin layer of matter was truly uncanny. If I use vital crystals to exchange for the Essence Force Divine Sand, I reckon many people will go crazy. With the first piece, Lin Fei immediately began to create the second piece. 3 days later, Lin Fei was proficient in creating vital crystals. In a day, he could create thousands of vital crystals, each of which was of excellent quality. Lin Fei used a total of half a month to create nearly 20,000 vital crystals. Without that sense of crisis, he heaved a sigh of relief. After a short rest, Lin Fei entered the second level. Second level, Shadow Labyrinth. When Lin Fei came out of the passageway, he was immediately immersed in endless darkness. My divine senses are actually limited to less than 3 meters. On the first level, his divine senses had also been restricted, but here, the suppression was even more severe. Both his eyes and divine senses seemed to have lost their function. So this is the famous Shadow Labyrinth. It restricts everything. It's no wonder that many people can't pass through this level and lose the ability to search with their divine senses. The Shadow Labyrinth is really full of danger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 gusts of cold wind came. Lin Fei's body shook, and the surroundings became quiet again. Its stealth ability is even stronger than the Umbra swordsman. The surrounding dark environment is a great help to the Umbra demonic beast. Let me think, this should be the Umbra assassin, an existence even stronger than the Umbra swordsman. The moment this thought appeared, more than 10 gusts of cold wind came from all directions. Lin Fei did not see the shadows of the shadow assassins. They had all blended into the darkness and were truly undetectable. Lin Fei did not care that the shadow assassin could display his perfect power here. Little demon, show me the floor plan. Bang bang bang. The shadow assassin's attacks weren't very strong, but they were very hard to defend against, and they would attack in the next second. Lin Fei activated Proud Heaven body fortification and rushed forward. It really is a maze. When the 2D map opened, Lin Fei saw a huge maze. It was twisting and turning. Coupled with the fact that they had lost their spiritual sense, anyone would have a headache. Poof poof poof. Lin Fei's sky-defying stage 8 reached his limit, casually flicking his finger. That finger seemed to pass through the void, flicking onto the shadow assassins in the night, causing them to collapse one after another. Now that my physical strength is stronger, the dark shadow assassin's movements are fast, but compared to me, he is still a lot slower. Lin Fei shook his head and followed the path given by the system. There were indeed many assassins in the shadow labyrinth. While Lin Fei was moving, there was a constant stream of sneak attacks. After the spatial shock activated, the dark shadow assassins weren't so lucky. One by one, they were sent flying and immediately suffered heavy injuries. The second time they came up, they were shattered into pieces. How strong the dark shadow assassins were, how strong their defense was, with just one move, Lin Fei was able to probe them out. Killing them didn't take any time at all. Lin Fei moved quickly all the way. If those high lords who came in knew of this situation, they would all be dumbfounded. There had never been a high lord who could move quickly in the shadow labyrinth. Those dark shadow assassins were extremely sensitive to sound, and they would definitely attract a large group of dark shadow assassins to surround and attack. Master, you have to go to the left. This shadow labyrinth has just undergone a small change. If Master keeps going forward, he will enter a dead end. There are a lot of dark shadow assassins inside, it can be considered a nest. Lin Fei immediately opened the 2D map of the shadow labyrinth in the system. After carefully looking at the opposite side, there was indeed a change. Although the change wasn't big, this change caused the shadow labyrinth to unknowingly undergo a huge change. If not for the little devil's reminder, Lin Fei really wouldn't have noticed it. I really don't know who set this up. It's really shameless. It's really difficult to pass through the second floor. With this change, I need to constantly calculate and analyze. Coupled with the constant attacks of the dark shadow assassins, I really won't be able to persist for such a long time. Lin Fei gained a new understanding of the shadow labyrinth. It really was different from the rest. Elysian Son of Heaven, Duguijian, and the others are probably having a hard time now. Lin Fei's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but laugh. The shadow labyrinth quietly changed. With the help of the system, Lin Fei began to move toward the center of the shadow labyrinth. In the center, there was a circular place that looked like an altar. Without guessing, it was obvious that this was the way to go to the next floor. Although the 2D map didn't seem big, when it came to moving, the area was not ordinary. But when he really moved, the area wasn't just an ordinary big one. Even with the help of the planar map, Lin Fei walked for 10 years, and he barely passed the outer perimeter. In these 10 years, Lin Fei absorbed a huge amount of life energy, and the 8th level of Prideful Heaven Realm was constantly maintained at the limit. The life crystals had also increased from around 20,000 to the current 100,000 life crystals. If word of this spread out, it would be shocking. It was a pity that Lin Fei didn't meet any other supremacies. Thinking about it, the shadow labyrinth was so big, and he spent 10 years, and he even had the help of the system to reach this place. Those people probably wouldn't be so lucky. After passing through the outer perimeter, he arrived here. The changes were even greater. It changed once a day, and there was no time for people to think. Lin Fei's movement was still so fast. I can't block it anymore. There are too many dark shadow assassins. What should I do? Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Lin Fei stopped, and the dark shadow assassins that had just scuttled out all turned into dust. It seems to be the voice of Supremacy Su Heng. Chapter 29-25. Supremacy Su Heng and the other two were running for their lives like stray dogs. There were too many dark shadow assassins. They kept on attacking, one wave after another, delaying their steps. In addition to their divine senses being suppressed, the three of them were covered in wounds and looked battered and exhausted. Supremacy Su Heng revealed a fatigued expression. 10 years. Ever since they entered, they had never stopped fighting. It seems like we can't pass this level of the Dark Shadow Labyrinth. Supremacy Su Heng had the relevant information, which was why he was able to reach this level step by step. As the Dark Shadow Labyrinth continued to change, he felt that he was getting further and further away from that place. Each time he thought he was on the right path, he would deviate at the next moment. The speed and strength of his attack started to weaken, and he was only left with 60% of his peak strength. Killing the Dark Shadow Assassins wasn't that easy anymore. There's only one choice left. Supremacy Su Heng swept out with his sword, repelling the pursuing Dark Shadow Assassins. Looking at the Dark Shadow Assassins that kept on attacking, he couldn't help but shake his head. I was still too overconfident. The Dark Shadow Assassins formed an encirclement. The three of them couldn't defend against such a large number of Dark Shadow Assassins even if they joined hands, and they completely resigned to their fate. Pang pang pang. Another wave of Dark Shadow Assassins attacked. Suddenly, without any warning, a terrifying aura descended, crashing into the Dark Shadow Assassins like a tidal wave. As the aura swept over, the Dark Shadow Assassins were instantly turned into dust, disappearing in a puff of smoke. The danger in Supremacy Su Heng's eyes was instantly resolved. Someone helped. That's great. Supremacy Su Heng's heart shook, and a person popped up in his mind. Is it Vice Hall Master Lin? Su Heng felt that only Lin Fei had such a ferocious and domineering strength, and no one else could compare to him. Supremacy Su, are you guys alright? A figure emerged from the darkness, and appeared in Supremacy Su Heng's vision. Exalt Su Heng's heart trembled. His strength has increased again. With a single strike, he killed the Dark Shadow Assassin as though he was killing an ant. This is too abnormal. There aren't many body refinement exalts like him. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to deal with these Umbra assassins. In these 10 years, he had lost quite a few treasures, and only now did he barely manage to find a part of the weaknesses of the Umbra assassins. Su Heng felt that it was impossible for him to be as domineering as Lin Fei, who could sweep away thousands of enemies. The gap was too great. Brother Lin, thank you for your help. Otherwise, would really have to leave. Su Heng heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Fei gratefully. Even the way he addressed Lin Fei had unknowingly changed. Just the three of you. Not with them. Lin Fei asked curiously. Exalt Su Heng laughed bitterly. The Elysian Heavenly Sons and the rest are not interested in joining us. Originally, I thought that with the notes left behind by Senior, we would be able to make it through. Lin Fei had a good impression of Supremacy Su Heng. At least he wouldn't put on airs. It's fate that we met. I have some understanding of this shadow labyrinth. If you don't mind, you can come with me. In the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei had almost become the public enemy of those supremacies. He didn't mind showing his good intentions now. If Supremacy Suheng didn't appreciate it, Lin Fei wouldn't say anything. It could only mean that Supremacy Suheng had missed out on a great opportunity. I don't mind at all. With Brother Lin leading the way, we might even be the first to reach the innermost area. Suheng Exalt was not a blind person, and he hurriedly agreed. Ever since Lin Fei clashed with the Elysian Son of Heaven several times, he had always had the upper hand. He walked through the shadow labyrinth as though he was walking on flat ground. Even if Suheng had the time, he wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. What caught people's attention the most was that Lin Fei's strength seemed to be constantly improving. Why would Suheng give up such a good opportunity? Let's go. Lin Fei nodded slightly and walked in the direction they came from. Supremacy Suheng quickly rejoiced that his choice was right. Brother Lin, will something happen if we walk like this? Moving at high speed, Supremacy Suheng felt uneasy. Don't worry, just follow me. At the start, Supremacy Suheng moved like this as well. Very quickly, he suffered from the endless attacks of the shadow assassins. After suffering a few times, he didn't dare to do it again. Lin Fei was in front, Supremacy Suheng was at the back, and the two young supremacies were in the middle. As the Skysplitter hammer swung continuously, the shadow assassins in the darkness were continuously crushed. Supremacy Suheng and the other two were dumbfounded. This was too domineering. A month later, they got used to Lin Fei's violent methods. Ha ha ha, our luck is not bad. We found the Shadow Crimson Cliff. Supremacy Suheng's essence, chi, and spirit had all recovered. He never felt that being with Lin Fei in the Shadow Labyrinth would be so easy. He didn't need to worry, didn't need to think about anything, and only needed to deal with the fish that slipped through the net. Originally, he was worried that they would go the wrong way, but Lin Fei seemed to know how to navigate the Shadow Labyrinth. This was simply too heaven-defying. Supremacy Suheng didn't think that he knew all the changes in the Shadow Labyrinth. To be able to proceed smoothly, it was all because of his monstrous divination ability. Supremacy Suheng worshipped this ability 10,000 times over. A year later, Supremacy Suheng and the other two did not have any objections. Picking up items from the back became what they were most happy to do. Lin Fei didn't care about what they were thinking. From the look of worship in Supremacy Suheng's eyes, he knew that he must have misunderstood. He was naturally happy and didn't explain. Although the drop rate was very low, and Lin Fei didn't care about it, just the wave after wave of shadow assassins was enough to obtain a large amount of life energy. Lin Fei only took a small portion and gave the rest to them. This made Supremacy Suheng and the others extremely happy. Their impression of Lin Fei was getting better and better. Even with the addition of Supremacy Suheng and the others, Lin Fei's movement speed didn't slow down, and he was rushing towards the center. All the changes in the Shadow Labyrinth were useless in front of him. I think I'm almost there. That place was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei estimated that he would arrive in at most 10 months. It was a pity that he didn't meet Elysian Sun and the others along the way. Lin Fei wanted to see their miserable looks, and he believed that it would be very interesting. Dugu Yijin was also nowhere to be seen. Lin Fei only needed to hurry. From the 10 months, there were still 3 months left. On the way in the Shadow Labyrinth, Lin Fei smelled a sharp sword intent. Look, these shadow assassins seem to have been killed in a single strike. Even now, there are still sword intents left. It should be left behind by Dugu Yijin. Supremacy Suheng looked at the corpse of the shadow assassin. There was a black line left on the surface, and it wasn't very obvious. So he left even faster than me. Lin Fei took a closer look and recognized the wound on the surface. It was left by Dugu Yijin. Master, this person's strength is the same as Master's, and he has also experienced a huge increase. His sword art is even more terrifying. Don't look at the wound on the surface, the internal organs have turned into a pool of blood. Lin Fei agreed with the little devil's words. The shadow assassins here are very powerful, and all of them are supremacies. He is a sword Dao genius, and it is normal for him to break through under such training. Not long later, Lin Fei caught up to Dugui Jian, who was killing the shadow assassins. With a light sword, the shadow assassins all fell to the ground. Clean and decisive. Chapter 29-26. Dugui Jian stopped, turned around, and revealed a look of surprise. If you can break through, why can't I? Dugui Jian was in high spirits. He held his sword and slashed towards Lin Fei. This sword was extremely powerful, like a white line. A smile also appeared on Lin Fei's face. Good. He swept the sky splitter hammer in his hand, and a thick purple light whizzed up. A sword and a hammer collided heavily. The void in front of the two of them, under the impact of the powerful force, created a black hole in the void. After a short while, it recovered, but one could still see the destructive power within. After Dugui Jian attacked, he put away the weapon in his hand, and no longer attacked. Su Heng and the other two, who were standing behind him, had goosebumps. Especially that sword, which was extremely powerful and contained a terrifying sword Dao killing intent. Even the Emperor's will protection body trembled slightly. Lin Fei and Dugui Jian stopped after exchanging a move. Not only did your strength improve quickly, but you also have a clear understanding of the Shadow Labyrinth. If word gets out that you can reach here, who knows how many people will be dumbfounded. Dugui Jian had his own information, and with his powerful analysis and calculation ability, he walked step by step, but it was not easy. The fact that Lin Fei was able to make it this far was too surprising. The Shadow Labyrinth was more like a test. Try your luck. It might be possible in the Shadow Corridor, but not here. No matter how good one's luck was, it could not be good all the time. This was why Dugui Jian admired Lin Fei. As for Su Heng, he seemed to be following Lin Fei's lead. Needless to say, he definitely followed. My calculation ability is unparalleled in the world. The Shadow Labyrinth is constantly changing, but it is still a little lacking here. Are you interested to experience it together? It's better than walking around blindly. Lin Fei invited. Sure, I also want to experience your unparalleled calculation ability. Dugui Jian really did not believe it. The Shadow Labyrinth was famous for being difficult to walk. Lin Fei did not believe that Dugui Jian would refuse his invitation. The fact that he was able to come this far was the best proof. From Supremacy Su Heng, he knew that until now, there was not a single supremacy in the Dark Shadow Palace who had complete information on the Dark Shadow Labyrinth. Very few people could make it this far. At this point, all that was left was the ability to calculate. It was a test of a person's ability. For Dugui Jian to reach here, his luck was rather good. He was much better than Su Heng. If they hadn't met Lin Fei, they would have been teleported out. In fact, Dugui Jian really wanted to see Lin Fei's ability. He wouldn't be surprised if anyone else came here, but Lin Fei was different. The supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace appeared polite on the surface, but in reality, they were trying to ostracize him. It was not easy to obtain information about the Dark Shadow Labyrinth. Even in the library, they had only left behind the outer route. Lin Fei almost didn't need to calculate, he kept going in circles. Dugui Jian attacked from the side. Both of them were very strong. As they pushed their way through, not a single Dark Shadow assassin could stop them. Dugui Jian was soon convinced. These roads were all unfamiliar to him, but he could pass them all. What he worried about the most didn't happen, such as reaching a dead end and encountering the lair of the Dark Shadow assassins. Dugui Jian had encountered such a situation countless times, and every time, he ended up in a sorry state. Seeing that Lin Fei passed through without any mishaps, his interest was piqued. Perhaps this fellow really knew some secret. Duke Ijin couldn't help but admire him for finding the intersection time and time again. Lin Fei was better than him in terms of calculation. The surrounding dark shadow assassins gradually decreased, but their abilities became extremely strong. The most incredible thing was that they were harder to kill. Usually, one move was enough to kill them, but now, they needed more than 5 moves. This also proved that they were very close to the end. Unknowingly, there were 5 people in Lin Fei's group. Their abilities had increased greatly. There wasn't much danger along the way. At most, it would take them a little longer. There seems to be fighting sounds ahead. It should be Elysian Sun and the rest. Supremacy Su Heng heard the commotion. The others heard it as well. Elysian Sun is really amazing. Relying on that rainbow pearl and the information, he walked even further than us. Duke Ijin didn't speak much, but every sentence was important. They should have encountered some trouble. Lin Fei smiled. Previously, I was still thinking about them. I didn't expect to actually encounter them. At an intersection ahead, Elysian Sun and the rest had encountered trouble. Originally, there were 5 of them, but now there were only 3. The 2 young Supremacy had left. Clearly, they had been separated by the Dark Shadow Assassins. Now, Elysian Sun and the rest had their backs against each other. Their bodies were covered in injuries, and they looked rather miserable. Brother Sheng, this is the lair of the Dark Shadow Assassins, and there are too many of them. We can't charge through it all. Supremacy Yi Fei's expression was solemn as he constantly attacked the places in front of him that he couldn't see. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have gone to the other side. Elysian Sun was also regretful. The rainbow pearl is sometimes unreliable. We actually walked into a dead end and even encountered a lair. Let's charge again. Supremacy Huanglang suggested. All right. The 3 of them charged forward again. Elysian Sun took the lead, while Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huanglang supported him from the side. Not long after they charged out, they were forced to retreat. There were too many Dark Shadow Assassins. Isn't this the Holy Vice Hall Master? I was wondering where you guys were going, so it turns out that you were hiding here. How does it feel? Isn't it very exciting? Or are you planning to undergo a life and death training here? In the darkness, Lin Fei's laughter could be heard. Damn, it's that brat Lin Fei's voice. Supremacy Yi Fei's eyes revealed shock. It can't be, he can come here. Supremacy Huanglang was shocked. How did he come here? This place was infinitely close to the end of the Shadow Labyrinth. The name that Elysian Son of Heaven didn't want to hear the most was Lin Fei's name. Why was this guy doing better than him the entire time? After all, he was someone with the rainbow pearl, yet he encountered such a troublesome matter. Training. What a joke. Elysian Son of Heaven almost couldn't breathe. You guys guessed right, I really am Lin Fei. Nothing is impossible, my luck is not bad, I have always been behind you guys. Lin Fei's voice sounded out again. Elysian Son of Heaven took the opportunity to say, what exactly are you trying to do? Actually, it's very simple. I'll help you guys, but you guys will need to pay a large sum of money. Elysian Son of Heaven continuously struck out with his palm, and said angrily, don't even think about it. A mere dark shadow assassin can stop us. Chapter 29-27. In the depths of the Shadow Labyrinth. Looks like their luck isn't too good. Lin Fei smiled and said to everyone. Others couldn't see clearly, but with the system in hand, they could see everything clearly. The 3 of them were in a sorry state. They were unlucky enough to encounter a nest of powerful shadow assassins. These shadow assassins were very smart. They constantly moved around and didn't attack blindly. They were rather organized. As time went on, the pressure increased, and the chances of the shadow assassins winning increased. Dugu Ijin could barely see the situation and shook his head. They're really unlucky. Those powerful shadow assassins won't let them off so easily. Supremacy Su Heng wasn't surprised by Lin Fei's words. It was already good enough that they didn't throw stones. If it were someone else, he would definitely chase them out. That's right. That's why they deserve to bleed. Dugu Ijin said. Elysian sons are unlucky to encounter you. Only you dare to extort money from them. Lin Fei chuckled. As long as they want to stay, they'll definitely have to pay a huge price. Those shadow assassins aren't to be trifled with. You guys have a share in this. Ha ha ha, I knew you'd drag us down. Dugu Ijin wasn't angry at all. Supremacy Su Heng didn't dare to say anything. Along the way, it was all thanks to Lin Fei. Otherwise, they would have left long ago and wouldn't have the chance to stand here. He naturally wouldn't refute whatever Lin Fei said. Moreover, Dugu Ijin was here. Since he didn't say anything, he wouldn't be stupid enough to say anything. What should we do now? The three of them resisted the sneak attack of the shadow assassins. They were wary of Lin Fei outside. That rascal wasn't easy to deal with. Who knew if he would make a move? After all, at the shadow corridor, they had joined forces to attack him. If that rascal is petty, we won't be able to deal with him. Supremacy Yi Fei's expression wasn't good. They were already in trouble, and now there was Lin Fei. It wasn't a joke. I think he wouldn't dare. Supremacy Huanglang said. No one dared to confirm this. The person he was facing was none other than Lin Fei, the public enemy of the High Lord of the Dark Shadow Palace. The people outside were probably all dumbfounded. Lin Fei, who everyone was most pessimistic about, had reached this step. He was only a step away from the end of the Shadow Labyrinth. Just thinking about it made people angry. Of the 5 of them, after a long struggle, there were only 3 left. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. Lin Fei never left. All the best. Work harder. There aren't many dark shadow assassins left. You guys can do it. In the past 3 months, he had heard this kind of thing countless times. The Elysian Heavenly Sons and the others gritted their teeth. It was unknown whether or not Lin Fei was doing this on purpose, but the shadow assassins kept surging forward, and it was impossible to kill them all. They had consumed a lot of energy, and they wanted nothing more than to go out and cut Lin Fei into pieces. This won't do. I can't hold on anymore. The shadow assassin seems to have been provoked. He's been attacking non-stop. Even a supremacy powerhouse would feel immense pressure at this moment. No matter how many dark shadow assassins they killed, they couldn't leave this place. If they were not careful, they would be hit 4 or 5 times, and their life energy was constantly being consumed. For them, there was nothing to worry about as long as their life energy was consumed. However, the current situation didn't look good. Brother Sage, why don't we listen to Lin Fei's opinion? High Lord Yi Fei said with a pale face. I think it's possible. The Elysian Sun couldn't refuse. Vice Hall Master Lin, what do I have to do for you to help? High Lord Yi Fei asked shamelessly. This kind of torturous consumption would be very unpleasant to anyone. The Elysian Sun raised his Buddhist light shield and withstood the attacks of the dark shadow assassins. Ha ha ha, so you guys need help. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you didn't, how would I know? Lin Fei's laughter sounded. Your holy Vice Hall Master is really powerful. Why don't I see him saying anything? Lin Fei wanted the Elysian Sun to be unhappy. If you guys dare to do this, then I dare to do the same. High Lord Yi Fei revealed a trace of helplessness. This Vice Hall Master Lin Fei was really not easy to talk to. He was obviously targeting the Elysian Sun. The Elysian Sun was already very vexed by the Dark Shadow assassins. Now that Lin Fei had appeared, he was even more unhappy. Vice Hall Master Lin, you're amazing. What do I have to do for you to help? You should know that without us, you definitely won't be able to kill your way through the Shadow Labyrinth. If you help us now, it'll be beneficial for everyone. The Elysian Sun was also very cunning. He brought up the existence of the Shadow Labyrinth to prevent himself from being put in a difficult position. The Elysian Sun was very clear that no one would let go of this opportunity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 sharp air-piercing sounds could be heard. They charged straight at the Elysian Sun. Then I'll send you guys off. Anyway, I won't lose anything. Ha ha ha. The 3 cold auras caused the 3's expressions to change. After resisting for a while, the 3 of them shook their bodies. The defense in front of them had been reduced by 80 to 90%. The Dark Shadow assassins took the opportunity to attack and were in big trouble. You're shameless. The Elysian Sun gritted his teeth and sent the Dark Shadow assassins flying. Wrong. I'm not being shameless. I'm helping you guys to kill the Dark Shadow assassins. Unfortunately, my aim was a little off. I'm really sorry. Next time, I'll definitely hit accurately. Be careful, it's coming again. In the darkness, Lin Fei attacked again. He's too shameless. He's exhausting our strength. With Lin Fei's attack, the Dark Shadow assassins realized that this was an opportunity. Their attacks became even more frenzied. They didn't give the Elysian Sun and the others any chance to rest. The most terrifying thing was that these Dark Shadow assassins weren't that easy to kill. They could only attack them. This was the biggest problem. Brother Lin, you're going to anger them to death with this method of yours. Supremacy Su Hing held back his laughter and said. This is called reciprocity. Lin Fei said seriously. Moreover, I'm not targeting them. It's so dark, I'm just attacking the Dark Shadow assassins. Supremacy Su Heng was really convinced. This was obviously targeting them. Of course, he wouldn't be so silly to say such words. He still had to wait for Lin Fei to bring them along. Holy Vice Hall Master, do you still think so? A few days later. The Elysian Sun and the others were tortured beyond recognition. Lin Fei's attack method was indeed terrifying. It was impossible to defend against it. Just one attack from him had consumed a lot of their life force. They knew that Lin Fei was attacking them and they didn't have the ability to block it. The cunning Dark Shadow assassins also attacked. Every attack would leave a large number of wounds on their bodies. Stop immediately. What do you want? Just say it. Chapter 29-28. The Shadow Assassin was already difficult enough to deal with. Now that Lin Fei was involved, even the Elysian Sun had no confidence in dealing with them. Brother Sheng, I think it's better to agree to Lin Fei's conditions. Everyone is here to go to the next level. The Elysian Sun did not hear Lin Fei's voice. Instead, he heard Dugu Yijian's words. His heart sank. What he did not want to happen the most had happened. They had actually walked together. That would be troublesome. If Lin Fei was alone, the Elysian Sun would not mind finding an opportunity to deal with Lin Fei after coming out. However, with Dugu Yijian, especially in a place like this, he did not need to think too much to understand what was going on. So it's Brother Dugu. I didn't expect you to come as well. Sorry for the embarrassment. The Elysian Sun's expression was very ugly. He had no choice but to lower his head. If he wanted to go down, he had to let Lin Fei take a bite. Wrong, it should be a few people taking a bite. The Elysian Sun did not believe that Dugu Yijian did not participate in it. Not saying anything did not mean that he did not have any thoughts. Deputy Hall Master Lin, speak. We are listening. As long as it is not too much, we will agree. The Elysian Sun said as he sent the shadow assassin flying with a palm strike. We want 70% of your harvest from this trip. This is my request. Just take it as compensation for the mental damage you've suffered from attacking me. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and immediately asked for 70% of their loot. The three of them were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. 70% of their gains. It was not easy for them to come down here. Lin Fei was demanding an exorbitant price. 70% is too much. At most, we will go back and you will not get any compensation for your mental damage. The Elysian Sun was also unwilling to agree. A light voice came from the other side. Up to you. At most, we will not go to the next level. However, to you, it is equivalent to missing out on an opportunity. It is rumored that there are good things in the Shadow Throne, such as legendary treasures. Are you not tempted? They definitely wanted to go to the last level, the Shadow Throne. However, they were reluctant to give up 70% of their profits. After some discussion, they agreed to give up 60% of their profits, even though they were unwilling. To Lin Fei, 60% of the profits from 3 people was indeed not a small fortune. With the method to create the life crystals, he had no other thoughts about these things. He just wanted to let the Elysian Son of Heaven know that he could be shameless, but he could also use shameless methods. 60% of the benefits could make people vomit blood and feel the pain for a long time. After handing over the items, Lin Fei and Du Guijin charged in, sending the powerful shadow assassins flying one after another. This solved the problem of the Holy Son of Heaven and the other two. Seeing Lin Fei and Du Guijin again, the Elysian Son of Heaven's face was gloomy. In just a short period of time, he could already see that the two's strength had greatly increased. Forget about your rainbow pearl. I'll lead the way here, unless you're willing to go to that place again. Lin Fei did not intend to let the Elysian Sun lead the way. The closer they were to the end, the stronger the shadow assassins would be. We have the rainbow pearl and the notes left behind by the seniors. It's not difficult to deduce it. Supremacy Yi Fei retorted. Lin Fei stepped forward. You guys can go if you want. Du Guijin followed. Su Hing shook his head and followed along, leaving the three of them to look at each other helplessly. In the end, they could only follow along helplessly. They knew that although Great Venerable Shaker was powerful, his understanding of the Shadow Throne could be counted on one hand. It was fine to pass through the periphery, but these places were not so easy to reach. At the beginning, the Elysian Son of Heaven and the other two did not think that Lin Fei had the ability to lead the way. They had been suppressing their anger and were prepared to mock him. However, as their journey was unimpeded, they immediately realized that Lin Fei had information in his hands, and it was top secret. What kind of joke was this? There would be top secret information in this place. If it was not top secret information, could it be analysis and deduction? Wasn't that a little too powerful? 5 months later. They were infinitely close to the end. The shadow assassins were getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, their combined strength was still very strong. They were more daunting than dangerous, and pushed their way to the end. To think that we have finally reached the end of this level. Supremacy Yi Fei sighed. Thinking of giving up 60% of the treasures, he did not feel so heartache anymore. Otherwise, he would not have come here. The Shadow Labyrinth was the most difficult place to walk. There was once an expert from the Shadow Palace who spent 50 years in the Shadow Labyrinth and could not find the entrance. In the end, he had no choice but to return with regret. Every time someone entered, those who could reach the end of the Shadow Labyrinth would have great gains. For example, the 5 great supremacies had obtained powerful treasures in the Shadow Labyrinth and eventually became great supremacies. Everyone was very excited. Supremacy Su Heng looked at Lin Fei gratefully and was filled with gratitude. The end of the Shadow Labyrinth. It was something that they did not even dare to think about. When Supremacy Su Heng came, he had brought treasures, but it was still difficult to move an inch in the Shadow Labyrinth. He was very grateful to Lin Fei from the bottom of his heart. Dugu Yijian's gaze turned strange. He thought, I did not expect this guy to be so powerful. No wonder he is so confident. His divination ability is too terrifying. After a short period of happiness, everyone gathered their spirits and carefully pushed open the stone door. According to the information, this level will be guarded by a great supremacy. It is called the Shadow Devil General. It has a total of 10 lives, and we have to kill it 10 times. Elysian Son of Heaven knew more. Supremacy Su Heng and the other two laughed bitterly. We have to put in more effort. Why don't we say everything we know? Otherwise, it will not be easy for anyone. No one had any objections. After summarizing the information, they had more or less analyzed the situation of the Shadow Devil General. If we want to kill the Shadow Devil General, we have to kill it the first time. Its strength will become weaker and weaker. Otherwise, even if we work together, we will not have the confidence. Lin Fei analyzed and said. No problem. We all want to go to the Shadow Throne. We have to work together and do it again. Similarly, in a small palace. The surroundings were empty. It was different from the previous place. It was much more monotonous. The only difference was that in the center, there was a stairway to the heavens. At the end, there was a throne. On the throne, a strong man in black armor sat on a golden saber. Beside him, there was a black saber that shone with a cold light. After a long time, someone finally came. I wonder how many times you can block me. The strong man in black armor stood up and grabbed his saber. Like a gust of wind, he arrived in front of Elysian Son of Heaven at an extremely fast speed and slashed down with his saber. Chapter 29-29. Dark Shadow Demon General turned into a series of afterimages as it attacked. Elysian Sun was the first to be sent flying. The huge Buddha silhouette behind him shattered and reappeared, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He was injured in just one attack. Why am I always the first to be injured? Elysian Sun could not express his bitterness. He was the first target after so much difficulty. There was no justice in this world. They should be dealing with Dugu Yijian and Lin Fei first. Everyone, be careful. His power is very strong and has the ability to destroy. My emperors will protection collapsed upon contact. The Elysian Son of Heaven warned loudly. Coil. Dugu Yijian raised his eyebrows. Sword Intent flew out and coiled around the Dark Shadow Devil General's body, coiling around it. Elysian Sun also used a Sacred Spirit secret method to trap people. Yi Fei and the rest were the same. Thunderclap Leap. Lin Fei also used a big killer move. Its power increased by a lot. If he did not use the power of a Thunderclap Leap now, when would he be able to kill Dark Shadow Demon General? After leaping over, Lin Fei's energy was greatly consumed. This is too powerful. Dark Shadow Demon General's black fog shook, everyone's attacks were shattered. Master, you are attracting aggro, Dark Shadow Demon General is coming. Lin Fei knew it was not good. Sky Splitter Hammer in his hand continued to unleash attacks. Dark Shadow Demon General's black fog shook continuously, it charged forward like a stream of light. The huge palm slapped, waves surged. Lin Fei immediately felt the surging power. Sky Splitter Hammer swept horizontally, the huge power rushed up and sent him flying, the destructive power hit Aotian. Crack 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 crack. Intense pain engulfed his whole body. Dugu Yijian saw the momentum, Sword Intent swept up, layers of Sword Intent barriers blocked in front of Lin Fei, a huge sword will also appeared behind him. Slash! The sword will was like a bright moon, slashing out with a swoosh. Dark Shadow Demon General took a step back, a huge wound was left on its body, pitch-black blood flowed out. You all deserve to die. Duke Jian's attack successfully attracted Dark Shadow Demon General's attention. He turned around and attacked. With the same move, the Dark Shadow Demon General broke Duke Jian's sword move and sent him flying with a palm strike, crashing into the wall. His face turned slightly pale. Buddha's palm. A huge Buddha palm struck across the sky. The Shadow Demon General had learned his lesson. He also struck out with his palm, shattering the Elysian Son of Heaven's attack head-on. Thunder Leap. 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Lin Fei recovered and looked over. A huge amount of life energy was not something to be trifled with. The Dark Shadow Demon General was very strong, but in his eyes, it had not reached an extremely terrifying level. He could still deal with it. As long as he killed the Dark Shadow Demon General once, his strength would be correspondingly weakened. As soon as the mountains and rivers appeared, they pressed down. For the Dark Shadow Demon General to be able to guard this level, he was indeed not simple. He could still maintain his movement. In just 3 breaths of time, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were reduced to nothing. Lin Fei unleashed a beam of purple light and shot through the air. Great, that's it. Sure enough, when injured, the Dark Shadow Demon General chose to attack Lin Fei. It seemed that it was easy to attract hatred. This undoubtedly gave them an opportunity to kill the Dark Shadow Demon General. They were all smart people. Without saying anything, they realized that this was a flaw of the Dark Shadow Demon General. This was also the only chance to kill the Dark Shadow Demon General. If they missed this opportunity, they did not know if there would be another chance. Thus, everyone was divided into 4 groups. There was a group standing in the north, south, east, and west. The Elysian Son of Heaven, Lin Fei, and Dugu Yijin each took a position. The rest were Yi Fei and the others. There were a total of 5 people. If they joined forces, their strength would not be comparable to any of the 3 of them. At least they could withstand an attack. Once this countermeasure came out, the Dark Shadow Demon General could no longer pose any threat to everyone. Ha ha ha, this is a great idea. The Elysian Son of Heaven's palm struck the Dark Shadow Demon General. He could not help but laugh. It had to be said that this was a good idea. Dugu Yijin also had a smile on his face. It was impossible for any one of them to kill the Dark Shadow Demon General. Every time they faced the Dark Shadow Demon General's counterattack, they had to be on full alert. The other party's power contained destruction, which was very difficult to eliminate. The Dark Shadow Demon General seems to have slowed down. This is great. Its attack seems to be much weaker than before. 1 year later. Everyone was smiling. The Dark Shadow Demon General was too tyrannical and terrifying. They attacked for a full year for the first life. However, during this year, the pressure was not ordinary. During this period, there were more than a dozen dangers. The last blow, it's going to die. Lin Fei used a thunderclap leap to plunder the Dark Shadow Demon General's last chance of survival. Crash! With the death of the Dark Shadow Demon General, a dazzling Jingguang object appeared on the ground. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. This time, everyone was calm. No one rushed up to snatch the things that dropped on the ground. Ha ha ha, let's collect them first. When the Dark Shadow Demon General comes again, we won't have time to collect them. High Lord Yi Fei said. The person who collected them was Dugu Yijin. He used a special storage ring and stored all of them. This was also agreed upon at the beginning. No matter what dropped during this period, the items had to be distributed collectively according to the contribution. Although they were jealous, no one would snatch it. This was only the first wave of killing the Dark Shadow Demon General. There were still 9 waves to go. Maybe something would drop, which would definitely make them feel good. Ha ha ha, it exploded again. There's a lot less stuff. It was also the method of the higher-ups. It took the 8 of them 10 months to kill the Dark Shadow Demon General's second life. They were becoming more and more compatible. The Dark Shadow Demon General's third life took 9 months. The Dark Shadow Demon General's fourth life took 7 months. The Dark Shadow Demon General's fifth life took 5 months. Just a little bit more. Block it quickly. The Dark Shadow Demon General has gone crazy. Kill him, and we'll win. With the final blow, a purple arc of light flashed. The Dark Shadow Demon General turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. The last life was also completely killed. Ha ha ha, we actually killed the Dark Shadow Demon General. It wasn't easy. Everyone revealed excited expressions. In less than 10 years, they really killed the Dark Shadow Demon General. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about before. Lin Fei, Du Guijian, and the Elysian Sun all sat paralyzed on the ground. For several years, their minds were focused on the Dark Shadow Demon General, and the pressure was also considerable. With the death of the Dark Shadow Demon General, the 3 of them completely relaxed. It was too difficult. Especially the last few times, the Dark Shadow Demon General realized something and it was very difficult to deal with it. Fortunately, it was finally killed. Now let me see what good things there are. Chapter 29-30. The exciting moment of the Dark Shadow Demonic General had arrived. A lot of shiny things appeared before everyone's eyes. These things piled up together like a small mountain. Seeing this, everyone became excited. After so many years, they had accumulated a great harvest. Most importantly, this thing came from the body of the Dark Shadow Demon General. According to the records, it was an existence that was very difficult to kill. In the Dark Shadow Palace, many supremacies were stopped at this level. Basically, they were all wiped out. Over the years, almost no one could see the Dark Shadow Demonic General, let alone kill it. They were hit hard on the way and were directly eliminated. Lin Fei and his group were the only ones who killed the Dark Shadow Demonic General in the past hundreds of thousands of years. If this news were to spread among the High Lords of the Dark Shadow Palace, it would definitely shock everyone. No matter how one looked at it, the Dark Shadow Demonic General was powerful and not so easy to kill. At that moment, they were very excited. What they could not complete was completed by them. They killed the Dark Shadow Demonic General perfectly and gained a huge harvest. Thank you, Lin Fei. If it wasn't for your help, I really don't know if we could make it here, let alone kill the Shadow Demon General. Exaldi Fei took the initiative to express his gratitude. He was truly convinced. In the past, I was a little against you, but from today onwards, you are my friend. Huang Lang said with a slightly apologetic tone. The other party's potential was no longer something he could compare to. As veteran High Lords, Yi Fei and Huang Lang really did not think much of Lin Fei in the beginning. In such a short time, he had reached his current realm and his strength was even above them. Although they were extorted before, thinking about it now, how could that little bit of wealth compare to what they had now? If they continued to offend Lin Fei, it would definitely be a big problem in the future. He now had the battle prowess of a great venerable lord. It was not impossible for him to become an ultimate god one day. Even if there was no chance, he was still a top-notch existence among the great venerables and they had to look up to him. They had seen everything that had happened in the past few years. Lin Fei's potential was too terrifying and his strength was also top-notch. In the process of killing the Dark Shadow Demonic General, he acted as the main force and persisted under the Dark Shadow Demonic General's attacks again and again. On this point, they had all witnessed it with their own eyes. The strength of the body transformation school was also vividly displayed in the siege of the Shadow Devil General. They had no doubt that without Lin Fei as the main force, if they wanted to kill the Shadow Devil General, the success rate would be less than 30%, and this was only if they were lucky. They tactfully chose to lower their heads. Surprisingly, the Elysian Son of Heaven did not say anything. He just stood there quietly. After several years of cooperation, he still didn't have a good impression of Lin Fei, but he also knew that without Lin Fei as the main force, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill the Shadow Devil General. You guys are seniors, and I'm a newcomer. It's very normal. I won't mind. Lin Fei said with a smile, all right, let's all take a look at what good stuff we got from killing the Shadow Generals 10 times. Exalted Lord Yi Fei and Exalted Lord Huang Lang heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced in their hearts. Back then, they had endured the pain of paying up a fortune. Compared to their current gains, the difference was far too great. Even if the few of them were to share 10% of the items, it would still be priceless. I know this, the life crystals. Exalted Lord Yi Fei picked up the shiny crystal on the ground. It was the size of a thumb and was flickering. Its interior was filled with comfortable life energy. Although it was a little small, it was still a priceless treasure. Now, let's count the life crystals. Even though the Exalted Lords present were people who had seen the world, this was the first time they had seen so many life crystals. Everyone quickly began to count. Master is really bad. If it weren't for you, the life crystals that dropped wouldn't be this small. The majority would be on you. Little Evil Demon said with a smirk. Lin Fei chuckled. I'm the main force, so it's normal for me to take the majority. Now that everything is ready, I'm just missing the origin energy god sand. My prideful 9th layer physical body, I'm really looking forward to it. Since the majority was here, Lin Fei still pretended to be very excited, so as not to arouse suspicion. After all, his strength had increased too quickly, which was too abnormal. It was easy for people to associate it with some kind of secret technique. This wasn't something he was willing to see. I really didn't expect that we actually obtained more than 673,000 life crystals. Exalted Lord Su Hing said excitedly, this is a huge sum of wealth. According to the original agreement, the 3 of you are the main force. Each of you will get 30%. The remaining 10% will be divided among us. Exalted Lord Yi Fei was also clear that in this battle, they were only there to delay. 10% of the benefits would be more than 60,000 life crystals. Each of them could get a few thousand, and they were quite satisfied. These things weren't easy to find outside. Lin Fei didn't have any objections. 30% was fine, and he could still leave a good impression. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't say anything, everyone was relieved. They immediately divided the life crystals. After the shiny life crystals were divided, everyone started to divide the following things. Other than the life crystals dropped by the Dark Shadow Devil General, there were also some refining materials, which were all of the highest quality. There's a secret technique killing move here. Everyone took out a scroll, and when they opened it, it was actually a kind of body-tempering secret technique killing move. No wonder the Dark Shadow Devil General is so powerful, it's because of this secret technique. Unfortunately, it can only be cultivated by body-tempering cultivators. Exalted Lord Yi Fei put it down helplessly. Looks like only you can cultivate this. Dugu Yijin took a look and threw it to Lin Fei. Why didn't it drop a good one? Lin Fei really didn't notice this. 10th level strength technique. Casually flipping through it, Lin Fei's eyes brightened. No wonder the Dark Shadow Devil General is so powerful, it can double its strength. This is too amazing. This was a secret technique that could double one's strength. It could double one's strength for a certain period of time. This was terrifying. Lin Fei was secretly delighted. He was originally worried that if his body became stronger, it would easily attract trouble. If he cultivated 10th level strength technique, it would be completely different. No matter who it was, there was nothing to say. There was no need to doubt his previous strength anymore. I won't take this secret technique for free, after all, it's worth a lot. Although the difficulty is high, and one must have an 8th order heavenly god realm physique, I'll take out 100,000 life crystals, you guys can divide it among yourselves. Lin Fei's generosity in taking out 100,000 life crystals surprised everyone. Chapter 29:31. Taking out 100,000 life crystals, Lin Fei didn't feel the slightest pain. The items dropped by the Dark Shadow Devil General were too suitable for him. Starting from the 8th order heavenly god realm, it was simply a secret technique tailor-made for him. When attacking the Dark Shadow Devil General, Lin Fei had been puzzled. The other party clearly didn't use any secret techniques, so why was he so strong? In the battle of physical strength, Lin Fei also saw the problem. The other party was obviously weaker than him, so why was he so strong? Now, everything was clear. It was because of the 10-stage strength technique that he could double his strength, so it was normal for the other party to be so strong. Because the Dark Shadow Devil General had a secret technique, which was rare and precious. I really don't know where the Dark Shadow Devil General got these things from. After killing it, it would still drop treasures, it's really too rare. Lin Fei thought to himself. Yi Fei and the others refused at first, but under Lin Fei's forceful request, they divided the 100,000 life crystals. The remaining things didn't seem to be that good. Originally, everyone wanted to see if there were other scrolls that appeared, but unfortunately, there was only one scroll from beginning to end. Instead, that black armor was of very good quality, it was at the supremacy rank. In the end, Elysian Sun took it, and similarly took out 100,000 life crystals. After all, his physical strength wasn't that high, with this supremacy rank armor, his strength would skyrocket. The loot-sharing meeting lasted for a long time. Everyone was satisfied. Although Su Hang and the other two old supremacy didn't get any powerful treasures, each of them had 40,000 to 50,000 life crystals. When they went out, they could easily get whatever they wanted. They were envious, but it didn't last for too long. Instead, Elysian Sun felt a pain in his heart for a long time, cursing, this shameless guy. He obviously didn't need to pay with life crystals, but he pretended. Now, he made me pay 100,000 life crystals. Whether it was the armor or the physique cultivation technique scroll, they were exceptionally valuable, and couldn't be obtained outside. Let's rest for a few years before we head to the last level, the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei said, that place is the real treasure land. Whether we can get something good or not depends on this trip. After hearing Lin Fei's words, everyone realized that he was right. If they went down, they would reach the Shadow Throne. That place was the ultimate goal this time. Yes, rest immediately. Brother Lin, it would be even better if you could cultivate the first level of the 10-level strength technique. That's right, there's also Brother Sheng. After refining the Supreme Lord Great Armor, his strength will also increase. For the next 10 years. Everyone was either recovering their energy or refining some life crystals to maintain their peak state, lest they fall behind. No one knew what was going on with the Shadow Throne. Up until now, very few people had entered. The Shadow Throne was very mysterious. In the past 10 years, Lin Fei had also mastered the first level of the 10-level strength technique and obtained a 5-fold increase in strength. He could erupt for an hour, after which he needed to rest for a day. This was really an unpopular setting. It seemed like even the Shadow Demonic General didn't have this restriction. Lin Fei was speechless. He even suspected that this secret technique had been castrated. Otherwise, how could there be such a restriction? Half an hour, it was more or less enough. He was already very strong, and if he could erupt 5 times his strength, even a great Supreme Lord would not be able to withstand an hour of crazy attacks. It's been 10 years, everyone should be more or less done. Lin Fei was the first to wake up with a smile on his face. Dugu Yijin also opened his eyes and asked, "You've learned it?" Everyone pricked up their ears. After all, the stronger Lin Fei was, the higher the chance of obtaining treasures after entering the Shadow Throne. If there was an existence like the Shadow Demonic General in the lower levels, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. They had experienced the strength of the Shadow Demonic General, and it was still fresh in their minds. In a one-on-one battle, other than the three of them, the other 5 wouldn't be able to withstand more than 10 moves from the Shadow Demonic General. Whether Lin Fei could break through again was very important to the rest of the journey. They were still counting on Lin Fei to be the main force. "I'm lucky, I just mastered it," Lin Fei said. "Fortunately, my physical body has reached 8th Order Heavenly God realm for some time, otherwise it would be really difficult to master it. Unfortunately, it can only increase my strength by 5 times, and the time limit is 1 hour." The Elysian Heavenly Prince was the most worried one. 7 years ago, he had refined this armor and named it the Holy Buddha Armor. Its defensive capabilities had greatly increased, and its life-saving abilities had also become stronger. In his heart, he didn't want Lin Fei to learn such a tyrannical auxiliary cultivation technique. On the other hand, he also wanted to obtain treasures from the Shadow Throne. He knew that without Lin Fei, a body-tempering cultivator, their chances of obtaining treasures were very low. Listening to Lin Fei's words, the Elysian Heavenly Prince was in a bad mood. 1 hour. You're still looking down on it. For experts like them, a 5-fold increase in strength was too terrifying. Killing a High Lord would be a piece of cake. Is this bastard showing off? I really want to chase him out. Elysian Heavenly Prince could only fantasize about this, he did not dare to do it. Yi Fei and Huang Lang, the 2 High Lords, had already made up. It was impossible for them to deal with Lin Fei. A 5-fold increase in strength, this physique cultivation technique is too terrifying. Dugu Yijin also revealed a trace of shock. When this is over, I want to have a good exchange with you. Perhaps my sword Dao will improve again. No problem. Lin Fei also wanted to have a good exchange with Dugu Yijin. After everyone was ready, Lin Fei, Elysian Heavenly Prince, Dugu Yijin, and the other 2 walked towards the stone door. Behind the stone door was a stone staircase. Everyone walked up the stairs, and after a few hundred steps, the staircase behind them began to disappear. The staircase in front of them seemed to have no end. Could this be the final test? Su Heng High Lord carefully looked around. It shouldn't be. Lin Fei did not dare to confirm, it seemed that it should not be like this. Everyone, be careful. It's better to be careful. I heard that the last level of the Shadow Throne has the Dark Shadow Devil Lord, a peak Great Supremacy expert. I wonder if it's true. Elysian Heavenly Prince wore the Holy Buddha armor to protect himself. The Dark Shadow Devil Lord was like a huge hammer that directly hammered down on everyone's hearts. They almost couldn't kill a Dark Shadow Devil General, let alone a higher-level Dark Shadow Devil Lord. No matter how they heard of it, it was terrifying. If possible, no one would be willing to go against a mysterious existence like the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. This kind of walk lasted for a month, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. It seems like we're here. Chapter 29-32. Everyone began to look forward to it. The Shadow Throne. They had finally made it here. Perhaps no one would be able to make it to the Shadow Throne the next time. With excitement, Lin Fei was the first to pass through the portal, followed by Dugu Yijin and the Elysian Sun. The 3 of them were the main force. If they really encountered danger, they could give the people behind them a chance to react so that they would not be defeated in one blow. This time, Lin Fei did not encounter any danger after entering the portal. When he saw the sea not far away, his eyes widened in disbelief. Luckily, it didn't attack me. The Elysian sun was the third to enter and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had come here twice in a row and had been severely injured by the shadow monster. He could not forget that until now. When he looked up, he was also shocked. The 5 supremacies behind him were the same after entering. Is this the Shadow Throne? The one speaking was the Elysian Son of Heaven. This is clearly a continent outside the domain. Who in the world has the ability to send a continent into a space? Dugu Jin shook his head. No, this should be a small world. These things belong to the Saint Spirit domain. It should be a corner of the foreign mainland recorded in the ancient books. Everyone was digesting it. Not far away from them was a mainland. The only difference from the Saint Spirit domain was that this mainland was in ruins and no signs of life could be felt. In those ruins, one could see huge corpses, some of which were almost the size of a city. Even after death, there was still a terrifying aura lingering in the surroundings. One could imagine how terrifying and powerful these special life forms were when they were alive. Lin Fei had always been curious about where the shadow assassins and shadow demons had gotten these things from. Now, he suddenly realized that they were special life forms from another foreign mainland. These special life forms were similar to humans. However, they had a much better foundation. Hence, Lin Fei had to pay attention to them. Lin Fei also knew that not everyone could go to the extraterrestrial continents. For example, there were extraterrestrial continents outside the sacred spirit domain. As for how many there were, no one knew. Perhaps only the 3 ultimate gods or some people who were comparable to ultimate gods would know the specific situation. Now that a special life form from the outer realm had appeared here, it meant that a powerful figure must have made a move. I heard that the Shadow Throne was brought back from the outside by the Shadow Palace Master. It seems like it's true. An extraterrestrial special life form, this place looked extremely barren. However, the terrifying auras left behind by all sorts of special life forms were still lingering even after a long period of time. Everyone became cautious. The lingering aura in the surroundings, even after death, formed a scene of confrontation. The Elysian Son of Heaven had once accidentally walked in and was immediately suppressed, causing him to vomit blood on the spot. If not for Lin Fei and Dugu Jin working together to forcefully drag him out, he might have really died in there. The rest of the journey was led by Lin Fei. The system kept scanning and found a safe path. Only then did everyone relax. This 3rd floor is more dangerous than I imagined. Until now, I still haven't seen the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. I wonder if he's dead. Su Heng said. Who knows? As they spoke, everyone was on their guard. After walking for half a month, the surroundings were still as barren as ever. As for treasures, they didn't see any for the time being. The skeletons of those special life forms were all of outstanding quality. No one could withstand the suffocating pressure. During this period of time, everyone could determine that the larger the skeleton, the stronger it was. When it was alive, it was at least the combat strength of a great supremacy. But now, it was all dead. The most terrifying thing was that some of the skeletons were chopped off with a single slash. In other words, it was a powerhouse who killed a great supremacy with a single slash. It was truly terrifying. Outside the Saint Spirit domain, they definitely wouldn't see such a situation. Be careful, there seems to be movement in front. Lin Fei raised his hand. The people behind him were all on guard. With the system's scanning function, they could push forward without worrying about encountering danger. Dark Shadow Devil General. Lin Fei recognized it. This Dark Shadow Devil General's aura wasn't that strong. It was pacing back and forth in a certain area. Suddenly, the Dark Shadow Devil General stopped and looked around. Finally, it shot a glance in their direction. With a few leaps, it arrived in front of them. There's a dark shadow devil general. Everyone, prepare for battle. The appearance of the shadow demon general was quite unexpected. Over the past half a month, they really hadn't encountered any danger. Other than the terrifying auras that had formed into domains that could injure people, nothing else had happened. Let me go first. The Elysian Son of Heaven sensed that the dark shadow demon general's aura was not strong. He calmed down and was the first to charge forward. As expected, the dark shadow demonic general and the Elysian Son were evenly matched. In less than 20 moves, the Elysian Son heavily injured the dark shadow demonic general and killed it with a single palm strike, dropping a few life crystals. This is too little. Even the Elysian Son of Heaven was speechless. It was completely different from what he had imagined. It's good enough that I gave it to you. You don't know how many people are jealous of you. That should be the real Shadow Devil General King. Lin Fei said, other than this explanation, there is really no other explanation. Where did such a powerful existence appear in the world? Gradually, the number of shadow generals began to increase. Their strength was average. With their combined strength, they practically pushed their way through. The number of ruined buildings in the surroundings began to decrease, and the ground became flat. We should be almost there. The changes in their surroundings made everyone perk up. Boom! When they stepped into a plane, a tyrannical aura came from afar, setting off a monstrous storm that swept all the way. The entire plane turned black, covering the sky and the sun like the night. Reckless fools, this time, I will definitely kill all of you. Along with the appearance of the aura, there was an angry roar that contained endless hatred. Everyone, be careful. This must be the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Fei's face darkened. Feeling the ferocious and terrifying aura, it was more intense and dangerous than ever. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord really exists. Everyone took out their treasures and set up layers of defense around them. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was the most difficult existence to deal with in the Dark Shadow Palace's ancient records. They did not dare to take it lightly. Emperor's Intent Protection Technique and Emperor's Intent Protection Technique were all activated immediately, ready to face the danger. The endless black wind had terrifying power. It directly crushed over with great destructive power. Chapter 29:33. This wave of attack was very fierce. Too strong. Is this the strength of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord? It's completely at the peak of the great supremacy. Elysian Sun wore the Holy Buddha armor and was also having a hard time resisting. He was on the verge of collapse, and his expression changed. The Buddha statue behind him was collapsing. Even the Dark Shadow Demon General isn't this powerful. It's indeed very powerful and terrifying. Duke Ijin unleashed his sword domain, constantly shattering the oncoming power. His fighting spirit was strong. But I can use this to train myself, ha ha ha. Lin Fei laughed along. He waved the Sky Splitter hammer in his hand, creating a series of terrifying attacks that blasted black holes in the storm-like breeze. The three of them tore apart the most ferocious wave of attack. Behind them, Su Heng and the rest were much more relaxed. Even so, their faces were full of shock. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's strength was much more terrifying than they had imagined. If not for the three of them blocking, they believed that they would all be sent back outside. This was the most terrifying. Facing such an attack, they had no ability to resist at all. Interesting, very interesting. That old thing from the Dark Shadow Palace actually managed to recruit you three brats with good potential. Ha ha ha. In the darkness, that voice appeared again. I believe that old thing will feel the pinch after killing you three. Ha 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 ha. Boom. After the mocking voice, a black boot appeared above their heads. It was incomparably huge, and when it stomped down heavily, the entire world seemed like it was going to collapse. Everyone, dodge. We can't hold on any longer. The power of one stomp made Lin Fei and the rest's expressions change. It contained more than 10 types of Emperor intent attacks that complemented each other, and its power was amplified infinitely. Bang bang bang. The three of them were instantly sent flying. Go! Su Heng, Yi Fei, and the rest instantly activated the teleportation stone. A white light wrapped around them, tore open the void, and disappeared without a trace. Teleportation stone. That old thing is really despicable. The peak of the Great Supremacy's strength is really terrifying. Although Lin Fei hadn't unleashed his full power, Proud Heaven was at the peak of the 8th stage, which was no laughing matter. However, the shockwave from the kick had torn him open, making him look like a man of blood. The aftershock energy cut his body like a blade. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Horrifying, absolutely horrifying, of life and death. Are you guys alright? Lin Fei looked at Elysian Sun and Duguijin. At this moment, they were in a similar situation. They were in a very sorry state. Not bad. It wasn't easy for me to get my Holy Buddha armor, and now it's damaged again. How unlucky. The three of them soon gathered together. Su Heng and the rest have left. That's good too. Dugu Yijin said, the threat of the Dark Shadow Devil Lord is too great. With just one kick, we became like this. Everyone secretly raised their guard. Without Su Heng and the others, there was no need to worry about them for the time being. I don't know what the Dark Shadow Demon Lord is trying to do. Why isn't he attacking? The Elysian Heavenly Sun asked. Ever since that attack, the Shadow Devil Lord had not attacked again. The terrifying pressure in the surroundings also disappeared. The plains also returned to normal. It was hard to imagine that a life and death battle had just taken place here. Dark Shadow Devil, do you want to play hide and seek? Come out if you have the guts. Let's have a good fight. Although Lin Fei was afraid, after mastering the tenfold strength technique and adding his own foundation, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was filled with the desire to fight. That's right. Come out quickly. Attacking from a distance. Seems like you are also trapped by something. Ha ha ha. The trio's voices spread out and reverberated across the silent plains. They believed that the Shadow Devil Lord would definitely come out after hearing their voices. Hua hua hua. A black shadow condensed in the sky above them. The shadow was very tall and exuded boundless dominance. Chi waves surged. 3 dolls, you guys are quite interesting. I wonder if you are interested in playing a game. The shadow did not make a move and asked with a smile. I dare to guarantee that this is definitely the most interesting game you guys have ever played. Although it was just a shadow, the aura on it was not very strong. The trio did not dare to be careless. This place was a corner of the outer region. They had to be cautious. Once there was a life and death crisis, they would immediately leave this place. Even the Shadow Devil Lord might not be able to break the teleportation stone's defense. This was something they could see very clearly. Game. We are not interested in playing with you. The Elysian Sun felt sorry for the armor on his body. He slapped the shadow with his palm. Buddha's light shone brightly and the entire plain was illuminated. The shadow gently waved his hand. The Buddha's light that filled the sky dissipated as if it had never happened. It seems like you guys still don't know how powerful I am. Didn't that old thing tell you about the Shadow Throne's origin? The shadow laughed. The trio's expressions changed again. The Elysian Sun's attack just now was very powerful. However, it was easily broken by the shadow's hand. This was the true strength of a peak Great Supremacy. The three of them could not do this. Even Lin Fei himself felt that there was a huge gap between them. The Shadow Throne is actually a part of the outer region. What you see now is only a small part of it. Back then, our mainland was invaded by the forces of the outer region. There was a great battle of life and death. It was truly an unforgettable battle. The Shadow muttered to himself. Later on, an important figure appeared and suppressed us just as we were about to die. Although we survived, we also signed a humiliating contract. That person from your Shadow Palace was just lucky. I don't know where he obtained it from. After discussing with me, he used the Shadow Throne as a training ground. Everyone was shocked when they heard the Shadow's words. The secrets behind it were really beyond imagination. Now you understand. Although the Shadow Throne belonged to that old thing, he could not truly control it. Therefore, he could only cooperate. If you want to obtain something from it, you have to play a game. This result was a huge blow to them. The Shadow Throne had actually been created by the cooperation of the Palace Master and the Devil Lord. They could not help but feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. No one was the first to speak. Master, according to the system's analysis, the Shadow Devil Lord's original body should have been suppressed. The strength that he could display was also not that strong. At the beginning, it was just a show of strength. However, it seems that these words cannot be trusted. A person with demonic nature will not take the initiative to confess. The little devil suddenly said to Lin Fei. In fact, Lin Fei could also see the difference. To be able to send the outer realm mainland into an independent space, the ability was naturally not small. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's side was very strong, but in the eyes of this big shot, his strength was too weak. It was possible that the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's true body would be suppressed. Chapter 29-34. The possibility is as high as 80%. Lin Fei never doubted the abilities of the little devil. After all, he was a system elf and also a core existence. From these clues, if the Dark Shadow Demon Lord wasn't restricted, he would have attacked with his true body. If the three of you join forces, you might not be able to withstand more than a few blows. The little devil continued, this game that he is talking about is definitely not a good thing. Perhaps he is preparing to escape. Master, the three of you can join forces and try to attack this phantom. Presumably, he doesn't have a lot of energy. The little devil made a suggestion. Wouldn't we know after giving it a try? Lin Fei transmitted his voice to the three of them and proposed his idea. This is a good idea. If his true body was here, he would have definitely attacked. Elysian Sun applauded. At the beginning, his true body should have attacked from a distance. Unfortunately, his strength is restricted, and the threat is still great. If he were to deal with an ordinary supremacy, it would be a one-sided situation. Unfortunately, he encountered us. After several attacks, he failed and probably came up with this idea. What Brother Elysian said makes sense. Dugu Yi Jian's eyes lit up. I think we can give it a try. Anyway, there's no loss. As long as the phantom retreats, we might be able to find the true body of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Just thinking about it is interesting. The phantom was not anxious. The three of them were strong enough to threaten a great supremacy. However, compared to him, they were still lacking. Even if they joined forces, they could still suppress him. Unfortunately, I can't use all my strength. Otherwise, I could suppress them with one move. How could they be so calm? The phantom thought, old thing, you will definitely regret this. The phantom was very patient. They would definitely agree. Soon. Elysian Sun said, hearing what you said, I will really regret it if I don't give it a try. We have discussed it. Whatever game you have, just take it out. The phantom laughed, oh, this is the best choice you will make in your life. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword will slashed over. Jin was the first to attack. The huge sword will was extremely domineering. The phantom didn't expect them to be so cunning. With a wave of his hand, endless energy swept out and collided with the sword wheel. The terrifying sword will became incomplete. These little tricks are useless. Bang bang bang. The sword will continue to collapse. The mysterious man snorted disdainfully. The Elysian son of heaven's Buddha's palm also followed up. A huge palm imprint with many Buddhas within it. Wherever the palm passed, Sanskrit chants and golden lotuses appeared. The illusory figure still casually swept over, and the gigantic divine palm became unable to move an inch forward. It only managed to break through a small part of the palm before it was forcefully stopped. Then, it collapsed along with the sword wheel. How dare you take out such useless things? Just as the phantom's voice came out of its mouth, it suddenly trembled. A voice appeared behind it. I wonder how powerful this move of mine is. The sky splitter hammer smashed onto the shadow. Lin Fei was his trump card. He used the solitary sword and the Elysian son of heaven to draw the opponent's attention. The moment the opponent mobilized his strength, he used the thunderclap leap to kill them, catching them off guard. The gigantic sword wheel and the Buddha's palm smashed onto the body of the illusory figure. "Oh, you're dead." The phantom image dissipated. The resentful voice resounded. "He's indeed a good-looking but useless guy. I almost fell for his trick." The Elysian son of heaven looked at Lin Fei and thought, I really don't know where this guy got his guts from. If not for Lin Fei's suggestion, the Elysian son of heaven would not have dared to make a move. The might of his Buddha's palm had not reached the great accomplishment stage, but it was not that easy to defend against. When the illusory figure was easily dissolved, he felt fear in his heart. He couldn't defeat such an expert. But now, that domineering and lofty fellow had disappeared without a trace. All that was left were his threatening words. "You're really amazing. You even saw through this." The more Jin looked at Lin Fei, the more curious he became. Naturally, Lin Fei would not say that this was the result of the little devil's analysis. "Alright, let's take this opportunity to find the whereabouts of the dark shadow demon lord." Lin Fei let the little devil analyze. This place was so big, and the auras were intertwined. It was not that easy to find. Who knew where the dark shadow demon lord was suppressed? Be careful. The black boots that appeared before appeared again and stomped down on their position. The three of them suddenly felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. The dark shadow demon lord is angry. His power comes through the air. As long as we avoid it, he won't be able to hold on for too long. Lin Fei said. At the same time, he ordered the little devil to start scouting. This kind of attack was very unpleasant. Okay. The dark shadow demon lord was very powerful. Unfortunately, the power came through the air, and there was a loss in the middle. The power was great, but it was still difficult to seriously injure the three of them. Everyone separated, so that the opponent's attack could not be concentrated in one place. Rumble. On the plains, the earth shook. Every time the big foot of the boots stepped down, everything around it was raised to the ground. At the same time, huge footprints appeared. Under this kind of fierce attack, the three of them were like a lonely boat in the vast sea, swaying up and down with the waves. Cough, cough, cough. The three of them began to vomit blood. Although they were not hit, the power of the aftermath still brought them great lethality. Everyone was covered with wounds. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone, stay like this. His power is beginning to weaken. Lin Fei had been letting the system monitor the changes in the opponent's power. The opponent's power was constantly changing, and it was no longer as fierce and overbearing as it was at the beginning. Looks like it's really a sick cat. The attack did not last for long. The three of them could work together to destroy it. The boots that appeared out of nowhere also disappeared. That's it. Ha ha ha. No one expected that they could persist under the attack of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Although they looked very miserable now, their injuries were not very serious. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord is really a paper tiger. I wonder where he is hiding. Dugu Yijian looked at Lin Fei and said. The Elysian Son of Heaven also noticed Dugu Yijian's gaze. I really found something. You guys know that I'm good at divination. Just now, I have already captured the opponent's aura. Although he hid it well, I can still find him. Neither of them doubted it. They had witnessed Lin Fei walking from the Shadow Labyrinth to the end. His divination ability was unparalleled in the world. According to the location provided by the little demon, Lin Fei and the other two moved quickly and searched all the way. The ruins around them became fewer and fewer. The sound of the waves also appeared in their ears, and the air was moist. We're at the seaside. Chapter 29:35. This was a black pyramid. It was huge and filled with a high and mighty aura, making people involuntarily have the thought of worshipping it. The three of them suffered a huge impact, and their bodies trembled slightly. They subconsciously wanted to crawl down, and their faces involuntarily showed a crazy expression. Master, wake up. The little devil's anxious voice sounded in Lin Fei's ears. Waves of power spread out, and Lin Fei came back to his senses, feeling a little confused. What happened to me just now? It seems like a black pyramid. No. I seem to have lost control. Master, you were hit just now. I have already helped you block that power. The little devil said. Lin Fei's expression turned grave. He had actually fallen for the black pyramid without any warning. Wasn't that black pyramid a little too powerful? Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian struggled a little and wanted to make a worshipping gesture. They immediately realized that something had happened. They had great potential, but after all, they did not have the system to solve the problem. Wake up! Lin Fei hit their backs with his palm. This was also a last resort. Their bodies trembled, and they opened their eyes again. Although their blood and chi were tumbling, they also realized that they were hit. They looked at Lin Fei with gratitude. Too scary. This kind of illusion power is at least the power of great success. The two of them had lingering fear. If it were not for Lin Fei, they would definitely be in danger. They might even die here. In the history of the Dark Shadow Palace, there were several High Lords who died here. The Dark Shadow Throne was a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. That pyramid is unusual. It's made with a special method and has great illusion power. If I'm not careful, I'll fall for it. If I'm not wrong, the Shadow Devil Lord is on top of the Black Pyramid. Lin Fei looked up. They looked over and saw that there was a platform at the top of the pyramid. On the platform sat a tall and sturdy fellow. Suddenly, that person opened his eyes, and a domineering gaze shot over as he slowly stood up. It's really unexpected that you can actually withstand the power of the illusory Black Tower. It's really incredible. I don't know how many experts have been defeated by this illusory Black Tower. Dark Shadow Demon King stared at Lin Fei. If it weren't for you, you would have become my puppet soon. What a pity. Being stared at by the Dark Shadow Demon Lord, Lin Fei felt a terrifying killing intent. This Shadow Fiend Lord wanted to kill him. If it weren't for him, the current situation would be completely different. I'm really sorry, who asked your illusory Black Tower to be so weak? Lin Fei said disappointedly. If it was a little more powerful, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything. The words illusory Black Tower still shocked the three of them. This was definitely a top-grade treasure. The School of Illusion wasn't one of the top 10 schools, but it was infinitely close. Rumor had it that once one mastered the illusory domain, one's illusory domain would become real, and one would fall for it without even realizing it. Even peak great monarchs would barely be able to resist it for a moment, but not for long. In the Western continent, one couldn't find a second illusory domain treasure like this. To be able to say that the illusory Black Tower was weak, apart from Lin Fei, there couldn't be a second person. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, I see that you are standing on top, so you must be restricted. You also didn't expect that we could find you all the way here, and even resist the attack of the illusory Black Tower. Your scheme won't work. Lin Fei said with a smile. I think you should think about one thing, and that is how to survive. Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijin really admired Lin Fei for daring to say such words. Your means won't work. Don't think that I don't know that you are restricted on top. You can't fight with your real body, and this is your biggest regret. Elysian Sun's blood was boiling. Are you going to surrender, or are we going to kill you? Dugu Yijin also laughed. Ha ha ha, I, Dugu Yijin, have never killed an expert from the outer continent. If I can kill you today, I believe that I will go further on the path of the sword. Killing a peak great monarchs from the outer continent, that kind of achievement would definitely make one feel proud. The Dark Shadow Demon Emperor said disdainfully, you've got guts. Back when I was dominating the continent, you didn't even know where you were. Even though I only have the strength of a peak great monarch now, I'm not someone you can mess with. Boom! A domineering aura swept over. The void began to collapse, and black holes appeared. This is my power, it's not something you kids can compare to. Dark Shadow Demon Lord looked down from above, revealing a cold gaze. The power of this attack was quite strong. Lin Fei and the other two could still bear it, and didn't feel too much pressure. Brother Lin, although we can block Dark Shadow Demon Lord's attack, the illusory Black Tower is a problem. We need to suppress it at all times, and a part of our strength will be suppressed. If we really rush up to fight Dark Shadow Demon Lord, I guess it won't be easy. Elysian Sun transmitted his voice. Although they looked relaxed now, the power of the illusory Black Tower was still affecting them. If there was a slight flaw, they would immediately be invaded, and it was very difficult to resist. Although he said it so easily, after all, it was an expert from the outer continent, and according to his words, it seemed that he had the terrifying strength of a divine venerable. Lin Fei slightly frowned. He had experienced the power of the illusory Black Tower, and if it wasn't for the system blocking the illusion invasion, he would probably be the same as them. This was not something he wanted to happen. I'll be the main attacker, and you guys will assist from the side. I believe that Dark Shadow Demon Lord won't be able to hold on for so long. Lin Fei quickly had an idea. Although Dark Shadow Demon Lord was powerful, Lin Fei wasn't so easy to deal with. A large number of accumulated life crystals could be used to consume. Now, it was better to test Dark Shadow Demon Lord's true strength. How would they know if they didn't test? Lin Fei grabbed the Sky Splitter hammer and smashed it all the way. Now, his physical strength was extremely strong, and with the Sky Splitter hammer, his power was even greater, and he approached the platform at the top of the illusory Black Tower. Dark Shadow Demon Lord didn't care much about these three kids at first. They were in the High Lord realm, and even if his real body's strength was suppressed, he could easily kill them. However, he didn't expect that the three of them were so unexpectedly strong, especially the one in a black robe, who could see through his real body and break a doppelganger. This made Dark Shadow Demon Lord very unhappy, and he directly attacked through the air, wanting to suppress and kill them. In the end, he returned without success. When they came to the seaside, the power of the illusory Black Tower exploded, making Dark Shadow Demon Lord laugh in his heart. This time, he finally got rid of them, and even he could leave here, although the loss would be great. Chapter 29:36. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord completely hated this little guy. In his eyes, these three people were all little babies. For the Dark Shadow clan, which had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, 100 or 200,000 years was really like a newborn child. A body-tempering expert is indeed powerful and invincible among those of the same level. He can even fight against a great sovereign. No wonder the demon generals couldn't hold on. There's really nothing we can do when encountering them. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord relied on ordinary attacks to bring great threat to the three people. As for the other two, one is a swordsmanship expert with sharp sword techniques, but unfortunately, he's still a bit lacking. The other is an expert from a Buddhist orthodoxy. If he steps into the great sovereign realm and uses Buddhist attacks, it'll be no different from the illusory attacks. It'll be very difficult to deal with them. These three people's talent is not ordinary. Old thing, you're really lucky. With the help of the two people, Lin Fei tried to attack the illusory Black Tower, but it didn't move at all. He gave up on the idea and directly dealt with the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Fei was getting closer and closer to the platform. Dugu Yijin and the Elysian Sun didn't dare to go up anymore. They could only attack from a distance because the illusory Black Tower's pressure was getting stronger and stronger. If they went up again, it would directly exceed their limit, so they didn't dare to take the risk. Brother Lin's ability is really enviable. He's a different kind of body-tempering cultivator. He can actually resist the illusory Black Tower's attack, and his strength doesn't seem to be affected at all. Dugu Yijin continued to use sword techniques. Sword intent pierced through the air, and the power was no less than an ordinary great sovereign's attack. The great Buddha behind the Elysian Sun kept chanting, wearing down the illusory Black Tower's power. However, he couldn't help but admire Lin Fei's strength. He knew that he couldn't do this. After entering the Dark Shadow Throne, the strength Lin Fei displayed was shocking. This was the true meaning of concealing one's strength. Once I become a great sovereign, my strength will double. At that time, it's still unknown who will be the one suppressing who. The Elysian Sun thought, his hands didn't stop moving. When did body-tempering cultivators become so powerful? They can actually resist the illusory Black Tower's attack. The Dark Shadow Fiend Lord revealed a strange look. He knew how powerful this treasure was. Other than ultimate gods, even great supremacy lords would not be able to withstand it. After a few rounds, they would lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. Ordinary supremacy lords would not be able to resist it at all. Could it be that he brought along a spirit treasure? No, that's not right. Even if it's a spirit treasure, it doesn't seem to be that powerful. There are actually only a few powerful treasures in the Saint Spirit domain. There definitely isn't such a treasure. How did this child do it? Even the Dark Shadow Fiend Lord did not expect that Lin Fei had a system that could shield him. Although it would consume a lot of energy points, it was nothing to Lin Fei. Without the suppression of the illusory Black Tower, Lin Fei could attack without restraint. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the platform. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, is that all you've got? Lin Fei attacked again and again, setting off rays of cold light. Each ray contained a terrifying destructive power. On the other hand, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord appeared very calm. He stretched out a pair of white palms and gently patted the cold light. Every time, he could hit the weak spot of the cold light, and the power became extremely limited. For a body-tempering cultivator to have such strength, it's enough to prove your talent. Your body will belong to me. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord revealed a sinister smile. However, before that, I'll get rid of those two first. A tall black scepter appeared in the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's hand. There was a faint trace of blood on the surface of the scepter, which looked very strange. Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijin immediately sensed danger. The black scepter gave them a very terrifying aura, which made their hearts palpitate and tremble. This was the most terrifying weapon they had seen so far. Be careful. Lin Fei's warning seemed to come too late. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord raised the scepter in his hand and casually pointed it at Elysian Sun and Duguijin. Even if the two were prepared, their flesh and blood were pierced on the spot. Their bodies were instantly pierced through, and boundless darkness energy invaded their bodies. Their flesh and blood constantly collapsed, and in an instant, most of their bodies had turned black. The two of them exchanged a glance, revealing deep unwillingness. They activated the teleportation stone, and white light enveloped them as they left the Shadow Throne. If they did not leave now, the power would not be able to suppress them. Lin Fei's heart sank. The other party actually had such a treasure. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's attack was very overbearing, and he was still able to resist it. However, with the appearance of the Black Scepter, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's attack became illusory. Elysian Sun and Duguijin's strength had improved along the way. However, under the attack of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's scepter, they were instantly hit. It was really unbelievable. No. This kind of attack can't last for long. It must have been accumulated over a long period of time. On this point, Lin Fei did not doubt it at all. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's two casual attacks directly forced Elysian Sun and Duguijin to leave the Dark Shadow Throne. It was life-threatening. The power of that attack also had a great impact on them. It was not something they could resist at all. Little kid, are you surprised? The Dark Shadow Demon Lord revealed a smile. Although you have guessed it, and my power is indeed limited by this place, it is still a piece of cake to deal with the three of you. Now, do you think you are still a match for me? The Dark Shadow Demon Lord looked as if he had Lin Fei in his grasp. In order to obtain this perfect body, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord also felt the pinch. Especially the two attacks just now, which were accumulated with great difficulty. They could ignore everything and attack in an instant. Of course, without this scepter, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord would definitely not be able to use such a powerful attack. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. I admit that you are very strong, especially after you have the scepter. I wonder how many times you can use this kind of attack. 3 times, or 5 times. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's face twitched. He sneered. You are quite confident. Of course, I am quite confident. Lin Fei revealed a strange look. Originally, I was preparing how to kill you. Now, I feel that there is no need to hold back. Moreover, I am also prepared to test the power of the secret technique I learned. You are the best target. Boom! Lin Fei instantly released all the power of the proud celestial 8th layer. The surrounding void constantly shattered and reorganized, returning to its original appearance. Mountain Splitter Blow. Lin Fei released the power of his body. The surrounding kept shattering. The Sky Splitter Hammer struck horizontally. Its power instantly increased by several times. Chapter 2937. After his physical body was fully activated, Lin Fei's strength skyrocketed. His rapid movement exceeded the limits of a great supremacy. Even a great supremacy expert might not be able to keep up with his speed. The Sky Splitter Hammer in his hand kept smashing out terrifying beams of cold light at the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Any one of these beams of cold light could seriously injure a great supremacy. Even a great supremacy might not be able to withstand it for a long time. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord relied on the black scepter in his hand. Every time he swung it, he easily broke Lin Fei's attack with ease. Little kid, is this all you've got? You're still far from being able to defeat me. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord said with a disdainful smile. Although you're very strong and can threaten a great supremacy, you're still not enough in front of me. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had attacked, but he was blocked every time. Even if he could break through the blocking power, the power that landed on the Dark Shadow Demon Lord could be counted on one hand. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, you're a famous figure. Can you only passively defend? Is this all you've got? Why don't you dare to attack me? Are you afraid that your accumulated energy will be exhausted? Lin Fei mocked as he attacked. With the support of life crystals, he could continuously attack. I'm really disappointed for you. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei circled behind the dark shadow demon lord and smashed into a weak spot. He suffered a huge rebound and was sent flying. However, the dark shadow demon lord was also uncomfortable. The powerful impact hit the other party, and his mountain-like body also shook. It seems that your physical body isn't that strong. Lin Fei's attack was captured by the little devil. I wonder how many times you can last. Lin Fei suppressed his qi and blood and rushed up again. A beam of cold light directly smashed over. The dark shadow demon lord was in a very passive situation. He was very strong. However, compared to Lin Fei, he had no advantage at all. Especially in terms of strength. Ha ha ha, you've been fooled. Lin Fei directly smashed into a flaw of the dark shadow demon lord. Once again, the dark shadow demon lord moved, and a small crack appeared on its body. Soon, the third and fourth injuries appeared. The dark shadow demon monarch, who wielded the black scepter, could block 9 out of 10 attacks. However, the last attack was difficult to dodge. His body suffered the impact of the force again and again. More and more cracks appeared, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. The dark shadow fiend lord's expression also began to change. I still underestimated you. To be able to find your opponent's flaws in battle, you can be proud of your eyesight, little doll. However, I don't intend to play with you anymore. The dark shadow demon lord snorted coldly. He raised his black scepter and pointed it at Lin Fei. A black dot penetrated through. Lin Fei had noticed it long ago. Both the Elysian Son of Heaven and Dugu Yijian were defeated by this attack. Chi! Lin Fei blasted out over 100 beams of cold light, forming a blockade. Proud Heaven's barricade was also pushed to its limits. No matter how powerful the scepter was, he should be able to withstand it. In the next second, the defense in front of Lin Fei lost its effect. The left side of his chest was fiercely attacked by the black dot. Circles of black energy rushed out, and half of his body exploded on the spot. Little doll, how powerful is this attack of mine? The dark shadow demon lord laughed. This was the dark shadow demon lord's strongest killing move. Even if its power was not at its peak, it was not something a little guy could withstand. Under this attack, Lin Fei was heavily injured. A large amount of life energy was used to repair his body, but it was devoured by the black energy. It was like a bottomless pit, boundless. Do you know why they tactfully left? It's because they couldn't withstand the invasion of this power. The dark shadow demon lord laughed. Unless you have a large amount of life energy. However, under this overbearing devouring, little doll, how many times can you withstand it? Let me see, 3 times, or 5 times. Lin Fei finally understood why the Elysian Son of Heaven and Dugu Yijin chose to leave so decisively. No one would be able to withstand such a frightening consumption. Amazing, it's really amazing. After Lin Fei lost 40% of his life force, he barely managed to suppress the black energy. However, his essence was also injured. The dark shadow demon lord squinted his eyes. Your body is really strong, and it's a top-notch technique that I don't know about. Your life energy is very strong. Others need to use 50% to 60%, but you only used 40%. It's really unexpected. It seems that you can withstand 2 more attacks from me. With such a strong body, the dark shadow demon lord could not wait to occupy it. The scepter was raised for the second time. The black light spot appeared again. Lin Fei performed several moves in a row, but he still could not withstand the attack of the black light spot. As mentioned, this kind of terrifying power attack was beyond ordinary attacks. It was extremely overbearing. No one would be able to stop it. Perhaps only the ultimate gods could stop it. It ignored all defenses. Lin Fei was seriously injured again. His whole body swayed, and his face became abnormally pale. He could barely stand. Little kid, if you open your mind now, I can continue to live, and even master supreme power. Such opportunities are rare. The dark shadow demon lord's voice became full of demonic sound. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and persisted. Ha ha ha, why are you reluctant to continue attacking? Are you worried that you can't take me down? You want me to open my mind? Don't even think about it. A large number of life crystals. They were not big, but there were many of them. Lin Fei opened his mouth and absorbed all the life crystals. The life energy inside entered his body. Damn it, I actually forgot that you still have life crystals. The dark shadow demon lord suddenly went berserk. With a wave of the scepter, the third attack came. Lin Fei was seriously injured again. His whole body exploded with a bang. Come on, your little ability is not enough. After reforming, Lin Fei started absorbing the life energy from the life crystals in large gulps. His complexion also became rosy. The dark shadow demon lord's original strength was suppressed, but with the scepter, he could mobilize the energy and perform a terrible killing move. In his opinion, 3 attacks could seriously injure the opponent. He ignored the life crystals. If there were too many of them, they would obviously become troublesome. If he let it go, his hope would become less and less. Die. This time, the power increased. With that, Lin Fei was blown up. Ha ha ha, is that all you can do? As soon as it was formed, the dark shadow demon lord waved the scepter again and smashed Lin Fei's body. Humph, I don't believe that you can still hold on. The dark shadow demon lord also gritted his teeth and persisted. Once, twice, thrice. Chapter 29:38. Lin Fei's body exploded for the 10th time. Dark Shadow Demon Lord finally showed a hint of joy. He must die. That damned brat actually lasted 10 times. What kind of physique cultivation technique is he practicing? Fortunately, he's definitely going to die this time. I can also perform the possession technique and occupy this body. With such talent, he should be able to cultivate to the ultimate god realm again in less than 500 million years. At that time, Lin Fei's figure condensed again. Dark Shadow Demon Lord made a sound of surprise. There seemed to be something wrong with the Lin Fei in front of him. This was the 10th time his body exploded. Shouldn't he be refining the life crystal? Every time Lin Fei exploded, he would immediately absorb his life energy. Is it gone? Dark Shadow Demon Lord felt that he understood. Ha ha ha, little boy, is it because the life crystal is gone and you can't restore your life energy? That's a pity. You have the best potential I've ever seen. You can hold on for 10 times. Now I'll give you another chance to choose. Open your mind and let me control your body. Lin Fei's face was extremely pale, without a trace of blood. He gritted his teeth and said, Dark Shadow Demon Emperor, you always use this trick. Unfortunately, it doesn't work every time. If you have the ability, then do it fiercely and let me see what you're capable of. Otherwise, I'll be able to take it even if you do it 100 or 10,000 times. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was indeed depressed. He could not take down the few children. He was angry. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Dark Shadow Demon Lord could see that the little boy would definitely not be able to withstand the 11th attack in his current state. The little boy was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He was just relying on his powerful divine body to hold on. As long as he made one last attack, the other party would definitely die. There was actually a slight essential difference between being dead and being alive. For Dark Shadow Demon Lord, this was really not a big deal. He had all kinds of secret techniques, so the impact was not very big. The black scepter flashed with a black luster and shot out a fatal blow. Dark Shadow Demon Lord believed that this time, Lin Fei would definitely not be able to withstand it. Even the most powerful peak Great Supremacy could only withstand 9 attacks. The little boy would definitely not be able to surpass the record of 11. Tenfold Power Technique, First Stage, 5 times increase. This time, Lin Fei was prepared. He displayed the tenfold power technique he had mastered. The sky splitter hammer in his hand was like a stream of light, smashing heavily on the black spot that was shuttling towards him. Boom! The surrounding void began to collapse, forming a huge black hole. Endless astral wind whistled. In an instant, the surrounding black astral wind swirled and did not dissipate for a long time. It lasted for a long time. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord waved his scepter, and the black wind disappeared. The collapsed black hole also recovered. When he saw Lin Fei, his eyes narrowed. He could feel the terrifying power from the other party. You can actually capture traces and even attack. This is completely impossible. Not only was the black dot's power terrifying, but it also had the ability to ignore everything. In order to hit it, one had to use absolute power, brute force against brute force. The power of the black spot was not only terrifying, but it also had the ability to ignore everything. To hit it, one had to use absolute power, brute force against brute force. This was not what Dark Shadow Demon Lord wanted to see at all. I should thank the Shadow Demon General for the good stuff he left behind. You should know that you gave me so many blows just now. Now it's my turn. Under the 5 times increase in strength, Lin Fei's strength skyrocketed. He swung the Heaven Splitter hammer in his hand, and absolute power pressed down. The Shadow Demon Monarch did not dare to use the same attack as earlier. With a light swing, he managed to dissipate most of the power. However, the remaining portion still struck him. His expression became unsettled. You actually mastered it so quickly. This is impossible. Lin Fei rushed up. I'm a genius. Nothing is impossible. Die. Bang. 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 Lin Fei was like a shadow. After the 5 times increase in strength, he was truly terrifying. Dark Shadow Demon Lord was drowned in an instant. The power of the black scepter in his hand also began to weaken. Dark Shadow Demon Lord kept retreating. His body was full of dents. Didn't you lose your life crystals? Why are you still so strong? Why? Dark Shadow Demon Lord was hit again and again. He could not understand. This kind of situation shouldn't have happened. Lin Fei kept attacking. He had to admit that this guy was really strong, especially his physical body. After dozens of attacks, it did not collapse. It was definitely a top-notch divine body. Although I don't know what secret method you used, it's not that easy to kill me. I forgot to tell you, although my physical body is not as strong as before, it is still the limit of the divine body. Your hammer is powerful, but it's a pity that it's not a real essence energy magic weapon. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will win today. Ha ha ha, so, little kid, you're destined to lose. Relying on the limit of the divine body and the power of the black scepter, Dark Shadow Demon Lord maintained an undefeated situation under the 5 times increase in strength. There was a playful smile on his face. Dark Shadow Demon Lord's words did not affect Lin Fei at all. Instead, Lin Fei laughed and became very excited. Ha ha ha, big idiot, I really have to thank you. Lin Fei was wondering if he should remove the Sky Splitter hammer and use the Sky Splitter rod to attack his opponent. After all, that was a real essence energy magic weapon. He did not expect Dark Shadow Demon Lord to say it himself. He was really courting death. Crash! With a thought, the Sky Splitter hammer in Lin Fei's hand turned into the Sky Splitter rod. He struck across the sky with all his power, broke through the defense of the scepter, and smashed heavily on Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body. Crack! 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 With 5 times the power, the Sky Splitter rod, a Essence Energy magic weapon, burst out with unimaginable power. Just one strike blew up half of Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body. I'm actually injured. Dark Shadow Demon Lord was confused. Lin Fei struck again. The Shadow Devil Monarch finally saw it clearly. It was a long staff, and it carried an aura that made his heart palpitate. His eyes suddenly widened. Essence Energy Divine Weapon. Damn it, Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body was blown up. Lin Fei also took a breath of cold air. This is too terrifying. Could it be that the stronger one is, the real power of the Essence Energy magic weapon can burst out? Dark Shadow Demon Lord recovered. There was finally fear in his eyes. He stared at Lin Fei. You. How can you have an Essence Energy magic weapon? This is impossible. What he waited for was Lin Fei's domineering strike. Another strike landed on Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body. The Black Scepter began to be unable to resist. Chapter 29:39. Second time. Third time. After the Sky Splitter combined with the strength of the tenfold strength technique, every time Lin Fei used the staff, there would be a black shadow that passed through the void and hit the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Usually, after 2 attacks, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord would be blown up. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord had no chance to resist, and the power of the Black Scepter in his hand became weaker and weaker. 8th time. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, this is just the beginning. Lin Fei laughed heartily. When he used his full strength, it felt so good. It felt so good. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord moved left and right, putting up layers of defense. However, he still couldn't avoid the attack of the Black Shadow. The power was full of destruction, and his body was constantly being destroyed. Until the 15th time, his body was blown up. The aura of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord was not as strong and overbearing as before. Wait! The Black Scepter moved horizontally, barely blocking the attack of the Black Shadow. We can talk things out. Don't you think so? Everything can be discussed. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord really had no other choice. The power of the Essence Force Divine Weapon was too terrifying. Even with his heavenly god body, he couldn't withstand the destruction, and the life force in his body was constantly weakening. This was something the Dark Shadow Demon Lord didn't expect. The guy in front of him was no longer that little kid, but a terrifying opponent. Wait until I blow you up 20 times. Lin Fei didn't want to listen to any words. He pressed the Sky Splitter and directly shook off the Black Scepter, hitting the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body. Bastard, I'll fight it out with you. The 15th time. The 16th time. Lin Fei's attacks became smoother and smoother. Boundless power kept attacking the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. I can't fight anymore, I'm going to die. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord screamed. Lin Fei wasn't moved, and he blew up the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body again and again. The 20th time. This time, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord took a long time to condense. His face was pale, without a trace of blood. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, these 20 times, didn't it feel good? You're the one who felt good. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord cursed in his heart. That fellow from the Saint Spirit domain, where did he find such a demon? Or was it a formidable martial artist from another domain who had taken over his body? It was an Essence Force Divine Weapon. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, there were very few of them. Where did he get one? If you don't want to talk, I'll do it again. Lin Fei attacked through the air and blew up the Dark Shadow Demon Lord without any explanation. The 21st time. Does it feel good? Lin Fei held the sky-splitting rod in his hand. Awesome, very awesome. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord endured the humiliation and replied. He was filled with hatred for Lin Fei. Then, do you still want to continue enjoying yourself? I can see that your body can still endure 7 or 8 more times. Lin Fei said with a smile. Little brother, I was wrong. I'm willing to compensate you for your loss. What do you think? I have a lot of things on me. Any one of them is a good thing. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord didn't dare to do it a few more times. He would have to accept his fate. Lin Fei smirked. Your things are all mine. If I kill you, all of them will be revealed. Do you think that would be of any use to me? With that, he raised his staff and prepared to strike. Wait, we can discuss this. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was anxious. With the Essence Force Divine Weapon, there was no problem killing him. He could only wait. After an hour, he might still have a chance to live. We can discuss it. For example, you can throw the black staff in your hand over. I think it's good. Lin Fei pointed at the black staff. No, absolutely not. Lin Fei squinted. I can definitely do it. What do you think? The Sky Splitter pointed at him. It seemed that if the Dark Shadow Demon Lord said no, the staff would come down immediately. Sure. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord could only compromise. After all, even if the scepter was in the other party's hands, he might not be able to control it. It was something he had obtained from a mysterious place back then. Just refining it had taken him hundreds of millions of years. What could a brat do? When the time came, he could get it back with a single thought. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord gritted his teeth and threw the black staff. Lin Fei reached out and caught it. So this is also an Essence Force Divine Weapon. It seems different from mine. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord looked down on Lin Fei. He said in a low voice, Little brother, you don't know this. The Essence Force Divine Weapon in your hand is of the Strength type. It can increase your attack power. Mine is of the Emperor's Will. Its power is greater. Mine is called the No Mercy Scepter. It can ignore all defensive attacks. No Mercy Scepter. It's really awesome. Lin Fei snorted. He put away the staff and smashed the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. From the 21st time onwards, without the No Mercy Scepter, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's resistance became weaker. His body was directly smashed. I've already handed over the No Mercy Scepter. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's face was full of hatred. I don't like you. So, I'll do it again. The Sky Splitter swept again and smashed the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. The recovered Dark Shadow Demon Lord's aura was even weaker. Lin Fei came in front of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Under his control, the Sky Splitter turned into a golden circle, tightly binding the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. In order to avoid trouble, I think I have to do one thing. Lin Fei patted the Dark Shadow Demon Lord with one hand. His whole body shook. A bad feeling rose in the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's heart. Plunder. The skill was activated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei began to plunder the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's life energy. That was the safest way. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was shocked to find that the life energy in his body kept flowing out. He was completely shocked. I'll fight you. No Mercy Scepter. He summoned the No Mercy Scepter. However, the No Mercy Scepter stopped in midair. Under the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's summon, it did not move at all. He was dumbfounded. This was not right. No need to take it. I've temporarily sealed the No Mercy Scepter. You'd better be obedient and contribute your life energy. Lin Fei kept plundering. Impossible. No one has ever been able to plunder so much life energy and be fine. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord could not break free from the Sky Splitter. He did not believe that someone could keep plundering life energy. Whoosh. 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 A large amount of life energy poured in. Moreover, it was extremely pure. What a great supplement. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn. An hour. Lin Fei was still plundering. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was in despair. His strength was infinitely weakened and he could not resist. Stop plundering. If you continue, I'll die. I admit defeat. Chapter 2940. Dark Shadow Devil Lord had completely withered. To him, there was nothing he was afraid of except facing death. In this place, even if he met a powerful opponent, Dark Shadow Devil Lord could rely on his powerful heavenly god body to resist the opponent. In addition to his rich life energy, even 100,000 years would not kill him. But now, the most terrifying scene appeared. This little guy had mastered a heaven-defying ability. Not only could he seal the unpardonable scepter, but he could also violently rob his life energy. This was a terrible nightmare. Dark Shadow Devil Lord looked at the life energy rushing over and seeing that the other party was safe and sound. I lost, don't suck anymore. Dark Shadow Devil Lord's voice became weak. Since Lin Fei crazily sucked Dark Shadow Devil Lord's life energy, a full month had passed. It was a very short time, but in Dark Shadow Devil Lord's eyes, it was the most terrifying thing in his life. His life energy was almost absorbed, and his previous prestige was gone. Dark Shadow Devil Lord didn't know how many times he said this, but the other party never stopped and kept sucking. Lin Fei finally stopped and showed a satisfied smile. The harvest was too rich. Just this huge amount of life energy, he believed that as long as he had enough Yuan Qi God Sand, his Proud Heaven body could reach Proud Heaven level 9. Combined with this life energy, it should not be a problem to smoothly reach the peak of Proud Heaven level 9. Lin Fei really wanted to thank Dark Shadow Devil Lord for his contribution. He was really a good person. I am now considering whether to kill you. Lin Fei sized up Dark Shadow Devil Lord. Don't kill me, my life energy has been absorbed by you. There is no meaning in killing me. Dark Shadow Devil Lord was afraid, I still have some good things to give you. Without waiting for Lin Fei to say anything, Dark Shadow Devil Lord took out a treasure. This is our Dark Shadow clan's top cultivation method, Dark Shadow Stealth. It is not the emasculated version that is circulating outside. It can truly achieve Dark Shadow Stealth. And this, a treasure left behind by a Temporal Temple expert, Time Freeze, a one-time attack scroll that can affect a great Sovereign Lord expert. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a really good thing. Although he knew a bit of both the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time, as his cultivation increased, this bit of power would not be able to cause any damage, becoming very useless. It's good, but it's not enough. I still have more. In order to survive, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord was willing to go all out. He took out one treasure after another. Any one of them would make him go crazy. Lin Fei was not very interested in some of the treasures. Especially those semi-finished elemental energy divine weapons, they were not attractive to him at all. Apart from a few good items, the rest aren't that great. After thinking about it, if I kill you, I might be able to get something good. Lin Fei said. Dark Shadow Fiend Lord's face was ashen. These treasures had been gathered with great difficulty. Don't, I can tell you a shocking secret. Dark Shadow Fiend Monarch gritted his teeth. This is a disaster for others, but for you, it might be an opportunity. There's such a big secret. Lin Fei did not quite believe it. Yes, as long as you promise not to kill me, I will tell you. Dark Shadow Demon Lord said, however, you have to swear first, then I will tell you. If you want to use force, I can guarantee that you won't get any secret. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lin Fei also wanted to see what tricks Dark Shadow Demon Lord would play. As for using force to rob, he was not interested. This old monster, who knew what he was hiding? Big secret, hee hee. Okay, but if the secret you say is not a big secret, I will kill you with one blow. You'd better be mentally prepared. Lin Fei pointed the sky-splitting rod in his hand at Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Under the witness of Dark Shadow Demon Lord, Lin Fei made a vow. You can say it now. Dark Shadow Demon Lord secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the binding power of the vow was not that strong, it still had a certain influence on an expert like Lin Fei. I come from the Umbra continent, which is what you call the extraterritorial continent. Dark Shadow Demon Lord began to say, the reason why I am imprisoned here is actually very simple. It is because our Umbra continent invaded the Saint Spirit domain and started a war in an attempt to control this place. Lin Fei was finally moved. Invasion. The extraterritorial continents really did exist. Wait, then what you said previously was a lie. It was not your continent that had a war, but your continent invaded. Lin Fei understood. The invasion of the extraterritorial continents requires a lot of energy, and it may not succeed. Is your Umbra continent so free that you have nothing better to do? Why would you travel through time and space to the Saint Spirit domain? Dark Shadow Demon Lord laughed bitterly and said, I lied to you. The continent we live in is surrounded by a special energy. We call this energy primordial annihilation. The continent itself has a special substance that can resist primordial annihilation. This substance exists in quantity. Over a long period of time, this substance's energy will be continuously consumed. Then, as you know, primordial annihilation from the outside will invade and completely destroy the continent. Lin Fei really did not know about this. Secret. It was definitely a big secret. Probably only a few people at the top knew that primordial annihilation had the ability to destroy. Our Umbra continent was invaded by primordial annihilation. This power is extremely overbearing. It will slowly move, devour, and destroy. Everything it covers will be turned into nothingness. You can imagine how terrifying it is. No existence can survive it. This primordial annihilation was born together with the continent. As long as there are extraterritorial continents, there will be primordial annihilation. At the same time, primordial annihilation will block all foreign substances from entering the continent. Lin Fei listened very carefully. If he had not forced the Dark Shadow Demon Lord, it would have been very difficult for him to know this secret. Lin Fei was even more excited about the big secret that the Dark Shadow Demon Lord spoke of. Back then, our Umbra continent was about to be destroyed, so we invaded the Saint Spirit domain. Unfortunately, at that time, the Saint Spirit domain's power was tyrannical and terrifying. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. We sacrificed the entire continent, but we failed to conquer the Saint Spirit domain. The Dark Shadow clan either died or were injured. After a long period of time, the Dark Shadow clan disappeared in the long river of history. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the big secret that I will tell you. The palace lord of your Umbra Palace is from the Dark Shadow clan. Lin Fei heard the last part and gasped in disbelief. Chapter 2941. Big Secret. Lin Fei himself was shocked. The Dark Shadow Palace's supreme divinity was from the Dark Shadow tribe. If word got out, many people would be dumbfounded. It was a real big secret. There's nothing to be surprised about. So far, I'm the only one who knows this secret. He thought he hid it well, but I have a secret technique that can see through him. Little brother, this is definitely an earth-shattering secret. Back then, the Dark Shadow continent invaded the Saint Spirit domain and suffered heavy casualties. The huge race almost disappeared, and the Saint Spirit domain and the Dark Shadow tribe became mortal enemies. Let me tell you another secret, there are actually descendants of the Dark Shadow tribe among the martial artists of the Saint Spirit domain's Devil Motherland. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord revealed a secret, and then a second one. Lin Fei knew about the existence of the Devil Motherland. The demons there were very powerful. At the same cultivation level, they could easily defeat the martial artists of the human race. Especially their physical bodies, they were famous for being tough. Lin Fei had always thought that they had cultivated a powerful physical body cultivation method that had forged their bodies to be extremely strong. After hearing what the Dark Shadow Demon Lord said, he immediately realized that it seemed to be a possibility. The demons of the Devil Motherland had been wreaking havoc in the Saint Spirit domain. Even the three top forces could not really destroy them. Every once in a while, they would appear and cause a bloodbath. If what the Dark Shadow Demon Lord said was true, the descendants of the Dark Shadow tribe might really have a deep connection with the Devil Motherland. It was hard to say if they were not the cause. I've told you all my secrets. These are the big secrets of the Saint Spirit domain. No one knows about them. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord looked at Lin Fei, hoping that he would leave immediately. Lin Fei kept looking at the Dark Shadow Demon Lord, seemingly thinking about something. You're very lucky. Since I said I won't kill you, I definitely won't. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was very powerful. Only he could force him to reveal his secrets. Ordinary people could not do that. Lin Fei really could not bear to kill such a good human cauldron. Even if the Dark Shadow Demon Lord knew some secrets. Let me ask you one more thing. In the Saint Spirit domain, where else produces divine essence sand? This was a question that Lin Fei was more concerned about. Others might not know. But the Dark Shadow Demon Lord definitely knew. After knowing the relationship between Yuan Mia and the continent from Dark Shadow Devil Lord, Lin Fei gave up on the idea of digging the god sand of Yuan Mia by himself. Unless his proud heaven reached the 10th level of proud heaven, then he might be able to go. But for now, he still had to rely on Dark Shadow Devil Lord. There are people from the Black Domain. After all, the Black Domain is very complicated, and there are many factions. Anyone who comes out is an expert. It's a pity that they don't care about things outside the Saint Spirit domain. The Shadow Demon Lord looked at Lin Fei, not understanding why Lin Fei was asking about this. Of course I know about the Black Domain. What I'm asking is if there are any other places. What's the point of talking so much? Do you want me to continue plundering your life force? Lin Fei pretended to attack. Not killing you doesn't mean I won't plunder your life force. Dark Shadow Fiend Lord's expression changed. Let me think. If you can't figure it out, you're done for. The Saint Spirit domain was so big. Lin Fei knew a lot of secrets, but he really didn't know where else there was God Sand of Yuan Mia. Now, he could only rely on Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Proud Heaven was at the peak of the 8th level. He was stuck here, and it was very uncomfortable. Lin Fei had to break through as soon as possible so that his strength could be greatly improved. With the help of the Dark Shadow Demon General Strength, he could sweep away the great supremacies. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord kept flipping through his memories. If he continued to plunder the life force in his body, he would be completely finished. Without life force, the physical body lost its meaning and became an empty shell. Just as Lin Fei was getting impatient, Dark Shadow Demon Lord finally found a place. Don't attack, little brother. I'll tell you right away. Besides the Black Domain, there really is another place. However, this place is a little special. However, with little brother's strength, there shouldn't be any problem. What place? That is the Saint Spirit domain, a place of a foreign race. I only found out about that place when I was fighting. We are called the Sky Feather Nation, a small hidden nation. This small nation doesn't have many people, but this race has an ability that human experts don't. That is the ability to ignore everything. At the same time, they are a bunch of lunatics. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This ability can be inherited. Lunatics? Yes, it's a bloodline inheritance. My merciless scepter was actually forged by them. Dark Shadow Demon Lord said. They are probably the only existence in the entire Saint Spirit domain that can enter annihilation to collect the god Sand of Yuanmia. However, the Sky Feather Nation is very arrogant. It is very difficult to get the god Sand of Yuanmia from them. I advise you not to offend them. Lin Fei listened quietly. He especially emphasized the word lunatic. His heart trembled. There was actually such a mysterious existence in the Saint Spirit domain. If not for Dark Shadow Demon Lord mentioning it, he reckoned that he wouldn't know for a long time. They all said that they were hidden from the world. In the Saint Spirit domain, Lin Fei had never heard of their existence. If you want the god Sand of Yuanmia, you can only go to the Sky Feather Nation. Dark Shadow Demon Lord grabbed at the space between his eyebrows, and a ball of light appeared. I copied the route of the Sky Feather Nation. You just have to follow the direction. Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. Having obtained the most important information, he was satisfied. There was hope for breaking through to the 9th level of the world-defying realm. Even if it was a 1 in 10,000 chance, he still had to try. It's a pity that I don't have the chance to take away the illusory black tower. Lin Fei secretly glanced at the illusory black tower beneath him. This was a top-notch item. No matter where he put it, it was guaranteed that he would immediately fall into its trap. He took out the teleportation stone, crushed it, and teleported out. Dark Shadow Demon Lord was startled. The other party actually left. I still underestimated this guy. Isn't he afraid that one day when I leave, I'll find trouble with you again? However, my plan has also succeeded. Dark Shadow Divinity, a body-refining brat with limitless potential might ruin all your plans. That's really interesting. I have to speed up too. A strange look flashed across Dark Shadow Demon Lord's face. Dark Shadow Palace, inside a palace. There were a few people waiting. Among them were Duguijian, Su Heng, and the others. He's out. Deputy Hall Master Lin is out. When there was a fluctuation in the void, they knew that Lin Fei had come out. A white light tore through the void, and Lin Fei's figure also appeared in the palace. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be in a sorry state. There was even a hint of exhaustion between his brows. For a body-refining elite, this was quite inconceivable. When Lin Fei saw the people present, he was also quite surprised. He didn't think that they would be waiting for him outside. Chapter 2942. There were many supremacies in the palace. Most importantly, all 5 great supremacies were here. Elysian Sun and Duguijian were teleported out with serious injuries. When the 5 great supremacies heard the news, they immediately rushed over to help them suppress the power. When they learned that they went to the 3rd floor of the Shadow Throne, they were shocked. Ever since the Shadow Throne had appeared, very few people had been able to reach the 3rd level of the Shadow Throne. Most of them were on the 2nd level. This time, someone actually entered the 3rd floor of the Shadow Throne and even fought with the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. This was beyond their expectations. The 5 great supremacies worked together and spent a lot of effort to suppress the terrifying power in the 2. When they heard that Lin Fei was still inside, they couldn't help but worry. Especially when they learned that Lin Fei was leading the way, they all looked at him in a different light. All the great supremacies present had been to the Shadow Throne before, but they had to return after a short while. However, they also knew how terrifying the Shadow Labyrinth was. Great Supremacy Hauntion didn't want anything to happen to his disciple. Being able to walk in the Shadow Labyrinth was equivalent to mastering the changes. In the future, the next batch of people would have an absolute advantage. Lin Fei had become very important. Lin Fei came out in a sorry state. Great Supremacy Hauntion was the first to feel relieved. It's good that you came out. It's normal that you couldn't beat the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. When Lin Fei saw the 5 great supremacies, he was sure that Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijin couldn't suppress the power of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. He was secretly glad that he had pretended to be in a sorry state. Master, I'm useless. I couldn't kill the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Fei said in shame. The 5 great supremacies didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How powerful was the Dark Shadow Demon Lord? How could he be killed so easily? Since Lin Fei could come out unscathed, Lin Fei's status in the eyes of the 5 great supremacies had improved greatly. He was going to be one of the most outstanding people in the Shadow Palace in the future. Great Supremacy Hauntion laughed loudly. Dugu Yijin left after seeing that Lin Fei was fine. Su Heng and the others were the same. If it weren't for them, who knew if they could survive the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's attack? It was truly terrifying. Seeing that Lin Fei's injuries were not light, the 5 great sovereigns told him to go back and rest first. They would discuss this matter in a few days. Lin Fei returned to his cave residence. I seem to have become a hot commodity, hee. Lin Fei laughed at himself. He was not in a hurry to recover from his injuries. Life crystals, dark shadow grass, and other things are still in great demand for them. By the way, Master, why didn't you kill the Dark Shadow Devil Lord? Maybe there's something good there. Little Fiend asked curiously. Anything that was useful to the system should just be killed. Why should he keep it? What a waste. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. Do you think Dark Shadow Devil Lord's words are credible? Half-half, it's a mixture of truth and falsehood. I'll take this kind of scheming fellow seriously. You'll be out of luck. Little Fiend was smart. Lin Fei nodded. The reason why I didn't kill the Dark Shadow Devil Lord is because I felt a dangerous aura in his body. That should be the Dark Shadow race's trump card. Even if I can withstand it, I'll probably be in big trouble. So, I used plunder to force him to reveal some secrets. This was also Lin Fei's cautiousness. Ao Tian was at the peak of the 8th level. Although he seemed strong, he had to be careful against the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. He wanted to use information to fool him. He had no interest in the descendants of the Dark Shadow race. As long as they did not hinder his cultivation, he didn't care what they did. He was not a hot-blooded youth. That big secret was nothing to him. Lin Fei spent a month in his cave residence to recover from his injuries. The 5 great sovereigns did not disturb him. Ever since Elysian Sun, Dugu Yijin, and the others brought out the life crystals, they all became hot steamed buns in the eyes of the great sovereigns. As the last to leave, Lin Fei also brought many treasures with him. Most importantly, Lin Fei's experiences on the way to the 3rd level of the Shadow Throne, especially the changes in the 2nd level of the Shadow Labyrinth, were the most important. With these experiences and information, the chances of everyone passing through the Shadow Labyrinth would be higher the next time. This was something that ordinary people could not compare to. When Lin Fei came out of his cave residence, he received invitations from the 4 great sovereigns. Each of them was quite polite, but he was not in a hurry to reply. Instead, he went to his master's residence. Junior brother, you're amazing. You actually fought with the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. What does the Dark Shadow Devil Lord look like? Back then, we searched blindly in the Shadow Labyrinth and came out by accident. I knew it. Junior brother must have gained something from going to the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei took out 4,000 life crystals and gave 1,000 each to the 4 senior brothers. It's just a small token of respect. The life energy contained in these life crystals was not much. In Lin Fei's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. In the Shadow Palace, it was a rare treasure, so it was most suitable as a gift. Ha ha ha, thank you, junior brother. What a tycoon. 1,000 life crystals was definitely not a small fortune. The 4 senior brothers accepted it without hesitation. They knew that their junior brother had probably become a tycoon after going to the Shadow Throne. Master, I'm here. In the pavilion by the lake, Lin Fei met Great Sovereign Hantian. Sit. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker took a glance at Lin Fei and found that his injuries had healed, and his aura had become stronger. He couldn't help but nod and say, not bad. Your sacred cloud dragon rampantly has improved a lot. You'll soon reach the peak of your cultivation base. Master, you have good eyesight. You can tell at a glance. Lin Fei sat in front of Great Sovereign Hantian. You're very good. This time, everyone who went to the Shadow Throne praised you. Even the few great sovereigns have a whole new level of respect for you. When Great Sovereign Hantian learned that Lin Fei had broken into the 3rd floor of the Shadow Throne, he was also shocked for a long time before he recovered. Awesome! I can't believe I have such a powerful disciple. This was Great Sovereign Hantian's only thought. He knew that when his disciple went in, he did not have any information on him. It was really rare for him to be able to convince the Elysian Sun and Dugui Jin. Grand Monarch Shaker Heaven asked about the Shadow Throne, which he was very interested in. Lin Fei gave him a brief explanation, leaving out some of the important parts. Master, these are the things I've collected. Please help me deal with them. I don't know much about their prices. Lin Fei took out a storage ring. And these are my gifts to you, Master. You're really a tycoon. You gave me 10,000 life crystals in one go. Great Sovereign Hantian laughed. Tell me, what else do you want? Chapter 29:43. Lin Fei didn't intend to deal with the things he had obtained from the Shadow Throne himself. It would be best to let his master handle them, and their value would be infinitely greater. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was to sell the tenfold strength incantation. Lin Fei planned to make a deal with Master Hantian. The things he had obtained from killing the Dark Shadow Demonic General in the Shadow Throne were no secret. Even if he didn't say it, someone else would. As for the tenfold strength incantation, Lin Fei didn't attach much importance to it. His own proud heaven was a top body-strengthening cultivation method. Moreover, it wasn't easy to cultivate the tenfold strength incantation. It had high requirements, and couldn't be cultivated by ordinary body-tempering practitioners. Lin Fei thought of his master. It would be better to let his master cultivate it than to let others learn it. The stronger his master was, the easier it would be for him to live in the Dark Shadow Palace in the future. With a grand supremacy, there wouldn't be any trouble. Master, I obtained a supplementary strength incantation after killing the Dark Shadow Demonic General in the Shadow Labyrinth. It's called the Tenfold Strength Incantation. After thinking about it, I don't think anyone can cultivate it except you. Therefore, I want to make a deal with you. Lin Fei took out the copy of the Tenfold Strength Incantation. Grand Monarch Hantian laughed happily. I've heard of this secret incantation of yours. The first level can increase one's strength 5-fold and last for an hour. It's indeed amazing. I didn't expect you to take it out and make a deal with me. It's good stuff. It's better for Master to learn it than others. Lin Fei said. There haven't been any experts in body tempering practitioners. If Master cultivates it, you'll definitely raise the banner of body tempering practitioners again, and your name will be passed down through the ages. Boy, you really know how to talk. Grand Monarch Hontian did have this idea. Unfortunately, at his current realm, his strength improved very slowly. Now that there was an opportunity, he was naturally tempted. What do you want? I want a batch of Origin Energy Divine Sand, at least 100 kilograms. Lin Fei casually said, not long ago, I obtained a technique that can refine a semi-finished Yuanli weapon, so I want to give it a try. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker suspected that he had misheard Nye Tian. Didn't he know that his disciple was going to study forging divine weapons of origin power? Didn't he know that it was a bottomless hole? Many formidable martial artists in the Saint Spirit domain wanted to forge an Essence Force divine weapon, but had anyone succeeded? No. Not a single one. Alright, but 100 kilograms is impossible. Every grain of Origin Energy Divine Sand is extremely precious. I will do my best to help you. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker wanted to persuade him, but in the end, he gave up. However, if you don't mind, you can sell one to the Dark Shadow Palace. I believe they will be very happy to do so. Lin Fei shook his head. This disciple doesn't mind. This kind of auxiliary technique has very high requirements. It's already quite monstrous to cultivate the first 3 stages. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Master. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker nodded slightly. You've recovered from your injuries. Your performance in the Dark Shadow Throne was outstanding, comparable to that of Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven. Therefore, this time, you will represent the younger generation of the Dark Shadow Palace to join the battle against the experts of the Demon Nation and weaken their strength. All right. Lin Fei didn't refuse. You will have 100 years to prepare. After Lin Fei left his master's cave residence, he spent the next few days visiting the 4 Grand Monarchs. As his strength improved, in the eyes of the Grand Monarchs, Lin Fei's potential was limitless. What was important was that he was a body-tempering cultivator. It was only a matter of time before he became a Grand Monarch. It wouldn't be embarrassing to befriend Lin Fei now. At that time, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker and Grand Monarch Lin Fei would form a terrifying force. None of them dared to take them lightly. After dealing with the 4 Grand Monarchs, Lin Fei returned to his cave residence to cultivate. Dugu Yijin took the initiative to visit him. You don't mind if I come to spar with you, do you? Dugu Yijin directly stated his purpose of visit. No problem, I'm also bored out of my mind. Lin Fei chuckled. That's good. Ever since their first spar, Dugu Yijin had come to spar with Lin Fei from time to time. During the trip to the Dark Shadow Throne, Dugu Yijin's strength had improved rapidly. Every time he came to spar, the two of them were evenly matched. Some of Lin Fei's hammer techniques had also become more perfect. In the first year, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had sent him the first batch of Origin Power Divine Sand, which weighed 25 kilograms. He had collected this from all over the Saint Spirit world, and he had spent 2/3 of his wealth. An auxiliary technique was completely worth it. It could increase one's strength by 5 times, and it would be equivalent to a peak Grand Monarch's battle prowess, or even above. These 25 caddies are for me, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. The Dark Shadow Palace will soon have about 50 caddies of Origin Energy Divine Sand. After all, this method can make a Grand Monarch instantly. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. The 25 kilograms of Origin Power Divine Sand, together with the Dark Shadow Palace's 50 kilograms, made it almost 150 kilograms. The requirement for Proud Heaven to upgrade was getting lower and lower. However, the Dark Shadow Palace's higher-ups want you not to sell the auxiliary technique outside. They will add another 10 kilograms of Origin Power Divine Sand. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. Lin Fei thought for a moment. All right. If such an auxiliary technique were to spread outside, it would definitely cause countless body-tempering powerhouses to go crazy. After all, the Saint Spirit world was so vast, and the Dark Shadow Palace wasn't the only place with body-tempering supremacies. After Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker left, Lin Fei was very happy. 150 kilograms. No, it should be 170 kilograms of Origin Power Divine Sand. As expected, only Master and the others have the connections. This amount was completely beyond his expectations. The Saint's Spirit World still had a lot of Origin Power Divine Sand. 150 kilograms of Origin Power Divine Sand can unlock part of my physical body's upper limit. Even though it was only 25 kilograms, Lin Fei was still very happy. He activated the array formation, took out the Origin Power Divine Sand, and began to absorb it. As he absorbed more and more, his physical body's upper limit was also released. After refining another 25 kilograms of Origin Power Divine Sand, the second batch of Origin Power Divine Sand was also in his hands. It was a full 120 kilograms, and Lin Fei agreed to some restrictions. The remaining 120 kilograms took a long time to refine. Proud Heaven's physical body had clearly brought about a huge improvement. Lin Fei could clearly feel that Proud Heaven Tier 8 and Proud Heaven Tier 9 seemed to be a huge improvement. He believed that once he improved, his strength would explode. The most obvious change was that Lin Fei could see through his divine sense that the depths of his physical body was made up of particles. They were unbelievably sturdy, and they formed a powerful barrier. It was very different from before. Chapter 2944. With 170 kilograms of godly energy sand, Lin Fei could see the particles deep in his flesh. Each particle was extremely powerful, but there was still a large portion that did not become powerful. I still need 130 kilograms of godly energy sand. He needed 150 kilograms of godly energy sand to go from World-Defying Sky Tier 8 to World-Defying Sky Tier 9. Even though it was only a threefold increase, from 100 kilograms to 150 kilograms, it did not seem like much. If Lin Fei did not agree to the Dark Shadow Palace's terms and sold the tenfold strength technique, he might be able to get more godly energy sand. If that was the case, Lin Fei believed that the higher-ups would not be happy. Although the 5 great supremacies did not seem to care about anything, he knew that there were still a few decision-makers above the 5 great supremacies. They rarely showed themselves, and together with the 5 great supremacies, they formed the upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace. A secret technique that could raise a supremacy's battle power to that of a supremacy, even if it was only for an hour, was a terrifying threat to the enemy. Lin Fei was not the only one who knew about this secret technique. This was also the reason why Lin Fei was afraid. He urgently wanted Ao Tian to break through to World-Defying Sky Tier 9 and use the crystals of life he had accumulated to rush to the peak of World-Defying Sky Tier 9. At that time, the upper echelons would not matter. Luckily, there are still 80 to 90 years to go to the Demon Motherland. I still have hope of gathering the remaining 50 kilograms of godly energy sand. After his physique improved again, Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. When no one was paying attention, he left the Dark Shadow Palace and went to the Sky River Nation. His identity changed too. Ao Tian Lord. The Sky River Nation had 100,000 years. Maybe he could get some godly energy sand. A kilogram would be good, after all, it was godly energy sand. If there was none, Lin Fei had to think of other ways. Even though he had the location of the Sky Feather Nation, he would not go there unless it was absolutely necessary. The place that could refine the pardonable scepter was definitely not ordinary. Lin Fei didn't dare to go over rashly. The Sky Feather Nation hadn't released any information yet, but he knew that their strength wasn't ordinary. He even suspected that there might be an expert that surpassed the peak of the Great Supremacy. Regardless of whether it was the Merciless Scepter or the illusory Black Tower, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of their might. With the Merciless Scepter, he could ignore all attacks, and the illusory Black Tower was even more terrifying. It could directly trap a person within, and without them realizing it. Tianhe Kingdom. That heavenly river still existed, giving off an ancient aura. This time, Lin Fei quietly entered the Li family. Ancestrally Mo's aura was much stronger than it was 100,000 years ago, and he could be considered to have the strength of a peak High Lord, but it was still a long way off for him to enter the great High Lord realm. Master Li, long time no see. Lin Fei's sudden appearance had given Li Mo quite a fright. When he heard that it was Ao Tian Lord, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was even more fearful of Lin Fei, especially the aura that was released from his body. It was extremely terrifying, causing his hair to stand on end. Oh, it's Brother Ao. Ancestrally Mo did not dare to put on airs, as Ao Tian had set off a reign of terror in the Saint Spirit world. Until now, when those forces heard Ao Tian's name, they were terrified. The number of High Lords that had died in his hands was not as simple as 1 or 2. I was wondering who could come in quietly. No one in the Tianhe Kingdom could do it. Brother Ao's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Good luck, I've gained something. Lin Fei smiled and said, how is the Tianhe Kingdom now? Everything is fine, but the Zhao family has been hit hard, especially when Brother Ao Tian was killing everywhere. We took the opportunity to swallow up a lot of the Zhao family's territory. Now they are struggling at death's door, and many forces have their eyes on the Zhao family. I guess the Zhao family will soon be eliminated. Li Mo first explained the situation, and when he thought of the Zhao family's situation, he could not help but sigh. Lin Fei was not interested in the Zhao family anymore. By the way, this time I came to buy something from you, God Origin Sand. I don't know if you still have it. Lin Fei chatted for a while, then went straight to the point. Ancestrally Mo's expression changed slightly, and he smiled bitterly. Brother Ao, if you came earlier, our Li family would really have God Origin Sand, but not long ago, a mysterious person came and bought all the God Origin Sand in our hands. I'm sorry, it's not easy to collect. Lin Fei showed a trace of disappointment. Someone actually got it first. Who has such a big appetite to buy the God Origin Sand produced by the Tianhe Kingdom? Can you tell me who it is? Lin Fei was very surprised, but he also wanted to know what force suppressed the forces of the Tianhe Kingdom and swept everything away. Ancestrally Mo sighed, although our Tianhe Kingdom is not a big country, and we also have treasures that can threaten supremacies, the person who came this time is a bit big. He was accompanied by people from the Temporal Temple. You also know that the people from the Temporal Temple are very overbearing, and we have no choice but to agree. The person accompanying him is a peak supremacy, and he also brought a space-time team with him. Lin Fei really didn't think that it would be people from the Temporal Temple. This was really a big mountain. In front of a behemoth like the Temporal Temple, the Tianhe Kingdom was really vulnerable, especially when the Temporal Temple had a genius supremacy named Kongwen. In the past 100,000 years, Supremacy Kongwen space-time Dao had become more proficient, and he was ahead of all the geniuses in the Saint Spirit domain. It was rumored that he had the battle power of a great supremacy, and he was the number one. It was unknown how many forces had been beheaded by Supremacy Kongwen. The number of supremacies killed by him was even more uncountable, and he became famous. The Temporal Temple, our Tianhe Kingdom can't afford to offend them. Ancestrally Mo was full of fear. Their small kingdom really couldn't afford to offend such a behemoth. Lin Fei was quite curious. It was certain that the Essence Force God's sand was precious, but in the Saint Spirit domain, according to the Shadow Devil Lord, there weren't many people who could refine complete Essence Force God weapons. Then, why would the Temporal Temple want to find them? After confirming again and again, Lin Fei's trip to the Tianhe Kingdom was in vain. The Essence Force God sand was all collected, which was equivalent to a wasted trip. Brother Ao, although our Tianhe Kingdom doesn't have the Essence Force God sand anymore, there is still a place that should have it. You can try your luck there. Ao Mo clenched his teeth and said, however, I reckon that the people from the temporal temple will also go to that place. You have to be mentally prepared. I can see that they are determined to get it. What place? Lin Fei was quite curious. Could it be the Sky Feather Kingdom? If it was, then it would be meaningless. He didn't forget the words of the Shadow Devil Lord. Those people were not easy to deal with, and they were a group of lunatics. Chapter 29:45 Azura Kingdom 10,000 Treasure Meeting. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of such a place in the Saint Spirit world. Patriarchally, what sort of place is this Azura Kingdom? How come I've never heard of it before? The Saint Spirit world was a place with many countries. Lin Fei had heard of all of them before. But this Azura Kingdom was something he had never heard of before. It was an extremely unfamiliar place. Liamo had an indifferent expression on his face. He smiled and explained, "When I first heard of the Azura Kingdom, I was the same as you. Most people don't know of this place. The Azura Kingdom is in the Saint Spirit world, but that is only a general statement. Its true location is within the Black Domain." Lin Fei's eyes brightened. Black Domain. If it was the Black Domain, then it was normal not to know. In the Saint Spirit world, the most special place was the Black Domain. There were many countries within, each forming their own world. But they didn't have any thoughts towards the Saint Spirit world. They usually minded their own business. That's right, it's the Black Domain. The Azura Kingdom is located on the periphery of the Black Domain. Every 10,000 years, they will hold a grand auction to auction off some of the treasures within the Black Domain. Brother Ao, if you want to find the goddess in sand, then the Azura Kingdom is your only chance. Liamo said, "The people from the Temporal Temple are also going to participate in the auction. Perhaps they are going there for the goddess in sand." Lin Fei really didn't know about this. He thought to himself, "I have to understand more about the Black Domain in the future. If I don't know anything, then I'll really be blind." The Azura Kingdom's auction. Calculating the time, there should still be 20 years left. You can still make it in time. After Lin Fei expressed his thanks, he quietly left the Sky River Kingdom. Azura Kingdom, I have to personally make a trip there. Lin Fei regretted not coming to the Sky River Kingdom earlier. He had missed out on a great opportunity, otherwise things wouldn't have been so troublesome. Since the Temporal Temple can go to the Black Domain, they must have some reliable information. Perhaps if they really have the God Elemental Sand. Lin Fei flipped through some information that Liamo had given him before he left. If I hadn't improved my strength, I wouldn't have dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. But things are different now. Proud Heaven, who has reached the peak of the 8th level, is strong enough that ordinary Grand Sovereigns won't be able to break my defense. This time, I'm going to get the Origin Force Sand. Lin Fei had the confidence to fight for it. There was an entrance to the Black Domain. Although it was called the entrance, it was actually the weakest place. Those below the supremacy level didn't have protective treasures, so they didn't dare to enter. Even supremacies didn't dare to enter alone. Danger lurked everywhere inside, and it was extremely terrifying. Lin Fei charged into the Black Domain. Boom boom boom. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei was immediately crushed by the Black Domain. It was a special kind of energy that pierced through his physical body, attacking the physical particles in the depths of his body. One by one, his physical particles were crushed. Lin Fei didn't activate his Proud Heaven's protection. Instead, he quietly felt the physical particles in his body crumble. It's indeed terrifying. This energy is very domineering. No wonder ordinary people don't dare to come to the Black Domain. Even if they came, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. With a single thought, Lin Fei's physical body trembled. He destroyed the energy in his body and activated his Proud Heaven's protection. A ring-shaped Jingguang appeared around his body and destroyed all the invading energy. The black domain was very quiet. It wasn't much different from the mountains and rivers outside. The only difference was that the black domain would release special energy attacks on anyone. Apart from that, the structures of the continents in the black domain were very sturdy. Lin Fei tried to attack. In the Saint Spirit domain, he could easily destroy a mountain. However, in the black domain, he couldn't do so easily. They were very sturdy. After that, Lin Fei examined them and confirmed that the structures of the things in the black domain were different. They were all very sturdy, and their movement speed would be suppressed. Spatial movement. That's impossible. Anyone could only fly slowly. That's right, fly. Lin Fei's physical body was very strong, but his movement speed was also limited. He couldn't pass through the layers of energy. The layers of energy were terrifyingly hard, and he could only fly slowly. Fortunately, even with such a restriction, Lin Fei's speed far surpassed that of ordinary High Lords. Lin Fei was very helpless. He regretted not finding a treasure that could allow him to fly in the black domain. Using such a stupid method, Lin Fei used 15 years to arrive at the Azura Kingdom. Fortunately, the Azura Kingdom was easy to find. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted. What a large Azura Kingdom! The Azura Kingdom occupied a large area, especially the royal city. It was domineering and glorious. Black palaces of different heights emitted a sharp aura. Before entering the Azura Kingdom, Lin Fei could feel several tyrannical auras that were faintly discernible. Indeed, there are as many powerhouses as there are clouds. I can feel 7 or 8 auras, and there are even 3 or 5 auras that are faintly discernible. It really isn't simple. After paying the entrance fee, Lin Fei entered the royal city. The martial artists of the Azura Kingdom were all dressed in black, and their auras were much thicker. Lin Fei first found an inn to stay in. "Sir, I can tell that you're from the outside world with one look. Here is a secret history of the royal city. It's definitely what you need. It only costs 100,000 Saint Spirit crystals." After arranging his accommodation, a waiter immediately came up to sell his wares. 100,000 Saint Spirit crystals was not cheap at all. Lin Fei was worried that he didn't know much about the royal city, so he casually bought one. 100,000 Saint Spirit crystals was really nothing. The waiter beamed. He didn't expect to meet a local tycoon, so he came up to him again. "Sir, you must be here to participate in the Myriad Treasure Conference. You've come to the right place. This time's Myriad Treasure Conference will have some good stuff. I have a Myriad Treasure Conference procedure that will definitely suit you. It's very cheap, 200,000 Saint Spirit crystals." Lin Fei didn't look at it. He smiled and said, "Are you sure this thing is useful to me?" The waiter smiled. "Of course it's useful. Not everyone can enter the Myriad Treasure Conference. Those who are qualified will naturally not have a problem. Sir, I can tell that this is your first time here. That's all the more reason for you to buy a copy." Lin Fei didn't know much about this auction. He only knew that it was the Myriad Treasure Conference, but he didn't know the exact procedure. 200,000 it is then. Give me a copy. After spending 300,000 Saint Spirit crystals, Lin Fei realized that he didn't spend it in vain. For example, the secret history of the royal city recorded the distribution of forces in the Azura Kingdom. The royal family controlled the royal city, and they had the highest status. Behind them were other forces that submitted to the royal family. Among them, there were a few forces that one couldn't afford to offend. They were all great forces that came from the descendants of meritorious officials. Lin Fei only smiled at this. The one that caught his attention the most was the procedure of the Myriad Treasure Conference. Luckily I came early. If I came late, I really wouldn't have the chance to participate in the Myriad Treasure Conference. Lin Fei flipped through the procedure. So not everyone is qualified to participate in the Myriad Treasure Conference. First-time visitors need to obtain a qualified identity. Chapter 2946. Lin Fei used the remaining time to understand the Myriad Treasure Assembly's general situation. This process only took a month. Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the Myriad Treasure Convention. The convention was organized by the royal family, and it was rumored that the royal family had a special method to enter the depths of some uninhabited continents to search for treasures. In fact, they might even be able to obtain some great treasures. The Myriad Treasure Assembly that was held once in one's later years was extremely competitive. Whether it was a reclusive family or the ruler of a country, all of them would come here. For outsiders who participated for the first time, they had to obtain the royal family's recognition. Their recognition came from two aspects, one was strength, and the other was treasures. As long as they met both criteria, they would be qualified to enter the Myriad Treasure Assembly. I need to get a qualification first. Myriad Treasure Pagoda. The most unique place in the Azura Kingdom. Here, as long as you had money, you could buy anything. It wasn't impossible to come across those legendary treasures, it just depended on whether you had the strength to do so. Thus, the Azura Kingdom's cultivators loved to go out and train, searching for treasures to exchange for the good stuff inside the Myriad Treasure Pagoda. Lin Fei arrived in front of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda in a black robe. His magnificent aura was like that of a giant. At the entrance of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda, the guards were all peak 7th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivators, clad in a black armor that exuded an extraordinary aura. It was actually a High Lord armor. There were more than 20 guards, all of them wearing supremacy armor. They were quite extraordinary. Walking into the Myriad Treasure Pagoda, Lin Fei felt as if he had arrived at a different place, as if he had entered an independent space, many times more perfect than the usual independent space. I am here to obtain the Myriad Treasure Pagoda's qualification. Lin Fei said the moment he arrived. The Myriad Treasure Pagoda's cultivators were used to it. This way, please. Failed again. That thing is too domineering. Inside an independent space inside the Myriad Treasure Pagoda. When Lin Fei arrived, there were many people gathered here. At a glance, almost all of them were High Lords, more than a dozen of them. This is your number plate. When it's your turn, you can go up. The man handed a number plate to Lin Fei and left. Lin Fei noticed that there was a special creature on the stage in front of him. It was humanoid, and its body was half bent. Its eyes were filled with an evil aura. Next, number 9. A muscular man with a naked upper body and a huge black mace charged into the arena. Those who could come here were basically foreign supremacies. All of them were here for the qualifications. The first challenge was to defeat the Azura Hunter. This should be the Azura Hunter. It specializes in speed, and its power is average, but it can threaten peak supremacies. Lin Fei calmly looked at it. Relevant information also appeared. This was an Azura Hunter, a very special existence within the Azura Kingdom. The Shura Hunters are making their move. After the brawny man got on the stage, he swung his mace from top to bottom, intending to kill the Azura Hunter with brute force. Bang! After 2 sounds, the brawny man was sent flying, crashing into the arena's shield. 2 wounds were left on his chest, and blood flowed out. The Azura Hunter's movements were extremely fast, and it was like an afterimage. The brawny man was tortured until he had no choice but to give up. How difficult! This speed is too hard to deal with. The speed is indeed fast, and the attack is also fierce. It can really make a High Lord helpless. Lin Fei nodded inwardly. The dozen High Lords quickly went up the stage. So far, only one had killed the Azura Hunter, but he was also in a sorry state. Next, number 17. It was Lin Fei's turn. Lin Fei walked up the stage unhurriedly and nodded to the people outside, indicating that they could begin. Hoo. A strong stench assaulted Lin Fei's nostrils. The Azura hunter moved, turning into a black dot and disappearing from sight. Two sharp rays of light appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the Azura hunter's neck. A surge of energy surged out and struck the Azura hunter's body, killing it on the spot. Who is this fellow? He's too fast. He killed the Azura hunter with a single strike. Where did this expert come from? The people who hadn't left earlier were shocked when they saw this scene. This was the first time they had seen such efficiency. Everyone knew how terrifying the Azura hunter was. If you met one in Ashura Kingdom, you would definitely be in trouble. No one could escape from their pursuit. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Azura hunter's speed was starting to slow down, and its physical defense was also average. Lin Fei directly used his energy to penetrate into the depths of the Azura hunter's body, shattering the particles domineeringly. The person in charge of registration became very enthusiastic at this moment. Clearly, he was very surprised by the other party's strength. To be able to kill the Azura hunter so easily, that person was definitely a peak supremacy powerhouse. This black-robed man's talent was definitely not bad. To be able to kill the Azura hunter so easily, it was not common. He immediately went up to greet Lin Fei. Congratulations, brother. You have passed the first round. You can go to the next place. Someone came up and said enthusiastically, handing another number plate to Lin Fei. The number plate was proof of clearing the round. The next round was to verify the treasure. The quality of the treasure would determine whether one was qualified to enter the myriad treasure meeting. This was also a test of one's ability. The myriad treasure tower naturally had its reasons for setting up such a rule. After Lin Fei easily killed the Azura hunter, the relevant recording was sent to the Myriad Treasure Tower's Deputy Tower Lord. Deputy Tower Lord Tang, this person's performance today is the most outstanding. He should have great potential and is worthy of being roped in by our Shura Kingdom. In a small independent space on the top floor, a sharp voice sounded. The recording began to replay the battle on the stage. It was the recording of how Lin Fei easily killed the Azura hunter. Deputy Tower Lord Tang was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. His body exuded a noble aura, and his eyes were fixed on the recording. A body tempering supremacy. His speed is very fast, and his strength is stronger than an ordinary supremacy's. He's very domineering and ferocious, but he's passable. He seemed a little disappointed. However, it's worth roping him in. He should be a supremacy from the Saint Spirit world. I'll immediately arrange for someone to investigate. There are only a few body-tempering supremacies in the Saint Spirit world. It'll be easy to find out who they are. Lin Fei came to a small room. In the room, a white-haired old man was sitting. He looked solemn and shrewd. Take out your treasure. As long as this old man approves of it, you can obtain the qualifications to participate in the Myriad Treasure meeting. The white-haired old man said in a businesslike manner. What if I want the top-grade qualifications? Chapter 2947. 10,000 Treasure Towers qualifications were divided into several grades. When he came, Lin Fei decided that he must get a top-level qualification. In 10,000 Treasure Tower, with this top-level qualification, he could avoid a lot of trouble. As for outside, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. With his current strength, whoever came up to be unlucky, he did not mind killing. The white-haired old man glanced at the man in black and said formally, if the item meets the requirements, then you can get a top-level qualification. Honest to all. As an appraiser, the white-haired old man could encounter this kind of thing almost every day. A guy who was biting off more than he could chew, see if he had that qualification. This is what I prepared. What Lin Fei took out was none other than the Life Crystal Stone. He did not have many things now, only the Life Crystal Stone. As for the other things, they were really not worth much. Behind 10,000 Treasure Tower was the royal family. In the Black Domain, they had great influence, were more fair, and would keep secrets. 10,000 Treasure Tower could always stand tall, and this had a great impact on how they did things. Everyone was happy to come here. Lin Fei studied 10,000 Treasure Tower before he dared to take out the Life Crystal Stone. The Life Crystal Stone is not small in size. The white-haired old man's eyes lit up. It's a good thing. The Life Crystal Stone was not a circulating currency, but it had always been deeply loved by everyone. It could be used to heal at critical moments. Unfortunately, the Life Crystal Stone was not easy to find now. Except for some special places, it was almost difficult to find the Life Crystal Stone. The Life Crystal Stone that Lin Fei took out was not small in size and looked quite heavy. It contained thick life energy inside. The white-haired old man grabbed one of the Life Crystal Stone and examined it carefully. He was very serious. The whole process lasted for a long time. Life Crystal Stone, top grade, without a trace of impurities. It can be listed as a first-class treasure of 10,000 Treasure Tower. The white-haired old man put down the Life Crystal Stone. You can get a top-level qualification. These were all extracted by Lin Fei himself. The quality was naturally superior. It was not the Life Crystal Stone dropped by the Shadow Demon General. There was a certain gap. The white-haired old man took out a dark golden card and handed it to Lin Fei. As long as you drip your blood on it and refine it, you will be a top member of 10,000 Treasure Tower. Lin Fei did not hesitate and chose to refine it. A lifelike portrait appeared on the dark golden card. At the same time, there was a corresponding aura. No one could imitate it. This is our 10,000 Treasure Tower's 10,000 treasure card. With this card, you can spend anything in 10,000 Treasure Tower, and you can also enjoy the benefits of a 20% discount. Lin Fei put away the million treasure card and turned to leave the room. To be able to take out such a top-notch Life Crystal Stone, I must report this to the Tower Master. The white-haired old man muttered to himself. I've finally gotten the spot. Lin Fei left the 10,000 Treasure Tower and returned to the inn room, playing with the 10,000 treasure card in his hand. It was quite an extraordinary treasure. This craftsmanship is difficult for others to forge. Just the material of the 10,000 treasure card can block 99% of people. He still had this little bit of eyesight. Now, all that's left is to wait for the 10,000 Treasure Tower's myriad treasure meet to begin. As for whether the Life Crystal Stone would bring trouble, Lin Fei was not very worried. If the 10,000 Treasure Tower took a fancy to it, they could talk nicely, and everything could be discussed. If they used violence, it was not certain who would take care of who. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the myriad treasure meet to begin. Ever since Lin Fei obtained the top-notch qualification, he basically stayed in the inn. As the myriad treasure meet was about to begin, the number of people in the monarch city began to increase. The inns began to be full, and all of them came to participate in the myriad treasure meet. Lin Fei observed for a while and found that those who came to participate in the myriad treasure meet were basically powerhouses in the Black Domain. The Saint Spirit World supremacies outside could be counted on one hand. On the day of the myriad treasure meet's opening, Lin Fei woke up early and came to the 10,000 Treasure Tower. Compared to the past, the atmosphere of the 10,000 Treasure Tower today was different. Those should be special warships that can fly in the Black Domain. Outside the Monarch City, there were tall and majestic black warships, giving people a heavy aura. Lin Fei casually glanced at them before entering the 10,000 Treasure Tower. Honored guest, your seat is over here, please follow me. A beautiful 7th Order Heavenly God Realm young lady took the initiative to lead the way after looking at the 10,000 treasure card, arriving at a private room of the 10,000 Treasure Tower. The private rooms area was not small, and the decorations were luxurious. Not long after Lin Fei sat down, a beautiful young lady walked in, standing respectfully in front of him. "Hello, I am the person in charge of this private room, specially at your service. If you have any needs, please feel free to ask. Your service is quite attentive." Lin Fei laughed. The young lady was well-mannered with a smile on her face. As one of the top 10 trading houses in the Black Domain, the 10,000 Treasure Tower pursues meticulous service. The auction has not started yet, so you can taste our Azura country special tea, and then look through the items that will be auctioned today. Okay. Lin Fei nodded with a smile. Soon, Huang Xiaolong tasted the Azura country special tea. It was quite domineering, and had a unique taste. "This is the list of items that will be auctioned today. If there's anything you don't understand, you can call me." The young lady passed a soft book to Huang Xiaolong with both hands, standing to the side. Lin Fei flipped through the book. When the book was flipped open, a vivid and lifelike drawing appeared. Good heavens, the top qualification is really worth the money. Let me see what kind of good things are here. Lin Fei did not have much interest in weapons, pills, and the like. A semi-finished divine weapon actually costs more than 10 billion Saint Spirit crystals. This is really shady. How many people can buy something like this? Looking at the semi-finished divine weapon, Lin Fei couldn't help ridiculing the price. It was many times higher than he had imagined. Looking at the introduction, semi-finished divine weapons were not easy to come by. A semi-finished divine weapon is worth 10 billion Saint Spirit crystals. Then if I take out the merciless scepter, wouldn't everyone's eyes be blinded? The merciless scepter that he had obtained from the Dark Shadow Demon Lord had been thoroughly deciphered by the little fiend. Now, it truly belonged to Lin Fei, and he did not plan to sell it. This was a good thing, and he would keep it for future use. Huang Xiaolong continued to look. Special pills, treasures of the world, and so on were all available. Lin Fei's eyes widened. The Myriad Treasures Tower truly lived up to its reputation as one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the Black Domain. If the items on this list were to be placed outside, who knew how big of a storm it would cause? The corpse of an elemental destruction creature, or the corpse of a soul beast for short. Lin Fei soon saw a huge corpse. The starting price was actually 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals, which gave Lin Fei a fright. This price was even more expensive than a semi-finished divine weapon. What is this soul beast corpse? Lin Fei asked. Chapter 2948. Lin Fei was taken aback by the young lady's words. From the Dark Shadow Devil General, he knew about the existence of the foreign lands, and also knew that there was a special substance outside the foreign lands called Yuanmia. It enveloped the Saint Spirit world and formed a unique defense. Anyone who wanted to leave the Saint Spirit world and go to another foreign lands must be able to withstand the invasion of Yuanmia. It was a terrifying existence that made people feel fear. A special life form that was born from Yuanmia, absorbing its energy to grow, was simply unbelievable. Due to absorbing Yuanmia to grow, the essence beasts have become a unique existence. The essence beast's corpse can be used to create a terrifying puppet. Once refined, the puppet is equivalent to half a hierarch realm master, almost impossible to kill. Other than that, the essence beasts have a unique emperor's will that can be used to comprehend the emperor's will. The strongest essence beast strength can rival a 10th order heavenly god realm master. Lin Fei finally understood. This soul beast life form was really different. A 10th order heavenly god realm master. Even a peak great supremacy was no match for the corpse of a puppet. Just the thought of it sent chills down one's spine. The price of 30 billion Saint Spirit crystals was too normal. This is for you. Lin Fei threw 2 life crystals to the young lady. These were the life crystals that the Dark Shadow Devil General dropped. Thank you. The young lady covered her mouth, suppressing her excitement. This was the first time she met such a generous person, actually using life crystals to reward her. Lin Fei quickly found what he wanted. 150 caddies of Origin Energy Divine Sand. It was more than rumored. The starting price is 8 billion Saint Spirit crystals. It's not that high, but I wonder how many people will bid. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He did not have many Saint Spirit crystals on him, but he had life crystals. He believed that the Myriad Treasure Tower would be happy to buy them. This was also where Lin Fei's confidence came from. There were a total of 100 private rooms prepared by the Myriad Treasure Tower, and they were quickly filled. Every private room was served by a dedicated person, and the private rooms were equipped with arrays that could isolate all divine senses from invading, ensuring safety. As for those who didn't get a top-class private room, they could only sit below. Even so, the private rooms were filled with people in circles. The entire Myriad Treasure Tower's auction had several tens of thousands of people who came. The Myriad Treasure meeting that was held once every 10,000 years had officially begun. A middle-aged man ascended the stage. He was a peak supremacy powerhouse. I'm glad that everyone is here to participate in the Myriad Treasure meet. I'm Gao Bai, an old acquaintance of everyone. I'll be hosting the Myriad Treasure meet again. This Gao Bai supremacy started to greet everyone as soon as he came up, and the atmosphere was livened up. There's no time to lose. Let's start today's auction. High Supremacy Gao Bai waved his hand. Now, please bring out the first auction item. The first things he took out were all small things, but the quality was quite good. Each item was sold for tens of millions of Saint Spirit crystals, nearing 100 million. Soon, the first good item was brought out. It was an Emperor's Will protective technique, which had a certain degree of immunity from injury. It had the power of a 9th stage Saint Spirit secret technique, and attracted a lot of competition. In the end, it was won by someone for 300 million Saint Spirit crystals. The good items were brought out one by one. In the private room, Lin Fei was very calm as he watched quietly. Now, the auction item is a weapon that came from a special place. It's a semi-finished source energy weapon. The Heavenly Halberd. It's a semi-finished source energy weapon, and its power goes without saying. This Heavenly Halberd has the sharpening ability, and the starting price is 15 billion Saint Spirit crystals. High Supremacy Gao De introduced a half-finished source energy divine weapon that was truly precious. Right now, there were basically no more people who could refine elemental energy divine weapons. Having a semi-finished product was at least enough to increase one's strength by 1 or 2 times. The price of the item quickly shot up. In a short time, it reached 80 billion Saint Spirit crystals. We, the Sky Sea Dragon, bid 85 billion. An arrogant voice came from one of the private rooms. Whoever dares to continue bidding is not giving the Sky Sea Dragon any face. The Sky Sea Dragon's name seemed to be quite a threat, and a few private rooms quickly gave up. What's the background of the Sky Sea Dragon? Lin Fei asked curiously. The young woman said, the Sky Sea Dragon has a terrible reputation in the Black Realm. He specializes in doing things that cost nothing, and he has a peak great sovereign lord backing him up. Therefore, no one dares to offend him. Lin Fei frowned slightly. A peak great supremacy shouldn't be afraid of him. A peak great supremacy's battle strength was at most on par with a dark shadow demon general. Not only does that great sovereign have a semi-finished origin energy divine weapon, but he's also an expert in escaping. Up until now, no one has been able to kill that great sovereign of the Sky Sea Dragon clan. Lin Fei could imagine how powerful such a great supremacy was. 1 billion, the Temporal Temple wants it. At this time, a calm voice came from another private room. It was a voice that could not be refused. Within the Black Domain, the Sky Sea Dragon was a huge threat. However, in front of the Temporal Temple, he paled in comparison. Every heavenly god expert from the temporal temple was easy to deal with, especially after Kong Wen appeared. The Sky Sea Dragon's private room that had previously been arrogant also fell silent. They dared to kill people, but not the temporal temple. After all, the temporal temple was best at tracking people. Even if they ran to the ends of the earth, they would not be able to escape the temporal temple's pursuit. In the end, the halberd fell into the hands of the temporal temple. Following that, several items were auctioned off one after another. There was not a single item that caught Lin Fei's interest. However, he had to admit that they were all good items. They were not commonly found in ordinary places. For example, there were all sorts of natural treasures that could protect one's life. Now, we're auctioning the Origin Force God Sand. It wasn't easy for our myriad treasure tower to obtain it. There's a total of 75 kilograms, and the starting price is 8 billion Saint Spirit crystals. When the 75 kilograms of Origin Force God Sand was taken out, it was extremely eye-catching. Finally, it's the Origin Force God Sand's turn. If not for the fact that the refining method of the Origin Force God weapons had been lost, this thing would not have become a useless item and be auctioned off behind the semi-finished Origin Force God weapons. 9 billion. 9, 1 billion. 12, 1 billion. The Origin Force God weapon was a useless item, but it still attracted the attention of several people in the private rooms. Lin Fei watched quietly and did not choose to make a move. Instead of bidding slowly, it was better to wait until the right time to bid an extremely high price. The bidding for the Origin Force God Sand was not as intense as the semi-finished Origin Force God weapons. After all, not many people knew how to refine them, and even if they got their hands on them, they would be useless. Thus, the price was pushed to 26 billion Saint Spirit crystals, and it began to slow down. The Temporal Temple bids 26.5 billion. The private room of the Temporal Temple once again made a bid. In the private room, a pale-faced, middle-aged man exuded an ethereal aura as if he did not exist in the private room. He was the one who called out the bid of 26.5 billion. Since the Temporal Temple has spoken, no one will fight with us. The 75 kilograms of Origin Force God Sand will definitely be ours. This sentence was directed at the man in the large cloak beside him.
Chapter 1689. The group of 6 stepped into the temple and immediately felt a cold and gloomy aura attacking them. They hurriedly circulated their energy to resist. The cat-eared girl leading the way turned her head to look at Xiao Chen and said, "Don't be surprised. Before the old master was alive, we fiendish demons had been managing this temple. We will carry out a test for the disciples who come here to seek fortuitous encounters. Those who can pass will naturally receive various benefits." "Old master? Which old master?" Xiao Chen asked cautiously. The young cat-eared girl raised her head and said, "He is the divine vein powerhouse that you speak of. Although he did not create this world, when he subdued this fiendish demon battlefield, he naturally became the master of all the fiendish demons. Even though he has been dead for tens of thousands of years, the will he left behind still influences this world. No demon dares to disobey him. Just like the rules, they have to be obeyed. Those who don't will be struck to death by lightning. There are no exceptions." Upon hearing that, Wang Su could not help relaxing significantly. It turned out that these fiendish demons had restrictions as well. He smiled faintly and said, "I understand. However, what I don't understand is that most fiendish demons are violent and hostile to our sect disciples. Why do I get the feeling that you don't have the characteristics of an ordinary demon? Or are all the demons in this place like you?" The young cat-eared girl looked at Wang Su with a strange expression. She said coldly, "To us fiendish demons, most of your sect disciples are tyrannical, not showing any mercy when killing fiendish demons. Every year, there are blind or greedy sect disciples who die on this Buddha-seeking platform." When Wang Su heard this, he immediately felt embarrassed. "Pretend I never asked. Every hall is guarded by fiendish demons. All you need to do is pass the test and you'll be able to enter. Whether or not you can obtain the treasures in the palace will depend on your own luck. After the cat-eared girl finished speaking, she leaped up gracefully, leaped over a few tall walls, and disappeared from everyone's sight. As Xiaochen watched her leave, he carefully thought about what the cat-eared girl had said. Wang Su muttered, "It looks like this place is different from what we imagined. It is not as dangerous as it is rumored to be. Young Master Xiao, why don't we split up?" Seeing that this temple was not as scary as rumored, Wang Su and the others immediately thought of something else. He didn't want to travel with Xiaochen anymore. Xiaochen said generously, "As you wish. Goodbye." Wang Su and the other three revealed smiles. Then, they rushed in with anticipation, preparing to rush to Wise Heart Palace. "Senior brother, where are we going?" "Of course it's the Hall of Wisdom. We need to be quick. Otherwise, when more people arrive, we won't be able to get anything out of it. Damn it. If I had known that this temple had such rules, I wouldn't have given in to Xiaochen's mood and given him a 30-70 split. Who does he think he is? He even dares to lecture me on how to cultivate righteous energy." Feeling some regret, Wang Su revealed some anger on his face. When he thought of what Xiaochen said to him, he showed a displeased expression. Only Xiaochen and Yang Qing remained. Yang Qing said, "Young Master Xiao, what brings you to this Buddhist-seeking platform?" Xiaochen said honestly, "I want to comprehend it. I don't have any requests for the enlightened heart tea or other medicinal pills. Originally, I thought that this place would be an ancient holy land of the Buddhist sect. It looks like I was wrong. What about you?" Yang Qing paused for a while before saying, "I'm here to retrieve something. Now that we are here, it is time to part." Xiaochen did not probe further. Everyone had their own secrets. He nodded and said, "I'll take my leave here, then." Yang Qing glanced at Xiaochen and smiled bitterly to herself before leaving. As Xiaochen watched the other party leave, he entered deep thought. Along the way, he had not been able to help Yang Qing much at all. His usefulness to her was negligible, given that this girl was indeed loyal to him. Actually, it did not matter if she came alone. Indeed, Yang Qing only wanted to help him out a little. However, she had not expected Xiaochen to be so strong. Xiaochen did not need her help at all. Naturally, he did not need her help. Now that they had arrived at their destination, they had their own things to do. Of course, they had to go their separate ways. With the Buddhist prayer beads in hand, Xiaochen wandered around the temple aimlessly. The doors of the halls that represented fortuitous encounters were all tightly shut. When Xiaochen probed with his spiritual sense, he would get bounced back. There was an impenetrable energy protecting him. After opening a door and defeating the fiendish demon guarding it, he could search as he pleased. Of course, the different halls might have other tests aside from the fiendish demon guarding them. Xiaochen did not care about this. His original purpose was to search for a fate with Buddhism, to see if he could comprehend anything that would be of help to the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. However, a good temple had become so utilitarian. Furthermore, there were fiendish demons residing in it. Xiaochen did not think that there would be any fate with Buddhism left. Even if there was, it would be tainted by the dust of the world and the filth of the human heart. Hence, Xiaochen was not in the mood to open any of the doors. However, that did not matter. In any case, he had already obtained plenty of unexpected gains before he came up. With the help of those strange flowers and herbs, his Buddha nature was much stronger than before. Furthermore, his veritable essence energy was cleansed by the white jasmine flower. Furthermore, Xiaochen obtained an even more precious earth and fire golden lotus. No matter how he looked at it, this trip was worth it. As Xiaochen casually toyed with the Buddhist Saraira beads in his hand, he entered a different state of mind as he walked through this ancient, dilapidated, sinister temple. His heart was calm, and an invisible Buddhist glow was emitted from his body. Vaguely, it formed a faint connection with the ancient aura in this place. Xiaochen himself did not feel anything special. He only felt that there was something special about it. He only felt that aside from being cold and dilapidated, everything he saw was the peace of the Buddhist sect. The heart of a pure child? Under the hazy moonlight, The young cat-eared girl sitting on the roof revealed a shocked expression as she looked in the direction where Xiao Chen was. Flap, flap, flap. Just at this moment, a black crow flew over and landed on the young cat-eared girl's arm. Someone else is here. The young cat-eared girl's figure flashed, and the doors of the temple suddenly opened. Then she appeared out of nowhere and walked out. There were many people outside, but the ones leading them were two bald monks. The young cat-eared girl looked around and fixed her gaze on the monk on the left. This was Zhen Xian, who had just finished treating his injuries. Whoosh! The appearance of the young cat-eared girl elicited startled cries. The various sect disciples behind whispered to each other. Like Xiao Chen and Wang Su, they did not know what was going on. However, they did not dare to ask anything. The reason was none other than, with Zhen Xian blocking the way, who dared to interrupt him? That would just be seeking death. Are you here to search for fortuitous encounters? Come in with me. Seeing the young cat-eared girl turn around, Yan Feng asked softly, Senior brother, what's going on? Zhen Xian's expression did not change. He replied indifferently, just go in and take a look, and you will know. After saying that, Zhen Xian strode forward and entered the temple. The various sect disciples behind quickly followed, not wanting to fall behind. The young cat-eared girl repeated what she said to Xiao Chen's group, leaving the group of people exchanging glances with each other. Then she prepared to turn and leave. Wait a moment. Zhen Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. His gaze locked on the young cat-eared girl, his tone somewhat hostile. Right after Zhen Xian spoke, a formless Buddhist might spread out. Suddenly, it put a huge pressure on everyone. What advice do you have? Zhen Xian asked coldly. Have you seen a white-clad bladesman with a young girl who exudes a cold intent by his side? This is not a question that I should answer, nor is it something you should be concerned about, the young cat-eared girl replied softly without changing her expression. Zhen Xian snorted coldly. Interesting. To think that a lowly fiendish demon like you really thinks of yourself as the master of my Buddhist sect's holy land. Whoosh! Right after Zhen Xian spoke, he executed the killing move that he had been storing up power for a long time in one breath. Zhen Xian spread his 5 fingers into claws. His fingers immediately glowed with a golden light, looking like they were made of metal. Zhen Xian's figure flashed, and a divine eagle bathed in Buddhist light spread its wings and flew up from behind him. This allowed the eagle to move as fast as lightning. It did not even leave an afterimage as it charged over to the young cat-eared girl, preparing to grab her. Who could have imagined that this surefire lightning-fast attack would grab nothing? The young cat-eared girl turned into an exquisite white cat and nimbly dodged. The white cat gently leaped up and landed nimbly on the roof. Then, it turned its head to look at Zhen Xian. Then, it leaped up a few more times and vanished from everyone's sight. Zhen Xian withdrew his technique, feeling depressed. Then, he waved his hand and said, Little evil creature, you ran fast. Chapter 1690. Zhen Xian pushed off with his feet and blocked Wang Su. The other Buddhist sect disciples surrounded him without saying anything. However, the young cat-eared girl vaguely felt that something was wrong. She casually picked up a Buddhist scripture. Before she could look at it, it turned to ashes in her hand. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen refined almost all the strange flowers and herbs that he had consumed earlier. Cripple him. Wang Su walked out alone with a cocky expression. The young cat-eared girl revealed a mocking smile. Xiao Chen, who had returned to reality from his transcendent state, broke out in a cold sweat from the true meaning of this saber strike. Strange, whoosh. Most people would ignore this signboard when they saw it. I'll go over and take a look. Xiao Chen sighed softly and chose to give up. There were really no fortuitous encounters in this place that he could pick up. He quickly sat down cross-legged and held the Buddhist Saraira pearls in his hand. Then, he started to comprehend the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, resolving the mundane. Far away, the young cat-eared girl on the roof looked at the doors of the Wisdom Heart Hall. While in the mundane world, one's heart sought to transcend. Once one's mundane heart was resolved, it was eternal. The esteemed monk who created this saber technique was simply too terrifying. No wonder the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was classified as a forbidden technique in the hidden spirit temple, not favored by the orthodox sections. However, now Xiaochen was fully capable of taking a gamble. Zhen Xian's sudden attack startled the disciples of the other sections. Only Zhen Xian dared to be so bold. Does my heart look good? One of the main reasons why many people could not obtain a Dao tool was that while they were strong, they could not block the attacks of the true inheritors of the other sections. Xiao Chen's vague connection to the nameless temple suddenly became clear at this moment. He pushed open all the doors and the dust fell off. When he looked around, it was indeed as he guessed. Zhen Xian revealed a smile. It looks like we do not need to go through the test of the Wisdom Heart Hall again. With this thought, Xiaochen decided to go to the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion to search for a Dao tool. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the door of a distant palace was open. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, she saw a black heart. It was so black that it caused her heart to palpitate. With just a single glance, the cat-eared young lady's expression changed drastically. What remained in the scriptures were the comprehensions left behind by countless high monks in the Heart Cultivation Palace. However, there were too many of them, and it was impossible to obtain all of them. He could only take one and use it for himself. As soon as he thought of it, Xiaochen put away the Saraira beads and walked back. In any case, this Buddha-seeking platform was very different from what he had imagined. If even the most glorious past couldn't last forever, then what was the point of living? After rising to his feet, Xiaochen was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he began to practice the heart of the mundane in the Heart Cultivation Palace. From the number of praying mats on the ground, one could imagine how many people had meditated here in the past. The ancient modeled murals on the walls proved the glory of the past. The huge Buddha statue on the ground could be vaguely distinguished from the exquisite carving. As long as there was a great battle, he would be able to break through, and he would no longer have to be afraid of joining hands with the top disciples of the blessed and heavenly lands to cause trouble. Hey! Although there were all sorts of concerns, there was no doubt about the might of this saber technique. It was compatible with his saber Dao. This was definitely Xiao Chen's strongest move. 4 hours later, all his comprehensions were condensed into 8 words. Resolving the heart of the mundane is eternal. This was how human nature had always been. Xiaochen gently moved the Saraira beads with his right hand. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. As he observed his surroundings, he also used the Buddhist beads to digest the strange flowers and herbs that he consumed earlier, strengthening his heart of the Buddha. This was similar to what Xiaochen comprehended earlier. No matter how glorious the past was, it couldn't last forever. What was the point of living? Just one Zhenxian alone could deal with him. Furthermore, there was still Yan Feng and the other monks. At this moment, Xiaochen could not help but feel immense regret. If his companions were still around, he would have been able to escape by working together and using unstoppable might. The black crow flew back to the young cat-eared girl's arm. Then, its figure flashed, and the temple doors opened. Xiaochen absorbed all the burning scriptures. Immediately, the words of countless esteemed monks appeared in his mind. It was a very simple principle. At the final moment, if others could not obtain it, they would definitely think of ways to prevent you from obtaining it. Such an obsession was because the heart of the mundane was covered in dust. If one could not comprehend the mundane, the various things of the mundane were all fabricated. However, the moment Xiaochen came out, he saw Zhenxian and Yan Feng rushing over, leading the monks of the various monasteries of the Potala mountain. Xiaochen's face immediately sank. Xiaochen looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on the headless Buddha. Suddenly, he felt a sense of comprehension. Dilapidated, chaotic, and decaying, this was the scene that Xiaochen saw. Xiaochen did not go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion first because he had some misgivings. He needed the ability to fight one against many. The Saraira beads in Xiaochen's hand released a faint light. Slowly, only a portion of the chaotic words remained. Only a portion of comprehension related to resolving the mundane remained. Time was just this cruel. No matter how prosperous one's incense was back then, no matter how many powerful and accomplished monks there were, They could not withstand the mercilessness of time. The result went without saying. No matter what trump cards Wang Su, he had nowhere to run. This time, she could not dodge like when she faced Jin Xian. Without saying anything else, Wang Su turned and fled. This was the Black Lotus Church's holy son Mingxian. Xiao Chen felt that he would break through his bottleneck at any moment. The opportunity of the Buddha-seeking mountain made his accumulations even stronger. Once he broke through, Xiao Chen was confident that he could immediately fight with the top 10 disciples of the three blessed lands. However, the young cat-eared girl could not answer Xiao Chen. The holy son Mingxian grabbed the young cat-eared girl's neck with one hand and lifted her up. Just earlier, the other three holy son Mingxian's companions wanted to work together to kill Wang Su. Who could have imagined that Wang Su would make the first move? They all died miserably, and Xiao Chen obtained all the gains. The others probably only thought about it and did not dare to make a move. After all, this temple was very strange. Not everyone was as strong and confident as Jin Xian. Even if the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique did not improve, it would still be able to compete head-on with peak people like Shengguan Lei and Wang Yueming. No wonder such a place was empty. There would not be any fortuitous encounters of the Buddhist sect. Naturally, there was no need for fiendish demons to guard it. Just in that instant, Xiao Chen comprehended the true meaning of resolving the mundane in the incomplete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique and branded it in the depths of his soul, making it hard for him to forget. If one was not careful, one might end up falling into the demonic Tao if one was not careful. As for Zhen Yuan, Xiao Chen still could not figure him out. He needed to improve the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique further before he would be confident. A gentle breeze blew, and the scattered scripture leaves on the ground drifted around Xiao Chen before burning up. There was a large pile of tattered prayer mats on the ground, as well as a collapsed headless Buddha statue and some yellowed Buddhist scripture leaves. The place was dark and empty. With one glance, one could see everything clearly, but there was nothing there. If I resolved the mundane, would I still be me? The white-clad monk said to the young cat-eared girl with a faint smile. Senior brother, where are we going now? Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, feeling somewhat confused. His forehead swelled up, and a swastika appeared uncontrollably. Her eyes suddenly released a dense, black gem-like light as she peered through the white-clad monk's clothes. She saw that his ribs were crystalline and transparent, giving off a Buddhist light, looking ethereal and spiritual. After walking for a long time, Xiao Chen had not seen any palace hall whose doors were open in the first place. Most temples were similar to the Heart Cultivation Hall. It was a place where monks meditated and practiced Zen. This startled Xiao Chen. He knew that he had coincidentally obtained a great opportunity. Zhen Xian showed an uncertain expression. After a while, he said, "Get a few people to stand guard outside the temple. The others, follow me to the Heart Cultivation Palace." Feeling cautious, Xiao Chen walked over while holding the Buddhist prayer beads. Then he raised his head to take a look. From the tattered signboard, he could barely make out that this was the Heart Cultivation Palace. As Xiao Chen continued looking in, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. This was a perfect and flawless Buddhist holy body. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, he felt a cold sweat all over his body. This was too scary. This saber strike put an even stronger pressure on him than breaking the mundane. Resolve the mundane. Can the mundane really resolve the mundane? Plop. Xiao Chen and his senior and junior brothers all died because of this greed. There were too many scriptures, boundlessly messy. When Xiao Chen heard them, it felt like a buzzing noise. He could not understand anything. On the other side, Xiao Chen, who had already entered the depths of the temple, did not know that many people had already arrived at the Buddha's seeking platform. He continued walking casually. When Xiao Chen saw the person who arrived, his eyes lit up. The other party wore white monk robes, looking spotless and extraordinary. He gave off a gentle Buddhist might, inspiring trust. The word, breaking the precepts, was so bold that it made one feel uncomfortable. Chapter 1691. A trace of irritation appeared in her body for some reason. Her bright eyes turned from pure black to scarlet. For some reason, Xiao Chen's words rang out in her mind. The righteous qi of the Confucian sect emphasized openness. Even if one had any schemes, one had to say it openly. Grandpa Tree had reached the limits of his lifespan long ago and could not use his full power to block that evil Buddha Holy Sun. Lingering here would only attract trouble, which was not what she wanted. Zhen Xian entered deep thought. Then he revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder. This fellow killed his fellow sect members. That's why his heart was broken. At this moment, the young cat-eared girl was already standing on the wall, coldly eyeing the Holy Sun Mingxian. After entering the temple, no matter how strong the other party was, the young cat-eared girl would not fear him. The other fiendish demons did not say a word. They attacked at the same time, surrounding the Holy Sun Mingxian. However, it seemed like there were some restrictions, preventing the Holy Sun Mingxian from bringing out his full strength. The little strength that he displayed was not enough to make the Holy Sun Mingxian retreat. The old face on the wall said in a deep voice, "It is the girl who came with that bladesman. No matter who you choose, you will be able to resolve this calamity." Zhen Xian's face lit up in joy. He mainly cultivated beneficence and could not kill recklessly. However, subduing demons could increase beneficence, which was very beneficial to his cultivation. Speak. Did you see a white-clad bladesman with a stern face? If you do not speak, I will gouge out your eyes. The young cat-eared girl nodded. I understand. The Holy Sun Mingxian smiled and said, Interesting. To think that a fiendish demon born in response to a calamity and considered itself the master of the temple. What dense fiendish qi! You fiendish demon indeed revealed your true form in the end. The Holy Sun Mingxian forced his way in. Then he swept his gaze around, trying to sense the distance from Xiao Chen. However, in the next moment, hundreds of branches shot out of the ground, each of them a lethal weapon. They grew continuously and tangled together, forming a flood dragon that charged at Mingxian. Then she fell over, dying with a remaining grievance. The Holy Sun Mingxian revealed a smile as he swung his hand. The young cat-eared girl crashed into the wall, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the stone table in the courtyard morphed into a humanoid stone monster. He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying roar. The sound waves shook the entire palace, and many of the monks behind him fell to the ground, covering their ears in pain. However, in the blink of an eye, the cat-eared girl's expression changed greatly. The scripture echoing in her ears entered her sea of consciousness and soul. Bang! The Holy Sun Mingxian muttered to himself. Then he shook his head and chose to give up. He looked around and said coldly, Come out, then. Stop hiding. I'll deal with them in one go. Soon, the monks said joyfully, Senior Brother Zhen Xian, there are 5 wisdom tea leaves and a bottle of Buddhist sage pills in his spatial ring. Withered yellow tree branches hung from the walls. This was where the Star Venerate level tree spirit was. The Holy Sun Mingxian frowned slightly. It looked like the rumors were true. There were indeed Star Venerate level fiendish demons in this Buddha-seeking platform. A palm imprint smashed over, completely shattering the branches, turning them into countless tree splinters that fluttered in all directions. The cat-eared girl, who was doing her best to suppress the fiendish demon blood in her body, showed an extremely unsightly expression. When she saw Zhen Xian charge in, she could no longer control herself. Wang Su was at the brink of death. Although he held his sword and did his best, the many monks still beat him until he was covered in wounds. Furthermore, Zhen Xian did not even make a move. His heart shattered, and the fiendish qi invaded him. Zhen Xian's life force quickly faded. He looked at the terrifying cat-eared girl covered in scarlet light, filled with dissatisfaction. The cat-eared girl said coldly, showing no expression on her face. However, there was an inviolable will in this place that interfered with his mental energy, preventing him from sensing it. After thinking for a while, she came to an answer and quickly left this place. I can see the answer in your eyes. Tell me, where is he? Mingxian asked with a smile as he pressed forward. The Holy Sun Mingxian floated in the air, showing an outstanding grace and an indescribable grace. Some of the more serious ones even had a tyrannical nature, living off killing. No matter what, they could not break free. However, the immortal epic was destroyed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation no longer existed. The world was in chaos, and the immortal chi was no longer pure. No fiendish demon could break free from the tainted immortal chi in their bloodlines. Unyielding might, unyielding might. Panic filled the Holy Sun Mingxian's face, fear and confusion. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The cat-eared girl became even more terrifying. A dense scarlet light spread from her body, looking exceptionally strange. That evil Buddha Holy Sun drew out all the fiendish blood in your body, causing the end of your life. It is almost exactly as the prophecy said. It depends on your choice. Whether you choose a bladesman with a pure heart or the azure lotus holy daughters Nirmanakya, both can resolve your calamity. The many monks behind paled in fright. They cried out in horror and fled in all directions. The cat-eared girl found this strange. She asked, "The azure lotus holy daughters Nirmanakya?" Wang Su, who was on the ground, showed an unsightly expression. He felt incredibly ashamed and boundless regret. However, the claw mark on his chest caused him incredible pain. At this moment he could not even get up. The Holy Sun Mingxian withdrew his hand and snorted coldly. A look of deep disdain flashed on his face. The shattered rocks on the ground slowly gathered with much difficulty. She did not die. The Holy Sun Mingxian was not trying to purify her. Instead, he was using the scriptures to draw out the innately tainted bloodline of fiendish demons. Unyielding might. Once one grasped the Confucian sect's holy words, one would become stronger the stronger one would be. This would allow one's combat prowess to increase greatly in a short time. This was one of the Confucian sect disciples' life-saving means. It was extremely difficult to successfully cultivate. Rumor had it that the Azure Lotus Church's sect ancestor had 3,000 Nirmanakya cultivating in the world at the same time. When the 3,000 Nirmanakya obtained the Tao and merged with their true bodies, they could attain a supreme great Tao. A Buddha is born from the heart. All things are fated. You can use this to become a Buddha. You are just a golden jade on the outside but rotten on the inside. You even used an evil technique to temper your physical body. Let's see how you are going to destroy your mortal body in the future and achieve a dermic body. Grandpa Tree, the people with a pure heart and a dark heart in the ancient Buddhist prophecy have all appeared, the cat-eared girl said with difficulty as she leaned against the wall with a pained expression. Wang Su used the holy words of the Confucian sect once again. However, he was horrified to discover that his righteous qi did not improve. However, just at this moment, a tree branch suddenly appeared on the ground, charging at Mingxian at lightning speed. The Nirmanakya was born according to the emotions of the world's sentient beings. It might be completely different from the true body's character. They might not be the same person at all. This divine vein powerhouse has opened at least 6 apertures. Otherwise, the will that he left behind would not be so strong. The Holy Sun Mingxian's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, barely dodging. 3 black crows descended from the withered old tree and turned into 3 strange people covered in feathers. On the other side, the cat-eared girl showed a pained expression as she did her best to suppress the berserk aura in her body. Covered in a scarlet light, she arrived at an ancient wall behind the temple. The cat-eared girl revealed a cold, mocking smile. Isn't this person too naive? If he wants to purify me, he needs to be at least a Cloud Sea realm cultivator. This place does not welcome you. Sir, please leave. Back then, the evil Buddha Holy Sun felt disdainful. Now, he was right. After killing his fellow sect member, he could not even use unyielding might anymore. Evil Buddha Holy Sun, go. Don't let the filth on your body contaminate this ancient cloud temple. The fiendish demons of the world all appeared after the destruction of the immortal epic with immortal chi. This was what it meant to be born in response to a calamity. Your black star cat's eyes are really pretty good. Thanks to your fate with Buddha, you can actually see my heart. That is something that even the profound Light Temple's abbot could not discover. Zhen Xian put away the tea leaves and distributed the medicinal pills to the others. Then he looked coldly at Wang Su and said, "You are just a pitiful worm. Just live and die on your own. There is no need for me to break my abstinence for you." Ha! That startled me. It turns out that your heart is broken and you cannot use the holy words of the Confucian sect. A Buddha image sat on a lotus platform behind Jin Xian. This Buddha image also held Buddhist prayer beads and threw a palm strike. Without even thinking, Jin Xian raised his arms, and the divine eagle bathed in Buddhist light soared into the sky. With one step, it arrived before the cat-eared girl. The holy sun Ming Xian waved his hand and sent out an intense, piercing Buddhist light, blasting the stone monster into countless pieces of rubble that fell to the ground. A star venerate level fiendish demon? Unyielding might. The cat-eared girl looked at Xiao Chen with bloodshot eyes. After pausing for a moment, her figure flashed, heading straight for the back of the temple. The cat-eared girl did not get angry. She continued to look at the holy sun Ming Xian coldly with a trace of disgust in her eyes. Zhen Xian laughed loudly and attacked at lightning speed, thoroughly injuring Wang Su to the point where he could no longer fight. Then, he said coldly, "Search his body." In front of Hui Xen Hall, the Azure Lotus Church came from the Buddhist and Taoist religions. They believed in the Ajati matriarch. They were very strong and had many believers. However, the Buddhist and Taoist religions did not like them. The so-called Nirmanakya was similar to the Taoist religion's incarnation. However, it was different. Under the boundless might, the terrifying flood dragon formed by intertwining tree branches suddenly shattered, turning into wood shavings that drifted down like white snow. A white figure descended silently. As Xiao Chen held the Buddhist Saraira pearls, he happened to see the scene of the cat-eared girl killing Jin Xian. The cat-eared girl roared and used her greatest willpower to jump off the wall, no longer daring to stop the holy sun Ming Xian. "You want to convert me?" The hand hidden in Jin Xian's sleeve stretched out at lightning speed. Every fingernail was scarlet, 1 centimeter long, and incredibly sharp. This was the original sin of fiendish demons. They were born in response to a calamity, born impure. Suddenly, Zhen Xian's expression changed when he felt a terrifying fiendish qi. Zhen Xian swept his gaze across and happened to see the cat-eared girl giving off an increasingly dense scarlet light. 3 unremarkable stalks of grass on the ground swayed gently and turned into 2 cold, youthful girls. A handsome man walked out of the bamboo forest in the distance, holding a long sword in his hand. Zhen Xian's sword pierced through Zhen Xian's chest. Then he ferociously grabbed and crushed Jin Xian's heart. An old face appeared on the wall. A few willows fell down, soothing the young cat-eared girl's violent heart. As the holy sun Ming Xian walked over step by step, his gentle appearance became exceptionally terrifying in the young cat-eared girl's eyes. The young cat-eared girl hid her hands in her sleeves. She did not even look at Jin Xian's group, wanting to walk past them. A string of Buddhist prayer beads appeared on the holy sun Ming Xian's right hand. Then, he held the Buddhist prayer beads between his index and middle fingers and formed a hand seal. The holy sun Ming Xian smiled faintly and gently fiddled with the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. Then, he recited a scripture and said, "As I have heard, all life is sinful. The Buddhist Dharma is boundless, delivering all life from suffering." Could it be that the person she chose to resolve her calamity was not Xiao Chen? Wang Su was very talented, having succeeded in practicing it half a year ago. However, he discovered that he could not use it now. "You want to debate Buddhist principles with me? Unfortunately, I do not have time to debate with you now. I will use a faster method." Xiao Chen said that the holy sun Ming Xian was narrow-minded but pretended to be magnanimous. There was no need to fear him. The stone monster spoke in the human language with a coarse voice. Ming Xian said with a smile as if he was joking, "Stop nagging. Don't force me." Chapter 1692. When Xiao Chen sensed that startling fiendish qi, he stopped practicing the mundane heart and followed the fiendish qi over. Unexpectedly, the moment he landed, he saw such a startling scene. Xiao Chen was not shocked at Jin Xian's death. After all, he did not have a good impression of this bald monk. He would not feel any pity for Zhen Xian's death. However, he found it somewhat strange. When he saw that young cat-eared girl earlier, she had not been this strong. Now, she was a little too strong, instantly killing Zhen Xian in one move. No matter how careless Zhen Xian was, he should not have been able to instantly kill her in one move. Clearly, that young cat-eared girl's current state was not quite right. It was like a genius with a great desolate Ian bloodline activating his bloodline. However, the situation of the young cat-eared girl was even worse. That aura was too sinister and uncontrollable. It did not follow any rules. After all, even after activating his great desolate Ian bloodline, Xiao Chen would not be able to hold on for long. He had to quickly withdraw it. If the young cat-eared girl could not withdraw her bloodline, she might self-destruct and die soon. As Xiao Chen watched the young cat-eared girl leave, he entered deep thought. She still had some rationality left. Earlier, she had suppressed her murderous intent toward him. She left in a hurry. Is she trying to save herself, or is she trying to do something else? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen followed. This young cat-eared girl had many secrets. It was hard not to be curious. Soon, Xiao Chen saw the young cat-eared girl in the distance. He did not dare to get too close, carefully following her. The young cat-eared girl used her hands and feet to move quickly. She was already losing control of her fiendish qi. Where are we going? Xiao Chen wondered, feeling suspicious. The young cat-eared girl did not enter the hall. Instead, she moved quickly, venturing deeper. After a while, Xiao Chen's doubts were resolved. The young cat-eared girl left this ancient temple through the back door. With a thought, Xiao Chen's figure flickered a few times, and he also left through the back door. Behind the temple was a vast, empty space. At the edge of the empty space was a deep abyss. In the deep abyss stood the female Buddha statue that Xiao Chen had seen before. It was very tall and looked stifling. Yang Qing! Xiao Chen exclaimed softly. He saw Yang Qing standing at the edge of the cliff. She was looking at the Buddha statue, speechless for a long time. The cat-eared girl's target was Yang Qing, and she quickly ran toward her. Hearing Xiao Chen's call, Yang Qing turned her head. When she saw the cat-eared girl covered in scarlet light and completely transformed, her expression changed drastically. Stop! Xiao Chen bellowed and quickly chased after her. Having witnessed the cat-eared girl's strength before, he knew just how terrifying she was right now. He could instantly kill Zhen Xian in a single exchange. Against Yang Qing, there was even less to say. Damn it, it was too late. Xiao Chen stopped halfway. He discovered that he no longer dared to rush over to the cat-eared girl and stop her. Without much thought, Xiao Chen executed the divine lightning eye in an instant. 10 violet petals appeared in his right eye and spun rapidly. Thunder rumbled and dark clouds roiled as 10 terrifying bolts of tribulation lightning appeared. The wrath of the heavens was bound to strike with lightning. As a fiendish demon, the cat-eared girl was extremely sensitive to lightning tribulations. The moment the thunderclouds appeared, she sensed the subtle changes in the world. When the cat-eared girl looked up, she saw 10 thunderclouds gathering from all directions, gathering above her head. With a thought, the 10 petals in Xiao Chen's right eye merged into a complete purple flower of lightning. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness flared up. At this moment, the tribulation lightning in the sky also gathered together, sending down a terrifying bolt of lightning, illuminating the surroundings. While all this took a long time to describe, it actually happened in the blink of an eye, with a thought from Xiao Chen. The cat-eared girl's survival instincts made her stop moving. Then, she raised her hands to the sky and formed a clump of dense scarlet light, encasing herself within. Boom! The moment the cat-eared girl did all this, the purple lightning formed by the 10 bolts of tribulation lightning descended at this moment. Bang! The tribulation lightning pierced through the scarlet shield of light and blasted the cat-eared girl into the air. Then she lay on the ground, screaming in pain. Seeing that the cat-eared girl was severely injured and weak, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He felt mentally fatigued, and his footsteps became somewhat unsteady. Yang Qing's figure flashed and landed beside Xiao Chen. Then, she supported him and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen shook his head. He only felt somewhat fatigued. The might of the divine lightning eye's 4th layer had shocked him. The drain on him had also surpassed his expectations. Xiao Chen's mental energy was completely drained. He could not use it again, nor could he drive Dermic World. Speaking of which, why did you come to this place? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. This deep abyss, this female Buddha, everything was strange. Yang Qing remained silent for a long time before pointing at the female Buddha. I came for her. Yes. This is the Kasyapa Buddha. Of the 3,000 Nirmanakya bodies, only one is female. She is known as the Miaoying Buddha Mother. This Buddha statue is one of the 8 remaining Miaoying Buddha Mother statues in the Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chen did not understand. What does this have to do with you? Yang Qing looked at the Miaoying Buddha Mother statue and smiled bitterly. Because I am just someone's Nirmanakya body. I need to absorb the remnant faith energy of this Buddha statue and then sacrifice myself to complete my true body. Actually, it is not really a sacrifice. The true body is me, and the Nirmanakya body is me. There is no difference. On the topic of sacrifice, Yang Qing was very open-minded. She did not feel any nostalgia or anything else. Xiao Chen understood. Now, he finally understood the many mysteries surrounding Yang Qing. It was somewhat unfortunate. However, it was as Yang Qing said. The Nirmanakya was the true body, formed randomly based on the emotions of the world. Although the Nirmanakya body's character and temper were different from the true bodies, they were still one body in the end. There was no difference. As the two spoke, they did not notice that the severely injured young cat-eared girl was recovering at an incredible speed. Whoosh! The young cat-eared girl recovered most of her strength. Suddenly, she leaped up, moving as nimbly as a cat. Like a flash of lightning, she flew towards Yang Qing. Be careful! Xiao Chen reacted slightly faster. He instinctively stood in front of Yang Qing and grasped the 7 deadly sins in his hand. Damn it! Why are you always ruining my plans? I'll choose you, all right? The young cat-eared girl's remaining rationality raged and dissatisfied. However, she did not have much time left. She could not afford to wait. The young cat-eared girl moved at a speed that Xiao Chen could not see clearly. Her long, sharp, and slender finger tapped Xiao Chen's forehead. The cat immediately controlled all of Xiao Chen's life force. As long as she willed it, she could thrust her finger in, and Xiao Chen would become like a deflated balloon, his life force quickly vanishing. Immediately, Xiao Chen, who held the 7 deadly sins, did not dare to move at all. If you want to live, don't move. The young cat-eared girl snorted coldly. Then, she gently moved her finger and cut open Xiao Chen's forehead. Blood seeped out. The young cat-eared girl moved her finger, using the blood as ink to carve a mysterious mark. Put, put, put. The holy Sun Ming Xian gently crushed the rock demon's head with his feet, producing crunching sounds as black blood seeped out. Many fiendish demons died miserably around the holy Sun Ming Xian. The other stone shards on the ground were still moving, wanting to gather together, showing their strong life force. Tribulation lightning? The holy Sun Ming Xian, who saw all this, ignored it. The sudden appearance of the tribulation lightning attracted his attention. Who is undergoing tribulation? It does not seem like it. It feels like someone summoned the tribulation lightning. The holy Sun Ming Xian thought back to the information he obtained. Xiao Chen controlled the tribulation lightning on Thunder Controlling Peak to face Shangguan Lei. A brilliant light flashed in the holy Sun Ming Xian's eyes. Then, he revealed an expression of joy. Instead of hiding properly, you dare to search for fortuitous encounters everywhere. You are seeking death. Boom. The holy Sun Ming Xian stomped on the ground with his right foot, and a Buddhist might spread out. The many stones still moving stubbornly shattered into powder. The stone monster, which had an exceptionally tenacious life force, was completely annihilated. After doing all this, the holy Sun Ming Xian did not rush to leave. He felt a gaze on him from start to end. The holy Sun Ming Xian understood. It was that star venerate level tree spirit. If it was truly capable, it would have come out and destroyed me long ago. Clearly, it feared something, or perhaps it did not have long to live. However, the holy Sun Ming Xian could not be careless. He had to guard against the other party risking his life. After thinking about what backup plans to prepare, the Holy Sun Ming Xian gently leaped up and chased after the Tribulation Lightning's aura. The Holy Sun Ming Xian moved strangely fast. His feet did not move at all. Only a black lotus imprinted on the ground seemed to carry him, leaving behind many afterimages. After leaving the temple, the Holy Sun Ming Xian looked up and happened to see the transformed cat-eared young woman withdrawing her finger. The young woman withdrew her fiendish qi and continuously condensed it in her body. Finally, she turned into a white cat and slept at the side. Before Xiaochen could catch his breath, he revealed a fatigued expression. Then, he turned to look at the Holy Sun Ming Xian with shock in his eyes. "It's him." Chapter 1693. Before Xiaochen could figure out what the mark on his forehead was, he held up the 7 deadly sins and stood in front of Yang Qing. When Xiaochen saw this white-clad monk arrive, 4 words automatically appeared in his mind. "This person is hostile. I finally meet you. I'm the Black Lotus Church's Ming Xian, a profound Light Temple Yen generation disciple." When Ming Xian saw Xiaochen, he did not panic. He smiled faintly and introduced himself. Xiaochen revealed an expression of surprise. To think that a Black Lotus Church disciple could join an Orthodox Buddhist sect and even enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiaochen's mind was in a mess. He really could not figure it out. The Orthodox Buddhist sects and the Black Lotus Church, which believed in the evil Buddha, were mortal enemies. To think that this white-clad monk openly joined the profound Light Temple. "Young Master Xiao, what's going on?" Xiaochen did not have time to explain his grudge with the Black Lotus Church. He whispered, "Go and absorb the Miao Yin Buddhist mother's incense first. I'll block him. If necessary, I'll lure him away." Xiaochen did not dare to underestimate this Holy Sun Ming Xian. Not only was the other party's cultivation much higher than Xiaochen's, but the other party's cultivation was also much higher. Not only was the other party's cultivation much higher than his, but more importantly, the other party felt unfathomable and unfathomable. If Xiaochen did not break through in his cultivation, he did not have much chance of defeating the other party. If only he had more time. "Take care." Yang Qing did not delay. After saying, "Take care," she leaped into the air and jumped off the cliff, heading for the base of the Buddha statue. The Holy Sun Ming Xian smiled softly and said, "Not bad. Finally, there are only the 2 of us left. Come back with me." Right after the Holy Sun Ming Xian spoke, he leaped into the air and flew over, not wanting to drag things out lest something unexpected happen. Right after the Holy Sun Ming Xian spoke, he left behind many afterimages in the air. Each afterimage looked dignified, like an ancient Buddha forming all sorts of hand seals. A vast and boundless Buddhist might immediately spread out in the surroundings. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's palm pressed down, both real and fake. Immediately, the boundless Buddhist might condensed into a solid golden light and burst out from his palm. Then, it pressed down on Xiaochen with overwhelming force. In the face of this enormous pressure, Xiaochen's face was expressionless, as if he was stiff. His entire body was motionless, like a solidified statue. Imperceptibly, the space around him was affected, as if it had turned into a taut giant ice cube. Suddenly, Xiaochen moved and shouted, "Break." As Xiaochen held the 7 deadly sins, he gave off great Tao energy and executed the army breaking saber technique. The army breaking saber technique was most suitable to execute under such immense pressure. The greater the pressure, the more ferocious it would be. Xiaochen raised the saber from the bottom to the top. He was like a lone warrior holding a spear, facing an army of thousands, piercing through the sky. "Kasi." The surrounding frozen space immediately shattered. The saber released a resplendent light as it clashed with the Holy Sun Ming Xian's palm strike. The saber strike that Xiaochen nurtured with his heart burst forth with absolute lethality in the face of adversity. The moment the saber light appeared, the incredibly sharp saber light pierced through the various Buddhist lights and Buddhist might, leaving thousands of holes in them. When the saber light clashed with the palm wind, Xiaochen held the upper hand, knocking the Holy Sun Ming Xian back in the air. The Holy Sun Ming Xian frowned slightly in surprise. Unexpectedly, the half-step primal core Xiaochen could erupt with such a strong saber strike. Then Xiao Chun soared into the air. Now that he held the upper hand in his aura, he grasped the opportunity and smoothly followed up with army-breaking saber technique. The dark clouds in the sky cleared, and starlight fell. As the saber light swept out, it seemed like it would destroy the stars. When the holy sun Mingxian landed, he did not fluster in the face of danger. As he held the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, he quickly formed hand seals. A black lotus bloomed under his feet. When the star-breaking saber technique landed, the holy sun Mingxian's body suddenly gave off a bright black Buddhist light. Then, he formed hand seals with his right hand and blocked that unparalleled saber light. Scriptures echoed in the surroundings. The holy sun Mingxian gently raised his right hand, and scriptures gathered. The space around him continuously rose in level, looking like it was turning into the legendary Buddhist spiritual mountain. Change. Xiao Chun felt heavy resistance as he descended. He raised his saber and changed his move in one breath, executing the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Xiao Chen's heart shattered, and he felt intense pain. All the potential in his body was forcefully squeezed out amid the intense pain, turning into an unparalleled bright saber light that charged forward. The holy sun Mingxian's heart ached, and he revealed a pained expression. The dermic seal immediately broke. Xiao Chun did not pause at all. The saber light circled around, and the star-breaking saber technique, which he had just collected, was executed berserkly at lightning speed. Oh no! The holy sun Mingxian thought to himself as he pressed his palms together and retreated. Boom! The instant the holy sun Mingxian pressed his palms together, a similarly ferocious Buddhist might burst out of his body and clashed with the star-breaking saber technique. In the clash, loud sounds rang out in the surroundings. Xiao Chen's aura held the upper hand. The holy sun Mingxian's Buddhist might that he hastily unleashed could not neutralize the star-breaking saber technique. After being knocked back, Xiao Chun broke through the layers of Buddhist might and roared ferociously as he executed Breaking the World. The berserk saber light immediately went out of control. The boundless saber might was like tens of thousands of wild horses breaking free from their reins, roaring ferociously and wanting to destroy the world. In this short exchange, Xiao Chun perfectly brought out his exquisite saber techniques and cultivation, catching his opponent off guard. The holy sun Mingxian finally found this excellent opportunity. The moment he executed Breaking the World, Xiao Chun knew that the holy sun Mingxian could not escape. The holy sun Mingxian had nowhere to retreat to. Breaking the World swept away all of the holy sun Mingxian's Buddhist might and defensive martial techniques formed by various hand seals. Then he chopped down on the holy sun Mingxian's shoulder. Dang! A loud sound rang out, and Xiao Chun revealed an expression of shock in his eyes. After the saber cut in by 1 centimeter, it could not go any deeper. Instead, it got stuck in the other party's shoulder bone. What kind of physical body is this? You've played enough, right? The holy sun Mingxian did not care about the wound on his shoulder. He just smiled casually at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun thought to himself, oh no. Then, he let go of the saber with his right hand and tried to retreat. The holy sun Mingxian smiled faintly and did not panic. He held the index and middle fingers of his right hand together, and a string of Buddhist prayer beads dangled from them. After brewing for a while, he ferociously pushed forward. Bang! After retreating several meters, a shockingly strong force knocked Xiao Chun into the air. His internal organs ruptured, and when he landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chun's entire body hurt. Aside from his damaged internal organs, cracks of various sizes appeared all over his body. Some of his outer bones even shattered completely. What hand seal is that? When Xiao Chun saw the holy sun Mingxian's hand seal, he revealed a horrified expression. In that earlier moment, the force that the other party sent out was already infinitely close to the casual strike of an ordinary star venerate, feigning weakness before severely injuring the other party with a lightning-fast strike. When Xiao Chun thought about his earlier exchange with the holy sun Mingxian, he could not help smiling bitterly. Originally, this was the method he used to defeat the Little Thunder Saber. However, someone used it on him. This was karma. This was truly retribution. To think that you still have the strength to fight. Your physical body is extraordinary. The Holy Sun Mingxian casually tossed aside the 7 deadly sins on his shoulder and revealed a shocked expression. He discovered that Xiao Chen had actually fainted from his injuries, yet he still had a strong life force. The Holy Sun Mingxian could not help feeling surprised. This physique was startlingly strong. While the Holy Sun Mingxian was shocked, Xiao Chen was even more shocked. The Holy Sun Mingxian's full power attack, breaking the world, only left an unremarkable wound on the other party's shoulder. Compared to your fleshly body, my fleshly body is nothing. Xiao Chen did not care. He stood up with much difficulty, not choosing to give up. The Holy Sun Mingxian said indifferently, "You are not qualified to compete with my physical body. If not for you comprehended great Tao energy, it would be impossible for you to injure me." What bold words! However, Xiao Chen did not say much. He had not been able to improve his Blue Dragon war body further. He had only forcefully relied on the life juice source to improve his physique. In terms of physical body, he really could not compare to the other party. Do you still want to continue fighting? Just obediently give up, and I can let you suffer less pain. The sect venerate never said that he wanted your life, so you can rest assured, the Holy Sun Mingxian said softly, sensing that Xiao Chen still had some trump cards and did not want to push him too hard. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help raging in his heart. He laughed maniacally and said, "Don't worry. Even if he does not kill me, I will definitely kill him. Sooner or later, I will personally charge into the Black Lotus Church and take the head of that sect venerate." The Kunlun realm's demonic calamity and the deaths of countless brothers could not be in vain. He would charge into the Black Lotus Church not for himself but for the fellow Taoists of the Kunlun realm who sacrificed themselves in the demonic calamity. Chu Yang, Yan Shisen, Fu Hongyao, too many. Ignorant. The Holy Sun Mingxian snorted coldly, revealing some disdain. He stopped speaking nonsense and prepared to end the battle quickly. Breaking the mundane. The moment the Holy Sun Mingxian moved, Xiao Chen immediately seized the opportunity to suck the 7 deadly sins into his hand. Xiao Chen executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, breaking the mundane smoothly. The surging mundane world and all sorts of scenes unfolded together with Xiao Chen's saber light. The Holy Sun Mingxian's footsteps slowed as a warm scene appeared before his eyes. That was the scene of him living with his parents and brothers before he became a monk. These were the most beautiful memories in his heart. No matter what he became under the Black Lotus Church's sect venerates instructions, he would never be able to forget these mundane events, a worry that he could never sever. Break! Xiao Chen shouted coldly, and a golden swastika shot out from his forehead. A golden Buddhist swastika appeared behind him. A 3-kilometer-long saber light shot out from the Holy Sun Mingxian's hand and merged with the weapon in Xiao Chen's hand. Then, the saber light pierced towards the Holy Sun Mingxian. Whoosh! The Holy Sun Mingxian suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. However, it was already too late. The 3-kilometer-long saber light in the Buddha's hand bore the brunt of the attack and pierced through his chest. Xiao Chen bathed in a Buddhist light. The Buddhist monk's saber followed closely behind, piercing through the Holy Sun Mingxian's chest. Pu Si. The Holy Sun Mingxian roared in pain. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen's shoulder. Bang! The two got knocked back at the same time. Xiao Chen's injuries worsened. After he fell to the ground, he found it hard to stand up. The Holy Sun Mingxian wobbled but did not fall over in the end. However, the might of breaking the mundane also entered the Holy Sun Mingxian's body, causing his complexion to pale and black light to appear. On the ground, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. He had already done his best. If the other party insisted on fighting, then he could only take the risk of activating his great desolate Aeon bloodline in his current state. However, it was hard to guarantee that the other party might not have a great desolate Aeon bloodline. Whoosh! Just at this moment, something strange happened. The 30-kilometer-long Buddha image in the deep chasm suddenly shattered into countless specks of dust, scattering in all directions. Chapter 1694. In the boundless deep abyss, the towering Buddha image turned to dust, and a beam of light soared up from below. This was Yang Qing, who had absorbed the Buddha Mother's incense. Before she landed, she threw a palm strike at the holy sun Mingxian. The palm wind contained a cold intent. Everywhere it passed, it arrived before the holy sun Mingxian in the blink of an eye. The holy sun Mingxian did not have time to think. He simply threw a palm strike. Boom! The two palms clashed. Yang Qing knocked back the holy sun Mingxian with one palm strike, not moving at all. After absorbing the Buddha Mother's incense, her strength soared rapidly. What a strong palm strike! The holy sun Mingxian took a few steps back before he barely stabilized himself. Shock appeared on his face. After being struck by Xiao Chen's breaking the mundane, Mingxian was clearly injured. He could not circulate much veritable essence energy to clash with Yang Qing. Instead of retreating, Yang Qing advanced. She burst forth with a terrifying Buddhist might. The Buddha Mother's 30-kilometer-tall figure appeared behind her, exuding might without anger. A terrifying might spread out, making the injured Mingxian feel unbearable. It had been many years since Mingxian had such a feeling when facing someone of the same generation. This was truly surprising. What exactly happened for this girl, who was not worth mentioning earlier, to grow so much stronger? She actually vaguely showed the might of a star venerate, catching everyone off guard. Mingxian's expression immediately turned grave. The Buddhist prayer beads in his hand released a resplendent black light. A black lotus bloomed under his feet, and a gigantic black Buddha image appeared behind him. Bang! Another palm strike clashed. The two were evenly matched. The Buddha images behind them had a stern expression and a ferocious expression. They fought intensely as well. However, the holy sun Mingxian was injured. This intense clash instantly deepened the injury on his chest. The saber intent contained in the 7 deadly sins still stabbed into his chest lingered for a long time, continuously invading his meridians and internal organs. What was more serious was that the true meaning of breaking the mundane had severed the most beautiful memories in his heart. His heart was supreme, but it hurt his soul. A strange sense of loss and grief lingered for a long time. The mundane world was hard to break, and obsession was hard to dispel. No matter how strong one's physical body was, the human heart was made of flesh. Yang Qing drifted back with a grave expression. Unexpectedly, the holy sun Mingxian could still clash head-on with her despite his severe injuries. If Zhang Xian hadn't been injured, he would have had to put in a lot of effort to defeat him. With no time to think, Yang Qing shouted coldly and charged over once more. After forcefully clashing for another 3 moves, the holy sun Mingxian finally could no longer endure. Blood continuously oozed out of the 7 deadly sin on his chest. Drip, drip, drip. It landed on the ground. Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, stood up with much difficulty. He revealed an expression of luck. Fortunately, Yang Qing appeared at this crucial moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although he still had some trump cards up his sleeve, his injuries were too severe and he couldn't use them at all. If he forcefully used it, the consequences would be extremely severe. Even without the other party doing anything, he would still die. The holy sun Mingxian was unexpectedly strong. This was especially so for his strange physical body. Xiao Chen wondered how he cultivated it. Let's go. Yang Qing knew when to stop. After forcing back the holy sun Mingxian, she no longer pushed back. Then, her figure flashed back and quickly left with Xiao Chen. Damn it! Rage burned in the holy sun Mingxian's eyes. For the first time, anxiety appeared on his face. He had not expected such a result at all. Something that should have been in the bag turned out to be an accident. The holy sun Mingxian had always taken everything into account. Even when facing a star venerate, he could retreat calmly without losing his elegance. However, today, an insignificant Xiao Chen actually managed to injure him. Furthermore, he was significantly injured. That unremarkable woman had inexplicably become stronger all of a sudden. It was also inexplicable. Kasi, the holy sun Mingxian pulled out the 7 deadly sin from his chest. Then, like he was venting his hatred, he used all his strength to break the saber in half and tossed it to the ground. However, This 7 deadly sin had been specially refined and was no ordinary weapon. After it broke, it immediately scattered. It turned into 7 beams of light of different colors and flew towards Xiao Chen, not doing much harm. Damn it! The Holy Sun Ming Xian roared furiously, venting all his frustration and dissatisfaction on his feet. Then he stomped on the ground. A crack appeared on the cliff, trembling endlessly. The crack extended downwards, looking like it would shatter at any moment. The Holy Sun Ming Xian looked around and saw the unconscious white cat. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his expression instantly turned cold. Who knew? This white cat felt his gaze and quickly got up. Then, it nimbly chased after Xiao Chen and Yang Qing. It turned out that the white cat had woken up long ago and had been pretending to be asleep. Interesting. After venting the rage in his heart, the Holy Sun Ming Xian completely calmed down. His expression recovered its gentle expression as he closed his eyes and started treating his injuries. Clearly, the urgent matter now was not to show off his bravery but to quickly return to his peak. He had to re-evaluate Xiao Chen's strength. Then he would find the other party and take him down at lightning speed. The demonic bone Saraira, the mission that his master gave him had to be completed. This concerned the great cause of the Black Lotus Church, something that could change the entire Buddhist sect in the Great Thousand Realms. Yang Qing quickly led Xiao Chen down the mountain. After walking for another 2 hours, she did not see the Holy Sun Ming Xian chasing after her. Only then did she relax. There was no need to be polite between the two. Xiao Chen did not thank her. He asked, "You did not finish absorbing the power of the Joss flames, right?" It felt too fast. It would be very difficult to absorb all the power of the Joss flames in such a short time. Yang Qing nodded and smiled softly. "I can't do anything about it. That Holy Sun Ming Xian is too strong. If I had continued to absorb it unhurriedly, young Master Xiao, you would have died." Xiao Chen felt ashamed in his heart. In his life, he had rarely been saved by a woman. He asked, "Where are you going next?" Reluctance flashed in Yang Qing's eyes. Her expression turned somewhat complicated. "I forcefully absorbed the power of the Joss flames into my body. After a while, my body will explode and I will die." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he looked at the other party incredulously. He could not accept this. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Don't be shocked. Even if I did not forcefully absorb it into my body, I would have chosen to sacrifice myself after absorbing the power of the Joss flames. It is just a matter of time. Unfortunately, I originally wanted to stay a little longer. Now I have no choice." Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Qing's entire body exploded. However, there was no blood or bones. Instead, it turned into a 9-colored spiritual aura that contained a dense Buddhist light. It flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. This caught Xiao Chen off guard. He was stunned for a long time before recovering his wits. As they chatted, Yang Qing's body exploded. It was really hard to accept. Xiao Chen looked up at the sky and entered deep thought. He did not know if he would get a chance to see Yang Qing's true body again. However, there was a great difference between an emanation body and a true body. Their personalities were very different. Xiao Chen thought for a while and concluded that it was best not to interact with a woman who dared to cultivate an emanation body. She would definitely be someone who was both righteous and evil. Or perhaps she was an evil cultivator. At the back of the temple on the Buddha-seeking platform, the Holy Sun Ming Xian opened his eyes and saw the 9-colored spiritual energy flying into the sky. After his shock, he revealed an expression of understanding. It turned out to be the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter's emanation body. No wonder. No wonder. That is already a famous expert of the Great Thousand Realms. Exceptionally difficult to deal with, however, since you spoiled my plans, I will repay this debt sooner or later, even if you are the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. On the other side, Xiao Chen still did not feel very safe. He traveled alone and found a quiet place. After leaving behind a simple formation, he calmed down slightly. Right now, there was only one thing to do: break through quietly. In the earlier battle, Xiao Chen had already broken through his bottleneck. If he were too severely injured, He could break through the limits of the veritable personage realm on the spot. Closing his eyes, Xiaochen swallowed a medicinal pill for treating injuries that Yi Zifeng had given him. The medicinal pill melted the moment it entered his mouth, and a cooling sensation spread throughout his body. The pain in his body immediately eased significantly. Naturally, the medicinal pill that Yi Zifeng had given him was not inferior. Soon, Xiaochen's strong physical body allowed him to recover from most of his injuries. It is time to break through. Xiaochen opened his eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time already. However, when it truly arrived, his heart was calm. Chapter 1695. Advancing from the veritable personage realm to the primal core realm was to merge the three essence energies into one and form a core. Xiaochen's Yin essence energy came from the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy he absorbed and refined. Xiaochen's Yang essence energy came from the heavenly Yang pill, which was comparable to the 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy. As for veritable essence energy, it was like a mediator between the two. However, it was different. Be it Yin essence energy or Yang essence energy, their ultimate goal was to temper veritable essence energy, to continuously perfect it. In the end, a cultivator's cultivation was based on veritable essence energy. When merging the three essence energies into one, the most important thing was balance, the conservation of Yin and Yang. Only then could one form a primal core. Xiaochen had reached this point long ago. The Taiji diagram in his dantian slowly formed its second cycle, allowed him to not have to spend any effort on balancing it. This was already the most perfect Tao of balance in the current world. It originated from the immortal epics Taoist sections. Now, it belonged to Xiaochen alone, something he could use. In the Great Thousand Realms, there was a saying, "First become human, then become a deity." After transcending mortality and becoming a veritable personage, one would take a brand new step on the long martial Tao. The veritable personage realm was the foundation. It determined how far one could go in the future and how much potential one could bring out. Many people understood this point. However, not many people could do it. Not everyone's physical body could endure the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy. Those who could endure the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy might not have the opportunity to subdue them. Furthermore, not everyone could be like Xiaochen, enduring silently and maintaining a calm and peaceful state of mind. Even when facing many dangers, the pursuit of the Black Lotus Church, the provocation of the Divine Firmament sect, and the encirclement of the Divine Shield Army, he did not force a breakthrough. Furthermore, he did not rush to make a breakthrough because he wanted to make a name for himself. Xiaochen let nature take its course, succeeding when the conditions were right. After continuous tempering and adjustment, he finally reached where he was today, step by step. This was because from the start to the end, Xiaochen had not forgotten his original intention, to search for the moon, to find Lu Ryue, to find the person he loved the most, to obtain the Dragon Emperor position, and to complete the revival of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Everything that Xiaochen experienced in the Great Thousand Realms was just fleeting. His final battlefield would definitely be the Central Great Realm, where geniuses gathered and the outstanding talents of the Great Desolate Hundred Races. The heavens would not disappoint those who set their minds to it. Xiaochen took a deep breath. With a thought, the black and white Taiji diagram formed by Yang essence energy and Yin essence energy in his dantian slowly merged and shrank. After being cleansed by hundreds of jasmine flowers, his Yin and Yang essence had become extremely pure, sparkling and translucent, emitting a silk-like luster. This was especially true for the Yang essence refined from the Sky Yang pill. It was originally contaminated with the residue of the pill, so the problem could be big or small. After this round of cleansing, the dregs of the pill were completely expelled from the body. There was no longer any hidden danger. Since the Yang Yuan and Yin Yuan energies were too vast and pure, the process of merging Xiaochen's three Yuan energies into one was rather slow. Around him, an even vaster black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared, dancing light and shadow, flickering and disappearing. Amidst the light and shadow, the entire world alternated between black and white, and a unique Tao rhythm circulated. A Taoist rhyme that was different from the Buddhist might was exceptionally mysterious, causing one's imagination to run wild. Time passed by the minute and second. Although Xiao Chen's progress was slow, it went smoothly, without any obstructions at all. This was how a breakthrough came naturally. When the bottleneck was no longer there, one just had to let nature take its course. 4 hours later, the Yin essence energy, Yang essence energy, and veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian had already shrunk to the size of a palm. The light they gave off was boundlessly resplendent. The light shone through Xiao Chen's body. His bones, flesh, skin, and even his soul all received great benefits in the process of merging the 3 yuan energies into one. The flickering light on the surface of Xiao Chen's body intertwined with the surrounding Taiji diagram, vaguely connecting with the entire world. This was the fiendish demon battlefield. Not only was the space here of a higher level, but the spiritual energy here was also several times that of the outside world. Breaking through here was much better than breaking through in a blessed land. This was something that Xiao Chen had not expected. After another 7 minutes, the extremely condensed Yang essence energy and Yin essence energy finally merged into his veritable essence energy. Whoosh! The Taiji diagram, which originally circulated extremely slowly, spun violently at 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times, faster than before. Thousands of beams of golden light shot out from Xiao Chen's body, illuminating the surrounding 50 kilometers like it was daytime. Xiao Chen could clearly see every blade of grass and tree in the surroundings. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had chosen a desolate place in the fiendish demon battlefield, where the situation was constantly changing. Such a large commotion did not attract the attention of others. As that light spun, Xiao Chen felt a brand new veritable essence energy flow continuously in his meridians. Strong energy filled his entire body, making Xiao Chen feel his strength erupting rapidly. This continued for an entire hour before the feeling of his strength increasing abruptly came to a stop. The boundless light in the surroundings suddenly withdrew, returning to his body as if nothing had happened. When the light vanished, Xiao Chen looked within himself and discovered a fingernail-sized crystal primal core in his dantian. The primal core had 9 golden stars carved on its surface. Each golden star flickered with light. Upon closer inspection, it was piercing and bright. One could not look directly at it. A 9-star primal core. This was the most perfect advancement. Even in the Great Thousand Realms, it would allow one to look down on the many outstanding talents. Xiao Chen could not help revealing joy in his heart. After leaving the Kunlun realm and experiencing all sorts of things, he finally managed to condense this primal core. Looking at that completely solidified crystal, Xiao Chen rejoiced. His cultivation directly soared to peak minor primal core realm. When one first entered the primal core realm was mostly soft. There would even be some viscous veritable essence energy inside. A completely solidified crystal was the mark of peak minor primal core realm. One more step and one would reach the major primal core realm. Only by successfully breaking through could one increase the capacity of the primal core realm. That required continuous tempering, merging the primal core with the power of the world. This was an extremely important step. Many people would never be able to cross this hurdle in their entire lives. However, Xiao Chen felt that his 9-star primal core could contain much more veritable essence energy than that of a regular major primal core expert. Every shining golden star was condensed with incomparably pure quintessential essence. Most regular primal core cultivators had only 2 or 3 golden stars. Even in the blessed lands, those with more than 5 golden stars were extremely rare. Rumor had it that Shangguan Lei had only condensed 6 golden stars, and he already stood at the top of his generation in the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and an irrepressible tyranny burst out from them. His aura felt like he had been reborn. This was not something that Xiao Chen liked. However, he had just advanced to the primal core realm and could not control it as he pleased. The tyranny and strength of a 9-star primal core could not be easily hidden. Shangguan Lei was incredibly tyrannical, making many people not dare to meet his gaze, aside from his Thunder Dao and his irascible character. A large part of the reason was his 6-star primal core, which formlessly suppressed others. When I run into that holy Sun Mingxian again, I can give him a huge surprise. Xiao Chen was a proud person. Although he was not willing to show it to others, he could not help but feel dissatisfied after being suppressed so miserably by someone of the same generation. Xiao Chen indeed had the capital to feel dissatisfied. A half-step primal core cultivator was already at a huge disadvantage against an early-stage major primal core cultivator like the holy Sun Mingxian. Now that Xiao Chen had broken through, it could barely be considered a fair fight. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze and looked in the direction of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. He muttered to himself, I have to go and find a good saber that suits me. If Xiao Chen had a Dao tool earlier, he would not have ended up in such an awkward situation where he could not injure the holy Sun Mingxian even after he struck him. Who is it? Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. After advancing to the primal core realm, his senses were extremely sharp. Even the tiniest changes within 50 kilometers could not escape his notice. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and leaped several kilometers, landing at the place where the sound came from. He saw a white cat filled with wildness stepping on the ground. It did not make any sound as it leaped around extremely quickly. Xiao Chen recognized this white cat. It was that young cat-eared girl. When her fiendish qi erupted, she had drawn a strange mark on his forehead before vanishing. Xiao Chen had nearly forgotten about this matter. She came at the right time. The young cat-eared girl's intelligent, black gem-like eyes revealed a surprised expression when she saw Xiao Chen. She was surprised that Xiao Chen had discovered her in advance. What was more, she was surprised that Xiao Chen's strength had changed so much in just half a day. Chapter 1696. As his aura locked onto the white cat, Xiao Chen showed a cautious expression. The scene of the other party killing Zhen Xian with one claw was still fresh in his mind. The feeling that the transformed white cat gave Xiao Chen was even more horrifying than that of the holy Sun Mingxian. Why are you so cautious? The fiend blood in my body has already entered your body. The cat-eared girl's body swayed as she turned back into a pretty young girl. Then she looked at Xiao Chen with a displeased expression. What? This startled Xiao Chen. These words were truly unexpected, somewhat hard to accept. When Xiao Chen thought of the other party's appearance after transforming, his heart could not help but tremble. He did not want to end up like that. The young cat-eared girl rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen and said, You gain something, yet you still want to act innocent. You sect disciples are all like that. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt somewhat speechless. He ignored the other party and closed his eyes, using his spiritual sense to check for the power of his bloodline. Aside from the familiar blue dragon bloodline, there was only ordinary human bloodline. There was no other strange bloodline. Is she lying? Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and he opened his eyes. He discovered that the other party did not show any intention of attacking him when he closed his eyes. Her expression did not change either. Xiao Chen asked indifferently, You came to me just to talk about this? I did not sense any fiendish demon bloodline. You can go now. The young cat-eared girl was not surprised. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, Naturally, the current you cannot sense that noble fiendish demon bloodline. It will slowly appear as you grow stronger. Fiendish demons are born in response to calamities. They are naturally impure. You are already an impure person. In the future, you have to be wary of others drawing out the fiendish demon bloodline in your body. However, you have a heart of innocence that has been tempered 1,000 times. Even if it is drawn out, you will not end up in a sorry state like I did. Seeing the other party speak so seriously, Xiao Chen's expression slowly turned grave. He checked again but still did not find anything strange. There's no need to worry too much. To you, this noble fiendish demon bloodline is definitely more beneficial than harmful. Xiao Chen slapped his forehead and said, All right, I'll believe you for now. Can you tell me where you came from? The cat-eared girl calmly said, I never lie. You should have believed me. I am a stray cat that the old abbot of the ancient cloud temple took in. After the ancient cloud temple declined, the 7-aperture sovereign emperor brought me into the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen was startled. The old abbot of Ancient Cloud Temple was that nameless ancient temple? As for sovereign emperors, Xiaochen had heard of them. After entering the Divine Vein realm, they would be addressed as sovereign emperors. They were between sovereign personages and martial gods, so they were qualified to be addressed as sovereign emperors. I'm the only fiendish demon in the Great Thousand Worlds with the original fiendish demon blood flowing in my veins. Of course, I'm no longer one. I had no intention of transferring my bloodline to you, but you ruined my plans time and time again, so I had no choice but to forcefully transfer it to you. It's actually better to leave it for the owner of that Nirmanakia. I can feel that her real body is also full of desire for the demon blood. Xiaochen came to a sudden realization. So, when he attacked Yangqing back then, he wanted to transfer the demon blood to her. If he hadn't saved her, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. However, the old abbot said that everything has a cause and effect. You definitely have a fate with Buddha. Back then, when he transferred this demon blood to me, he said that the next owner of the demon blood would definitely be someone with a fate with Buddha. The little cat blinked as it looked at Xiaochen. However, it could not see how he had a fate with Buddha. I've already said what I needed to say. Goodbye. After saying what needed to be said, the young cat-eared girl turned back into a white cat and quickly left Xiaochen's sight. The fate with Buddha. It seemed like the lingering soul of the Mahasvara Buddha that Xiaochen met in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm had said something similar. Furthermore, Xiaochen had coincidentally obtained the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. It seemed like he really had a fate with Buddha. It was impossible for him to have a fate with Buddha for no reason. Never mind. I'll worry about this in the future. Right now, the most important thing is to go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion. I still don't know if the demon blood is real or fake. Xiaochen had always been decisive when doing things. He knew what was important and what was not. He would not be indecisive. After checking his bloodline again, Xiaochen set his mind on his way to the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Now that Xiaochen's strength had increased significantly, he discovered that he could travel very fast. He could leap high in this fiendish demon battlefield without any obstructions. Xiaochen pushed off with his feet. Without needing to gather veritable essence energy, he easily traversed 1 kilometer. After a while, the towering 10,000 weapon pavilion appeared in Xiaochen's vision. Thousands of strands of complete great Tao energy descended from the top of the pavilion, forming a 7-colored light that competed with each other. When Xiaochen arrived at the entrance, he felt heavy pressure and found it difficult to move. He had to circulate his veritable essence energy before he could adapt. The vast Tao might extinguish the complacency in Xiaochen's heart after he advanced. Before the great Tao, he was still far from it. Xiaochen calmly entered the first floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Naturally, there were no good weapons on the first floor, only some superior-grade profound weapons. However, those that could catch the attention of a divine vein powerhouse were naturally peak-quality superior-grade profound weapons. Aside from these, there were some special superior-grade profound weapons that would attract the attention of the cultivators here. Those were the profound weapons that some sovereign personages or sovereign emperors once used. As far as Xiaochen knew, there were 3 grades of weapons: profound weapons, treasure weapons, and Tao weapons. For now, Xiaochen did not know what weapons were stronger than Tao weapons. Profound weapons were the weakest. However, they were weapons that ordinary veritable personages and primal core venerates used. Those sovereign personages and sovereign emperors must have used profound weapons when they were young. If one could obtain a profound weapon that they used, there would definitely be some Tao left behind. After comprehending it, one would gain many benefits. Hence, although the hall on the first floor was filled with profound weapons, there were many sect disciples who seriously chose and broke the restrictions. There was no competition here. If one was lucky and obtained a superior-grade profound weapon that a sovereign personage used, it would be a great gain. It would not be inferior to a treasure weapon. Every weapon floating in the air looked like it was hovering. However, restrictions surrounded it. One could only draw the weapon after breaking the restrictions. However, the restrictions on the first floor were rather simple. They were not difficult for the cultivators who came here. Xiaochen raised his foot. The moment he stepped into the hall, The various sect disciples who were choosing weapons felt an instinctive threat. Their bodies instinctively felt threatened, and they either turned their heads or turned around to look at the entrance. Who is this person? He is just a minor primal core venerate. Why does he give off such great pressure? Clang. Just as many people felt confused, 10 sabers of the thousands of weapons floating in the air in the hall unsheathed themselves and stabbed into the ground around Xiaoqin. The sabers trembled and buzzed endlessly. A strange saber intent spread out uncontrollably. It is the Tao left behind by a sovereign personage. These are all profound weapons that a sovereign personage once used. Damn! Where did this white-clad person come from? We worked so hard but could not find a profound weapon that a sovereign personage used. The moment he arrived, he delivered it to us. The 100-odd disciples in the hall all showed shocked expressions as they looked at Xiaoqin incredulously. Some of them revealed greed in their eyes. However, when they thought of the instinctive fear they felt when Xiaoqin first entered, they all dispelled this greed. Xiaoqin shook his head and casually waved his hand. He absorbed all the Tao contained in the 10 sabers. The heroic appearances of many sovereign personages when they were young immediately appeared in his mind. After a while, Xiaoqin opened his eyes, and a sharp light appeared in them. He thought to himself, these are truly weapons that a sovereign personage once used. Even though their cultivations were not high at that time, they still benefited a lot. After the Tao was absorbed, the 10 sabers immediately turned ordinary. The spiritual energy in them dimmed significantly, returning to their ordinary state. Xiaoqin waved his hand, and the 10 sabers returned to their scabbards. Clang! Clang! Just at this moment, a familiar figure fell down the stairs of the second floor in a sorry state, grunting in pain. After that figure stood up, he quickly headed for the doors. This was where Xiaoqin was. This person showed a flustered expression. He did not look where he was going at all, nearly crashing into the doors. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and gently placed it on that person's shoulder, firmly pinning him to the ground. That person looked up in shock. When he saw that it was Xiaoqin, his face lit up in joy. Martial uncle! This was the Purple Flame Sect's Ling Yu, who had entered the fiendish demon battlefield with Xiaoqin. Ling Yu, quickly hand over the treasure weapon in your hand. Before Xiaoqin could exchange pleasantries, the disciples who injured Ling Yu rushed over. Chapter 1697. The disciples of the other sects had more or less heard of it, and their hurried footsteps immediately came to a halt. It's him! He is the white-robed Xiaoqin. The words that were originally intended to threaten Xiaoqin turned into all sorts of cries of pain. In the blink of an eye, only 2 true inheritors remained standing. One of the 2 true inheritors, a blue-clad youth, shouted coldly when he saw Xiaoqin fiddling with his short sword. Even if Xiaoqin could face Shangguan Lei, there were more than 100 people rushing over. What was left behind was a group of cultivators from the various sects, who could only swallow their saliva and look at each other in dismay. That Dao tool was definitely even more incredible. The news of the white-robed Xiaoqin defeating the Little Thunder Saber with 1 saber strike on Thunder Controlling Peak and facing off against Shangguan Lei had set the Black Cave Mountain abuzz. Xiaoqin did not draw his short sword, but he felt a cold sharpness and a weak aura of the great Dao. However, Xiaoqin smiled faintly. I won't hide it from you. Let's not talk about that. Who left these injuries on you? Ling Yu had not wasted all his hard work and time. Xiaoqin, this is not your problem. Just stay out of other people's business. Ling Yu found this somewhat inconceivable. Just earlier, he was still thinking about how to deal with this problem. Several Black Cave Mountain core disciples in the passageway recognized Xiaoqin, and their expressions changed slightly. The veritable essence energy that surged out of Xiaoqin's primal core was weaker than he expected. However, he was still satisfied. Boom! Just this point deterred anyone from acting rashly. Xiaoqin still did not say a word. He sent out another palm strike. This palm strike was even more tyrannical and tyrannical. Like before, he used his full power. However, the might that erupted out was even more ferocious. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Although Xiaoqin was not famous now, Shangguan Lei's reputation was very resounding. Shangguan Lei could face off against Xiaoqin and leave calmly. These people were at least late-stage minor primal core cultivators, and they were all core disciples of the various sections. Otherwise, they would not have dared to fight for peak treasure weapons. Dusting off his hands, Xiaochen walked straight to the second floor as if he had done something very casual. You can fight back how I did to you. I won't help you. As long as Xiaochen refused to hand over the ink cloud sword, they could work together. Xiaochen couldn't help but be curious. What kind of precious weapon could make such a person so angry? Even if it was a Dao soldier, it was probably only SOS. But after 3 palm strikes, the situation had completely reversed, leaving them dumbfounded. Bang bang bang. A large group of people appeared on the stairs of the second floor. All of them were brimming with killing intent, and their cultivations were not ordinary. All of them were core disciples of various sections. 1 or 2 of them were actually true disciples. It seemed like every time he used his full power, he could dig out more of the potential of his 9-star primal core. It was indeed a good sword. The 10,000 weapon pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 3 most popular forces in the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiaochen received the short sword. The words, "Ink Cloud," were carved on the scabbard. Just by holding the scabbard, he could feel the surging energy contained in the sword. This was the difficulty of fighting for a Dao tool and a precious weapon. It was not like subduing a weapon would make it yours. The blue-clad youth turned his head slightly and looked at the other heavenly profound sect true inheritor from the Black Cave Mountain. He said, "Brother Zhang Yu, don't you agree?" Of course, Xiaochen would not do that. He had already comprehended the Saber Dao's great Dao energy. With this thought, the blue-clad youth no longer showed any fear. A ferocious look appeared on his face once more, and he was about to speak up in agreement with the two. How strong! When Xiaochen pushed out with his palm strike, 6 stars lit up in the veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core. However, the speed of the explosion was even faster. The 100-odd core disciples and the 2 true inheritors on the ground crashed into the wall like sandbags. He is already as strong as Shangguan Lei. How did he do it? The main thing is those 2 true inheritors. I can deal with one. However, with 2 attacking together and the attacks of the others, I can't block them at all. Xiaochen, why are you still not handing over the ink cloud sword? Are you really thinking of blocking so many of us for your friend? Zhang Yu retorted coldly, making his intentions clear. Zhang Yu was originally Xiaochen's greatest competitor. However, at this moment, Zhang Yu wanted to work with him. When the disciples on the first floor saw this, their lips twitched. Are those really the core disciples of the various sects? Bang! The veritable essence energy in the palm wind knocked the 2 true inheritors, who had just turned around, into the wall. 5 golden stars flickered on the crystal primal core. If one used it for 3 to 5 years, one would be able to condense a Dao. The comprehension of a cultivator would be even better than obtaining a Dao tool. Is this still the martial uncle that I know? After flipping over the 2 true inheritors, Xiaochen tossed them to Ling Yu's feet, 1 in each hand. At the same time, he returned the short sword to Ling Yu. After all, true inheritors were already very strong. In their opinion, if one of them fought against the peak minor primal core Xiaochen, the odds of victory would be 40 to 60. If the 2 worked together, they would be able to win. A strong wind kicked up by veritable essence energy howled in the surroundings. The long hair of the 2 true inheritors fluttered wildly, and they found it hard to keep their eyes open. Bang! 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 If the 2 still dared to stand here, they would be seeking death. Then, they landed on the ground. This strike was very ruthless. They felt like most of their bones had shattered. Infused with the great Dao's might, Xiaochen drove his veritable essence energy. Resplendent purple energy flowed through the meridians in his body. It was like a surging river gushing endlessly, giving off thunderous roars. All the energy in his body burst forth as he pushed his palm forward. The 2 true inheritors felt bitter in their hearts. They did not dare to say anything more as they turned and fled. They already knew how horrifying Shangguan Lei was. Right now, Xiaochen's strength rivaled Shangguan Lei's. The crystal stone primal core lit up 6 stars. Their expressions immediately turned grave. This was a treasure weapon that was about to give birth to a great Dao. No wonder everyone coveted it. Before the two true inheritors could say anything, they vomited blood and went flying. Without the strength of a true inheritor, they were caught off guard and went flying. After they fell to the ground, they howled in pain. Aside from the heavenly shaking mountain's various Confucian sects, the Padala mountain's various temples, and even the Black Cave mountain's sects, there were also these people. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Qin had no chance of victory at all. One had to be able to face the encirclement of more than 100 people and still be able to flee calmly. This was how people were. If they could not obtain something, they could not obtain it. With the two true inheritors holding the line, the other core disciples of the various sects immediately felt much more confident. Xiao Qin nodded to indicate his understanding. Then he walked over and picked up the many core disciples piled together like they were cabbages before tossing them out. Ling Yu wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and took out a short sword. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. It looked like he still needed some time to familiarize himself with the full might of a 9-star primal core. Suddenly, Xiao Qin's aura soared. His originally suppressed tyrannical aura was already frightening. Without Xiao Qin suppressing it, it was released to its heart's content. What treasure weapon did you find? It's this. 3 palm strikes. With just 3 palm strikes, Xiao Qin severely injured a group of core disciples and 2 true inheritors, rendering them incapable of fighting anymore. Martial uncle, since when did you become so strong? Ling Yu gaped, speechless for a long time, completely stunned. Bang! With a thought, Xiao Qin sent out another palm strike. The purple thunder divine incantations circulated wildly, and his clothes flapped loudly. His long hair and stern face looked exceptionally scary. Before this strong palm wind, the many core disciples found it hard to move, not to mention working together. Even their freedom of movement was restricted. No wonder Ling Yu was in such a sorry state despite his great increase in strength. Before Xiao Qin's cultivation advanced, he might not have been able to take it. Just the thought of witnessing the birth of a complete great Tao energy at one's own hands was exciting. As long as 1 or 2 people stood out and called on everyone present to attack together, why would they fear an insignificant Xiao Qin? However, the silent Xiao Qin did not say a word. He raised his head and looked at them coldly. Then, a strong aura erupted from his body. Ling Yu recalled that when his martial uncle was a half-step primal core cultivator, he could barely exchange 100 moves with him. Before entering the mountain, Xiao Qin was clearly not this horrifying. Xiao Qin's strong quintessence knocked back the 2 true inheritors who bore the brunt of the attack. The core disciples of the various sects behind them, who were about to chime in, were all stunned. Chapter 1698. They could run about freely. However, the cultivators who came here faced many restrictions. When that person walked out, he did not show a smile on his face as he looked coldly at Xiao Qin. One had only a small wound on its body, a fatal strike that struck a vital point. The other had died a miserable death. The injuries on its body were clearly the result of a combined attack. By the 4th floor, nearly everyone was a treasure weapon. Every one of them was a superior grade treasure weapon. However, there were not many peak treasure weapons. Xiao Qin found this name somewhat familiar. After a while, he recalled it. It was the top true inheritor of the Heavenly Profound sect. This had attracted a Confucian scholar from the Heavenly Shaking Mountain, who had chased after it with great difficulty. In a moment of carelessness, that sword suddenly turned around. Thank you. However, the 2 corpses simply lay there, while the others ignored them. Their expressions were cold, causing people to feel an indescribable chill. Xiao Qin's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Nice to meet you. Everyone, there is no need to misunderstand. I will not take this saber. Don't worry." Xiao Qin smiled disdainfully, revealing a trace of mockery. A Tao tool was very mighty. When combined with his veritable essence energy and great Tao energy, its might increased. Ling Yu must have found that short sword on the 5th floor. After being surrounded, he fled to the 1st floor and lured away most of the cultivators. The Heavenly Profound sect's Gongziemo? This was a Tao tool with a thick saber on its back. It gave off a heavy feeling. This saber was definitely boundlessly tyrannical, focusing on being bold and unyielding. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. When he looked around, he immediately discovered the two corpses. Before entering the fiendish demon battlefield, Ling Yu had told Xiao Chen to take note of some people. This Gongzi Mo was one of them. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Thank you. You are very fortunate. The heavenly profound sex Gongzi Mo. I met you at Thunder Controlling Peak before. Aside from the restrictions of the 10,000 weapon pavilion, every good treasure weapon had its own temper. If one was not fated, it would be exceptionally difficult to subdue them by force." A strand of sword chi pierced towards Xiao Chen's eyes. At such a close distance, there was no way to dodge it. At the same time, Xiao Chen infused his veritable essence energy and great Dao energy into the saber. The smell of blood. The Dao might of these sabers were all incredibly strong. However, Xiao Chen found it unfortunate that they were not treasured sabers that he could use. In such an environment, subduing a Dao soldier was already difficult enough. No one would be willing to be distracted by something unimportant. Regardless of whether he needed this saber or not, who wouldn't be happy to be acknowledged? The fifth floor was filled with top-notch precious weapons, but there were only a few people subduing precious weapons. Be careful, don't be reckless. Xiao Chen waved his hand and the sword landed in front of the Confucian scholar. I'll give it to you. They hurriedly retreated and gathered together. They spread out their true origin shields and assumed defensive positions. The scabbard slammed into his abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. His facial features were squeezed together. The value of the Dao tool had already caused these disciples of the righteous sects to completely disregard human nature. Immediately, some people revealed surprised expressions when they saw the direction it was coming from. This small demonstration allowed Xiao Chen to personally experience subduing a treasure weapon in preparation for subduing a Dao tool. There was a total of 3 treasure weapons on this floor, all of them of different shapes. When Xiao Chen entered the second floor, there were still profound weapons hovering in the air. However, there were already a few treasure weapons among them. There were only 20-odd people in the pavilion, making the great hall seem rather empty. The Dao tool chose its master. Any bladesman would feel happy when they saw this scene. One of the 3 treasure weapons seemed to sense Xiao Chen's gaze. With a whoosh, it flew over to him. The sword immediately trembled like a wild horse, trying to struggle free of Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen did not even look at it. His figure flashed as he entered the 3rd floor. Most of the treasure weapons on the 3rd floor were profound weapons mixed in. Nearly all the 6th floor was filled with Dao tools. Even if they were not Dao tools, they were treasure weapons like the Ink Cloud Sword. With a thought, the Dao tool on the ground sensed Xiao Chen's killing intent and charged at Gongzi Mo, whoosh. The treasure sword came out of its scabbard on its own. When the sword came out by 1 centimeter, it gave off a piercing light. The sharp sword light made one's heart tremble. For example, the person who subdued a treasure sword. The sword flew around in the air, moving freely in this 10,000 weapon pavilion, which gave off immense pressure. The Confucian scholar resting on the ground reminded Xiao Chen out of goodwill when he saw that he was about to go to the 6th floor. Xiao Chen could sense the bloodline of one of the great desolate Eon's 10,000 races. Furthermore, that person's cultivation had reached late-stage major primal core realm. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt many cold gazes. The 10 true inheritors of the various sects, who were subduing Dao tools, all stopped what they were doing and looked at him coldly. Subduing a treasure weapon was an extremely difficult process. It might even be dangerous. The weapons that were not subdued in the 10,000 weapon pavilion were all hot-tempered horses. The 10,000 weapon pavilion was a natural horse farm. Xiao Chen forcefully clamped down on that formless sword chi with 2 fingers, turning it into a tangible sword light less than 1 centimeter away from his face. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. He looked around, searching for a Dao tool that was suitable for him. Xiao Chen ferociously clamped down with his left hand and drove the veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core, lighting up 6 stars on his 9-star primal core. When the Confucian scholar on the ground saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. The other cultivators subduing treasure weapons were startled. Xiao Chen pressed his hand on the sword hilt and smashed the entire sword into the ground. The scabbard sank into the ground by 1 centimeter, but it no longer moved. The greatest taboo was being interrupted and sneak attacked. Every time an outsider arrived, the people subduing the treasure weapon would be very careful. The less trouble, the better. Xiao Chen's target was the 7th floor, the highest floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. He did not want to get embroiled in a fight before he entered. This Gongzi Mo did not give Xiao Chen any face at all. He said indifferently, "In the fiendish demon battlefield, strength speaks for everything. This is not thunder controlling peak. Don't play any tricks." A huge force spread out. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he clenched his fists tightly. However, he showed no intention of letting go. The true inheritors that dared to be here were definitely not like the 2 people on the 1st floor. While they might not be comparable to his sex Hua Yunfeng, they were at least at the true profound realm. In an instant, 10-odd elite true inheritors stared at him. Even Xiao Chen felt some pressure. Xiao Chen let go, and the sword light shattered like ice. Then, he pushed his left hand forward. Although the Heavenly Profound sect was a rank 3 sect in the Black Cave Mountain and could not compare to the Purple Flame sect, the top true inheritor was definitely worthy of his reputation. After observing for a while, Xiao Chen gained a rough understanding of how to subdue a weapon. Then he headed for the 6th floor. Xiao Chen did not have any direct requirements for the saber. He only wanted one thing: fate. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "You want it? In that case, I'll give it to you." Everyone focused on subduing the Dao tool they wanted, not bothering about anything else. Even when Xiao Chen entered, he only gave it a quick glance. The Dao tool shone brightly, and Gongzi Mo's expression changed as he forcefully caught the saber. This Dao might spread out, and the pressure on the 6th floor was immense. Gongzi Mo was immediately knocked back, and blood leaked out of his lips. "Ha! You think you can give up just because you said so? Do you think you can speak? Subdue this saber and give it to us. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving alive." Sometimes, when a treasure sword was unsheathed and released a strand of sword chi, one might even lose their life. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Comprehending the saber Dao's great Dao energy on his own was rather interesting. "Friend, there will be Dao tools if we go up another floor. The pressure there is even greater. If we are not careful, we might really die." Clang! When the others discovered that Xiao Chen did not show any signs of making a move, they continued to subdue the peak treasure weapons. Their expressions were focused and strenuous. That Confucian scholar stuttered in shock. He had not expected happiness to come so suddenly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to subdue this treasure weapon so easily. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he looked at the treasure sword that the Confucian scholar chased earlier. Then, he narrowed his eyes and grasped it. Xiao Chen's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the 5 or 6 people present. They stopped subduing the treasure weapons and looked at him warily. It was like taming a fine horse. It was not as easy as one imagined. If one ran into one with a bad temper, one might even end up hurting oneself. A weapon that caught one's eye and aroused a strong desire in one's heart was the weapon that one wanted. Of course, if one truly subdued a Dao tool, then these people would pay attention to one at all times and suddenly attack. After charging up to the 6th floor, Xiao Chen clearly felt the pressure increase. His feet felt like lead, making it difficult to walk. He had to constantly expend veritable essence energy to resist this pressure. When facing a Dao tool that Xiao Chen got along with, Xiao Chen still dared to threaten him. He was overestimating himself. Unfortunately, you cannot handle it. Chapter 1699. After sending Gongzi Mo flying with a single strike, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. No one on the 6th floor dared to look down on him anymore. Gongzi Mo paled. He hesitated about activating his great desolate Ian bloodline to regain his face. However, who knew that after Xiao Chen comforted the Dao soldier, he went straight up to the 7th floor without even looking back. 7th floor. It turned out that Xiao Chen's target had been the 7th floor all along. The true inheritors of the various sects present were all stunned. Their faces sank, and they all revealed surprised expressions. The 7th floor was a place that even they did not dare to go to. Everyone knew that the 7th floor stored the best Dao tools. However, the people who dared to go to the 7th floor were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the 3 blessed lands. Not only did they have to be strong, they also had to be courageous and charismatic. The 7th floor was filled with Dao soldiers. As dozens of Dao might layered over each other, it was boundlessly majestic. Under that pressure, he still had to subdue the Dao soldiers. If he was not careful, he would die on the spot. You are famous in the blessed lands, dazzling among your peers. You are even more famous in the entire Grave Sea cluster. You already have a bright future ahead of you. As long as you follow the prescribed order, you will be able to become an important figure in the sect. In the future, you will be able to roam the Sea of Clouds freely. However, now that you have come to the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion 7th floor, you must have the determination and courage to believe that you are already dead, that all the glory has nothing to do with you. Without great courage, no one would dare to go up to the 7th floor. For example, Gongzimo was strong enough and had the bloodline of the desolate 10,000 races. However, he didn't dare to go up. There was no other reason. It was because he cherished his life. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen, who had just been threatened, turned around and directly stepped into the 7th floor. The thought of using his great desolate Ian bloodline to take a gamble immediately vanished. Now, he felt a stifling sense of defeat. When facing such a courageous person, even if he used his great desolate Ian bloodline, the other party would still dare to fight with his life on the line. Cowering before the battle, how could one talk about victory? Xiao Chen, who had charged into the 7th floor, did not care about what Gongzimo thought. He was a person who did not dare to enter the 7th floor. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't put him in his eyes. This person wasn't worth remembering. The entrance to the 7th floor was a barrier formed by a curtain of water and light. If one wanted to enter the 7th floor, they had to pass through the barrier first, which was equivalent to setting up a threshold. Before this barrier, Xiao Chen felt a surging might and pressure that felt like a surging wave. Just by standing there, he felt an immense pressure, making it difficult for him to move. What? A figure appeared on the water screen. It was Xiao Chen himself, looking at him coldly. With a thought, Xiao Chen immediately guessed the purpose of the water screen. Only by killing himself could a dead person enter the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion 7th floor. Only those who had forgotten about life and death and dared to fight with their lives could enter the 7th floor. Immediately, Xiao Chen sucked in a breath of air. Those who dared to enter the 7th floor, aside from those who were extremely strong, were all ruthless people who dared to risk their lives. They did not care about the glory in front of them. They only wanted to obtain a Dao tool and fight for their future. Their vision was no longer limited to the Cloud Sea cluster. This kind of person was the most terrifying. However, fortunately, Xiao Chen was such a person as well. He desired this kind of competition, which could make the hot-bloodedness in his body surge again. Spreading out his great Dao energy and forgetting about life and death, Xiao Chen strode forward and passed through the water screen. Kasi. Xiao Chen's figure on the water screen immediately shattered. After entering this door, he no longer cared about life and death. What a strong pressure! The moment Xiao Chen entered, he felt an immense pressure everywhere. The air pressed down on him like waves. Xiao Chen! Just at this moment, a soft exclamation rang out. Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was the top true inheritor of his sect, Hua Yunfeng. At this moment, Hua Yunfeng was subduing a treasure sword. Normally, Hua Yunfeng was calm. Now, he found it difficult to move, feeling a mountain-like pressure. When Hua Yunfeng saw Xiao Chen arrive, he revealed a look of surprise on his face. Xiao Chen nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Then, he started to observe the environment of the 7th floor. The 7th floor was very vast, especially with the few people scattered around. It appeared even more spacious. Another difference from the other floors was that the ceiling was extremely high. When one looked up, one could not see the ceiling clearly. It was at least 3 kilometers tall. Furthermore, due to the support of the Dao Might, when one looked up, one would get the misconception that it was infinitely tall. All the Dao tools formed a small circle in the middle and climbed all the way to the ceiling. Including Xiao Chen and Hua Yunfeng, there were only 8 people on the entire 7th floor. The Padala Mountain had a total of 3 monks. Aside from Hua Yunfeng and Xiao Chen, there was a woman who cultivated righteous qi and 2 other Confucian scholars from the heavenly shaking mountain. That woman had delicate features and looked valiant and formidable. She looked even more righteous than the male Confucian scholars. When she saw Xiao Chen looking at her, she smiled faintly and continued subduing the Dao tool that she wanted, a Confucian sect sword. The 3 monks ignored Xiao Chen's arrival, focusing on subduing the Dao tool that they wanted. As for the 2 Confucian scholars, they only glanced at Xiao Chen indifferently and ignored him. However, it looked like the situation was not good, including Hua Yunfeng's. Subduing the Dao tool was still a long way off. The Dao might here was too strong. They could not even bring out 50% of their strength. The various Dao tools were even more unruly and unyielding, showing their pride. For example, one of the 3 monks was trying to subdue a heavy bronze Buddhist staff that glowed with Buddhist light, and after a few attempts, he failed. After a few attempts, not only did he not manage to touch it, but he even got severely injured. Fortunately, the monk's indestructible iron body had already reached a certain level, so it was not a big problem. It is time to find the Dao tool that I need. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the pillar formed by the Dao tools in the middle. Then, he looked from bottom to top, carefully searching. This saber has no scabbard, showing off its sharpness. It does not know how to endure. Not suitable. This saber has no edge and is very heavy. It is the first choice for vital qi cultivators. Not suitable. The Dao contained in this saber is the flame Dao. It has nothing to do with me. Not suitable. Not suitable. Not suitable. Not suitable. Xiao Chen rejected 10 odd Dao tools with one glance. Then he looked higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he had finished choosing everything he could see. Whoosh! Enduring the immense pressure, Xiao Chen could only soar into the air and continue choosing. Those who bite off more than they can chew will fall sooner or later. Nanjing, one of the 2 male Confucian scholars, looked at Xiao Chen with increasingly higher standards. He coldly eyed him in disdain. The others also revealed mocking expressions at Nanjin's actions. Xiao Chen truly did not know his limits. The Dao might of the 7th floor was boundlessly vast. Even standing on the ground was difficult. To think that Xiao Chen dared to fly up. He was truly suicidal. Brother Xiao Chen, don't be too rash. This place is different from the outside world. If you accidentally trigger the rage of the Dao tools, you might be affected by the attacks of many Dao might. It is best to be careful. Hua Yunfeng could not bear to watch this. However, Xiao Chen was an honored guest of the Purple Flame sect, after all, so he warned Xiao Chen out of goodwill with a slight frown. Many thanks for Brother Hua's warning. I will be careful. Xiao Chen thought to himself, although these people have abandoned their obsession with life and death, the cautiousness in their bones cannot be changed. If not for the special reason that he could not find a Dao tool that he liked, Xiao Chen would not have taken such a risk. However, Xiao Chen would never compromise. The saber was a bladesman's second life. All the more, he could not afford to be careless. He absolutely could not choose a random saber. If he wanted to choose, he had to choose one that he liked. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring out the full might of the saber. A vast Dao might surged over. Xiao Chen felt like he was carrying a mountain as he soared into the air. The pressure was immense. Whoosh! Suddenly, for some reason, a prideful sword drew out by 1 centimeter. A strand of intense, dazzling light, accompanied by a strand of sword qi, stabbed at Xiao Chen. This caught Xiao Chen off guard, startling him. Fortunately, he had been careful, remaining cautious. Xiao Chen threw a punch with all his might, shattering this strand of sword qi. However, his fist was dripping with blood. The injury was too horrible to look at. Even his bones were exposed. This showed how sharp the sword light was. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword qi shattered into countless pieces that flew in all directions, creating a strong gust of wind that caused the environment in the 7th floor to become even worse. This brat is really seeking death. The other male Confucian scholar, Gong Sun Pe, shook his head and continued subduing the sword that caught his eye. Slowly, Xiaochen figured out the pattern. After he reached a certain height, he would get attacked by a Dao tool every 100 meters. Hence, after ascending for less than 1 kilometer, Xiaochen was already riddled with wounds. His white robes were stained with blood. Slowly, the expressions of the others changed as they looked at Xiaochen. They all felt a horror in their hearts. This white-clad man's will was too tenacious. The Dao tools here were the best of the best, not much different from each other. There was no need to fly so high and take such a huge risk, all for the sake of a saber that caught their eye. The Dao tools that these people chose were not to their liking. However, as long as they were passable, it would be fine. As long as one could bring out a Dao tool, it would already be an incredible matter. It would definitely shake up the entire Grave Sea. In the future, one would be confident of advancing to the Cloud Sea realm, gaining boundless glory. Xiaochen's stubbornness was truly foolish. Where did this fellow come from? Why does he not have the air of a famous sect at all? Hua Yunfeng's heart pounded. Right now, Xiaochen looked like a barbarian to him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spear appeared at lightning speed, thrusting at Xiaochen in an irregular manner. A spot of cold light flashed in the surroundings. The expressions of the 7 people below changed. This spear was too fast and too cold. It was merciless. They could not dodge it. The piercing cold light made everyone close their eyes involuntarily. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that Xiaochen had already grasped the spear. However, Xiaochen forcefully pushed the spearhead back by 2 centimeters, avoiding a vital point and stabbing into his shoulder. Cold qi entered Xiaochen's body, and the great Dao energy of the Ice Dao spread throughout his body. His body immediately wobbled, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. His 9-star primal core bore the brunt of the attack, getting sealed in ice. Xiaochen's limbs turned cold, and his entire body turned stiff. His body slowly fell. The ice froze his other injuries, making him completely numb. Buzz! 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 The spear still trembled endlessly. Even after the sudden strike, its energy did not diminish. Instead, it poured into Xiaochen's body in an unending stream. I've gone too far. Despair welled up in Xiaochen's heart. His limbs turned numb. It felt like even his blood was frozen. He could not activate his great desolate Ian bloodline even if he wanted to. Just as Xiaochen's consciousness turned hazy, a bright saber light flashed above the Dao tool pillar. Xiaochen's originally lifeless eyes caught sight of this saber light and saw half of the Dao tool. In the next moment, the saber light vanished, and he could no longer see it. An intense, irrepressible desire immediately welled up in Xiaochen's heart. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's the Dao tool that I spent so much effort to find. I absolutely cannot give up here. I absolutely cannot. Chapter 1700. The most tenacious will from the bottom of his heart allowed Xiaochen to withstand this boundless pressure, not giving up even in the face of adversity. Influenced by this will, the frozen blood in Xiaochen's body slowly started to surge and flow in his body once more. After recovering his qi and blood, Xiaochen used all his strength and shouted. Then, he grabbed the spear with his right hand and ferociously pulled it out. Like he was venting, he tossed the spear to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Frost froze all over Xiaochen's body and fell to the ground. He regained his mobility, and the energy of his 9-star primal core broke through the ice. In the next moment, Xiaochen circulated his veritable essence energy, expelling 80% of the cold qi. A resplendent flame burned on Xiaochen's palms. Hua Yunfeng, who was about to make a move to save Xiaochen, felt startled when he saw this scene and stopped. After tossing the spear away, Xiaochen's aura soared. He roared ferociously and flew forward at lightning speed, heading for the treasure saber that interested him. Could this fellow have really succeeded? Such a scene, a startling counterattack, excited the others. Some of them felt anticipation, some of them envious, and a faint murderous intent lingered in their hearts. Xiaochen, who was going against the flow, made a breakthrough in his aura, reaching a whole new level. This made his aura flourish. Saber light and Dao might spread all over his body. His white robes were stained with blood, adding to his elegance. His body was covered in wounds, showing his glory. The only woman present could not help but reveal a hint of admiration in her eyes. Compared to the elegant and scholarly Wang Yueming, this person seemed to be more manly. The heavenly shaking mountain's Wang Yueming was handsome, elegant, and outstanding. He was the dream lover of many women in the heavenly shaking mountain. Of course, this woman only felt this out of pure admiration and did not have any other intentions. She did not even have any other thoughts about Wang Yueming. This person's name was Bai Yu. Before entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he was one of Wang Yueming's 3 great opponents. I see it. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. After reaching 2 kilometers, he peered through the layers of Dao might and saw the treasure saber that was imprinted in his heart. The saber was sheathed. It was 4 feet long, straight and tough. It was an extended Dao tool that looked like a horizontal saber. Perfect. Other than perfect, Xiao Chen couldn't think of any other words to describe it. This was the companion he dreamed of. Bang! But just as he got close, the saber suddenly moved. With lightning speed, the end of the scabbard stabbed into Xiao Chen's chest. Poochie! In the air, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he plummeted toward the ground at a speed several times faster than when he had arrived. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Xiao Chen felt as though his entire back was falling apart. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. Pooh! When the scholar named Nanjin saw Xiao Chen's miserable appearance after falling from the heavens to the bottom of the valley, he could not help but mock him. I thought he was some kind of shocking figure, but it turns out that he's only SOS. Nanjin smiled coldly and ignored him, continuing to subdue her Dao tools. However, Xiao Chen's Dao tool did not look like it would submit at all. After it exhausted its energy and stamina, failure was only a matter of time. Hua Yunfeng walked over with a bitter smile. He stretched out his hand and said, I respect you for being a man. Xiao Chen, who had fallen to the ground, was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. When he heard this, he could not help but smile. He took Hua Yunfeng's hand and pulled him up. Xiao Chen took out the 2 medicinal pills that Yi Zifeng left behind. Xiao Chen consumed one and gave the other to Hua Yunfeng. Phoenix Blood Pill. This is the holy pill for treating injuries that Martial Grand Uncle obtained in the Great Thousand Realms. Hua Yunfeng smelled it and immediately recognized it. However, he did not accept it. You are not keeping it for yourself? Given your tenacity, even if you fail again, you will not give up, right? Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly and said, I already consumed it twice. If I consume it again, the effects will be much weaker. Most importantly, I only have 1 chance. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that the saber would only give him 1 more chance. If he failed, he would never succeed. It would be very difficult for Xiao Chen to gather his aura 3 times. Doing it in 1 go would be the best. However, Xiao Chen failed. It was hard to avoid his aura weakening a 2nd time. A 3rd time, no matter how strong his will was, it would hit rock bottom. Some things could not be changed by a person's will. After all, the body was made of flesh and blood. When Hua Yunfeng heard that, he accepted the Phoenix Blood Pill. That is too unfortunate. You should choose something else. It might not be the best. Xiao Chen's eyes blazed with determination. I do not know if it is the best or not. I only know that it is most suitable for me. If I cannot obtain it, I will leave the 10,000 weapon pavilion. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? Hua Yunfeng could not help feeling stunned for a while as he watched Xiao Chen focus on treating his injuries, not discouraged at all. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? Hua Yunfeng muttered to himself, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Bai Yu, who had been paying attention to the 2, was also stunned for a while. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? The others had long since stopped paying attention to Xiao Chen. They did not believe that Xiao Chen, who fell to the ground in a sorry state from that gentle strike, had any chance. As Xiao Chen closed his eyes and treated his injuries, he quickly thought about the reasons for his earlier failure. The first was that he was too severely injured and lacked experience. He got injured the first time he encountered the Dao tool's attack. After that, he continuously dodged every 100 meters, accumulating strength, causing his injuries to erupt. By the time he got close to that treasured saber, his combat prowess was already less than 20%. The second was that he did not expect that Dao tool's attack speed to be so fast and ferocious. The Dao tool did not give Xiao Chen a chance to react at all, stabbing him down. The final reason was that Xiao Chen's will was not strong enough. The instant the Dao tool struck him, the cold assaulted his body. Xiao Chen's primal core and blood froze. His first reaction was to give up. After entering this door, he had already given up on life and death. If he still gave up, he would simply be lying to himself. Whether he truly had the boldness to risk his life or not, whether he truly had the determination to go all out in one go, was the key to success. Did he? Did he? Did he? Xiao Chen asked himself 3 times in his heart. Each time, it penetrated deep into his soul, into his bones, and into the surging hot-bloodedness in his entire body. After repeating it 3 times, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the treasured saber at the top. Xiao Chen did not hesitate at all. With a howl, he charged up decisively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Xiao Chen ascended, he resisted the pressure, advancing without retreating. As he ascended, the Dao tools along the way attacked him continuously every 100 meters. However, this time, Xiao Chen did not dodge. The more he dodged, the more cautious he became. Under the suppression of the Dao might above him, his injuries became even more severe. This was because every moment he delayed worsened his injuries by 100-fold. As Xiao Chen ascended, he absorbed all the attacks from the Dao tools. However, because he was too slow, his injuries only accumulated and did not erupt. His combat prowess did not decrease. It was as if a monstrous flood had accumulated to a terrifying degree, but it had just touched the dam. The moment it touched the dam, it was safe. In the next moment, when the flood's energy erupted, the dam would collapse. Right now, Xiao Chen felt the same way. He only had 3 seconds to recover to his peak state. In these 3 seconds, the accumulated injuries would erupt, and his injuries would be even more severe than the previous time. However, these 3 seconds were sufficient. These 3 seconds were what Xiao Chen lacked. He looked at the unruly Dao tool and saw the treasured saber stabbing at him at lightning speed again without hesitation. With Xiao Chen's peak combat prowess, the lightning-fast speed of that treasured saber seemed much slower in Xiao Chen's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed it firmly before the Dao tool could injure him. Rumble! The treasured saber struggled continuously in Xiao Chen's hand. The entire hall of the 7th floor started shaking intensely. The treasured saber erupted with startling energy. Xiao Chen showed a ferocious expression as he gritted his teeth. Veins popped out on his arms as he refused to let go. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. It looked like the 3 seconds would be up soon. The horrifying injuries from dozens of Dao tools would erupt. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's clear eyes shone with a golden light. He opened his great desolate divine eyes and instantly activated his blue dragon bloodline. The tyrannical dragon might of the ancient blue dragon spread out from Xiao Chen's body. He shouted ferociously, sounding like a true dragon roaring. Get down! Xiao Chen held the treasured saber with his right hand and ferociously pulled it down. Bang! 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 The Dao tools formed a circular pillar. As Xiao Chen descended at lightning speed, there was a loud sound. Boundless Dao might fluctuated, and the descending Dao tools were knocked away by Xiao Chen. Dang! The final second passed. Xiao Chen knelt on one knee while holding the scabbard. He stabbed the end of the scabbard into the ground. All the injuries and the repercussions of activating the blue dragon bloodline erupted. Xiao Chen could no longer hold back. All the skin on his body ruptured, and blood spurted out. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the scabbard and slowly fell. The blood washed away the dust, revealing an ancient word on the scabbard. Tyrant! From the moment Xiao Chen opened his eyes to the moment he landed, only 6 seconds had passed. Many people turned their heads and discovered that Xiao Chen was already holding a Dao tool. He tyrannically knocked away hundreds of Dao tools before landing on one knee. A berserk aura spread out. Together with the blood-soaked Xiao Chen, everyone was startled. Nanjing, who had chuckled at Xiao Chen earlier, was stupefied. Her eyes nearly fell out. What's going on? The three monks blocked the aftershock of Xiao Chen's landing. Their expressions were as shocked as if they had seen the Kasyapa Buddha. Their movements completely froze. Hua Yunfeng felt somewhat agitated, showing an excited expression. Xiao Chen really did it. The heavenly shaking mountains by you looked around at the Dao tools that Xiao Chen knocked away. He felt somewhat speechless. This person was truly too tyrannical. Too ruthless. They were already ruthless enough, daring to take the risk and enter the 7th floor. However, compared to Xiao Chen, they were far from comparable. At the same time, the hundreds of layers of Dao might encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion were also disrupted. The Dao might went out of control, and a berserk aura swept out in all directions, stirring up winds and clouds. The entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled. A terrifying, mysterious phenomenon enveloped the 10,000 weapon pavilion, spreading to every corner of the fiendish demon battlefield. Amid this chaotic and mixed Dao might, only a tyrannical aura was exceptionally clear. Everyone who felt it trembled in fear. Chapter 1701. On the 7th floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion, Xiao Chen held the tyrant saber. His entire body was bathed in blood, on the verge of collapse. Not only were there many different great Dao energies in the injuries that had accumulated in his body, but there were also great Dao energies that were either icy cold, scorching hot, lightning, or disdain. There were dozens of great Dao energies, not just one. There were also the repercussions of activating the Blue Dragon bloodline. When the layers of great Dao energies exploded together, it was like a dam bursting, unstoppable. Xiao Chen's strong Blue Dragon war body and strong and resilient physique were like a dam bursting in a flood. Xiao Chen allowed the many terrifying Dao energies to run rampant in his body. His body was like a pool of stagnant water. If he did not control it, it would be extremely horrifying. In the next moment he would explode and die. This was not an exaggeration at all. The might of a Dao tool was horrifying in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Chen endured dozens of different great Dao energies in one go. When they layered over each other, it could be said that his body was filled with demons. All the blood vessels in Xiao Chen's body burst, and blood oozed out of his body. He looked like a horrifying blood person. Hua Yunfeng reacted quickly. While the others were still in a daze, he took advantage of this chaotic moment. His figure flashed and arrived beside Xiao Chen. Then, he placed a palm strike on Xiao Chen's back. At this crucial moment, Hua Yunfeng sent a mouthful of warm veritable essence energy into Xiao Chen's body. Hua Yunfeng was fire attributed in the first place. Although he did not comprehend the fire Dao, he already grasped the flame domain and could control fire energy as he pleased. This mouthful of warm veritable essence energy was a life-saving straw. It temporarily neutralized the various chaotic great Dao energies in Xiao Chen's body. It gave the body a precious chance to catch a breath, and the originally stagnant body functions began to improve. Xiao Chen's originally stagnant body was like a highly efficient and precise machine moving slowly. Just at this moment, many murderous gazes landed on Xiao Chen at the same time. The appearance of a Dao tool would definitely change the ranking of the 3 Blessed Lands geniuses. To put it more accurately, it might even affect the ranking of the various factions for the next few hundred years. Be it to themselves or to their sects, it would have a direct impact. The outstanding talents here, be it the monks or the heavenly shaking mountains Confucian scholars, were all decisive and intelligent people. They instantly felt a murderous intent. You leave first. I'll hold them off for a while. There was no point in saying anything more. Hua Yunfeng turned around and arrived before Xiao Chen. Then he threw a palm strike and sent Xiao Chen flying toward the entrance of the 7th floor. Hua Yunfeng had always been a calm and scheming person. He cherished his reputation. His character was very well demonstrated on the Thunder Controlling Peak. He would help Xiao Chen to the best of his ability. Beyond a certain price, they would consider all sorts of consequences and make their move. But now, when it came to the interests of the sect, he was incomparably decisive. At this moment, they had to protect Xiaoqin. No matter what, a Dao soldier had landed in their sect. It was definitely better than ending up in the hands of the other sects, even if they did not obtain the Dao tool. After sending Hua Yunfeng flying with a palm strike, Xiaoqin leaped into the air, using the momentum to leap out of the entrance. He turned his head and looked deeply at Hua Yunfeng, who had helped him delay the others. This person was worth befriending. With just a glance, he quickly turned around. Given the current situation, if he stayed here, he would definitely die. Not only would he not be able to help the other party, but he would also be a burden. Hua Yunfeng probably had some life-saving means and would not die so easily. The instant Xiaoqin turned his head back, his face sank. He discovered that the valiant female disciple of the heavenly shaking mountain was already waiting here. Baiyu was very intelligent. After she sighed when Xiaoqin obtained the Dao tool, she immediately knew that this was an opportunity. Her figure flashed out of the chaotic 7th floor and arrived at the entrance, waiting for her prey. Xiaoqian's first reaction was to draw his saber. However, when he did so, he could not draw it out of its scabbard. A stunned expression appeared on his face. A confident smile appeared on Baiyu's face. It looks like you did not have time to completely subdue this saber. Hand it over. Boom. However, who knew? After Xiaoqin revealed a stunned expression, he simply held the sheathed tyrant saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaoqin executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. This saber shattered the heart, shattering oneself first before shattering others. Xiaoqin was already injured to begin with. When his heart shattered, all sorts of intense pain appeared, pushing the pain from the heartbreaking stance to an unprecedented level. The sharpness of this move surpassed all the previous ones. Baiyu revealed an extremely shocked expression. She had not expected Xiaoqin to dare to clash head-on despite being so severely injured. When the weapons clashed, Baiyu did not suffer any injuries on the surface. However, her chest instantly shattered, and the intense pain made her tremble. There was no way to draw it in the first place. I was just lying to you. Xiaoqin did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he directly knocked Baiyu into the air and quickly descended. Baiyu fell by the wall, clutching her chest. She showed an expression of unbearable pain. She had never experienced such intense pain in her life. Xiaoqin entered the 6th floor. The many true inheritors immediately discovered the blood-soaked Xiaoqin. They all showed stunned expressions. Then, they looked around and fixed their gazes on the tyrant saber in Xiaoqin's hand. Their hearts immediately raced as two exciting words appeared in their minds. Dao tool. The strongest person here, Gongzi Mo, thought quickly, wondering if he should use his great desolate Ian bloodline to gamble. However, when he thought about how Xiaoqin knocked him back with one move earlier and how helpless he felt, he feared that Xiaoqin still had a desperate move. If he attacked now, both sides would end up injured, and the others would benefit. However, anyone would be reluctant to give up just like that. Should I attack? Should I attack? Should I attack? Gongzi Mo felt conflicted. Bang! How could Xiaoqin care so much? When he saw Gongzi Mo's unfocused gaze and restless thoughts, his figure flashed and he stabbed the scabbard into Gongzi Mo's chest. Gongzi Mo was knocked into the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled, and his eyes filled with horror. When Gongzi Mo saw Xiaoqin's ferocious gaze and tyrannical aura, he felt that death was so close to him for the first time in his life. He was hesitant, decisive, and soft. The opportunity was right in front of him, but this Gongzi Mo could not grasp it. It could only be said that despite his strength, he was still trash in the end. I'll spare your life. Xiaoqin, who no longer had the strength to continue attacking, said coldly. Then, before the others could react, he quickly rushed down. Gongzi Mo held his wound and heaved a long sigh. He felt that it was good to be alive. However, Gongzi Mo suddenly thought of something, and heavy regret appeared on his face. That bastard attacked so ruthlessly and decisively. If he could kill me, how could he not kill me? He was simply injured and could not continue killing me. The blockhead Gongzi Mo finally became smart for once. However, he was heavily injured, so he could not give chase. Gongziemo roared, "Bunch of fools! What are you all standing there for? That bastard is injured. Quickly chase after him. He holds a Dao tool. How can we let him off?" The true inheritors of the other sex startled to their senses. They all showed regretful expressions, frightened by Xiao Chen. Now that Xiao Chen reminded them, they immediately came to their senses and gave chase. The vast sixth floor was now empty. Only Gongziemo remained. He clenched his fist as he lay on the ground, continuously pounding the floor. Damn it! Damn it! Why did I hesitate? That earlier moment might have been the best opportunity for Gongziemo to obtain a Dao tool in his life. However, not only did he not accomplish anything, but he even got severely injured by Xiao Chen. Furthermore, he even had to thank Xiao Chen for sparing his life. Gongziemo's thoughts were in a mess. Regret and hatred filled his heart. His lips twitched and he could not breathe properly. Then he vomited a mouthful of blood. Capture him. He holds a Dao tool. When Gongziemo reached the fifth floor, he could no longer muddle his way through. The cultivators of the various floors all startled awake and chased after him, not willing to let up for even a moment. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he held the tyrant's saber. Aside from occasionally causing some chaos, he did not linger. However, the chase did not stop. There were people from the sixth floor, the fifth floor, the fourth floor, the third floor, the second floor. Instead, the number of people chasing increased. Gongziemo managed to reach the first floor with much difficulty. Kill him. He holds a Dao tool. Countless shouts came from the second floor, startling the cultivators on the first floor to their senses. Greed appeared in their eyes as they looked at Xiao Chen, preparing to pounce over. A nameless flame immediately flared up in Xiao Chen's heart. The moment it flared up, it burned even more fiercely. The sixth floor, the fifth floor, the fourth floor, it was one thing for those people to chase after him. However, the weakest disciples of the sects on the first floor were like ants. Yet they dared to bully and humiliate him. This was intolerable. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and spread out his Dao energy. Then he slammed the tyrant's saber on the ground. Clang! A boundless tyrannical aura spread out, controlling the profound weapons on the first floor to shoot out with Dao energy. The profound artifact saber that contained Dao energy wasn't something that the people on the first floor could block. In that instant, miserable cries rang out. The cultivators launching themselves at Xiao Chen were either injured or knocked into the air. They were either injured or sent flying one after another, falling to the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. This was especially so when a group of people got knocked into the air. Under Xiao Chen's control, they happened to block the entrance to the second floor, buying him some precious time. Xiao Chen turned around and gently drifted out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. After he landed, he did not even look back as he rushed forward. Boom! Just at this moment, the 1,000-odd beams of Dao Might light encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion vanished, leaving only a scarlet beam of Dao Might light. The light coalesced into a majestic and tyrannical figure. When that figure roared, the entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled intensely. Then that figure laughed loudly, looking tragic and stirring. Amid the desolation, there was a mocking look of disdain for life and death. That lingering laughter rang in the ears of everyone in the entire fiendish demon battlefield. After the laughter faded, that figure seemed to feel incredibly delighted. It turned into boundless scarlet light and returned to the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand. The sky instantly turned dark. Boundless darkness encased the fiendish demon battlefield. Only the scarlet light on Xiao Chen's body soared into the sky, looking exceptionally eye-catching. Damn it! Now, I can't leave even if I want to. Amid the scarlet light, Xiao Chen felt helpless as he held the trembling tyrant saber. Although he knew that this might be some kind of inheritance, this was not the right time. After a while, the scarlet light vanished. However, the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand became even heavier. At the same time, Shangguan Lei, Wang Yueming, and the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan, who were hundreds of kilometers away from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, all felt this Dao might. Chapter 1702. In a desolate area of the fiendish demon battlefield, Black clouds shrouded the land, thunderclouds surged, the air was filled with miasma, not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, crushed stones stood in great numbers, and in the distance were undulating mountains. Occasionally, fiendish demons roared ferociously as they came from the mountains to a forbidden land of the fiendish demon battlefield. The environment was vile and demons were everywhere. Very few people walked out alive, and there were no fortuitous opportunities within. Other than demons, there were more demons. However, to some people, cruel and brutal demons were the best opportunity. At this moment, the plain of rubble was filled with rows and rows of demon corpses. There was no end to them. Many of them had even been eroded by the wind, leaving only their skeletons exposed. Amidst the strong winds, a tall and sturdy figure holding a saber dripping with blood was looking into the distance. A peak major primal core fiendish demon had just fallen before him. Wounds covered this fiendish demon's body, and it was not wearing any armor at all. Crackle! Lightning flickered around his body, giving off crisp sounds in the air. This person was none other than the purple flame sex Shangguan, the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. In the extremely distant sky, the Dao Might was chaotic, stirring up winds and clouds. A tyrannical aura swept through the entire fiendish demon battlefield. Dao soldiers appear. Shock flashed in Shangguan's eyes. In the entire fiendish demon battlefield, no one had managed to take away a Dao tool in the past 1,000 years. A moment later, he grinned, making people feel that it was exceptionally scary. Master's teachings were indeed correct. Temper yourself in peace and constantly surpass yourself. Opportunities will always appear on their own. While he was in the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiao Chen had to improve every day. Otherwise, he would have to endure the pain of lightning corroding his heart. That kind of pain was enough to make one wish they were dead. After trying it once, they would never want to try it a second time. Hence, when Xiao Chen came to the fiendish demon battlefield, he did not seek out any fortuitous encounters, completely immersed in killing fiendish demons. He enjoyed the thrill of the hot-bloodedness brought by the battle between life and death. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen's strength had risen to peak major primal core realm, only one step away from the Cloud Sea realm. Shangguan smiled coldly. He was determined to obtain this Dao tool that appeared. So. As Xiao Chen stepped on the corpses strewn all over the place, he moved 1 kilometer with each step, heading for the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Eventually his speed increased. With every step he took, a corpse would be crushed and dust would spread everywhere. In the 10,000 flower garden, he relied on his own strength and the folding fan left behind by his master. In this place, Wang Yueming swept through all directions, and no one could contend against him. The huge garden was almost completely occupied by him. All kinds of exotic flowers, rare herbs, natural treasures, almost everything that could be found was found by him. If there were some places that were truly too dangerous and impossible to enter, the harvest would be even more astonishing. When something strange happened in the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. A trace of doubt appeared on his handsome and refined face. Dao soldier? To think that there really was someone who obtained a Dao tool. That was originally Xiao Chen's next destination. Who knew that someone would get there first? Xiao Chen had already heard about the difficulty of obtaining a Dao tool from his predecessors. One could not obtain one just by having sufficient strength. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Originally, he wanted to sweep through the 10,000 flower garden and refine the exotic flowers, rare herbs, and natural treasures he obtained. When his strength improved again, he would be absolutely confident of subduing a Dao tool. Who knew, however, that's fine. It might be easier to obtain in your hands. Wang Yueming smiled faintly, revealing heavy confidence. Then he slowly opened the folding fan in his hand and soared into the air. Thousands of flowers looked very beautiful, competing with each other in beauty. As the fresh flowers danced, Xiao Chen moved through the hundreds of flowers. Not a single leaf touched him, looking indescribably elegant and free. Bang, bang, bang. The profound light temple Zhenyuan was publicly recognized as the strongest existence in the 3 blessed lands. Zhen Yuan's choice was the same as the purple flame sex Shangguan Lei's, tempering himself among the fiendish demons and not searching for fortuitous encounters. Zhen Yuan bared his upper body. His bronze-colored muscles looked like they were painted gold as he fought an intense battle among the fiendish demons. When Zhen Yuan attacked, he gave off a Buddhist light, appearing ferocious and tyrannical. The chest of the fiendish demon that Zhen Yuan punched cracked like broken rocks, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Zhen Yuan's fist technique was completely different from the Buddhist sect's martial techniques, a mixture of real and fake. His moves were bold, complementing his indestructible iron body that he had cultivated to an extremely high level. Zhen Yuan, who was surrounded by the fiendish demons, appeared exceptionally relaxed. His expression was as calm as still water, not showing any joy or anger. Dao Tool. When Zhen Yuan sensed the mysterious phenomenon caused by the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he frowned slightly, revealing a grave expression. He was not very interested in the Dao Tool. Instead, he was thinking about something else. A Dao Tool did not appear for 1,000 years. Once it did, it would definitely be exceptionally precious. It would definitely cause a chain reaction, triggering a huge storm. Is there going to be a change in the fiendish demon battlefield? While Zhen Yuan felt doubtful, the many fiendish demons surged with killing chi, taking advantage of this opportunity to charge over. Boom! Zhen Yuan punched the ground, and a golden fist light shot out. Buddhist might erupted, and a huge swastika appeared on the ground. The fiendish demons charging at Zhen Yuan got blasted away, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they were purified on the spot. When the fiendish demons landed, only rows of peaceful corpses remained. After making up his mind, Zhen Yuan leaped into the air and rushed in the direction of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Whoosh! Suddenly, the dust on the ground sank. A huge Buddhist swastika appeared on the flat ground, looking like it had existed since ancient times. Xiao Chen, who had not gone far from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, did not know that he had startled the top geniuses of the 3 blessed lands. Even if he knew, he would not have time to care. At this moment, the scarlet Dao light that suddenly appeared above the 10,000 weapon pavilion entered the Tyrant Saber, making it exceptionally heavy. The Tyrant Saber's movement technique was significantly affected. The mysterious phenomenon startled the cultivators of the various sects near the 10,000 weapon pavilion. This was especially so in that moment earlier. The sky had turned dark, and only that scarlet Dao light encased the Tyrant Saber. Everyone knew that the Dao Tool was in Xiao Chen's hands. As far as the eye could see, there were figures moving in all directions, all of them leaping towards his location. After all, this was the fiendish demon battlefield. The level of space was different. No one dared to fly continuously. Xiao Chen did not need to sense it to sense that there were no blind spots. No matter where he went, he would run into people. As long as he encountered some obstruction or delay, he would be surrounded. At that time, even if he was very capable, only death would await him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's internal injuries were severe, and he was not even 10% of his peak strength. Earlier, he had charged out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion in an incredibly dangerous manner. Then, he ran into such a situation. Xiao Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. That beam of light really did him in. Brat, you are really incredible. To think that you dared to play with yourself so ruthlessly and still not die. This is truly a miracle. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, making the somewhat despairing Xiao Chen rejoice. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul. The mysterious dragon seal hidden in the 9-star primal core, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul sitting cross-legged, spoke at this crucial moment. Senior, when did you wake up? When you broke through to the primal core realm, I woke up automatically. Originally, I wanted to teach you some things. When I saw you fighting for the Dao Tool, I did not startle you. Your performance is pretty good. If it is not what I love, what is the use of it? A man should have the air of a man. Senior overpraises me. Does Senior have a way to quickly recover from my body's injuries? Xiao Chen asked in anticipation. If he were not injured, no one would be able to stop him from leaving this fiendish demon battlefield if he wanted to. How did he end up in a situation where even a group of ants could surround and kill him? Do you think I'm a deity? Dozens of great Tao energies intertwined. You already have the blessing of the blue dragon bloodline by not dying. Yet you want to recover quickly? How naive. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's emotionless words immediately dashed Xiao Chen's dreams. I cannot help you recover from your injuries. However, I can help you absorb the great Tao energy in your body. However, you have to find a place to treat your injuries quickly. Don't overdo it. Otherwise, you will really end up crippled. After all, the blood-soaked dragon emperor carried the hope of the blue dragon bloodline. He could not leave Xiao Chen to die. This was the greatest help he could offer. All right. The blood-soaked dragon emperor could absorb all the great Tao energies that made Xiao Chen uncomfortable, preventing him from driving his veritable essence energy. At the very least, his injuries would not worsen, and he could recover 20 to 30% of his strength. With a tyrant saber in his hand, Xiao Chen would have some hope of escaping. Whoosh! The blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul moved at lightning speed. A vast suction came from the dragon seal. The dozens of great Tao energies in Xiao Chen's body flew uncontrollably to the dragon roar hidden in his primal core. Xiao Chen could not help crying out in pain. It felt like dozens of sharp knives were moving around in his body. It was not something that ordinary people could endure. Xiao Chen let out a soft cry. Then he gritted his teeth and stopped screaming. He picked up the tyrant saber in a direction with fewer people and quickly ran over. All right, good luck to you from now on. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's weak voice came from the dragon roar. Xiao Chen immediately felt much more relaxed. At the very least, he could circulate his veritable essence energy slightly. His meridians were no longer blocked by the great Tao energy. However, the injuries to his meridians had not healed yet, so he did not dare to use his veritable essence energy rashly. If he used too much force, he might end up killing himself. Right now, his body simply could not withstand too much damage. Xiao Chen. It's really him. Is that a Tao tool? Just at this moment, 7 or 8 people appeared in front and coincidentally met with Xiao Chen. All of them showed pleasant surprise on their faces. There was 1 peak minor primal core cultivator, 4 middle stage minor primal core cultivators, and 3 early stage minor primal core cultivators. All of them were core disciples of rank 3 sections. With one glance, Xiao Chen figured out the other party's strength. He did not hesitate to make the first move. Kasu. The heavy tyrant saber struck the people who spoke and knocked them back, causing them to vomit blood. In one exchange, Xiao Chen tore an opening. While his companions were still stunned, he flew away. Damn! After him. Relying on the tyrant saber's sudden increase in weight and the horrifying Tao might, Xiao Chen dragged his injured body forward without stopping, charging forward. True inheritors? After clearing 5 stages, Xiao Chen's face sank. As he looked at the people blocking his way, he frowned. No matter which sex true inheritors it was, they would not be able to obtain victory in a short time. As long as these true inheritors paused for a moment, they would be able to delay for a moment, and the large group of pursuers would immediately surround them. Don't. Who knew how many people had gathered behind him? However, the heavy footsteps and the trembling of the ground told Xiao Chen that danger had not left. Hand over the Tao tool, and I'll let you go. The person who arrived showed a cautious expression, not revealing any openings. He was also very careful when facing the injured Xiao Chen, not giving him any opportunities. That's impossible. The saber was the dignity of a bladesman. If one lost their dignity, what was the point of living? Xiao Chen showed a determined expression as he raised the tyrant saber and charged forward. If there was still a chance, he would not give up. You are seeking death. When that true inheritor saw that Xiao Chen still dared to charge over, he smiled coldly and prepared to kill Xiao Chen. Pussy. Suddenly, a white afterimage appeared behind that true inheritor. Caught off guard, a scarlet light appeared on that true inheritor's neck. In the next moment, blood spurted out and he fell over. When the white afterimage appeared, It was the young cat-eared girl that Xiao Qin had parted ways with. Now, she suddenly appeared again. Come with me. Right after the true inheritor spoke, the young cat-eared girl turned into a white cat and ran in front, leading the way. Chapter 1703. Xiao Qin hesitated for a moment before following them. At this time, the injuries on his body could not be effectively suppressed. If this dragged on, it would only get more and more hurtful. This kitten in front of him had to believe him for once even if she didn't want to. Following behind the cat-eared young lady, Zhang Xian moved swiftly, taking many turns here and there. Surprisingly, he managed to perfectly avoid the encirclement, not running into a single enemy. Many times he even brushed shoulders with the disciples of the various sects, but in the end he was never discovered. An hour later, the cat brought Xiao Qin to a valley where hundreds of flowers were blooming. They entered deep into the valley and stopped in front of a hot spring. The cat-eared girl reverted to her human form and looked at Xiao Qin. They probably won't be able to find this place for the time being. You should take a break. Xiao Qin was mentally fatigued. The tyrant saber became even heavier in his hand. Thank you for saving me, the cat-eared girl said calmly. In any case, you saved me once, so I have to repay you, right? This hot spring has a miraculous healing effect. Sometimes, when I go out and get injured, I will come here to soak in it. You should quickly heal your injuries. I have tried my best to help you to this point. They will find this place sooner or later. Xiao Qin understood that while the fiendish demon battlefield was large, it was also small. The disciples who came to the fiendish demon battlefield were not elites or outstanding talents. Xiao Qin could make a rough estimate based on his location and some other conditions. There were also quite a few people proficient in tracking. If they worked together, it would not be difficult for them to track down a person. If all of them came, the cat-eared girl alone wouldn't be able to stop them. Clearly, she wouldn't be able to help him to the end. Xiao Qin was already very grateful that he was able to help him by so much time. Naturally, he had no more complaints. When the young cat-eared girl saw Xiao Qin enter the hot spring, she revealed a startled expression in her eyes. Unexpectedly, he had kicked up such a huge storm in the fiendish demon battlefield right after leaving the temple. Dao Soldier. In the past 1,000 years, no one had managed to obtain a Dao tool from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, much less a peak Dao tool. Ordinary Dao tools could not possibly cause such a huge mysterious phenomenon. In the past, Dao tools had been taken away. However, none of them had been like what Xiao Qin did, shaking up the entire fiendish demon battlefield. When that peerless tyrannical aura stirred up the winds and clouds in the surroundings, every cultivator felt their hearts tremble. Who wouldn't fear such a Dao soldier? Who wouldn't be tempted after learning that Xiao Qin was seriously injured? No one. The thousands of people who entered the fiendish demon battlefield were all tempted, including the core disciples of the rank 3 sections. The weakest existences all revealed their ambitions, wondering if they could be lucky enough to secretly obtain it. Once he obtained this saber, even if he could not use it himself, he could exchange it for the sect or trade it away. He would also be able to find a huge fortune for himself. In the past, all the cultivators who obtained a Dao tool had reached the Cloud Sea realm at the very least. 50% of the possessors of Dao tools successfully comprehended their own Dao, what more the superior grade Dao tool in Xiao Qin's hand. The fortuitous encounter and value it represented was self-evident, and it absolutely surpassed any of the previous encounters. Perhaps choosing him was the right choice. The young cat-eared girl muttered. Then she turned into a white cat and left again. Soon, someone would find this place again. She would not be of much help if she remained here. Being able to help Xiao Qin find a place to rest temporarily was already a great help. In the hot spring, as the hot water entered Xiao Qin's body, his entire body felt extremely comfortable. The wounds on his body warmed and healed at a visible pace. Brat, this hot spring is only somewhat effective on external injuries. It is not of much help to your internal injuries. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice rang out in Xiao Qin's mind again, telling him the bad news. Xiao Qin replied, I can feel it. These injuries will take at least half a month to recover completely. The wounds left by those great Dao energies will be hard to treat in a short time. When Xiao Chun checked the wounds left by the various Dao tools in his body, he felt horrified. The price he paid to obtain the Tyrant Saber was truly horrifying. In the past, Xiao Chun had always used great Dao energy to attack his opponents. This time he suffered. Furthermore, it was dozens of great Dao energies. The Dao marks were hard to remove, and they were everywhere in his internal organs and meridians. Even if his injuries healed, he could not circulate his veritable essence energy as he pleased. If he used too much force, his injuries would worsen, resulting in a permanent hidden injury. Not to mention 6 stars, he could not even light up a 9-star primal core. Xiao Chun even had to continue suppressing his strength. He could circulate only half of his veritable essence energy. I can remove the Dao marks in your body. However, I will need some time. Quickly recover from your internal injuries. Leave the Dao marks to me. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice sounded somewhat weak, but it was heavy and forceful. Xiao Chun did not dare to delay. In reality, this was not the time to relax. 2,000 or 3,000 sect disciples were searching for Xiao Chun outside. Many cultivators with special bloodlines and good tracking skills were slowly narrowing down the search area. The people searching for Xiao Chun outside the valley were split into 3 groups. One group was the sect disciples of the Black Cave Mountain, one group was the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Confucian scholars, and the last group was the Padala Mountains monks. The leader of the Black Cave Mountain's many true inheritors was the Divine Firmament sect's second strongest person, Berserk Saber Liang Zimo. Since Shengguan Lei was not around, he held the highest prestige. The leader of the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Confucian scholars was the Confucian institution's Meng Qi. For some reason, the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Bai Yu, who was second only to Wang Yueming, did not participate. The leader of the Padala Mountains Profound Light Temple's Zhen De was rumored to be Zhen Yuan's junior brother. The 2 of them were disciples of the Venerable Xian Bei. For hours later, the 3 groups gathered outside the valley at nearly the same time. All sorts of signs indicate that the trail of Xiao Chun's aura reached this valley and broke off. It is very likely that Xiao Chun is hiding here, the Berserk Saber Liang Zimo said softly as he looked at the valley. Frenzied Saber Liang Zimo said softly as he looked at the valley. His eyes were burning with passion. Liang Zimo had heard that the Dao tool that Xiao Chun obtained was also a saber. As a bladesman, he was even more interested in it than the others. The Confucian institution's Meng Qi hugged his sword as he looked at the valley. He said indifferently, "It looks like we all came to the same conclusion. However, this valley is rather large, and mental energy cannot probe too far into the fiendish demon battlefield. If he intends to hide from us, it will not be easy to find him." A ruthless look flashed in Liang Zimo's eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "What's so difficult about that? Bring Hua Yunfeng out." Before the strange gazes of the other Blessed Land's true inheritors, the injured Hua Yunfeng was tied up and brought to the very front. Under the temptation of the Dao tool, the Black Cave Mountain's true inheritors, who were supposed to be allies, actually attacked their own people. This was truly shocking. However, when the Confucian institution's Meng Qi thought about it, he understood. Within the Black Cave Mountain, the Divine Firmament sect and the Purple Flame sect were both rank 4 sections. They had always firmly suppressed the Purple Flame sect. If the other party obtained the Dao tool, the Divine Firmament sect would be under the greatest pressure, followed by the other sects of the Black Cave Mountain and the other 2 Blessed Lands. Before the temptation of a Dao tool that could change the ranking of the various major factions, what did the Verbal Alliance count for? Actually, it was reasonable for the Divine Firmament sect to do such a despicable thing. The Berserk Saber Liang Zimo gathered his breath and shouted ferociously, "Xiao Chun, I know that you are in there and can hear me. Your senior brother, Hua Yunfeng, is in my hands. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you do not come out, I will break one of his fingers until I chop off one of his arms." The thunder might of Liang Zimo's body rang out like thunder, echoing endlessly in the valley. Inside the hot spring, Xiao Chun heard it immediately. His expression instantly changed drastically. Without thinking, he rushed out of the hot spring while holding his saber. "Brat, you have not gotten rid of even half of the Dao marks in your body. Don't be rash." The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's somewhat anxious voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The warm spring water washed away the blood and fatigue on Xiao Chen's body. After 4 hours of recovery, his injuries had already healed significantly. The only problem was the Dao marks left in his body by the many great Dao energies. Ignoring the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and zoomed in. Then he saw Hua Yunfeng, who was pushed to the ground. Damn it. As Xiao Chen held the tyrant saber, a murderous intent leaked out of his eyes. If not for buying time for himself, how could Hua Yunfeng, and the other two be in such a sorry state? Chapter 1704. Inside the valley, Xiao Chen could not stop the murderous intent in his eyes. He found it hard to calm his heart or calm his anger. Possessing a Dao tool was the original sin of being hunted. Xiao Chen could only accept it. However, he could not tolerate such underhanded methods. Before coming, Hua Yunfeng had formed an alliance with the Divine Firmament sect true inheritors. Xiao Chen, your time is up. Since you do not show yourself, don't blame me for being cruel. The Divine Firmament sect's berserk saber Liang Zimo showed a sullen expression. When he saw that there was no movement in the valley, he could not help feeling enraged. He raised his saber and prepared to chop off one of Hua Yunfeng's fingers. Hua Yunfeng's expression was unsightly, but he did not show any fear. He only thought that the ugliness of human nature was even more terrifying than he imagined. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Xiao Chen would not come out. If Xiao Chen came out, he would definitely die. For Hua Yunfeng to become the top true inheritor of the Purple Flame sect, he was much calmer than ordinary people. This Liang Zimo looked enraged and ready to kill Xiao Chen at any moment. However, even if Liang Zimo were 100 times more courageous, he would not dare to do so. No matter what, the Purple Flame sect was a rank 4 sect. Liang Zimo could not bear the consequences of killing their top true inheritor. At most, he would just cripple one of his arms. Liang Zimo's greater purpose was to infuriate Xiao Chen and force him to show himself. This was an overt plot. Hua Yunfeng saw this more clearly than anyone else. He despised this underhanded method in his heart and hoped that Xiao Chen could see through it. Stop! Holding up the tyrant saber, Xiao Chen rushed out of the valley and looked coldly at Liang Zimo. When Xiao Chen looked around, he immediately felt a heavy weight in his heart. The true inheritors of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain and the Padala Mountain were actually gathered together. When Xiao Chen looked behind him, he saw many core disciples hiding everywhere, hoping to take advantage of the excitement. The appearance of the Dao tool attracted nearly all the disciples who came to the fiendish demon battlefield. At this moment, they all gathered outside this valley. Liang Zimo's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, "White-robed Xiao Chen, you are indeed a man. I thought that you would hide in this valley forever." Xiao Chen looked coldly at the other party. Then his gaze landed on the two Divine Firmament sect disciples pressing down on Hua Yunfeng. Killing chi surged out from his gaze. This immediately caused the two of them to tremble in fear. For some reason, they pulled Hua Yunfeng back 2 steps. "Release Hua Yunfeng. Whether you want the Dao tool or my life, everything is negotiable," Xiao Chen said through clenched teeth, enunciating every word. Liang Zimo grinned. "Untie him." The two true inheritors immediately loosened the ropes binding Hua Yunfeng. Liang Zimo stepped forward and grabbed Hua Yunfeng, saying, "Hand over the Dao tool. I will give him to you." The Confucian institution's Meng Qi and the profound Light Temple's Zhenda raised their eyebrows, and their expressions changed slightly. The two seemed to have a telepathic connection. They exchanged glances and sent voice projections. To think that this Liang Zimo is using us as decorations, wanting to take the Dao tool for himself. "Zhenda, what do you think?" Meng Qi sent a voice projection. Zhenda replied, "Both the Buddhist sects and the Confucian institution have very few people who use the saber. Let's work together. After we obtain this saber, we can auction it off at sea and give it to someone who truly uses the saber. After maximizing the benefits, we can split them evenly." "That's what I was thinking." The two hit it off and reached a simple agreement. Without much thought, Xiao Chen tossed the tyrant saber in his hand at Liang Zimo. Clang. The instant the saber was tossed, the melodious sound of a treasure saber being unsheathed rang out in Xiao Chen's heart, spreading throughout his entire body. It was like some sort of emotion had awakened in his body. Liang Zimo did not notice this at all. Wild joy appeared in his eyes as he caught the tyrant saber and kicked Hua Yunfeng away. Then, he retreated to the protection of the Divine Firmament Sect True Inheritors. How heavy! However, the moment Liang Zimo caught the tyrant saber, he felt like he had caught a mountain with his bare hands. He could not react at all. After catching the tyrant saber pulled him to the ground with a plop, and he fell flat on his face. Clang! A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Confucian Institution's Meng Qi. He drew his sword, and a sword light shone like the red sun. Righteous Qi surged out as he thrust it at Liang Zimo. The profound light temple Zhenda leaped into the air and swung the Buddhist staff in his hand, grasping the end. The mountain-like staff head tore through the air, giving off a terrifying howl as it smashed at Liang Zimo. Damn it! Liang Zimo brought out his will of thunder, and his entire body flickered with electric light. He cursed in his heart and used all his vital qi and veritable essence energy. Finally, he managed to stand up while holding the tyrant saber. Liang Zimo smiled coldly and grasped the saber hilt with his right hand, ready to draw it. However, when Liang Zimo pulled, he discovered that he could not draw it at all. His expression changed drastically. Pusi. Without giving Liang Zimo any time to react, Meng Qi's sword pierced through his chest. The Buddhist staff in Zhenda's hand ruthlessly smashed Liang Zimo into the air. Before the tyrant saber could warm up, a shock wave shot out in a direction that Zhenda and Meng Qi did not expect. After him, the entire place immediately turned chaotic. Everyone focused their gazes on the tyrant saber as they flew towards it. Saber! My Dao tool! Liang Zimo lay on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and wounds covered his entire body. He appeared dispirited and dispirited. Blood leaked out of his mouth as he coughed continuously. The planned attacks of two peak true inheritors were not that easy to deal with. They immediately inflicted severe injuries on Liang Zimo. This was especially so for Zhenda's mountain-like Buddhist staff. The vast strike landed on Liang Zimo's body. All the ribs in Liang Zimo's body shattered, and his internal organs shattered. This made the wound from Meng Qi's sword even more slippery. At this moment, Liang Zimo did not even have the strength to stand up. The most helpless thing was that no one cared about him. Everyone was chasing after the tyrant saber, rushing over in a frenzy. Seeing the chaotic scene, Xiao Chen led Hua Yunfeng back to the valley entrance and removed the restriction on Hua Yunfeng's body. Whoosh! Hua Yunfeng heaved a long sigh. Then he sighed, I should not have shown myself. It is truly not easy for a bladesman to meet a treasured saber that suits me. This was especially so after Hua Yunfeng personally saw how much effort and price Xiao Chen paid for this saber. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. That saber has only one word, tyrant. However, I tried 3 times and failed to draw it. Instead, when I tossed it out earlier, it came out of its scabbard. Hua Yunfeng showed a strange expression. It came out of its scabbard? I didn't see it? Xiao Chen pointed to his chest. It was here. Just earlier, I understood why I could not draw this saber. In the 10,000 weapon pavilion, I held the saber and left, abandoning senior brother Hua to flee alone. After that, I lost the feeling of being a tyrant. Even though I forcefully subdued this saber, it felt ashamed and was not willing to be used by me. The true way of the tyrant is not to show off and fight viciously, to dominate the world. Instead, it needs to have a pure heart, to value relationships and righteousness. It needs to have the pride and courage of a tyrant, and even more, the feelings and boldness of a king. Only then can it be called the way of the tyrant. Hua Yunfeng entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, What you said is not what I like. What is the use of it? It is the same for sabers and swords. In the past, I often read in ancient texts that some famous sabers and swords directly shattered after changing owners. In the past, I thought that was just a story. Now, it looks like the rumors are true. Between this gain and loss, Xiao Chen gained a lot. In the 10,000 weapon pavilion, It looked like he obtained a Dao tool. However, in reality he did not manage to subdue the tyrant saber. Holding it in his hand, aside from attracting boundless disaster, he did not gain anything. Now, while it looked like he lost the tyrant saber, he gained the tyrant saber's acknowledgement. Xiao Qin had already unsheathed it in his heart. Regardless of where it was, this saber already had Xiao Qian's mark on it. Suddenly, a pained grunt entered Xiao Qian's ears. When he looked over, his lips curled up in a mocking smile. Hua Yunfeng followed Xiao Qian's gaze and could not help smiling. Heaven is watching what people do. This Liang Zimo sneak attacked and injured me while I was fighting with the 6 experts. Now that he ended up like this, I can only say that he deserves it. Brother Xiao, what do you plan to do next? Xiao Qian's eyes were clear. He already had a plan in his heart. I'll let this situation be a little more chaotic, luring out those ambitious people. I'll treat my injuries properly and recover to my peak combat prowess. Be it Shangguan Lei, Wang Yueming, the profound light temple's Zhenda, or the Black Lotus Church's holy sun hiding in the dark, they were all tigers and wolves and could not be underestimated. Using this tyrant saber to draw out all these threats was simply the best. After all, aside from Xiao Qin, no one in this vast fiendish demon battlefield could draw out the tyrant saber. What was mine would still be mine in the end. Chapter 1705. The appearance of the tyrant saber incited many people to fight over it, giving Xiao Qin an excellent opportunity to rest. He did not need to worry about anything else. He could focus on treating his injuries to prevent any hidden injuries that he could not get rid of in the future. Back then, Xiao Qian's experience in the Kunlun realm was still fresh in his mind. Now that he was in the Great Thousand Realms, he had to be careful not to make the same mistakes as before. Martial Uncle. Senior Brother Hua. As the two chatted, the core disciples and true inheritors of the Purple Flame sect all rushed over. The originally anxious group of people relaxed significantly when they discovered that the two were fine. This group of people from the Divine Firmament sect is really too much. We have to take revenge for this. To think that they took advantage of Senior Brother Hua while he was down. After learning about Hua Yunfeng's experiences, the many true inheritors all felt aggrieved, rage burning in their hearts. Back then, at the Divine Firmament sect's thunder-controlling peak, they had agreed to form an alliance to fight the Heavenly Shaking Mountain and the Padala Mountain. To think that they used such despicable means for the sake of a Dao tool. This was simply despicable, despicable. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. Of course, we have to take revenge. However, now is not the time. Now is actually the best time to search for fortuitous encounters. The disciples of the other sects are all going to fight for the Dao tool. This is an opportunity for us. Ling Yu asked, feeling confused, Martial Uncle, why are you not anxious at all? Right now, the most important thing is to help you snatch the Dao tool back. A peak Dao tool was the greatest fortuitous encounter. All the disciples of the sect would benefit from it. There was no greater fortuitous encounter in the fiendish demon battlefield. Otherwise, the other sect disciples would not be like this. Every single one of them seemed to have gone mad, fighting to the death, and fighting to the death. Even those who were not in the mood to fight ran over to join in the excitement, trying to fish in troubled waters. Hua Yunfeng smiled mysteriously. There is no need for you to worry about this. Xiao Qin has his ways. After I recover my strength, I will bring everyone to sweep through the various lands of fortuitous encounters. No matter how the others fought, they could not draw the scabbard. This tyrant saber had already recognized Xiao Qin as its master, and it already bore his mark. Sooner or later, it would return to Xiao Qin's hands. There was no need to worry. Many disciples were skeptical, but they were satisfied with this arrangement. With Hua Yunfeng leading the way to seek fortuitous encounters, there would definitely be a great harvest at this juncture. 1 hour later, with the aid of the medicinal pills, Hua Yunfeng's injuries healed rapidly. He led the Purple Flame sect's true inheritors and core disciples to bid farewell to Xiao Qin and leave the valley. Although his injuries were terrible, his cultivation was not as terrible as Xiao Qin's. With the help of the elixir, he recovered very quickly. With the help of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, Xiaochen continued to clear the Dao wounds left by the Dao tool in his body. His heart remained as still water, calm and unperturbed. On the other side, the fight for the Dao soldiers had completely descended into chaos and white-hot. Meng Qi and Zhenda had wanted to join forces to suppress them, but they were not strong enough. Even though the two of them had joined hands, they were still unable to dominate the scene. In the end, the two of them actually began to fight. Each of them had their own selfish motives. How could a verbal alliance last long? Damn, what a heavy saber. I can't pull it out at all. I managed to snatch it. It's mine now. Amid the chaotic crowd, the tyrant saber kept changing hands. However, no one could successfully pull it out. Instead, they ended up bringing trouble for themselves, getting surrounded and attacked. Just when it looked like there would never be a winner, a clap of thunder suddenly roared in the sky. A tyrannical, heart-stopping aura came from the distance, accompanied by the claps of thunder. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and thunder rumbled endlessly. Where are the Divine Firmament Sect disciples? A loud shout rang out. The Divine Firmament Sect's Shangguan Lei finally rushed over from the Forbidden Land. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As Shangguan Lei bathed in the lightning, he looked like an aloof war god, looking down coldly at the various sect disciples below. It's Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei appeared. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The moment Shangguan Lei spoke, startled cries rang out in the chaotic crowd. The Divine Firmament Sect disciples responded to Shangguan Lei's question with excitement on their faces. Senior brother Shangguan, you finally came out. This tyrant saber will definitely belong to my Divine Firmament Sect. The moment Shangguan Lei landed, the Divine Firmament Sect disciples crowded around him, boosting his aura. Senior brother. The many disciples respectfully greeted Shangguan Lei. When they felt the peak major primal core aura from him, the people around them all felt immense pressure. Shangguan Lei swept his gaze around, and a formless pressure spread out, forcefully silencing the 2,000-odd sect disciples present. No one dared to meet Shangguan Lei's gaze. Even the profound light temple's Zhenda and the Confucian institution's Meng Qi, who fought the fiercest earlier, avoided each other's gazes. They did not dare to clash with Shangguan Lei, feeling shocked in their hearts. How terrifying! To think that he is already a peak major primal core cultivator. Just this cultivation alone is sufficient to stand out from the crowd. How exactly did he cultivate? After reaching the major primal core realm, one's cultivation would progress extremely slowly, reaching peak major primal core. In the entire Grave Sea cluster, one would be considered an expert. After all, the sect masters of some rank 3 sects in the outside world were only at this level. However, Shangguan Lei's potential was clearly not limited to this. Furthermore, he was still so young. He would definitely reach the Cloud Sea realm in his lifetime, becoming a star venerate or even higher. Zhenda thought to himself, right now, the Shangguan Lei's aura actually looks even scarier than senior brother Zhen Yuan's. What exactly did Shangguan Lei experience in the past few days for his improvement to be so terrifying? Meng Qi felt the same way. When he compared Shangguan Lei to Wang Yueming, he felt that the originally evenly matched situation was about to be broken. Shangguan Lei was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. His gaze never left a disciple holding the tyrant saber. That was the top true inheritor of a rank 3 sect in the Black Cave Mountain. Under Shangguan Lei's gaze, he felt immense pressure. Sweat continuously leaked out of his forehead. Shangguan Lei recognized this person. He looked straight at the other party's bright eyes and suddenly shouted, "My Hunyang, are you seeking death? Why are you still not handing over the Dao tool?" Shangguan Lei's voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking people's hearts and entering Ma Tianliang's soul. It felt like a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in Ma Tianliang's sea of consciousness. This startled Ma Tianliang into trembling, and the tyrant saber in his hand flew out uncontrollably. The crowd scattered. No one dared to get close to the Dao tool lest Shangguan Lei target them. Everyone scattered, leaving behind a large, empty space where the Dao tool was. Now, no one showed any interest in the item that everyone fought for earlier. They could only watch in dissatisfaction. So, it is a tyrant saber. With your appearance, you think you are fit to wield this saber? When Shangguan Lei saw the ancient words on the scabbard, he revealed a mocking expression, making Ma Tianliang feel ashamed. Only I, Shangguan Lei, am fit to wield this saber. The word, tyrant, was deeply engraved in Shangguan Lei's heart. He showed a stern expression, exuding strong self-confidence and a tyrannical aura of thunder. No one dared to block Shangguan Lei, automatically opening a path for him. That might not be the case. Suddenly, a cool voice rang out. Wang Yueming landed, holding a folding fan. He had finally rushed over from the 10,000 flower garden. It's Senior Brother Wang. Senior Brother Wang is finally here. The people of the Confucian Institution immediately became excited. The others also showed joy on their faces. Finally, someone who could suppress Shangguan Lei's limelight appeared. Wang Yueming, you dare to compete with me? Shangguan Lei shouted coldly as he looked at the descending Wang Yueming with a murderous intent in his eyes. Wang Yueming opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. Others might fear you, Shangguan Lei, but why would I, Wang Yueming, fear you? Shangguan Lei's eyes flashed. He suddenly discovered that this Wang Yueming had already reached peak major primal core realm. Wang Yueming's aura was no longer as overbearing as before. He said, this saber is perfectly compatible with my Dao. It was born for me. Wang Yueming, what is the point of you going? Wang Yueming said indifferently, there is no need for you to worry about that. I have my own reasons for making a move. Interesting. Do you really think that you can compete with me just by relying on some natural treasures to advance to peak major primal core realm? Receive my saber strike. A saber appeared in Shangguan Lei's hand as he leaped into the air, sending out a saber light. The saber light flashed, turning the sky as resplendent as the sun, disappearing in a flash. Purple chi comes from the east. Wang Yueming closed the folding fan in his hand, and the righteous chi in his body turned into the rising sun, sending down strands of pure purple chi. He used his veritable essence energy and righteous chi to clash head-on with this saber strike. A crack appeared in the folding fan, and Wang Yueming took 3 steps back. He felt his arm go numb, and his expression could not help changing drastically. How can this be? My cultivation is the same as his. Why is there such a huge difference in strength? Shangguan Lei smiled coldly. His cultivation came from mountains of corpses and seas of blood of fiendish demons. Wang Yueming relied on external items to advance. How could he compare to Shangguan Lei? An ancient loyal heart like the sun and the moon, a body of righteous chi traces the spring and autumn. After putting himself at a disadvantage with one move, Wang Yueming quickly took out the 2 lines of the poem his master left in the folding fan. The crack in the folding fan mended, and a vast righteous chi poured out. Wang Yueming's cultivation soared again, bursting out with an aura that rivaled that of a star venerate. Xiao Chen exchanged another move with Shangguan Lei, forcing back the other party, who was closing in on him. Shangguan Lei somersaulted in the air and landed, causing the ground to tremble. He looked at Wang Yueming and said, no wonder you are confident to compete with me. However, let's see how long this broken fan of yours can help you. Shangguan Lei did not fear Wang Yueming, whose aura soared to that of a star venerate. Bush, bush, bush. Just as the two faced off, a figure suddenly appeared, standing on a lotus flower. His figure was like a phantom, and he grasped the tyrant saber before Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. Tyrant saber? This was the strongest person of the 3 blessed lands, the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan. As he held the tyrant saber, he showed a grave expression. This saber is an inauspicious item. Although every master ruled the world, they all died under their own saber. Aside from the tyrant saber, it has another name, the saber of misfortune. This saber needs to be handed to the Buddhist sect for safekeeping. Zhen Yuan held the tyrant saber as he looked at Wang Yueming and Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei mocked. Do you think that I will believe your words? Stinky monk, cut the crap and hand over the saber. In the clouds, a vertical eye quietly flew away. In the valley, Xiao Chen opened his forehead and sent the heavenly eye back into his forehead. Then he revealed a doubtful expression. Tyrant Saber? Saber of Misfortune? Chapter 1706. The Saber of Misfortune? Xiao Chen stood up and muttered to himself, feeling confused. Then he asked the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul, "Is there really such a saying? Do you believe it?" Although the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice in the dragon seal was weak, it still contained some disdain. Xiao Chen made up his mind. In that case, this monk is here to deceive me? Naturally. I have interacted with this group of bald donkeys too much. They are always talking nonsense, acting like they are the only sober person in the world. It is just a different path. There is no need for too much explanation. However, every master of that saber did end up committing suicide. Xiao Chen immediately felt speechless. After all that talk, it turned out that Zhen Yuan was telling the truth. That is indeed the case. However, that monk said something about handing it to the Buddhist sect for safekeeping was clearly selfish. Can't you tell? Furthermore, why did all the masters of the Tyrant Saber end up committing suicide? That is just arrogance and conceit. Their understanding of the path of an overlord is wrong. The path of an overlord is never about ruling the world alone. If one stubbornly insists on doing things their own way, wanting to trample on the entire world, not leaving others a path to survival, how could the heavens leave you a path to survival? Even if these people did not obtain the Tyrant Saber, they would still end up in a miserable state. Xiao Chen understood. So, it is not the saber that has a problem. It is the person wielding the saber that has a problem, magnifying the flaws in their hearts. That's right. For example, that person here is called Shangguan Lei, right? I don't know which master taught him. With such a temper and character, even without the Tyrant Saber, he is destined to end up in a miserable state, taking the wrong path. If he happens to obtain the Tyrant Saber, he will definitely end up in the same state, committing suicide. Then, as the rumor spread, the reputation of the Saber of Misfortune will continue to spread. Do you think you can blame it on the saber? After the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's explanation, Xiao Chen's doubts cleared up. It was as he expected. Xiao Chen had already recovered from his injuries. The 3 experts of the Blessed Lands had all appeared. However, there was still one person who had yet to say anything. The Black Lotus Church Holy Son was still hiding somewhere, waiting for Xiao Chen to show himself. It looked like this fellow was even more cautious than Xiao Chen thought. To think that a Dao tool did not tempt him. Forget it, even if he doesn't appear, I'll have to show myself. If the Black Lotus Saint still thought that his strength was limited to the Buddha-seeking platform, then Xiao Chen would teach him a harsh lesson. Set off, snatch the saber. Moving like the wind, Xiao Chen executed the steps of the new fish dragon art, advancing quickly in this fiendish demon battlefield, where the spiritual energy was vast and the pressure was immense. On the other side, Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming did not believe what the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan said. Xiao Chen believed that Xiao Chen had selfish motives and just wanted to bring the Dao tool to the profound light temple. As Zhen Yuan looked at Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming, he entered deep thought. If these two worked together, he might not be a match for them. However, it did not matter if this Tyrant Saber was the Saber of Misfortune or not. In a very short time, Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming's strength would increase tremendously. This was not a good thing for the profound light temple, which was in competition with them. The Buddhist sects also needed incense and fame, as well as their own faction. It wasn't that he was far away from the mortal world and untainted by dust. Zhen Yuan also had a direct competitive relationship with these two. Be it public or private, he could not let the other party obtain this saber. However, it would not be easy to resolve this matter peacefully. Zhen Yuan thought for a while before saying, "I have a suggestion. I wonder if the two of you are willing to hear it?" A cold light flashed in Shangguan Lei's eyes as he said, "Speak." Wang Yueming nodded, willing to hear it. "Brother Shangguan, if I give you the saber, are you sure you can block Brother Wang and I working together?" Zhen Yuan asked as he looked at Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei remained silent for a while. He felt unconvinced in his heart, but he still answered honestly, "I can't block it." Then, Zhen Yuan looked at Wang Yueming. Wang Yueming shook his head and said, "Same." Alright, if that's the case. Since that is the case, then the three of us will make a gentleman's agreement. Whoever of the two of you can block a palm strike from me will get this saber. If you cannot block it, then it will belong to me, and the profound light temple will hold on to it. Shangguan Lei smiled coldly and said, however, what if the two of us block it? Zhen Yuan smiled and said, in that case, I will withdraw from the fight for the Dao tool and lead the disciples of the Padala mountain far away from this conflict. It is settled. The three of us will swear an oath on the will of the dead sovereign emperor. Whoever breaks the oath will die a violent death. Wang Yueming did not even think about it before directly agreeing. No matter what, Wang Yueming felt that receiving a palm strike from Zhen Yuan would be no problem. Shangguan Lei did not hesitate either. If he could not even receive a palm strike from Zhen Yuan, then he really did not need to live anymore. But Zhen Yuan revealed a faint smile. After the three agreed, they prepared to swear an oath. The others present all revealed startled expressions, wondering if Zhen Yuan had gone crazy and underestimated Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. The fight for the Dao tool, which had lasted for a long time, was finally coming to an end. Everyone knew who the Dao tool would go to in the end. Was the monk Zhen Yuan just boasting again? However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The tyrant saber in Zhen Yuan's hand suddenly trembled uncontrollably, trying to struggle free. A vast tyrannical aura swept out from the saber scabbard. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, kicking up boundless dust. It was like there was something extremely attractive to the tyrant saber, making it struggle for all it was worth. Even Zhen Yuan could not control it. Come back! A shout rang out. The tyrant saber flew out with a whoosh, heading for the owner of the voice. The expressions of Zhen Yuan and the other two, who had finished discussing and were preparing to snatch the tyrant saber, changed drastically. They did not know what happened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three soared into the air and chased after the tyrant saber. However, halfway through the chase, they suddenly discovered a white figure standing on a small hill in front. This person stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the tyrant saber. Xiao Qin. As Xiao Qin looked at the three people who had been chasing him, he admired the interesting expressions on their faces. Xiao Qin could not help smiling. I say, the three of you are trying to decide who this saber belongs to in public. Have you asked the original owner? Shangguan Lei's face sank. I was wondering who snatched this saber. So, it is you. I was just wondering where to look for you. Now, you deliver yourself to me. Before Shangguan Lei finished speaking, a saber appeared in his hand. Then he used instant flash to charge at Xiao Qin. Wang Yueming entered deep thought. He gently closed the folding fan in his hand, not attacking rashly. On the other hand, Zhen Yuan's expression was the most interesting. His plan looked like it would succeed. Unexpectedly, it failed in the next moment. Anyone would feel upset and depressed at such a feeling. Fortunately, Zhen Yuan came from the Buddhist sect and possessed a stronger mental state than ordinary people, so he quickly calmed down. Seeing Shangguan Lei charge over, Xiao Qin's face sank. Without even thinking, he placed his hand on the saber hilt. In the next moment, he drew the saber. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, a bright saber light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. 2 different Great Dao rings immediately appeared behind Xiao Qin. One was the Thunder Great Dao, and the other was Xiao Qin's Saber Great Dao. The two intertwined and merged. When the Saber Dao and the Thunder Dao worked together with Xiao Qin's Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, it was simply a perfect fusion. Shangguan Lei's expression turned grave. He no longer dared to hold back. He roared, "Purple Thunder 7 strikes." As Shangguan Lei's saber descended from the air, he hacked down 7 times in a row. Every time he did so, he would attract a bolt of thunder that shook the heavens. The thunder rumbled, causing the ground to tremble. Rumble! After the 3 saber strikes, the world felt like only majestic thunder remained. The sky changed color, and thunderclouds churned. The air turned dry. As the saber in Shangguan Lei's hand absorbed more and more lightning, it turned bright and piercing, looking like the blazing sun. Every saber strike drove boundless lightning-attributed energy. Every saber strike was Shangguan Lei's peak strike. However, every time he attacked, it would surpass the previous peak. When Shangguan Lei's saber descended, 7 peak-level lightning strikes layered over each other. The saber strike landed. When Shangguan Lei's saber landed, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky and attached itself to the saber. Before this terrifying saber strike landed, it pressed down on the slope under Xiao Chen's feet, causing it to sink in, resolving the mundane. After drawing the tyrant saber, Xiao Chen did not hold back either. The other party's Purple Thunder 7 strikes could threaten a Star Venerate level existence. If Xiao Chen got careless, even with the tyrant saber, he would still be the one defeated. A swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. At this instant, his expression no longer showed any humanity. Surpassing the mundane, the 7 emotions and 6 desires no longer existed. Resolving the mundane, achieving eternity. The tyrant saber showed neither joy nor sorrow. It was like an iron-faced Buddha that saw through the fickleness of the world as it swung down. A tall Kasyapa Buddha image appeared behind Xiao Chen. As he swung his saber, he drew his Buddhist monk's saber and mercilessly swung it. It was clearly a Buddha, but it did not contain any gentle or warm Buddhist intent. This was different from any Buddhist sect martial technique. This was the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Shangguan Lei, who was fighting with Xiao Chen, felt a sense of guilt in his heart for committing a great sin. Even the benevolent Buddha was heartless to him, killing him. He could not help feeling horrified, and a weak opening appeared in his mental state. When the 2 sabers clashed, this weak opening widened with the clash of the 2 powerful martial techniques. Kasi! A melodious clang rang out, and the treasure tool in Shangguan Lei's hand broke. Blood leaked out of a corner of Shangguan Lei's mouth. The instant his saber broke, his aura plummeted. Then, Xiao Chen's 2-layer Dao might knocked him back. As Shangguan Lei stood firmly on the ground and looked at the broken saber in his hand, his expression turned extremely unsightly. There was even a terrifying saber wound on his chest. This saber strike had chopped through the bones and flesh of his chest in one breath, nearly chopping him in half. However, no blood spurted out. This was because the saber intent was too tyrannical. It remained in the gap, blocking the recovery of the wound and preventing blood from spurting out. Plop! Shangguan Lei cried out silently in pain. Then he fell to the ground and fainted. As for Xiao Chen, his arm was already numb, and his palm had cracked. The bones in his right hand, which held the saber, cracked in the instant they clashed. If he had lasted any longer, his entire arm would have been crippled. Clang! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said with a cold expression, "This is my, Xiao Chen's, saber. Aside from me, no one else has the right to decide its fate. Not even you, Zhen Yuan." Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan was raring to go. Clearly, he wanted to take this opportunity to attack. Chapter 1707. A huge battle could break out at any moment. As Xiao Chen held up the tyrant saber, he did not show any intention of explaining. Sometimes, many people just needed an excuse. An excuse that they could use to deal with others. An excuse that they could use to their advantage. Given Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan's experience, it was impossible for them not to see that the black lotus that suddenly appeared on Xiao Chen's body was very strange. Just this point and the confession of a new profound Light Temple disciple could not prove that Xiao Chen was a Black Lotus Church member. However, that did not matter. Wang Yueming could use this favorable excuse to snatch away the Dao tool. To him, this was the best. He could use this excuse to get Zhen Yuan to interrogate Xiao Chen and force out the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques saber manual. This would not arouse any suspicion. Zhen Yuan only said that he could use any means to pry out a Black Lotus Church disciple's confession. As for whether Xiao Chen was a Black Lotus Church disciple or not, it was not that important. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. When he saw Zhen Yuan hypocritically ask him if he wanted to explain, he directly rejected it. Zhen Yuan clearly saw that Xiao Chen's identity as a Black Lotus Church member was suspicious, yet he kept pressing him, putting on a hypocritical act to get him to explain. The more Xiao Chen tried to explain, the more he would appear guilty. It would not be useful. This was because Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan already firmly believed that Xiao Chen was a Black Lotus Church member. How could they really listen to his explanation? Hypocrite, fake monk, and scheming? Xiao Chen did not believe that the two of them were willing to risk their lives and dare to take a step forward. When Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan saw Xiao Chen pressing forward with an indomitable will, showing that he would rather die in glory than live in dishonor, they showed grave expressions, no longer as overbearing as before. They did not dare to take a step forward where the saber pointed. That was the line of life and death that Xiao Chen set. Brother Zhen Yuan, you are not just slightly stronger than me. Furthermore, this fellow is a sworn enemy of your Buddhist sect. I am willing to cooperate with you. Wang Yueming stared at Xiao Chen, looking for openings. At the same time, he sent a voice projection to praise Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan locked on to Xiao Chen. When he heard that, he could not help smiling coldly. Indeed, Zhen Yuan did not fear Xiao Chen. If there were no one here, he would have charged forward without any fear. However, there were too many people here. Furthermore, Wang Yueming was here. How could he take the risk? Even if Xiao Chen defeated Xiao Chen, he would end up helping Wang Yueming. How could he be careless? This Wang Yueming's calculations were really good. Naturally, Zhen Yuan would not fall for this trick and suffer. He replied, let's attack together. He cannot injure both of us with one move. He can only injure one of us at the same time, and then he will be crippled. Wang Yueming said coldly, I don't like to gamble. If it were me, I would definitely use this move on someone weaker. Behind them, the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun, who had been smiling with a smug look in his eyes, suddenly showed a grave expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen's aura stunned the two strongest outstanding talents of the Grave Sea. This is indeed a small place. It cannot compare to people who have experienced countless life and death situations. No matter how strong they are, even with such boldness, they are just trash in the end. They are not even comparable to the unconscious Shangguan Lei. Ming Xian snorted coldly in his heart, showing deep disdain and contempt for Zhen Yuan and Wang Yueming. In Ming Xian's opinion, if these two had Shangguan Lei's boldness, they would have taken down this Xiao Chen long ago. There was no need to put in so much effort. In the end, he still had to make a move. Black Lotus secret technique, world eliminating imprint, exterminating all life. Xiao Chen held his index and middle fingers together and formed a hand seal with one hand. The string of seemingly black Buddhist prayer beads dangled between his two fingers. Without any movement, he ferociously pushed it forward. Boom! A force equal to a cloud sea star venerate's casual strike appeared out of nowhere. Caught off guard, Zhen Yuan and Wang Yueming did not have time to turn around by the time they sensed it. A force equal to a star venerate's, containing the will of soul, surged over like a wave. The force immediately knocked Zhen Yuan and Wang Yueming into the air, their bodies in intense pain like they were falling apart. Their souls trembled, and they felt dizzy. The world spun around, and their souls swayed in their bodies. After they fell to the ground, they could not get up. His body and soul were both heavily injured by this attack. It was like a star venerate attacking. Caught off guard, the two were instantly injured to the point where they could not continue fighting. This was especially so for the Confucian institution's Wang Yueming. His physical body was not as strong as Zhen Yuan's. Intense pain covered his entire body, making it hard for him to even turn around. The scarier thing was that the shock to his soul could not recover in a short time. Zhen Yuan's indestructible iron body blocked out half of the damage from this move. His physical injuries were much lighter than Wang Yueming's. However, the damage to his soul made him feel incredible pain. He barely managed to get up and revealed an extremely shocked expression as he looked at the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun. However, that was all. Right now, Zhen Yuan could not deal any damage to the Holy Sun Ming Xian. As for Wang Yueming, he was still in so much pain that he could not even raise his head to look up. Two pieces of trash. The Holy Sun Ming Xian said with deep disdain. Then his figure soared into the air and charged toward Xiao Chen, who had just dealt with the shockwaves, without hesitation. This time, you won't be as lucky as last time. The Black Lotus Church sage no longer held back, unleashing his full power. The holy sun Mingxian's entire body radiated a terrifying black Buddhist light. An expressionless, cold black Buddha image appeared behind him. The Black Lotus Church also believed in Buddhism. However, their interpretation of the ancient Buddhist scriptures differed from the orthodox ones. The Buddha they believed in was the same as the orthodox Buddhism, the Kasyapa Buddha. But in their eyes, the true body of the Kasyapa Buddha was like this. He was expressionless and cold, looking down on all life. He was known as the revered Black Lotus. Humans are born evil, and their 7 emotions and 6 desires are all sins. Kasyapa Buddha had no compassion. Those who believed in him could reduce their sins and enjoy reincarnation. Those who didn't believe in him were willing to fall into depravity. Their sins would reach the heavens and they would never be able to reincarnate. The appearance of the Black Buddhist voice immediately exposed the holy Sun Mingxian's identity. This was a result that no one could have imagined. Who could have imagined that Mingxian, who righteously pointed at Xiaochen and said that he was a pawn of the Black Lotus Church, was the true Black Lotus Church disciple? However, it was too late. Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan were severely injured. The others were not strong enough, unable to interfere in the battle between the holy Sun Mingxian and Xiaochen. They could only watch from afar. Xiaochen possessed 2 kinds of great Dao energy, the Thunder Dao and the Saber Dao. Then he used the army-breaking saber technique to fight the holy Sun Mingxian. The army-breaking saber technique focused on pressing forward with indomitable will, which was similar to the Tyrant Saber. The Tyrant Saber contained the Thunder Dao. However, the tyrannical nature of the Tyrant Saber would not change. It could strengthen the aura of the Thunder Dao. Similarly, it could strengthen the compatible army-breaking saber technique. As Xiaochen faced the mysterious and strong Black Lotus Church sage, he remained calm. Previously, due to his cultivation being limited, he could not clash head-on with the other party. Now that he obtained the Tyrant Saber, it was the right time. The other party's identity was exposed, and Xiaochen held the home ground. He had the geographical advantage, and his cultivation broke through. The right time, the right place, and the right people, all 3 were present. He could clash head-on with the other party. Xiaochen brought out the techniques of the Saber Dao to the fullest. Back at the Buddha-seeking platform, the other party had dared to rely on his cultivation and physical body to look down on Xiaochen's attacks. Now, the other party no longer dared to be so careless. After exchanging 100 moves to his heart's content, the holy Sun Mingxian was shocked to discover that he did not hold the upper hand at all. That's all you are capable of? Black Lotus Church Sage, you are only Xiaochen raised his saber and switched from defense to offense. He roared, sounding like a dragon roaring in the surroundings and like thunder shaking the 9 heavens. The Tyrant Saber in Xiaochen's hand merged 2 kinds of great Dao energy as he executed army breaking. With the Tyrant Saber in hand, its surging aura seemed solid. With a gentle raise, it was like a tyrant appeared, ruling over the world. One saber strike could destroy an army, piercing through the 9 heavens above the clouds. The holy Sun Mingxian frowned slightly. He could not forcefully attack, and his momentum had already weakened. Now was not the best time to clash head-on with Xiaochen. With a thought, the holy Sun Mingxian thought of a plan and quickly retreated. Break! Xiaochen leaped into the air, gaining the upper hand in his aura. His expression turned grave and stern as he smoothly executed army breaking. The previous saber strike pierced through the clouds, and stars appeared in the sky. Bathed in the brightest starlight, the saber light piercing the eyes. Then, Xiaochen continued advancing. The holy Sun Mingxian landed on the ground. As he held the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, he calmly executed hand seals and knocked away the saber light and saber might attacking him. Black lotuses appeared under Xiaochen's feet. With every step he took, a lotus bloomed. Xiaochen advanced ferociously, materializing his flawless saber Dao to its limits. The saber light in his hand flashed continuously. It was like the starlight, like the moon setting, like the sun rising, like the cold winter snow, like the warm spring light, like the merciless autumn wind. The tyrant saber in Xiaochen's hand changed continuously. However, it was connected smoothly, like he was telling a story. This exquisite saber skill stunned the various sect disciples in the surroundings. All of them sighed in amazement as if he was a celestial being. When Zhen Yuan, who barely managed to sit up and treat his injuries, saw this scene, he stopped his cultivation technique and was stunned. Just based on this saber skill, Xiao Chen was qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as Zhen Yuan. No wonder back then, when Xiao Chen pointed his saber at Zhen Yuan and Wang Yueming felt like there was a line between life and death. Indeed, Xiao Chen had the strength to make those who crossed that line pay a heavy price. Death was not excluded. What Zhen Yuan said was not a joke. When the Holy Sun Ming Xian faced this exquisite saber skill, he could always resolve it. His strength was truly admirable. If it were them, how could they make out so many of Xiao Chen's saber skills? However, in the end, Xiao Chen's saber skills were stronger than the Holy Sun Ming Xian's palm technique. After 300 moves, Xiao Chen finally found a major opening, causing the Holy Sun Ming Xian's expression to change drastically. Breaking the world. Relying on the aura from the 300 moves, Xiao Chen used Breaking the World to find an opening and hacked at the Holy Sun Ming Xian. The Holy Sun Ming Xian could no longer retreat. He formed another dermic hand seal, and scriptures echoed in the surroundings. Then, he stretched out his hand and gently raised it. The scriptures gathered, and the space around him continuously rose, becoming like a Buddhist's spiritual mountain. The saber light tore through the layers of barriers. The two Dao might merged and tore a hole in the Holy Sun Ming Xian's tight defense. The tyrant's saber chopped at the Holy Sun Ming Xian's shoulder, trying to chop him in half. This scene was similar to when Xiao Chen first fought with the Holy Sun Ming Xian. By feigning weakness, the Holy Sun Ming Xian severely injured Xiao Chen with one strike. Would the same result happen again? Whoosh! Just as the tyrant's saber was about to strike the Holy Sun Ming Xian, the Black Lotus Sex Buddha image in the sky suddenly shrank. Then, it shrank and gathered on the Holy Sun Ming Xian's body. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's physical body immediately changed, becoming like a black sculpture. Xiao Chen's tyrant saber landed on the Holy Sun Ming Xian's shoulder. Cracks appeared on the black sculpture, which quickly peeled off, revealing the Black Lotus Sect's true appearance. The broken statue had negated most of the saber's power. When the saber landed again, it could only enter by 1 centimeter, stuck by the Holy Sun Ming Xian's shoulder. History repeated itself. The Holy Sun Ming Xian vomited a mouthful of blood. This time, the force of the saber strike was much stronger than before. Even though the Holy Sun Ming Xian blocked most of it, he could not avoid sustaining significant injuries. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's complexion paled, but he smiled widely. You fell for the same trick twice. Xiao Chen, you are really stupid. Soul-destroying eye. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's forehead opened, and a vertical eye appeared. The vertical eye flickered with a sinister light, giving off a soul-trembling aura. Now, the Holy Sun Ming Xian's meticulous plan finally started to pull in the net. He used the soul-destroying eye, a powerful killing move, to severely injure Xiao Chen's soul. Is that so? In that case, you will be disappointed. Dragon Blood's soul-breaking finger. Just as the sinister light gathered in the vertical eye and looked like it would shoot out, a scarlet light appeared on Xiao Chen's left index finger as he moved at lightning speed, tapping the Holy Sun Ming Xian's forehead. Before the Holy Sun Ming Xian could execute the soul-destroying eye, he cried out in pain as Xiao Chen's finger knocked him into the air. The Holy Sun Ming Xian was not the only one who could set up a trap when two experts met. Chapter 1708. Dragon Blood's soul-breaking finger. Xiao Chen moved later but arrived first, sending the Holy Sun Ming Xian flying with a finger strike. After the Holy Sun Ming Xian landed, his pale complexion turned even more unsightly. The might of the soul-destroying eye rebounded, and the Dragon Blood soul-breaking finger detonated in the depths of his soul. He felt like his soul was about to scatter, his physical body and soul slowly separating. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's thoughts slowly blurred. At the critical moment, he crushed the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. After Xiao Chen's attack succeeded, he did not hesitate to swing the saber in his hand. Electric light spread out, and the tyrant's saber suddenly descended like a bolt of lightning, carrying unparalleled force as it stabbed into the Holy Sun Mingxian's chest. Boom! The Holy Sun Mingxian, who had just crushed the Buddhist prayer beads, was already in a life-and-death situation. Before he could do anything, the tyrant's saber struck him. There was a loud sound, and the energy in the tyrant's saber exploded. Boundless electric light burst out from that area, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, only a charred body remained, devoid of any aura of life. Xiaochen still did not feel assured. He leaped into the air and withdrew the tyrant's saber. Then he stomped down. Their charred bodies were like brittle bones. Crunching noises could be heard as they were stepped on. It was a complete mess. This fellow died just like that? Xiaochen looked at the charred ground. The Holy Sun Mingxian's corpse had already turned into a pile of mush. Xiaochen was in some disbelief. However, whether he believed it or not, there was nothing he could do. He could not find any trace of the other party at all. Xiaochen also felt incredibly fatigued. His entire body felt weak, and cold sweat trickled down his back. He had won this battle by a hair's breadth. If not for the other party being careless and trying to use tricks to defeat him, Xiaochen would not have expected the other party to have a Soul Dao martial technique as well. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen also had a Soul Dao martial technique. Even so, he ended up falling for it. Even so, it was hard to say who would win. Even so, Xiaochen's victory was not easy. Everyone saw exquisite saber techniques, ever-changing saber moves that flowed like clouds and water. These were not moves that could be executed easily and without using one's brain. They exhausted a large amount of veritable essence energy and mental energy. Xiaochen glanced coldly at Zhen Yuan and Wang Yueming. The Holy Sun Mingxian's sneak attack on these two was very miserable. Caught off guard, they were struck by the world-eliminating imprint. It was not a good feeling. Back then, Xiaochen had tried to defend, and the Black Lotus Church sage had held back. Even so, he had been heavily injured by the World Annihilation Seal. Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan had faced the sneak attack of the World Annihilation Seal at full power. One could well imagine the severity of their injuries. Serves him right for bringing this upon himself. Xiaochen cursed in his heart. Then, without even looking at the two, he picked up the tyrant's saber and fled far away. Zhen Yuan's expression sank. He, who had been recovering rapidly, could already stand up with great difficulty. The injuries to his physical body had mostly recovered. However, the injuries to his soul could not be healed in a short time. His complexion was still unsightly. He could only watch as Xiaochen calmly left after the great battle. From then on, one of the Blessed Enclave's 3 great experts fainted, another fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and the last one couldn't fight even if he got up. This solution was directly or indirectly related to Xiaochen. Who was the greatest dark horse in this fiendish demon battlefield? It was definitely Xiaochen. After this, the name of the white-robed Xiaochen would spread far and wide, spreading throughout the entire Grave Sea. 3 days later, an irresistible will appeared and forcibly dragged the recuperating Xiaochen out of the fiendish demon battlefield. After defeating the Black Lotus Church sage, no one sought trouble for him. Xiaochen obtained the Dao tool, the Buddha-seeking platform, the many rare Buddhist sect plants, and the precious earthen fire golden lotus. Xiaochen was not in the mood to seek out other fortuitous encounters. He spent the next 3 days treating his injuries. He made sure not to leave any hidden injuries. Then, he quietly waited for time to run out. After 3 days, Xiaochen completely recovered from his injuries and returned to his peak. Be it his physique, physical body, or spirit, they all reached an unprecedented height. Defeating Shangguan Lei and the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun invisibly increased Xiaochen's aura and luck. After leaving the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiaochen turned his head back to look. The floating island slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The next opening of the fiendish demon battlefield would be another 20 years later. This trip was pretty good. I managed to scavenge some resources, enough for me to advance my cultivation in advance. Everyone more or less gained something as they discussed excitedly. Martial Uncle, congratulations on obtaining the Dao tool. In this fiendish demon battlefield, Martial Grand Uncle really brought glory to our Purple Flame sect. Ha! Even Shangguan Lei lost to our martial grand-uncle. The Purple Flame sect disciples in the crowd quickly flew over to Xiao Chen's side and congratulated him. Hua Yunfeng arrived late. He glanced at Xiao Chen and smiled sincerely. I am truly ashamed of my inferiority in this fiendish demon battlefield. I am truly sorry for not fulfilling my responsibilities as the top true inheritor. Later, Hua Yunfeng heard that Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan made things difficult for Xiao Chen, while he led his disciples to take advantage of the situation to scavenge resources. Hua Yunfeng felt somewhat apologetic. Fortunately, Xiao Chen managed to leave in the end. Furthermore, he defeated Shangguan Lei and the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun. Xiao Chen said quickly, "Brother Hua, you are too polite. Without your help, it would have been impossible for me to obtain the Dao tool. No matter what, I will definitely remember this favor." After saying that, Xiao Chen took out all the rare Buddhist sect flowers and herbs he obtained on Buddha-seeking mountain, aside from the earthly fire golden lotus. Among them, the 20 white jasmine flowers were the most precious. They were one of the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers. They could directly increase one's cultivation and cleanse one's veritable essence energy. There was no market for them in the outside world. One could not buy them even if one wanted to. They were so expensive that one would find them unbearably heavy. Hua Yunfeng had not expected Xiao Chen to be so generous, spending money to such an extent. He simply treated the white jasmine flowers like cabbages. I simply cannot reject the white jasmine flowers. I will take 5 and give the rest to the sect disciples. Everyone will gain something. Hua Yunfeng did not try to be pretentious. Right after he spoke, the many Purple Flame sect disciples all smiled. Many thanks, Martial Grand Uncle. Many thanks, Senior Brother Hua. On this side, the Purple Flame sect disciples were all incredibly happy. They had already gained a lot in the first place. Now they even received such a huge gift. Who would not be happy? On the other side, the disciples of the Divine Firmament sect, the Confucian Institution, and the Padala Mountain showed unsightly expressions. Benefactor Xiao, we offended you in the fiendish demon battlefield. In the future, we will definitely pay you a visit to apologize. Zhen Yuan led the Profound Light Temple disciples over and bowed in greeting. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, Hua Yunfeng's expression turned serious. He said, Zhen Yuan, you are really bold. Brother Xiao is my Purple Flame sect's Senior Yi Zifeng's junior brother. He is the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang's disciple. To think that you wrongly accused him of being a Black Lotus Church disciple. I will personally speak to the sect master about this. The moment Hua Yunfeng said that, he immediately caused a huge commotion. The expressions of the various sect disciples as they looked at Xiao Chen changed drastically. To think that he is Pan Huang's disciple. This was truly unexpected. Zhen Yuan was strong and held a high position. However, in the fiendish demon battlefield, Zhen Yuan publicly attacked Xiao Chen and threatened to clean up the heretics. That was a grave mistake. The more serious thing was that the one who framed him was a Black Lotus Church disciple. That was even worse. When Zhen Yuan returned to the temple, he would not be able to avoid punishment. Zhen Yuan's expression changed slightly. He felt very sullen in his heart, but he endured it. He said softly, "This time I was tricked by a demon. I will definitely take responsibility. After I return to the temple, I will take the initiative to ask for punishment. I will definitely give Benefactor a satisfactory apology for the trouble I caused this time. Goodbye." Zhen Yuan did not want to apologize in his heart. However, he had no choice. The Buddhist sect's rules were the strictest. Unless Zhen Yuan gave up on his Buddhist sect martial techniques and left the Profound Light Temple, he would have to apologize and put on a show so that the Profound Light Temple could provide an explanation to the Purple Flame sect. As Xiao Chen watched the other party leave, he thought to himself, this Zhen Yuan is really tolerant. In the fiendish demon battlefield, he was clearly very unlucky. However, when he came out, he could swallow his anger and apologize. I cannot underestimate this person. I have to pay attention to him in the future. As Hua Yunfeng watched Zhen Yuan leave, he said to Xiao Chen, don't worry. Sects have their own rules. This Zhen Yuan made a huge mistake. When he returns to the temple, he will definitely be punished. My Purple Flame sect can at least do that for you. Based on Hua Yunfeng's tone, he did not intend to let this matter rest. Xiao Chun could only repeat this in his heart. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. Xiao Chun. As the two chatted casually and prepared to rush back to the sect, a resonant voice rang out. It was Shangguan Lei, who had mostly recovered from his injuries. Aside from Zhen Yuan, the person who was the most sullen in the fiendish demon battlefield was Shangguan Lei. After forcefully advancing to peak Major Primal Core Realm, he did not show off for long before Xiao Chun knocked him unconscious with one saber strike, losing all his reputation. Given Shangguan Lei's character, this matter dealt an even heavier blow to him than killing him. Shangguan Lei looked at Xiao Chun with dissatisfaction. Then, he said coldly, "You merely used the might of a Dao tool to defeat me by half a move. Do you have the guts to put down your Dao tool and fight me again? Right here, in front of everyone, let's have a fair fight." A sore loser was a perfect description for people like Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei's words were funny and infuriating at the same time. After Xiao Chun heard that, he could not help feeling speechless. Then, he said indifferently, "Sure. Lower your cultivation to peak Minor Primal Core Realm, and I'll have a fair fight with you." Shangguan Lei roared, "Coward! My cultivation was tempered step by step through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Your cultivation is not high, and you did not work hard. Can you blame me for having a high cultivation? Interesting. Could it be that my Dao tool fell from the sky?" Xiao Chun could not help smiling coldly in his heart. He said seriously, "I did indeed rely on a Dao tool to defeat you. However, so what? Just like your cultivation tempered step by step through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, I barely managed to subdue this Dao tool of mine. If you are not convinced, you can go and find a Dao tool. I'll keep you company at any time. Don't humiliate yourself here and make a fool of yourself. Weapons and armor have always been a part of a cultivator's strength." Shangguan Lei was originally filled with resentment. Now that Xiao Chen's rude words added fuel to the fire, he became even angrier. However, Xiao Chen now had a Dao tool. He was not a match for Shangguan Lei at all, and he could not do anything about it. Could. Shangguan Lei was so angry that his entire body trembled. After saying, "Good," 3 times, he flicked his sleeves and left. The Purple Flame sect disciples watched as Shangguan Lei, who was normally unparalleled in the Black Cave Mountain, left in such a sullen manner. All of them felt delighted in their hearts. Hua Yunfeng smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, Shangguan Lei has such a day. Come, let's return to the sect." Chapter 1709. Xiao Chun did not dare to tarry. After he took his leave of the group, he quickly headed for the summit. Right now, the most important thing was to raise his strength and properly digest the fortuitous encounters he obtained in the fiendish demon battlefield. It turns out that there really is a Tianwu dynasty in the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chun could not help but recall. The descendant of the Kunlun realm's Tianwu dynasty, Chu Chaoyun. The Tianwu dynasty. It was extremely rare for the sect master to personally receive a disciple returning from the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen's senior brother got injured because of him. Now that he could profit from this disaster, it was simply great. Where are we going? The instant the Black Lotus formed, the Black Lotus Church Holy Son appeared in it, panting heavily. His complexion looked extremely weak. However, senior brother, your injuries. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Yi Zifeng had fought with the Black Lotus Church Venerate and got injured, causing his cultivation to drop by 1 grade. The Tyrant Saber is a Dao tool that I obtained in the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion. What should I do? Xiao Chun asked sincerely. How dangerous? I nearly died in this fiendish demon battlefield. When the Purple Flame sect's sect master received the news, he personally led the sect elders to the foot of the mountain to welcome Xiao Chen's group. Xiao Chun nodded silently. However, great waves surged in his heart. He was incredibly shocked. After Yi Zifeng's pointers, Xiao Chun seemed to have comprehended something and thought of something. This was a huge blow to the Divine Firmament sect. This was especially so for defeating Shangguan Lei. To the Purple Flame sect, This was a joyous matter. After chatting for a while, just as they were about to take their leave, Xiaochen asked, "Senior brother, if I want to go to the Central Great Realm to look for you in the future, where should I go?" In the following days, Xiaochen was very busy, familiarizing himself with the tyrant saber in his hand. Next was his cultivation. He needed to temper it properly to stabilize his current cultivation. Perhaps it was to seek refuge, to explore, or just out of pure boredom. When Xiaochen heard that, he found it slightly strange. This was because his senior brother did not seem to crave power. The feeling he gave was one of indifference and lack of desire. Yi Zifeng did not find Xiaochen's expression strange. "You have never seen a true saber expert before." The Grave Sea cluster ranks within the top 100 of the many clusters of the Great Thousand Realms. However, compared to the Central Great Realm, it is not even worth mentioning. There is not a single saber expert of the same generation as you. Xiaochen cupped his fists and said, "Sect leader Duan is too kind." One's luck waned while the other grew. For a long time, the Divine Firmament sect had suppressed the Purple Flame sect to the point of suffocation. After this, the situation would definitely change. After a long time, the Black Lotus carried him into the sky, flying towards the starry sky. He had to return to the Black Lotus to recuperate. As a complete saber technique, the army-breaking saber technique was more suitable for the Tyrant Saber. Hearing this, Yi Zifeng was stunned. The Central Great Realm's 4 eternal dynasties were established by the great desolate bloodline noble clans to resist the sections. The Tianwu dynasty was established by the ancient royal clan, the Chu clan. There is no need for you to ask about this. In the future, when you go to the Central Great Realm, you will know about it. Yi Zifeng had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him arrive, he raised his head slightly and gestured for him to sit down. A sharp light flashed in the Black Lotus Holy Sun's eyes as Xiaochen's figure appeared in his mind. He wished that he could tear Xiaochen to shreds and take out the demonic bone relic. Flashy but impractical? Xiaochen was slightly surprised. This was the first time he heard someone say that his saber skills were flashy but impractical. Xiaochen used this saber to materialize the various saber techniques that he knew. Among them, the army-breaking saber technique was the main one, with the flawless saber technique as support. The sect leader of the Purple Flame sect was called Duanya. He was an old man dressed in gray. His aura was withdrawn, causing others to be unable to see through him. Yi Zifeng said honestly, "Originally, I should not have come looking for you when you just returned from the fiendish demon battlefield. However, I need to now. I'll be leaving the Purple Flame sect tomorrow." Yi Zifeng smiled faintly as he emitted a trace of his aura. There were also some things that Xiaochen could not do in the past because he was not strong enough. Now that he had advanced to the Primal Core realm, he could try them. The Chu clan, Chu Chaoyun. It looks like this is not a coincidence. The army-breaking saber technique that Xiaochen practiced was modified from their 1,000 army sword technique. Now, it was a completely different martial technique. It had to be said that this was a pleasant surprise. Yi Zifeng continued, "I'm leaving tomorrow. So, if you have any requests, you can tell me now. If I can help, senior brother will do his best." Duanya did not say anything more. He smiled and said, "You go first. Martial uncle has been waiting for you for a long time already. Later, I'll discuss with the elders how to reward you." Shaking his head, Xiaochen stopped thinking about this. Senior brother is looking for me? However, Xiaochen knew that this sect leader had been a late-stage Starry Sky realm cultivator for many years and was exceptionally strong. Senior brother, who established the Tianwu dynasty? Xiaochen asked. However, since Yi Zifeng said this, it clearly made sense and would not be without evidence. Purple Flame sect, Yi Zifeng returned the saber to Xiaochen. Then, he entered deep thought and said, "Your attainments in the saber technique are very deep. However, it gives me the feeling that it is flashy but impractical." When Xiaochen heard that, he felt stunned. These words were too familiar. Xiaochen had fallen from Holy Venerate to Peak Star Venerate. Just after Xiaochen, Hua Yunfeng, and the others returned to the sect, Xiaochen did not know where Chu Chaoyun was. Aside from the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun had left the Kunlun realm, the Central Great Realm. After a pause, Yi Zifeng continued, "Your saber technique is exquisite, and your comprehension ability is startling. However, when you draw your saber, it does not feel heavy or steady." Yi Zifeng did not know why he made such a change. Xiao Chen asked probingly, "Senior brother, why are you going to the Central Great Realm? Why is senior brother in such a rush to find me?" Xiao Chen asked in a rush. Xiao Chen stepped forward and handed the tyrant saber to Yi Zifeng with both hands. Yi Zifeng calmly said 4 words. "If what senior brother said is true, then the Tianwu emperor who established the Tianwu dynasty in the Sky Dome realm must have been an expert of the Central Great Realm's Chu clan. The upper echelon of the Divine Shield army probably could not tell. On the calm surface of the sea, there were bursts of bubbling. The Black Lotus sage felt a lingering fear. If he had not crushed the Buddhist prayer beads at the last moment, he would have died. A holy venerate? Be it obtaining a Dao tool or suppressing the Divine Firmament sect disciples, he had raised the Purple Flame sect's luck. You truly live up to being Martial Uncle Ye's junior brother. The sect is truly fortunate to have you." After about 7 minutes, the group arrived at the summit, where the 7-colored clouds shrouded the summit. After saying goodbye to his senior brother and returning to his courtyard, Xiao Chen still could not calm down. Such a situation had rarely happened in the history of the Purple Flame sect. Xiao Chen felt embarrassed in his heart. How could he still have the face to make any requests? Yi Zifeng had simply helped him too much. Yi Zifeng said softly, "Find more experts of the same generation to exchange pointers with. You need to find experts of the same generation who are truly evenly matched in terms of saber techniques. You still have to rely on yourself to comprehend these things." After activating the Immortal Seal, it might really be possible for Xiao Chen to fall in the Fiendish Demon battlefield. The Tyrant Saber was one of the biggest gains in the Fiendish Demon battlefield. Yi Zifeng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the saber in Xiao Chen's hand. Your saber. With the two combined, Xiao Chen felt that he could bring out 20% of the Tyrant Saber's strength. Breaking through to sovereign personage in this grave sea is practically impossible. Only by entering the Central Great Realm will there be a chance. Yi Zifeng nodded. That's right. I was injured by the Black Lotus sect venerate, but I never felt depressed. This is because I know that fortune and disaster are hard to determine. This is not a bad thing for me. When you entered the Fiendish Demon battlefield, an old friend came to visit and brought you an item. Not only did you recover from your injuries, but your strength also improved. Many thanks, senior brother. However, junior brother had some fortuitous encounters in the Fiendish Demon battlefield. The Black Lotus mark in my body was also completely removed, so I do not have any other requests for now. Yi Zifeng held the Tyrant Saber and felt it. Then he nodded slightly. Good saber. It is a superior grade Dao tool. Although it contains only one kind of Thunder Dao, it is very compatible with the word Tyrant. The two are naturally compatible. The Thunder Dao walks the path of tyranny, ferocity, and decisiveness. It is simple, direct, and efficient. However, don't stray from the right path. Otherwise, you will end up like that Divine Firmament sect's saber fanatic. Yi Zifeng's cultivation had also dropped from peak Major Primal Core Realm to peak Minor Primal Core Realm. Xiao Chen said sincerely, "Congratulations, senior brother." Finally, there was the Earthen Fire Golden Lotus. After he absorbed the Earthen Fire Golden Lotus, he would comprehend the final move of the Mahama Abstinence Violation Saber Technique's Saber Manual, Entering Hell. However, Xiao Chen did not know why he wanted to enter an abandoned land. After a while, black lotus petals appeared on the surface of the sea. Then, they merged and formed a complete black lotus. Xiao Chen had not even brought out 10% of this saber's might. There was still a lot of potential that he could dig out. The Thunder Dao contained in the Saber Manual was also useful for reference. Xiao Chen, you really startled me. I will definitely obtain the demonic bone relic. The grudge between us will not end so easily. It is not over yet. Xiao Chen seemed to have comprehended something. He had long felt that his saber techniques had reached a bottleneck. However, he did not know where it was. After familiarizing himself with the Tyrant Saber for half a month, Xiao Chen could finally bring out 20% of the Tyrant Saber's might. The might of the army-breaking saber technique reached unprecedented heights. The Divine Firmament Sect's saber fanatic was the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian, Shangguan Lei's master. Xiao Chen wondered what the connection was between the Central Great Realms Tianwu Dynasty and the Kunlun Realms Tianwu Dynasty. Chapter 1710. Although the army-breaking saber technique had reached its peak, Xiao Chen still could not figure out the heaviness and steadiness that Yi Zifeng mentioned. He had clearly used his full strength in every single move he made, and his momentum was heavy, firm, and tyrannical. But why did he still say that it was just an empty shell? Xiao Chen racked his brains, but to no avail. Perhaps it was really as senior brother had said, he had to find a saber expert of the same generation to spar with. However, in this vast grave sea, Shangguan Lei was already the strongest bladesman of his generation. His saber techniques were not a match for Xiao Chen at all. If not for the difference in cultivation, Xiao Chen would not have cared about Xiao Chen at all. In terms of saber techniques, Xiao Chen far surpassed Xiao Chen. Perhaps the experts of the same generation that senior brother is referring to are existences like me who have comprehended the saber Dao great Dao power. Due to this reason, Xiao Chen had no choice but to put aside his cultivation of the saber Dao for now. Xiao Chen started to try something that he had never tried before, refining the heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame. These two flames were primal chaos level existences. This was especially so for the heavenly snow divine flame, which had already reached rank 3. There was no need to refine it for now. What he needed to refine was the heavenly flame. This extremely domineering yang-attributed flame was only a core at the moment. It hadn't even reached the first grade. The fastest way to improve a flame's quality was to devour other flames. Xiao Chen was prepared for this long ago. Currently, he had the peak solar true flame, the purple thunder true fire that came from the purple thunder divine incantation, and the dazzling sunlight true flame that he obtained from the purple sun region's auction. The quality of the three types of flames were all above the 8th grade. It was just that its grade was far inferior to the heavenly flame. The primal chaos flame was the oldest flame in the world. It was said that there was a primal chaos flame ranking in the Great Thousand Worlds. When nurtured to its peak, it would be able to rampage in all directions, becoming a great killing weapon in one's hands. He didn't know if his 2 chaos-level flames were on the list or what their rankings would be. Xiao Chen did not think about this for now. He took out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. As he looked at the familiar appearance of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, Xiao Chen's thoughts drifted. This cauldron had followed him for many years. After hesitating for a moment, a flame appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. This was the infamous heavenly flame of the Kunlun realm. With a gentle blow, the golden heavenly flame slowly fell into the cauldron. Boom! The flame immediately burned fiercely in the cauldron. A scorching heat spread out and assaulted Xiao Chen's face. The intense temperature forced Xiao Chen to circulate his quintessence to resist. If he continued, he would definitely injure himself. Kachakat. Just as Xiao Chen was about to place the purple thunder true fire in, cracks appeared in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and continuously expanded. With a bang, the entire Dragon Phoenix Cauldron shattered into pieces. The golden flame suddenly retracted, turning into a small ball of blazing flame, quietly floating in the air. Damn it! Why did you destroy my Dragon Phoenix Cauldron? A pained expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron had been with him for a long time, carrying many memories of the Kunlun realm. It shattered just like that. It was truly unexpected and caught them off guard. It is my fault for not considering it thoroughly. This Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a replica. How could it withstand the might of the heavenly flame? Xiao Chen withdrew his flames and looked at the shattered Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Then he sighed softly. He needed to change to a better cauldron. Martial uncle, someone is looking for you. Just at this moment, Ling Yu's voice rang out from outside. If there is nothing important, Ling Yu will not disturb me, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, his figure flashed as he walked out. Why are you looking for me? Ling Yu smiled and said, that monk Shen Yuan is here to ask for forgiveness. Even his master is here. The sect master said that this matter depends on your attitude. If you insist on being stubborn, then Zhen Yuan will be in a miserable state. He might even be punished to face the wall for 10 years. Where is he? He is just outside our courtyard. I left him hanging and did not bother with them, Ling Yu said, feeling aggrieved. Wasn't Zhen Yuan's master the monk Xianbei? No matter what, that Xianbei had saved Xiao Chen's life before. That was a different matter. Xiao Chen could not slight him. Make some preparations and properly entertain our honored guest. That venerable Xianbei saved my life before. Afraid that the venerable Xianbei would wait for too long, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and quickly arrived outside the courtyard. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? When the venerable Xianbei saw Xiao Chen arrive, he placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, showed a sincere expression as he bowed as well. Xiao Chen bowed slightly and said, Venerable is too polite. If it is because of your disciple, you can rest assured. I have no intention of pursuing this matter. The venerable Xianbei smiled kindly. He was not surprised by this and thanked Xiao Chen again. However, Zhen Yuan was startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen let go of such a great opportunity to punish him so easily. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, Venerable, this way please. Ling Yu had already prepared tea in the Great Hall. Then, the group sat down according to etiquette. Benefactor Xiao, I was rash in the fiendish demon battlefield. Although you forgave me on account of my master, please accept this small gift of thanks. Zhen Yuan stepped forward and handed a brocade box to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen casually received it but did not open it. No matter how hard Zhen Yuan made things for Xiao Chen in the fiendish demon battlefield, the venerable Xianbei had saved him before. Accepting the venerable Xianbei's gift of thanks would be equivalent to writing off this matter and not mentioning it again in the future. The venerable Xianbei looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Benefactor Xiao, what are your plans after this? I can see that your complexion is full and your aura is stable. You are not like others who just advanced and have unstable cultivations. You will probably have to go on experiential training soon. Xiao Chen's cultivation was stable, and he had reached the peak in all aspects. Naturally, he could not continue closed-door cultivation. Regular sect disciples would usually accept sect missions at this moment and go on experiential training. Xiao Chen was not a member of the Purple Flame sect and could not do as he was told, so he could only think of another way. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am still considering it, but I have not decided yet. There are still some things I need to do. The venerable Xianbei smiled faintly. After exchanging some conventional greetings, he sent Zhen Yuan away, showing an expression of having something important to discuss. Xiao Chen immediately understood and got Ling Yu to leave for now. Then he asked, Venerable, what do you have to say? The venerable Xianbei took a sip of tea before putting down the teacup. Then he said softly, Naturally, I am not worried about Zhen Yuan's matter. I believe that you will give me some face and not hold it against him. What I want to talk about is the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Xiao Chen's face sank and his expression changed. However, he did not understand what the venerable Xianbei meant. Is he going to represent the Buddhist sect and take back this saber technique? That will not do. Even if the other party saved my life, I absolutely cannot hand this saber technique over to him. I also cannot let the other party cripple my breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane. The venerable Xianbei said, You have to hand over the saber technique manual and cripple the 2 moves that you practiced. This old monk will give you a corresponding compensation. I really guessed correctly. Xiao Chen did not know how to reply. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was indeed a Buddhist sect martial technique. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Buddhist sect martial technique. It was a consummate Buddhist sect martial technique derived from a primogenitor-grade cultivation technique. Large sects always treated their cultivation techniques as their exclusive property. That was the foundation of their sect. They were not allowed to casually teach it to outsiders. As for the consummate martial techniques that were leaked, they had to send experts of the sect to investigate and take them back. The other party was an esteemed monk of the Orthodox Buddhist sect. The Profound Light Temple definitely had a connection with the Hidden Spirit Temple. As they belonged to the same sect, their relationship was like that of a superior and a subordinate. Making such a request was morally justifiable and not overboard. The crucial thing was that Xiaochen did not want to offend the profound light temple now. After all, he had just temporarily resolved his grudge with the Black Lotus Church. Xiaochen asked after some consideration, "Venerable, can I not hand it over?" The Venerable Xianbei smiled and replied, "Naturally you can. Convert to the Buddhist sect. I can personally help you tonsure and recommend you to join the hidden spirit temple of the Central Great Realm." Xiaochen felt speechless. The Venerable Xianbei really could not forget about accepting me into the Buddhist sect. Is there no other way? The Venerable Xianbei shook his head and said, "At the very least, you have to hand over the saber technique. In the future, if you expose your saber techniques while roaming the Central Great Realm, you will not be able to escape. The people from the 4 Buddhist monasteries will all find trouble with you. You don't have anyone you know to speak for you, so it will be even more difficult. When the time comes, the people from the Commandment Hall will take action and treat you as a traitor. The other 4 great temples can also exert influence on the 4 great dynasties." The Venerable Master Xianbei's attainments in the Buddhist Dharma were very high. However, he was also very clear about the ways of the world. The hint he was hinting at was very obvious. He was already helping Xiaochen by handling this matter. "If you hand me the saber manual and swear not to teach the saber technique to anyone else, the situation will be different. Not only will you form a connection with the hidden spirit temple, but you will also receive a lot of care in the future. I will also give you a corresponding reward." The Venerable Xianbei tried to move Xiaochen with his emotions and reason, advising him to not be stubborn. Xiaochen analyzed in his heart. That saber manual only had 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, and he had already comprehended them. With or without the saber manual, Xiaochen could practice the final move, entering hell. However, the value of the saber manual was clear. Back then, the Savage Blood Star Venerate did not hesitate to destroy an entire sect to obtain it. From this, Xiaochen could prove the value of the saber technique. "Never mind, I'll just hand it over. The Buddhist sects are very powerful. I really don't want to get involved in any trouble." Xiaochen made up his mind. Then, he took out the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's saber manual and handed it to the Venerable Master Xianbei. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, entering hell. There are a total of 3 moves. I can swear that the saber manual in my hands only has these 3 moves. The Venerable Master Xianbei did not ask any further. He only looked at Xiaochen and asked, "Benefactor Xiao, how many moves do you know?" Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, both comprehended the true meaning. The moment Xiaochen said that, the Venerable Master Xianbei immediately felt that it was a pity. Disappointment filled his face as he said, "This Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a forbidden technique of my Buddhist sect. Not just anyone can practice it. Benefactor is an outsider, yet you managed to practice 2 moves. This is really..." After all the miscellaneous steps were completed, Xiaochen made a heart demon oath not to spread the saber manual. The Venerable Master Xianbei handed Xiaochen a golden page with words that he had personally written. In the future, if the Buddhist sect's people used this saber to make things difficult for Xiaochen, they would treat him with respect. With this as proof, the Buddhist sect's people would not make things difficult for Xiaochen. Instead, they would treat him with respect. This is a gift from the Golden Letter. It is one of the highest appreciation gifts of the Buddhist sect. I hope that Benefactor Xiao will cherish it. The Venerable Master Xianbei handed the golden page to Xiaochen. Then he took out a storage ring with his reward in it. "These are some secular gifts. Please accept them. We will meet again in the future." After the Venerable Master Xianbei and Zhen Yuan left, Ling Yu rushed in and asked, "Martial uncle, why did that old monk look for you?" Xiaochen looked at the golden page in his hand and the storage ring. Then he said softly, "Nothing much. It's just that today, I realized that people who hide a dagger behind a smile are the scariest. They make it impossible for you to reject them." Chapter 17:11. What is this fellow going to give? At the foot of the Purple Flame sect, Zhen Yuan endured for a long time before asking, "Master, did you obtain the saber manual?" The Black Lotus Church Holy Son had made a fool out of him, watching as Xiaochen defeated the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun and watched as Xiaochen left. If Xiaochen were in Ancestor Dragon City, the dragon race upper echelon would have bestowed him with an esteemed dragon pattern cauldron. Inside the considerably large space, the storage ring nearly filled with medial-grade spirit jades. Xiaochen extended out his spiritual sense and did a preliminary count. Naturally, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was not there. The Soaring Dragon Marquis' clan faction was focused on the central Great Realm's Yanwu dynasty. Ling Yu calmed himself after a while. Then, he sighed, "In the past, I heard from the sect master that any rank 3 monastery on the Padala mountain has much more wealth than our sect. Now, I finally see it for myself. I heard that many believers do not feel any heartache when donating that incense money, wishing that they could donate their entire family fortune." "Empty?" Ling Yu asked in surprise. "Who gave it to me? What does that mean?" "An ancient cauldron? This stumps me. In the ancient era, cauldrons reigned supreme, standing tall and fighting for the top. In the ancient era, cauldrons represented not only items but also luck, the nation's luck, even the dragon luck of a dynasty. An ordinary cauldron would have been fine. However, when Xiaochen pointed out an ancient cauldron, Ling Yu did not dare to speak carelessly. Instead, he entered deep thought. Ling Yu smiled and did not refute. Originally, he had just said it casually. He had indeed gained a lot in this fiendish demon battlefield. Everyone in the Grave Sea knew that Xiaochen was Yi Zifeng's junior brother. Anyone who wanted to make a move would have to think twice. Xiaochen handed the storage ring to Ling Yu, letting him see what was inside and what compensation Xianbei had given him. Ling Yu said with a smile, "Martial uncle, everyone who saw it has a share. Can you give us some? Money has been tight recently. Right now, it had nothing to do with the dragon race. That was the conferred land of the Yanwu dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis. It was called Soaring Dragon and had more than 10,000 years of history. Regardless of whether they cultivated merit, incense power, or great aspirations, they were not easy to deal with. Zhen Yuan had never treated Xiaochen as a true opponent. The environment that day was very complicated. If Zhen Yuan had to deal with Xiaochen alone, he would not have to worry about anything. The contents of the storage ring revealed themselves. It was empty, there was nothing at all. You can't get along with others just because they have a kind and gentle smile on their faces. However, Ling Yu was too embarrassed to accept it. After asking several times, he reluctantly accepted it, unable to hide the smile on his face. Xiaochen did not want the sect to do anything about this matter. Actually, the sect could not do anything about it. Xianbei taking away the saber manual was perfectly justifiable, and there was nothing wrong with it. Xiao Qin to Xiao Dragon. Spirit of Qin of the clan to Dragon Sect Dragon to the Chen. Chen. It is just to Spirit Yu is of Long Chen. It is Chen to the Chen to. Spirit Qin of Qin Qi, just to Chen. Spirit Qin is spirit. The truth was more or less the same. Xiao Chen's expression could not help changing drastically. Xiao Chen recalled that his net worth was only 2 million medial-grade spirit jades at most. Ling Yu continued, that Soaring Dragon Great Realm is the territory of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Its status is instantly different. The many surrounding astral zones are all centered on that Soaring Dragon Great Realm. I know a place in Soaring Dragon City where you can definitely obtain the ancient cauldron that Martial Uncle wants. Ling Yu's eyes lit up as he finally thought of a place. The Soaring Dragon Great Realm. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. Could the Soaring Dragon Great Realm be related to the dragon race? At this point, Xianbei suddenly stopped and sighed. How unfortunate for that Xiaochen. At first glance, I felt that he had a fate with Buddhism. The Buddhists place great emphasis on fate, so my first impression was definitely right. Indeed, an outsider actually managed to practice the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique that Orthodox Buddhist sect disciples find hard to practice. Xiao Chen looked at the empty box, and his lips curled up in a smile. Interesting. Is he trying to say that I am like heir to him, not worth mentioning at all? Xiao Chen felt even more sullen. He could not bring out his strength at all. The Tianwu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, the Leiwu dynasty, and the Shuowu dynasty were the 4 dynasties of the Central Great Realm. Each dynasty had hundreds of thousands of years of history. The dynasty's main clan was even older, dating back to the era when fiendish demons ran amok and sages appeared. "All right, I'll listen to you," Xiao Chun said with disdain. Then he took the box and took a look. The dazzling light immediately dazzled him. Xiao Chen's speech was somewhat unclear, and he could not hear what he was saying. Xiao Chun still had some of that high-grade life juice source. Together with his own medial-grade spirit jades, he had more than 10 million medial-grade spirit jades. The names of the dynasties all had the word martial in them, representing a certain atmosphere. It implied a prosperous martial luck. In the martial epic, the dynasties stood firm and did not fall. The soaring dragon great realm was just their conferred land. I don't believe it. When they make their moves, they are inhumanely rich. But back then, they could sweep through the peak auction houses of the Purple Sun region, directly suppressing their opponents until they could not retaliate. Xiao Chun shook his head. This was the charm of faith. He could not compare. However, if he wanted to cultivate, he needed an ancient cauldron. A light flashed in Zhen Yuan's eyes. However, he did not clearly hear what Xiao Chun said at the end. He smiled and asked, "Master, can this disciple take a look at the saber manual? The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is really curious." The Venerable Xian Bei was someone who showed kindness and authority. Taking away the saber manual was the best way. "I got it." Xiao Chun rarely saw the Venerable Xian Bei fight at full power. He was very mysterious and had the capital to be arrogant. In any case, no matter what, this incident taught Xiao Chun a lesson. In the future, when he interacted with the people of the Buddhist sect, he could not lower his guard. What a bunch of vulgar things. Xiao Chun let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. The Venerable Xian Bei is indeed extraordinary. However, Xiao Chun felt somewhat upset that the saber manual was taken away. After all, that was the original version. By giving Xiao Chun an empty box, Xiao Chun wanted to tell Xiao Chun not to get cocky. He would settle this score sooner or later. Xiao Chun felt very tyrannical just thinking about it. To think that a complete Great Thousand Realms was just one of the conferred lands of a marquis. Zhen Yuan gave it to me, right? That fellow is really arrogant. Naturally, Xiao Chun knew about ancient cauldrons. Coincidentally, he needed a good cauldron for cultivating vital qi. Ling Yu sent his mental energy into the storage ring and exclaimed in an exaggerated manner. He recovered his wits only after a long time. "Martial uncle, they are all spirit jades. They are all medial grade Ling Yu." 3 days later, it was time for Xiao Chen and Ling Yu to depart. After hearing Ling Yu's explanation, Xiao Chen learned that this soaring dragon great realm did indeed have some connection to the dragon race. According to rumor, before the central great realm was established, that place used to be the territory of one of the 6 dragon race bloodlines. "Martial uncle, what is this brocade box? Let me help you open it." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry about that for now. Let's see what's inside." Ling Yu muttered but did not say anything else. For a long time, Zhen Yuan had firmly suppressed Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. Most importantly, Zhen Yuan even comprehended a true intent. It would be a pity if such a talent was not of the Buddhist sect. Xian Bei nodded without much concern. Merits offset demerits. You do not need to be punished for the mistakes you made because of the Black Lotus Church's demons. I will explain it to Senior Brother Abbot. In that case, he could use the cauldron for 2 purposes. As he refined the heavenly flame, he could also use the cauldron to cultivate vital qi. Even so, Xiao Chun did not treat Ling Yu as an outsider, directly giving him 1 million medial grade Ling Yu. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Cut it out. Aside from me, you gain the most in this fiendish demon battlefield. Who knows how much that peak grade treasure weapon is worth? Furthermore, there is still a pile of natural treasures that have not been sold yet." Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. "Martial uncle, what's going on? Weren't they the ones who made the mistake first? Why did they take away your saber manual? I'll go and look for the sect master for you." Ling Yu even added in his heart, "If possible, I will not stand on ceremony with such worldly items." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "There's no need to care about him. Let me ask you something serious. Do you know where I can buy cauldrons? It would be best if they are ancient cauldrons. The older, the better. They have to be genuine. Xiao Chen's expression recovered its calm. Then he waved his hand and said, "There's no need. I already have no need for the saber manual. It is a Buddhist sect consummate technique in itself. Even if he does not come to me for it, someone else will come to me in the future, using even more forceful methods." Xian Bei shook his head. Then, he said decisively, "If it were any other consummate technique, it would not be a problem for me to let you take a look. However, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is not possible. Hence, there are too many disciples who fall into a state of obsession with the saber. After breaking the abstinence, how to exercise self-discipline and explain the words Mahama have always been difficult problems. If it were any other Buddhist sect expert, they would definitely attack without saying a word and not be so polite." When Xiaochen heard that, he immediately thought of something. What lousy scripture! It must be the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's saber manual. Lingyu was about to rush over excitedly when Xiaochen stopped him. "Wait a moment." However, Lingyu brought surprising news to Xiaochen. "Zhen Yuan betrayed us. I heard that he killed a few Xian-ranked esteemed monks and stole a scripture before fleeing. The Profound Light Temple notified all the sects in the 3 blessed lands and issued the highest-level wanted posters. Right now, there is no place for him in the entire Grave Sea." Xiaochen made some mental calculations. His net worth seemed to be more than 8 million medial-grade spirit jades. One day, he would go to the Central Great Realm and compete with the strongest outstanding talents of the Great Thousand Realms. Before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor fell asleep, he finally gave Xiaochen a dragon race cultivation technique and some dragon race secret techniques. Hiding a dagger in a smile. Actually, that was not to the extent of it. 8 million medial-grade spirit jades. Xiaochen looked around and discovered a brocade box on the table. That was what Zhen Yuan had given him. Lingyu still felt dissatisfied. How could he bully others like this? How hateful! After a pause, Lingyu smiled and said, "Furthermore, we are now rich. 8 million medial-grade spirit jades. There are also the many natural treasures of the fiendish demon battlefield. We can sell them there and sell them for a good price." It seemed like the defeat or some other reason led to the retreat of this dragon race bloodline. Aside from this, there was nothing else. All the items were clear and tranquil spirit jades giving off dense light. Xiaochen flicked his finger and sent out a strand of energy. Bang! The brocade box instantly bounced open. The cultivation technique for vital qi was called the Divine Dragon Golden Body Art. Just from its name, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Xiaochen did not trust Zhen Yuan. He had been so unlucky in the fiendish demon battlefield. He did not believe that Zhen Yuan did not hold any grudges against him. However, Xiaochen was not as lucky. He could only rely on himself. Xiaochen did not notice that Zhen Yuan's expression was scarily sullen at this moment. Regardless of whether he had something to do or not, he would gain something by comprehending it. Damn it! Does Master think that I am not even comparable to an outsider? Chapter 1712. Then he suddenly made a move in the Profound Light Temple and stole the saber technique manual. Everything was connected meticulously. That was to say, one could still see Soaring Dragon City from 5,000 kilometers away. Lingyu did not know about the saber technique manual, so he asked, finding it strange. "Lingyu, where are you bringing me?" Furthermore, who knew what kind of danger they would encounter in the boundless starry heavens? Even a cloud sea cultivator would not dare to say that he could move around without fear. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything more. Let's end this matter here. Let's go to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Now that Xiaochen could accompany his martial uncle, he got what he wanted. The indistinct figure looked like a huge coiled dragon amid the dust and sand, looking hazy and majestic. Yi Zifeng probably started plotting from the moment he left the fiendish demon battlefield. The two did not dare to waste time or use Yi Zifeng's name, so they could only obediently head to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Looking at Soaring Dragon City, which was not very far away, he barely managed to reach it at dusk. After entering, Lingyu marveled at the exquisite and luxurious carriage. This was especially so when he saw a small cabinet appear when Xiao Chen gently touched it. What opportunity! Xiao Chen felt astonished in his heart. Soaring Dragon City's accumulations were much deeper than he had expected. The streets immediately became much less populated, forming a strong contrast. The outline of a vast city appeared at the limits of the two's vision. Xiao Chen nodded and stretched out his hand, and the cycle throne appeared from his clothes. Let's go. A special auction? How special is it? Ling Yu smiled and said, That's right. Martial uncle, the place I'm bringing you to is an auction that only those with a great desolate Ian bloodline can attend. No matter how many spirit jades one has, one is not qualified to enter. Martial uncle, let's set off as well. This was just the conferred land of a feudal lord in the Yenwu dynasty, and it already had such grandeur. Martial uncle, the place I'm bringing you to is a special auction. If you want to find an ancient cauldron, that auction should be the fastest way. Otherwise, you will have to go to the market and search slowly, wasting time and effort. The horses galloped, and the war chariot sped forward, kicking up dust clouds. Ling Yu explained to Xiao Chen where they were going. After putting away the cycle war chariot, the two went to the majestic city walls and lined up to enter. After sailing for half a month, they finally arrived at the soaring dragon great world. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and the throne transformed into the shape of a horse. A huge spiritual pressure emanated from the city. It was unknown how far away it was. When Xiao Chen and Ling Yu, who were in closed-door cultivation, were woken up, it felt like they had fallen asleep. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in the soaring dragon great realm. It was an eye-opener for him. One could only imagine the magnificence of this city. Martial uncle, why do you think this Zhen Yuan would betray the temple for no reason? Ling Yu was filled with confusion and doubt. Xiao Chen sighed softly, That's right. He has already reached the ceiling of the profound light temple. However, he still did not go to the central great realm. It was clear that he was not confident enough, feeling nervous and uneasy. Now that I've seen an opportunity, it's not strange for me to take the risk after waiting for more than 10 years. The two mutated flood dragons turned into black dragon horses, gently moving their hooves. They looked tall and mighty, exuding an extraordinary aura. No wonder Ling Yu said that this soaring dragon great realm was the center of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. It was indeed true. This was not Ling Yu's first time here. He explained softly that soaring dragon city is built in the center of this great realm. Its aura swallows everything, absorbing the luck of the entire great realm. After accumulating for more than 10,000 years, it is not strange for it to have such boldness. Ling Yu chuckled and said, Martial uncle, don't be anxious. You will know when we get there. Xiao Chen took out the 1,000-year flame that he normally could not bear to drink and filled the cups for Ling Yu and himself. Then he gently swirled the wine cups. When Xiao Chen heard this, his interest was piqued. What strong might and pressure! Even a sovereign personage would have to think twice before attacking this soaring dragon city. Xiao Chen leaped off the warship. Come on up then. There were 3 large docks in the vast grave sea. Yes, 10 years. To be precise, more than 10 years. More than 10 years ago, when Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming made their debut, they were no match for him. Over the years, he has gone further and further away, and Shangguan Lei and Shangguan Yun have rarely fought with him. No one knows how strong he really is. Everything was ruined. Xiao Chen entered the car and called out to Ling Yu. His days were definitely not going to be easy. How could he cultivate in peace while hiding? Of course, it was not because the war chariot was moving too slowly, but because the journey was simply too long. Xiao Chen estimated that it was at least 10,000 miles away. The Purple Flame sect had a starry sky teleportation array that led directly to the soaring dragon great realm. However, it consumed a lot of energy to operate it. Even if one wasn't an ordinary person, they wouldn't be qualified to use it. They all seemed to have the bloodline of the great desolate Eon's 10,000 races. Normally, it was rare to see the bloodline of the great desolate Eon's 10,000 races. However, this street was filled with them. It looked like Zhen Yuan had planned this long ago. He clearly knew that he could not snatch the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique's Saber Manual. After several rounds of modifications, the Cycle Throne was now comparable to a peak-grade treasure tool when it came to traveling. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chen's future was boundless. He would definitely shake up the Cloud Sea domain in the future. Zhen Yuan could even go to the distant Central Great Realm and make a name for himself. Betraying the temple would be a grave sin. Hence, Zhen Yuan informed the Venerable Xian Bei to borrow the Profound Light Temple's strength to retrieve the Saber Manual from him. What is this? Ling Yu asked in shock as he looked at the throne. The most important thing was that the Cycle Throne used to be a magic treasure. It referenced the immortal equipment of the immortal epic and was unique in the Great Thousand Realms. When Ling Yu heard that he was going to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, he revealed an excited expression. That bustling place was much more interesting than the boring Blessed Lands. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough or wealthy enough, so he could not go there often. He was the most outstanding disciple of the Profound Light Temple in the past 300 years. He was an outstanding talent with the greatest future in the three Blessed Lands. At his highest speed, he could fly as fast as a Cloud Sea sovereign personage in the starry heavens. The people of the same generation were at least minor primal core venerates. There were also many young cultivators like Hua Yunfeng and Shangguan Lei. Although the Cycle Throne could not compare to a huge starship in the starry heavens, it was very suitable for traveling short distances. Ling Yu led the way, bringing Xiao Chen to a place. After making many turns, they arrived at a desolate street. Cold tea spread out in a cabinet, sealing Xiao Chen's collection of wine cups in ice. After paying the entry tax, they entered the city without any obstructions. People continuously appeared at the port, rushing towards Soaring Dragon City. This auction house is not open to the public. However, it is the most prestigious auction house in Soaring Dragon City. Let's go and see if there are any ancient cauldrons up for auction. If there are, we can register directly. This huge warship was specially used for traveling in the starry heavens. It could carry more than 1,000 people at a time, and its flying speed was incredibly fast. It could conserve energy and was convenient to carry around. Riding on a huge starship was undoubtedly a safe and efficient method. Xiao Chen had been to many auction houses, and they were all similar. He really wanted to know what was special about them. Of course, if one had strong connections and was wealthy enough to use the Starry Heavens transportation formation, it would be a different story. The bustling popularity of this place depended entirely on the peak cultivators of the nearby astral clusters. Xiao Chen and Ling Yu both felt this faint spiritual pressure. All sorts of peak starships stopped at every port, traveling to various places of the Great Thousand Realms. Not only would they not have a foothold in the Cloud Sea domain, but they would also be wanted by the entire Buddhist sect when they went to the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chen took a quick look. The cultivators who came here were all extraordinary. The older ones were all Cloud Sea cultivators. Star venerates were everywhere. At this moment, the chariot also started moving. 2 horses pulled the chariot, kicking up a cloud of dust on the street. If the Soaring Dragon Great Realm was the center of the dozens of nearby astral clusters, it would not be surprising that this city was bustling. Hence, Cloud Sea experts would choose to travel on a huge starship to conserve energy. Xiao Chen wondered how imposing the Yanwu dynasty's true marquis's residence was. Xiao Chen said calmly, "He has been the strongest person in the 3 Blessed Lands for more than 10 years already, right?" Xiao Chen's face immediately sank. To his surprise, he discovered that every cultivator walking on the street seemed to be leaping about. It was like he had returned to the great desolate Aeon, that hot-blooded era when 10,000 races fought for supremacy. This person is really terrifying. In the future, when I run into him, I have to be more careful and not be careless. The people walking on the main road were all martial artists, and very few ordinary people could be seen. This place was an out-and-out martial city. Xiao Chen made some calculations. 1 grave sea cluster had more than 100 purple sun regions. 1 purple sun cluster contained dozens of Great Thousand Realms. Chapter 1713. Only those with a great desolate Aeon bloodline could participate in the auction? The style was really not ordinary high. Ling Yu continued, even if you are a sovereign personage without a great desolate Ian bloodline, you still cannot enter the auction. Even if you are worth more than 100 million spirit jades and have mountains of spirit jades, you still cannot enter the auction without a great desolate Ian bloodline. But if your bloodline is not pure enough and of poor quality, you will still be asked to leave. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. What does this mean? Bloodlines of the great desolate Ian's 10,000 races are rare in the first place. Furthermore, the bloodline's power is not diluted and pure enough. In that case, there will be even fewer bidders. Don't auctions need to be auctioned in order to earn more profits? Ling Yu's lips curled up. Who knows? I heard that the master behind the auction has something to do with the Soaring Dragon Marquis's young master here. Perhaps he does not lack spirit jades. However, speaking of which, cultivators with sufficiently pure great desolate Ian bloodlines are either true inheritors of sects or noble clans. They will not lack spirit jades. This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. He smiled and said, never mind that. Bring me over to take a look. After a while, the two stopped at the end of the street, in front of an ancient pavilion that was not very tall or magnificent. Why did Ling Yu emphasize that this was an ancient pavilion? It was because aside from the ancient aura that this pavilion gave off, giving off an exceptionally heavy feeling, there was nothing special about it. A signboard hung in front of the pavilion with the words, Soaring Dragon Pavilion. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion in Soaring Dragon City. No one would believe that this pavilion had nothing to do with the master of the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Martial Uncle, this is the place, Ling Yu said as he pointed to the signboard. Ling Yu pointed at the signboard. At the main entrance, many people were queuing up to enter. Those who wanted to enter had to undergo a strict inspection. They would be tested with blood, the might of the great desolate Ian's 10,000 races, and the light of the great desolate divine eyes. No way. The astral rock race bloodline is only grade 2. You cannot enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. A black-clad old man in front of the pavilion said expressionlessly to a young cultivator, urging him to leave quickly. Senior, how about you help me out? This time, I brought plenty of spirit jades to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion and wish to auction off a good treasure weapon. The black-clad old man said without giving Xiao Chen any face, there are many other auction houses in Soaring Dragon City that you can choose from. You don't have to enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Old thing, don't be so stubborn, okay? I'm also a core disciple of a 4th grade sect in the Tanghai Islands. I came here because of your reputation. Can I go in and take a look? Impudent. The black-robed old man let out a cold snort and sent the so-called 4th grade sect disciple flying with a gentle palm strike. A star venerate level will of soul spread out from Xiao Chen's body, startling everyone. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. The old man guarding the door looked unremarkable, but he was actually a star venerate. The Star Rock race is one of the weakest races in the Great Desolate Ian. Furthermore, you only have a grade 2 bloodline. How dare you behave atrociously in front of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion? You are truly reckless. Scram. With a cold shout, the young man did not dare to stay any longer and left with his tail between his legs. After this scene, Xiao Chen discovered that the long queue had become much shorter. It looked like many people who wanted to sneak in retreated and sneaked out. Soon, it was Ling Yu's turn. He had entered once 5 years ago. Naturally, there were no problems, so he easily passed the inspection. Then, it was Xiao Chen's turn. Ling Yu waited at the entrance for Xiao Chen. In his opinion, after Xiao Chen activated his great desolate Ian bloodline, the horrifying dragon might made the blood in his body tremble. Passing the inspection would not be a problem. Ling Yu waited at the entrance for Xiao Chen. Among the great desolate Ian bloodlines, the dragon race ranked in the top 100. Although Xiao Chen's martial uncle could not possibly be a pure 6-colored divine dragon of the dragon race, he would not be far from it. Furthermore, the quality of his blood would definitely be very high. It would definitely be at least grade 5. That black-clad old man glanced at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Drip your blood." Xiao Chen glanced at a small spiritual pool in front. When his blood dripped into it, it would materialize all sorts of mysterious phenomena. If it were a dragon race cultivator, Dripping his blood would definitely materialize the image of a dragon. It would either be a pure six-colored divine dragon or a lower-ranked true dragon, like the sky dragon, the flood dragon, the thunder dragon, the coiling dragon, and so on. After that, the bloodline would be even thinner, and it would only be a false dragon bloodline. It would materialize some strange-looking dragons. In name, they were of the dragon race bloodline, but in reality, they were not presentable at all. Xiao Chen did as he was told, dripping his blood into the spiritual pool. Boom! Dragon might spread out, making everyone's eyes light up. People of the dragon race. The dragon race. That is an existence that ranks among the top 100 of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. How incredible! I see another heaven-defying outstanding talent of the great desolate Aeon's 100 races. Who knew? That black-clad old man also felt slightly startled. However, when he looked at the illusion that appeared in the spiritual pool, he frowned. However, his brows furrowed. What the hell was that thing? It had green skin and a strange shape. It does not look like a six-colored divine dragon or the various true dragons. So, it is a false dragon. There is no need to test the rest. You may leave. You cannot enter the soaring dragon pavilion yet, the black-clad old man said indifferently. The dragon race was also divided into various ranks. The three great ancestor dragons were the strongest, but the ancestor dragon bloodline was already extinct. Now, the six-colored divine dragons were the strongest, followed by the true dragons, and then the various strange false dragons with the thinnest bloodline. Of course, in the history of the dragon race, there had been some false dragon bloodline cultivators who turned the tables and became heaven dragons. However, most of the false dragon bloodline cultivators were known as mixed blood dragons within the dragon race. They would not have any status outside. The black-clad old man considered himself very knowledgeable and knew the history of the great desolate Aeon's various races like the back of his hand. With one glance, he determined that Xiao Chen was a false dragon. However, that was a blue dragon. It was once the strongest seven-colored divine dragons. However, for the sake of saving the dragon race, nearly all of them went extinct in a crucial battle, disappearing for tens of thousands of years. Now, everyone knew that the six-colored divine dragons were unparalleled. Even Ling Yu, a disciple of the Grave Sea, knew about them. However, no one had ever heard of the so-called blue dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen felt speechless. However, this was fine. Even the black-clad old man could not recognize the blue dragon bloodline. In that case, Xiao Chen could keep his identity a secret for a long time at the very least. Ling Yu, who was at the door, felt shocked. This was completely unexpected. He exclaimed, "That's impossible. Senior, you must be mistaken." The black-clad old man said sullenly, "This old man has interacted with the people of the great desolate Aeon's 100 races before. How could I be mistaken?" Xiao Chen waved his hand and smiled. "So what if it's a false dragon? However, shouldn't old sir give me a chance to see the rank of my bloodline first?" The black-clad old man entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, "No matter how high the rank of a false dragon's bloodline is, what is the point? Let's go. There is no point in saying anything more. Don't blame this old man for doing things according to the rules." Right after the black-clad old man spoke, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and opened his great desolate divine eyes. A resplendent golden light shot out from his eyes. Xiao Chen's gaze, which contained the divine dragon's might, met the black-clad old man's gaze, catching him off guard and entering the depths of his sea of consciousness. The black-clad old man immediately felt his soul tremble, and he uncontrollably took 2 steps back. When the black-clad old man recovered his wits, he looked at Xiao Chen, who had withdrawn his great desolate divine eyes, and revealed a horrified expression. He muttered to himself, "How can this be? How can the might of a false dragon be so frightening?" Xiao Chen asked softly, "Senior, can I go in now?" The black-clad old man was still somewhat confused, feeling doubtful and confused. He shook his head and said, "Go in." As expected, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Ignoring the gazes of the others, he walked over with large strides. "Martial uncle, that was close. I thought that you would not be able to enter, Ling Yu said as he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt very doubtful in his heart. To think that martial uncle does not have a true dragon bloodline but a false dragon bloodline. However, how did he clear the stage? It would be strange if the might of the strongest divine dragon bloodline did not clear the stage. Even if one was not very knowledgeable and could not recognize the blue dragon, the might of a divine dragon was real. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything. The two entered the soaring dragon pavilion. The two immediately experienced a different scenery. It looked ordinary on the outside, but the decorations inside were extremely extravagant and resplendent. Two maidservants with voluptuous figures in sexy clothes walked over and attended to the two. "Martial uncle, I'll just take a look first." "All right." With the maidservants attending to the two, Xiaochen did not need Ling Yu to lead the way. He also had things that interested him. Xiaochen asked the pretty maidservant, "Are there any ancient cauldrons for auction?" "I'll bring you to the ancient cauldron zone. It's on the 3rd floor." The pretty maidservant had a smile on her face. Her service was very thorough and polite. When the two arrived at the ancient cauldron zone, the pretty maidservant moved to the side, obediently not disturbing Xiaochen. Since this was the ancient cauldron zone, naturally, all the cauldrons on display were ancient cauldrons. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on them. One could look around to one's heart's content and check everything thoroughly. It looked like the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's people were very confident in their security. They did not worry that someone would dare to cause trouble here. There were not many people in the ancient cauldron zone. Right now, only Xiaochen was there, making it seem especially deserted. The 2nd floor had medicinal pills, secret manuals, weapons, and tools, as well as some ancient and legendary items. Those were the most popular places. Xiaochen looked around, and surprise appeared on his face. Then, his gaze fixed on an ancient cauldron. That was a square cauldron with ancient patterns carved on its surface. It looked exquisite but did not lose its weight. Dragon pattern cauldron. Xiaochen felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, he saw a genuine dragon pattern cauldron here. However, based on its aura, it did not seem ancient enough. It should be a dragon pattern cauldron produced by the dragon race in the past 1,000 years. Xiaochen did not know how it got leaked. Perhaps it was a reward from a dragon race cultivator. After the cultivator no longer needed it, he put it up for auction and spread it. After all, it could not be considered a peak dragon pattern cauldron. "Young master, are you interested in this dragon pattern cauldron? This is a genuine item of the dragon race, not an imitation made by an outsider. It is the work of an elder of the dragon race's upper echelon. Just this point alone makes it extraordinary," a pretty maidservant explained to Xiaochen in a gentle voice. Xiaochen took a look at the starting bid, 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. The final bid was 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. The price was rather fair. This dragon pattern cauldron should be worth 800,000 medial-grade spirit jades. After all, it was a product of the dragon race. However, it was already very expensive. Regular Cloud Sea Star Venerates could spend as much as 3 or 4 million medial-grade spirit jades. After all, they could not pawn off their treasures and weapons. Not everyone could be like the Profound Light Temple, which had many believers and could take out 8 million medial-grade spirit jades to exchange for the Muhammad Abstinence Violation Saber Techniques Saber Manual. This, brother, aside from its value, whether a cauldron is good or not depends on who used it. This cauldron is definitely worth the price. In the special zone for ancient cauldrons, it can rank in the top 3. Just as Xiaochen was about to speak, an azure-clad man with a smile walked over. As he walked, a sharpness was hidden. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. This was a bladesman. Even though this person hid his sharpness, Xiaochen could still sense it. Furthermore, this person was an extraordinary bladesman. When the azure-clad man got closer, he smiled and said, "Just like the saber in brother's hand." Chapter 17:14. Who is this person? To think that this person's eyes are so sharp, immediately recognizing the origin of the saber in my hand. "I am Jiang He. How may I help you, brother?" The azure-robed man looked very clean. His smile was also very refreshing, making it hard for others to feel ill will. Xiao Chen, might I ask Brother Jiang why you feel that this cauldron is worth the price? This was what Xiao Chen was more concerned about. Indeed, he could not see anything special about the dragon pattern cauldron. The only bright spot was that it came from the dragon race. However, this cauldron was not made of peak materials and was not old. How could it be worth the price? Jiang He casually patted the cauldron and smiled. Like I said, it does not matter if the cauldron is ordinary. What's important is that the person who used it is incredible. In that case, this cauldron is incredible as well. Jiang He glanced around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen's saber. Then, he continued, it is like the saber in your hand. It contains only one Dao, and it is the rather common Thunder Dao. However, because of the word tyrant and the legend of the generations of tyrants, it allowed an inferior grade Dao tool to become a superior grade Dao tool. Furthermore, it stands out from the rest, much stronger than a regular superior grade Dao tool. Anticipation appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. In that case, who used this cauldron? Jiang He smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you that. Even if I told you, you might not know. Do you know the most promising young bladesman of the dragon race? Xiao Chen shook his head. He had never been to the Central Great Realm. How could he know about the dragon race? That bladesman is known as Willow Leaf Saber in the dragon race because his saber technique is elegant and agile like the wind. When the saber light fell, it was like weeping willow leaves fluttering in the wind, like willow leaves filling the sky. Back then, when Willow Leaf Saber cultivated the dragon race's cultivation technique, he used this cauldron. Xiao Chen only half believed Jiang He's words, as many of the dragon race's cultivation techniques required the dragon pattern cauldron. Unlike the other races, only cultivators who cultivated vital qi would use cauldrons. However, there were not many cultivators who cultivated the vital qi Dao. Hence, this ancient cauldron zone was deserted. Jiang He spoke continuously, praising the dragon pattern cauldron. This made Xiao Chen feel a sense of intimacy. Xiao Chen was a member of the dragon clan. Although he had never been to the dragon clan, he definitely yearned for it. He happened to see the dragon pattern cauldron that came from the dragon race. Although the asking price was too high, he was actually tempted. Hearing others praise something that caught one's eye, it was inevitable that one would have a favorable impression of it. Of course, Xiao Chen would not let his thoughts and feelings show on his face. This was especially so for an unfamiliar bladesman who took the initiative to charge over. The two of them chatted casually, but they ignored the pretty maid beside them. The pretty maidservant frowned as she looked at Jiang He. She wanted to say something, but did not say anything in the end. Xiao Chen was too engrossed in his conversation with Jiang He to notice this small detail. Jiang He was quite familiar with cauldrons. As he spoke, he introduced most of the cauldrons in the ancient cauldron zone. Many of these insights broadened Xiao Chen's horizons, making him feel refreshed. For example, the difference between a square cauldron and an original cauldron, a three-legged cauldron or a four-legged cauldron. There was also the appearance and value of the cauldron, as well as how it was appraised. Just talking about it made one feel that the cauldron was indeed a great talent. Jiang He pointed at the cauldron designated for ancient cauldrons and said disdainfully, a real ancient cauldron would only be considered noble if it has an inscription on it. However, the cauldrons in the ancient cauldron area, even the oldest one, do not have any inscriptions. This means that they are just ordinary cauldrons. Things from ancient times are good, but the bricks and tiles from ancient times are still rubbish. Cauldrons can't be simply divided by age. The maidservant interrupted, no one would take this kind of cauldron out for auction. It's either a sect guarding cauldron, or an aristocratic family keeping it. For an inscription to survive until now, one can imagine how powerful the Tao contained in it is. Who would be foolish enough to auction it? Clearly, Jiang He's words had angered the maidservant. After all, no one was happy about it. People said that the cauldrons they auctioned were all rubbish. Jiang He laughed out loud. That's enough. You have your own judgment, brother. We had a good chat, and I hope we'll meet again. Goodbye. Jiang He performed a casual cupped fist salute and left with large strides. Xiao Chen looked around the ancient cauldron zone again. Then, his gaze landed on the dragon pattern cauldron. That's it. After all, it was a cauldron from the dragon race and had 1,000 years of history. It should be able to endure a rank 1 heavenly flame. As for using it to cultivate, it would be more compatible with the body-tempering cultivation technique that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor gave him. Furthermore, his earlier conversation with Jiang He had deepened his understanding of cauldrons, which strengthened Xiao Chen's decision. For hours later, Xiao Chen met the late Ling Yu on the first floor. Clearly, Ling Yu had not had his fill yet. There are so many good things here. After looking around, the short sword in my hand is not worth mentioning at all. Ling Yu sighed, feeling somewhat dazzled. Dao tools were not rare in this place. There were 2 Dao tools being auctioned. However, they were not superior grade, not even medial grade, just inferior grade. Even so, they were still very popular, attracting many people to watch and play with them, praising them. Xiao Chen smiled and asked, "What have you taken a fancy to?" "Too many. However, the one that truly suits me is a pair of gloves. I would like to auction off the short sword. After all, I have no use for it." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. That ink cloud sword of yours will become a Dao tool within 10 years. Even if you do not use it, you will be able to gain a lot from it. If you do not have enough spirit jades, I can just lend you some later." Ling Yu said somewhat embarrassedly, "I keep receiving benefits from Martial Uncle. I really feel bad about it." Xiao Chen did not mind. "I am your martial uncle after all. Since senior brother is gone, naturally I will take care of you." After arriving at the auction house, Xiao Chen took out 25 kilograms of the highest quality life juice source and handed it to the pretty maidservant. "The auction will be held 3 days from now. Your life juice source is considered a rank A auction item. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion will give you a VIP card for free. At that time, you can stay in a VIP room. Please keep it well." Xiao Chen received the VIP card, not feeling surprised. The life juice source was a wondrous item of the highest quality, so it was very popular. The higher the price, the more the other party would charge. This was equivalent to giving money to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Naturally, the other party would not mistreat their customers. After staying in the city for a while and sightseeing, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen and Ling Yu arrived at the Soaring Dragon Pavilion on time. When they entered, the decorations were already very different from 3 days ago. The auction items in the hall were all gone. The brightly lit hall only had a tall platform with no seats. It looked like the guests were going to stay in the 4 cubicles of the floor. The arrangement was rather unique. With a casual glance, one could clearly see the tall platform in the middle of the hall from any of the cubicles. As people came and went, a small auction for the outstanding talents of the great desolate Ian bloodlines was about to begin. "Brother Xiao." A familiar voice came from behind. It was Jiang He walking over. He had a smile on his face, looking as clean as before, giving off a good impression. "This little brother is?" Jiang He asked softly as he looked at Ling Yu. "My friend." Xiao Chen did not want Ling Yu to feel awkward in front of outsiders. Normally, he would not purposely flaunt his status as Ling Yu's martial uncle. Jiang He nodded slightly. After the greetings, he asked, "Brother Xiao, do you know that something major happened in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion during the past 3 days?" Xiao Chen's and Ling Yu's expressions changed slightly. They exchanged looks, both confused. "What major matter?" Jiang He said softly, "I wonder which senior expert got someone to sell 25 kilograms of life juice source here. Furthermore, it is of the highest quality, without any impurities. To think that it even startled the people of the Cluster Lord's residence." The Cluster Lord's residence. After sightseeing in the city for 3 days, Xiao Chen already learned that the master of this Soaring Dragon Great Realm was a granddaughter of the Yanwu dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis. Naturally, the residence here was the Cluster Lord's residence. Comparing oneself to others was truly frustrating. Xiao Chen heard that this Cluster Lord Go Yu was only 20-odd years old, about the same age as Ling Yu. However, she was already the master of a great realm. Furthermore, it was the extraordinary Soaring Dragon Great Realm, the center of several dozen nearby astral clusters. As for Ling Yu, he was just a rank 4 sect disciple, not even the strongest in the Grave Sea cluster. In comparison, The difference between heaven and earth could not even be described. Xiaochen frowned and said, "No matter what, Cluster Lord Go, you will not lack life juice source, right? The life juice source is not the only natural treasure that can improve one's physique. There are still some." Jiang He said helplessly, "Naturally, the Cluster Lord does not lack these resources. However, there are many people in the Cluster Lord's residence, and there are many people in need of rewards. Not to mention the Cluster Lord, everyone here is an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline. Coincidentally, this life juice source has the greatest effect on us and is also what we need the most." Xiaochen knew about this. The life juice source improved one's bloodline, which then led to the strengthening of one's physique. The outstanding talents with a great desolate Ian bloodline happened to be cultivators with special bloodlines. This was simply a natural treasure tailor-made for them. Jiang He shook his head and sighed. "This time, we really have to pay a huge price. I hope that we can gain something. Brother Xiao, have you decided on that cauldron?" This question was rather direct. However, Xiaochen did not mind answering. He answered honestly, "The dragon pattern cauldron." Jiang He smiled and said, "You have good eyes. In my opinion, that dragon pattern cauldron is the only good cauldron worth collecting in the ancient cauldron zone." After a simple conversation, the two parted. After suppressing himself for a long time, Lingyu said excitedly, "Martial uncle, unexpectedly, that life juice source is in such high demand. It actually caused such a huge commotion. Earlier, I nearly could not hold back and even startled the Cluster Lord's residence's people." Xiaochen said indifferently, "That is not surprising. After all, we have a great desolate Ian bloodline. The power of our bloodline is a treasure trove. Who would not treasure an opportunity to develop it? There were not many wondrous items that could develop a great desolate Ian bloodline. Coincidentally, the life juice source was one of them. Furthermore, it was the highest quality life juice source." When Xiaochen thought about his near-death experience that day, no matter what the result was, it would not be surprising. After all, he had used his life to exchange for it. After entering the VIP room, Xiaochen was surprised to discover that the maidservant in the room was the one who led him in 3 days ago. The pretty maidservant smiled, looking very cute. Xiaochen sat down. At this moment, an old man with a goatee walked over from the high platform in the hall. His weather-beaten face was full of vigor, his complexion flushed red, and he looked old. Lingyu said somewhat excitedly, "It is about to begin." Xiaochen found it strange. It was just the start of the auction. What was there to be excited about? All of a sudden, the flames in the brightly lit building went out one by one, and the entire building was plunged into darkness. Before anyone could react, the light returned in the next moment. However, it was not the light of the lamps. Instead, many pairs of great desolate divine eyes opened at this moment. The ancient soaring dragon pavilion immediately glowed with a divine light, looking resplendent. Chapter 1715. The great desolate divine eyes illuminated the ancient pavilion. As far as the eye could see, the entire place was filled with beams of dazzling divine light. Under the illumination of the great desolate divine eyes, the ancient soaring cloud pavilion's noble status and identity immediately appeared. Anyone standing here would feel a surge of excitement. The outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines, which were rarely seen, were all gathered together today. All sorts of ancient great desolate Ian divine might reverberated intensely in the ancient pavilion as the outstanding talents competed with each other. Lingyu, who was at the side, could no longer hold back. He activated his great desolate divine eyes, releasing motes of golden light. His gaze clashed with the gazes of the various places. This place was not a battlefield. However, the invisible competition was even more intense than a battlefield. Geniuses were all unruly. What more the outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines? Naturally, they were even more unwilling to fall behind. However, for some reason, Xiaochen remained indifferent, unable to feel the hot-bloodedness and impulse in Lingyu's heart. Deep disdain flowed in the depths of Xiaochen's bones. He did not have any desire to activate his blue dragon bloodline. There was no fighting spirit at all. "Honored guest, Are you not going to give it a try? The remaining 3 will receive prizes from the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. They will also get a significant discount from the auction. When the maidservant in the hall saw Xiao Chen's indifferent appearance, shock flashed in her eyes. Actually, the prize was secondary. What they were fighting for was honor and face. Xiao Chen wanted to give it a try. However, it was clear that he was not interested in the Blue Dragon bloodline. Naturally, he would not forcefully activate his great desolate divine eyes. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was not the kind of person who liked to show off in front of others. There was no point in fighting for some vanity. Xiao Chen looked at this maidservant. It was this maidservant whom he met twice. It could be considered fate. He smiled kindly and said, "Just call me Xiao Chen." The maidservant smiled and said, "In that case, young Master Xiao, just call me Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu Xiao Yu. It sounds pretty good. Xiao Chen said indifferently as he picked up his wine cup, no longer chatting idly. Actually, there were people like Xiao Chen who did not dare to be interested. For example, Jiang He giggled as he watched the scene before him from his private room. How lively! The Soaring Dragon Pavilion played this beautifully, stirring up the competitive spirit of the people of the same generation. Furthermore, it can test who is truly an outstanding talent worthy of nurturing. I wonder how many talents the Soaring Dragon Marquis has sent to the Soaring Dragon Marquis over the years? However, he could not help but reveal a disdainful expression as he looked at the various outstanding talents fighting for the top spot. Strange, why did I not see Brother Zhao's gaze? Don't tell me you were defeated so quickly? I still want to see what kind of bloodline it is. Jiang He was quite interested in Xiao Chen, who wielded the tyrant blade. Of course, he was more interested in his wealth. Whether they could obtain that life juice source or not, they placed all their hopes on Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao Chen, I have high hopes for you. Ling Yu closed his eyes and cried out in pain. Just now, when he looked into someone's eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. Their auras clashed and their bloodlines contended for supremacy. The opponent was too powerful. In merely 10 breaths, he was defeated and could only close his eyes. Are you all right? Xiao Chen asked. Ling Yu rested for a while before opening his eyes. He smiled and said, I'm fine. There will always be someone stronger. However, this is still an improvement. The last time I came, I did not defeat a single person. This is all thanks to Martial Uncle's life juice source. Otherwise, how could my bloodline power have improved so much? Ling Yu had shown off his sharpness in the Purple Flame sect. However, outside, he could easily recognize his own strength. He was neither arrogant nor rash, easily satisfied. When the maidservant at the side heard this, she did not show any surprise in her eyes. It was like she already knew. However, this made sense. It was normal for the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's people to send Xiao Chen to auction the life juice source. When only 3 pairs of eyes remained in the pavilion, the competition ended and the auction began. Xiao Chen was not too interested in the items being auctioned. He closed his eyes and rested, directly cultivating. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Chen, who had his eyes closed. Then she looked at the saber that never left his hand, feeling this novelty. The auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. Ling Yu was very interested, occasionally chatting excitedly with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was very knowledgeable. She knew the origins of every auction item and spoke about them. This broadened Ling Yu's horizons. At the same time, he felt ashamed. Unexpectedly, his knowledge could not even compare to that of a maidservant of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiao Yu, I heard that the master behind your Soaring Dragon Pavilion is Cluster Lord Goyu. Is that true? Ling Yu did not hold back, casually asking about a topic that interested him. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. The Cluster Lord places great importance on the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. She will definitely attend every large-scale auction. When Ling Yu heard this, he immediately perked up. He looked around and said, that is to say, the Cluster Lord has already arrived at the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Perhaps she is in one of the boxes. Could it be that our fight just now was also witnessed by Her Highness? Since this Soaring Dragon Pavilion is not established for profit, there has to be some other purpose. After thinking about it, the only possibility is that it is to rope in geniuses. Hence, what you said is probably correct. Xiao Chen opened his eyes at some point in time. Ling Yu immediately felt somewhat disappointed. How unfortunate. Otherwise, I would have used my full power earlier. Xiao Chen said out of curiosity, you are the disciple with the most potential in the Purple Flame sect, yet you are interested in this as well. Ling Yu said with a fervent gaze, which outstanding talent of the nearby astral clusters does not want to make a trip to the central Great Realm? If they can enter the soaring dragon Marquis's residence, it would be like connecting the heavens and earth, directly entering the dynasty's core. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Ling Yu's words allowed him to see a new path, a path to enter the central Great Realm in advance. However, Xiao Chen did not think too much about it in the blink of an eye. His original intentions had not changed, never changing. He was someone determined to become the Dragon Emperor. How could he join a dynasty's Marquis's residence? If he did not have so many ambitions, the dynasty's Marquis's residence would indeed be a good springboard. After a few more years, when he was truly confident, he would personally enter the Great Thousand Realms. He would rely on himself, not anyone else. Is young Master Xiao regretting it? If you are willing, this servant can introduce young Master to the soaring cloud pavilion's upper echelon. When the maidservant, Xiao Yu, saw Xiao Chen's silence, she misunderstood. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. Many thanks for Miss Xiao Yu's kind intentions." The next auction item is the Dragon Pattern Cauldron. It has more than 1,000 years of history and is a product of the dragon race. I believe I do not need to explain its value. 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Each increment must be no less than 50,000 medial-grade spirit jades. No wonder Xiao Chen opened his eyes. It turned out that it was time for the Dragon Pattern Cauldron's auction. 600,000. 650,000. 700,000. 800,000. 1 million. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, the price instantly soared to 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. This far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations, flabbergasting him. Xiao Chen frowned heavily and muttered, "Strange. Why is the bidding for an ordinary dragon pattern cauldron so intense?" It was a fact that the dragon pattern cauldron was worth a lot. However, that dragon pattern cauldron was not of high quality. It was one of the more ordinary ones. To dragon race cultivators, it was suitable for cultivation techniques and martial techniques. To others, its value was not that high. At most, it would be 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. However, for some reason, it instantly soared to 1 million. Furthermore, Xiao Chen noticed that the people who called out bids were the same group of people. They all appeared determined to obtain it. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. There was only one explanation. Without exception, all the people who came to buy the cauldron had their eyes on this cauldron. Suddenly, Xiao Yu said, "Young Master Xiao, actually, I was about to say this 3 days ago." Practically every time someone came to look at the cauldron, he would show an enthusiastic expression. This would lead the buyer's judgment to that dragon pattern cauldron. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he startled awake. He said, "He was the one who put that cauldron up for auction." He was indeed the one who put it up for auction. When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help but laugh in frustration. This fellow is really going all out. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen remembered that the other party had indeed, intentionally or unintentionally, strengthened his resolve to buy the dragon pattern cauldron. However, even without Jiang He's words, Xiao Chen still had to buy this cauldron. 2 million. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to continue bidding, so he directly raised the bid to 2 million. The buyout price for that dragon pattern cauldron was 2 million. Back then, the buyer did not buy it at the buyout price. This meant that 2 million exceeded their expectations. Hence, when the bid for 2 million was raised, no one else raised the bid. Thus, Xiao Chen obtained the dragon pattern cauldron as he wished. The dragon pattern cauldron was worth 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen felt a pang in his heart after spending twice the price. In another private room, Jiang He rejoiced. He could tell that the final bidder was Xiao Chen's voice. "With 2 million medial-grade spirit jades in hand, I am now confident in auctioning off that life juice source. Brother Xiao Chen, you did not make me look favorably upon you in vain." It is worth it. Jiang He giggled and muttered to himself. However, speaking of which, the dragon pattern cauldron used by the willow leaf saber is not a loss for 2 million spirit jades. It took me a lot of effort to steal it out. The auction continued. Soon, it was time for the life juice source. The fiery scene and the soaring prices made people feel like they were suffocating. 3,500,000. Just as the price soared, a cold and serene voice rang out on the top floor. Everyone's heart immediately sank. They knew that the Cluster Lord's residence's people had made a move. Ling Yu could not help but look in the direction of the voice. However, he discovered that the private room was tightly sealed, preventing others from checking with their mental energy. Ling Yu was disappointed in his desire to see the Cluster Lord's true appearance. Ling Yu was not the only one disappointed. Most of the people thought the same. 4 million. Just when the crowd thought that no one would dare to compete with the people from the princess's mansion, a lazy voice sounded. It turned out that Jiang He had made his move. Not caring about anything else, he immediately raised the price to 4 million. The voice from the princess's mansion did not sound again. Before many incredulous gazes, Jiang He successfully won the bid, using the sky-high price of 4 million medial-grade spirit jades to obtain 25 kilograms of the highest quality life juice source. The normal market price of 25 kilograms of life juice source was about 1.5 million medial-grade spirit jades. However, with a bunch of envious bloodline elites bidding for it, the Countess's house stepping in, and Jiang He the troublemaker, it was a pleasant surprise for Xiao Chen to make a fortune. Next, there was an ordinary low-grade Dao tool up for auction. This pushed the atmosphere of the entire auction to the peak, and then the auction came to a successful end. Xiao Chen observed the inferior-grade Dao tool and was not interested in it. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. It was of little value. However, it was a Dao tool after all. Using it as the finale item showed the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's sincerity. Similarly, it attracted the most bidders. Chapter 1716. The auction ended. By relying on the life juice source, not only did Xiao Chen not spend a single cent, but after deducting his expenses, he even obtained 2 million medial-grade spirit jades. Young Master Xiao, do you really not need me to introduce you? The Soaring Dragon Pavilion is very curious about young Master Xiao obtaining the life juice source. The pretty maidservant, Xiao Yu, blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Chen delicately. The originally hot and seductive maid suddenly became like a lotus flower in clear water, making one feel tender and lovable. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I exchanged my life for it. There's nothing to be curious about. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Xiao Chen was not very interested in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's invitation, so he could only reject the beauty's kind intentions. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. She did not expect Xiao Chen to reject her so decisively. She smiled and said, Have a safe journey. I hope we will meet again in the future. Goodbye. After exchanging greetings, Xiao Chen put away the dragon pattern cauldron and left. Outside the gates, he coincidentally ran into Jiang He. He had a cocky smile on his face as he toyed with the jade bottle containing the life juice source in his hand, attracting the attention of many people. It was hard not to notice such a high-profile and casual action. Ignoring the dissatisfied gazes, Jiang He strode toward Xiao Chen and smiled. God of Fortune, no, Brother Xiao, congratulations on obtaining the cauldron. Xiao Chen said with a smile, You're too polite. You're not bad yourself. You gained quite a lot. You even dare to oppose the people from the princess's mansion. How courageous of you. When Ling Yu saw that Jiang He was a conman, Jiang He did not even bat an eyelid. In terms of acting skills, martial uncle was still better. This fellow thought that he had fooled his martial uncle and was very pleased with himself. However, Xiao Chen did not know that the life juice source in his hand was put up for auction by his martial uncle. Jiang He laughed out loud. It's fine, it's fine. The people of the Cluster Lord's residence are nothing. How about it? Do you need life juice source? I'll share some with you. I can't give you more than half a tael. That's not a problem. Ling Yu nearly could not hold back his laughter. After all, his martial uncle had given him 50 kilograms of life juice source. How could he have the cheek to give away half a tael? That was what Jiang He was thinking. No matter what, he had to screw over Xiao Chen. He felt somewhat apologetic. Without the other party's spirit jades, he would not have been able to bid for it. Half a tael was a sign of gratitude. Well, don't be so polite with me. Otherwise, it means that you don't treat me as a friend. Seeing that Xiao Chen was silent, Jiang He deliberately put on a serious face and emphasized his tone. Xiao Chen showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. You gave me 2 million spirit jades, yet you want me to accept your life juice source? How can I accept that? Don't treat us to a drink. After all, you spent a lot on the life juice source, Xiao Chen said after some consideration. Jiang He laughed out loud. Ha, what a brother. Come, let's go to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. My treat. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The name sounded like a romantic place. Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It wasn't a brothel, but compared to ordinary restaurants, there were more elegant performers playing musical instruments. True to its name, the Smile of 1,000 gold, one would have to pay an extremely high price to obtain the company of these performers. As for the Smile of 1,000 gold, it was one of the top 3 establishments in the Yanwu dynasty's capital. It had sufficient charm and fame to attract the outstanding talents to spend large sums of money here. The famous performers could even incite the scions to fight over them, all for the sake of a beautiful woman's smile and showing off before others. In Soaring Dragon City, this kind of thing happened frequently. However, Xiao Chen rarely went to such places, so he did not know much about them. The Smile of 1,000 gold had a total of 8 floors. The higher one went, the more one needed to spend. For the sake of showing off one's wealth and status, the outstanding talents who came here would do their best to go to a higher floor. Clearly, this was not Jiang He's first time here. He smiled at the maidservant and said, "To the 6th floor." The 6th floor was the highest floor that ordinary people could go to. Any higher and required special status and invitations. Our Smile of 1,000 gold is the best restaurant in the nearby dozens of astral clusters. As long as one has enough spirit jades, beautiful performers can personally serve you. That maidservant did not hide anything from Xiao Chen and Ling Yu. She smiled charmingly, causing Ling Yu to blush slightly. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he entered the elegant room and sat down. An exquisite landscape painting hung on the wall behind him. The painting was exquisite. Xiao Chen did not know which mountain it was, but it gave the illusion that he was there. When sitting at the back, it felt like a wind blew and clouds drifted around him. It was very wondrous. The decorations were elegant and refined, giving off a unique charm. This pavilion is indeed extraordinary, Xiao Chen thought. It is indeed extraordinary to be able to attract outstanding talents to spend so much money here. Jiang He asked that maidservant in a familiar manner, "Are there any headliners today?" Reporting to young master, "Today is the Luo River Waterflower Day. The 10 headliners will take turns appearing." The maidservant smiled faintly, answering as she served wine. Jiang He's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Interesting. Brothers, you came at the right time. I should have guessed it." The Soaring Dragon Pavilion just held a large-scale auction, and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Luo River Waterflower Day will be brought forward. After that, Jiang He waved his hand and said, "You can withdraw first. Remember to arrange for 4 performers with exquisite zither skills and 3 pretty ladies to drink with us." The maidservant nodded and withdrew. Ling Yu asked in confusion, "What is the Luo River Waterflower Day?" Jiang He explained with a smile, "Normally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion will only occasionally have a headliner appear. After they perform, they will have people bid for them. The Luo River Waterflower Day occurs only once every 3 months. The 10 headliners take turns performing, each displaying their skills. It is very rare to see them." Ling Yu's lips curled up as he said, "They are just some performers. Why would they care so much about them?" "You don't understand." Jiang He clinked cups with Xiao Chen. Then he said, "The 10 headliners are all extremely beautiful and have their own charm. Furthermore, their cultivations are all higher than yours. In terms of talent and air, there is no need to mention them. They have been practicing this since they were young. In the Yanwu dynasty's capital, the top 10 performers have countless experts working for them with just a word. Ling Yu was startled when he heard this, feeling dubious. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Aside from the 3,000 Great Tao, there were also 800 side paths. Indeed, there were people who could comprehend the Tao from music. However, without experiencing killing and walking the line between life and death, no matter how high one's cultivation was, one would just be a pretty face. However, Xiao Chen had not seen any experts of the Great Thousand Realms that cultivated the music Tao. He wanted to see how strong the so-called headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were. Jiang, he said, aside from this Smiling Daughter Pavilion is definitely the place where news spreads the fastest in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Many secrets and recent major events can be heard here. With a thought, Xiao Chen discovered that there were no restrictions in the neighboring rooms. As long as one paid attention, one could clearly hear the news being discussed. Recently, more and more bladesmen came to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. I believe that after the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's auction ends, there will be more cultivators heading to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land is the land of fortuitous encounters in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm that attracts the most geniuses and outstanding talents. Not only can one find the dragon race's ancient treasures, but one can also exchange moves with people of the same generation for experiential training. Where else can one find such a place? Actually, not really. The various astral clusters have similar experiential training lands. However, they are not like the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, which can attract the outstanding talents of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. Xiao Chen casually listened and heard something that interested him. Dragon race's ancient treasures and the gathering of experts of the same generation. If there was an opportunity, he would have to ask around about the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. This was the time when he needed experiential training. Soon, four performers entered the private room. After they bowed slightly, zither music slowly rang out. There were also 3 pretty girls sitting obediently at the side, pouring wine and chatting with them. After 3 rounds of wine, the sound of clear flowing water rang out on the 8th floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chen looked up and saw mist spreading above. Amid the hazy mist, he saw a flower boat drifting over, approaching from afar. The ethereal zither music, the clear water, and the hazy mist stirred one's imagination. All of a sudden, the clamor from all the floors quieted down. Everyone knew that the Real show was about to start. All they needed to do was wait. As the flower boat approached, it was like a painting slowly unfurling. When the mist scattered, a young maidservant walked out of the flower boat. She looked exquisite and obedient, dressed in white. Amidst the mist, she was as pure as a fairy, making one feel tender and lovable. The young maidservant carried a flower basket and took out a green medallion. As she stood on the flower boat, she said in a condescending manner, "The first headliner to appear tonight is Miss Ling Long, a green medallion. Miss Ling Long excels at dancing the pipa. She was once the music teacher of the Yanwu dynasty's little princess. She has been in the palace for 3 years and is well-read. She is very knowledgeable and has studied Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism." This was Ling Yu's first time seeing such a lineup. This broadened his horizons and shocked him. He whispered to Jiang He, "Big brother Jiang, what do red and green medallions mean?" Jiang He burst into laughter and said, "You are still young. Don't ask such questions. Don't say anything. Miss Ling Long will be coming out soon." Chapter 1717. The maidservant girl left the cloud water wonderland on the 8th floor, and an elegant and pretty girl walked out of the flower boat. A commotion immediately broke out in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion as the delinquents called out Ling Long's name. Xiao Chen looked at that girl. She was indeed as pretty as a flower, devastatingly beautiful. Her appearance and aura were excellent. Of course, what shocked Xiao Chen even more was that this girl was actually a major primal core venerate. Just based on surface strength, this girl was actually stronger than Xiao Chen's. What Jiang He said was true. Ling Yu showed an embarrassed expression, still conflicted over the earlier question. He raised his head to look at that girl. With just one glance, he was stunned as he held up his wine cup. Ling Long hugged the pipa and nodded gently. Then her delicate, lily-white hands started to gently play the pipa. The beautiful pipa music rang out, sounding melodious and pleasing to the ears. The music seemed to ring out right beside them, telling a beautiful story. The moment the pipa music rang out, the noisy place fell silent. Everyone became immersed in this wonderful state. The green mountains and flowing water moved along with the stream. When one closed one's eyes, the beautiful scene that seemed like the wind was right before one's eyes, within reach. Slowly, the many decorations in the elegant room and the landscape paintings on the walls seemed to come to life. The beautiful girl carved on the screen seemed to come to life. Mixed with the pipa music coming from the boat above the clouds and water, it was extremely beautiful, like a poem or a painting. The large strings were like a torrential rain, and the small strings were like whispers. The music was noisy and disorderly, like pearls of various sizes falling on a jade plate. The Oriole's words were smooth, like the flowing ice of the serene spring. There was no need to worry or hate. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. At some point in time, the music had already stopped. However, everyone remained immersed in it, not opening their eyes. Wonderful! Xiaochen could not help praising as he slowly opened his eyes. However, he discovered that Jiang He had already opened his eyes at the same time. Brother Xiao, did you hear anything from it? Xiaochen took a sip of wine and replied, No. I only felt that the string music was wonderful and ever-changing. It blended with the decorations in the elegant room, making one involuntarily immersed in it. However, when her song broke off at the end, it seemed like she wanted to express more. There were still many emotions that she wanted to express, but for some reason, she suddenly stopped. Jiang He smiled and said, All right, then I'll fulfill Brother Zhao's doubts. I'll have headliner Ling Long accompany you tonight. He casually waved his hand and a streak of crystal light flew toward the window. Countless medial-grade spirit jades flew out of his storage ring, forming a dazzling belt of light. Wah wah wah! The moment the spirit jade flew out, it automatically flew toward the flower basket in the young maid's hand. 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades for Miss Ling Long's token. Jiang He was very generous, spending 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades with a wave of his hand like flowing water. However, the flower basket in the hands of the young maidservant didn't reveal anything as she directly stored the spiritual jades in it. How extravagant! 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades in one go. Which rich guest is this? Everyone was startled awake from the music. Seeing such a large sum of money, they were all shocked. 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades was not a small sum. Ordinary people would not dare to spend so casually. It was not that one could not take out 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Rather, one would spend 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades just to win the favor of a beauty. It's him. He is the Jiang He who won the life juice source in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. No wonder he is so generous. He is someone who can afford 4 million medial-grade spirit jades. Naturally, 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades is nothing. I heard that he even offended the people of the Cluster Lord's residence. He showed himself in the limelight and stirred up many people's dissatisfaction. Jiang He did not mind at all. All sorts of discussions were going on, and he kept smiling as if nothing could trouble him. 200,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Just as Jiang He thought that he was in the bag, a clear voice rang out, and 200,000 medial-grade spirit jades flew into the flower basket. Jiang He's face sank. That voice seemed to be directed at him, directly doubling the price. Clearly, there was a deeper meaning behind it. 300,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Jiang He had already made his offer to Xiaochen. He could not possibly not bid. 400,000 medial-grade spirit jades. 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. Bush, bush, bush. Light flickered in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Crystalline ribbons of light made of spirit jades moved about, making the pavilion resplendent and dazzling. The unassuming flower basket flickered with light that nearly covered the entire place, dazzling everyone's eyes. When the 1 million medial-grade spirit jades entered the flower basket, countless beautiful flowers flew out. In that instant, flowers filled the air in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They were very beautiful, looking indescribably beautiful. Jiang He showed a sullen expression, but he could not continue bidding. The other party raised the price to 1 million medial-grade spirit jades, making it impossible for him to continue. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion knew that someone was purposely making things difficult for him, wanting to trample on him in front of everyone. Flowers fill the hall. This is my first time seeing such a scene. That person must have tossed in at least 4 or 5 million medial-grade spirit jades. This is rare. This is my first time seeing people compete so fiercely. This is too crazy. Is there such a need? That is the heavenly profound gates Feng Chen, the flowing cloud sects Qin Yun, and the Thunderflame castles Yen Yuan. I remember them. Earlier, in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's Divine Eye contest, the 3 of them were at the very end. No wonder they are making things difficult for Jiang He. It turns out that they formed a grudge in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Interesting. This time, Jiang He's face is slapped in a miserable manner. Excited cheers immediately rang out in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Spectators were always like this, never complaining about things blowing out of proportion. Jiang He shrugged and smiled helplessly. It can't be helped. In the end, I can't overturn Miss Ling Long's reputation. In the earlier competition, the bids totaled up to 2 million medial-grade spirit jades. Right now, Xiao Chen could no longer take out any more spirit jades. The other party was at a disadvantage against him alone. Ling Yu felt somewhat flabbergasted. This competition allowed him to see for himself. In just a few blinks of an eye, Xiao Chen, pauper. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. You are already giving face to the Cluster Lord in the Soaring Cloud Pavilion, not making things difficult for you. To think that you still dare to come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to show your might. Just as Xiao Chen was about to speak, a sarcastic voice came from the private room that had been making things difficult for Jiang He. In the private room across, Feng Chen, Qin Yun, and Yen Yuan showed cold smiles and mockery as they sipped their wine in an indifferent manner. The heavenly profound gates Feng Chen said indifferently, "Let's see if he can still smile in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion." Yen Yuan put down his wine cup heavily and said, "This fellow really does not know the rules. I wonder where this foreigner came from to be so arrogant. He is truly reckless. Tonight I'll show him the rules." These 3 were the outstanding talents of the many nearby astral clusters. In the Divine Eye contest in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, they had been in the limelight. Who could have imagined that this Jiang He, who came out of nowhere, would win the life juice source in such a high-profile manner? Furthermore, he showed his might in the Soaring Cloud Pavilion without any fear. This upset the 3 long ago. After they investigated Jiang He's background, they followed him to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They did this for no other reason than to suppress Jiang He's sharpness and force him to spit out the life juice source. When Jiang He heard this, he immediately revealed a murderous intent on his face. A playful smile flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen pressed down on Jiang He's hand and said, "Play with them." This Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not a place where he could take the initiative to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang He waved his hand, and 2 million medial-grade spirit jades flew out of his palm. They turned into a gorgeous beam of light and entered the flower basket. In the private room, Feng Chen, Qin Yun, and Qin Yun were all stupefied. The 2 million medial-grade spirit jades of light persisted for a long time before the flower basket absorbed them all. When everyone saw this, they all exclaimed in shock. Their mouths gaped in disbelief. The flower basket in the maidservant girl's hand immediately shot out a dazzling 7-colored light, illuminating the 8th floor. Between the clouds and water, it looked like a paradise on earth. Whoosh! A fairy-like beauty flew out of the 7-colored light, performing a sword dance in the air. Her beauty was boundless, attracting the attention of the girl performing the sword dance in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Her extraordinary appearance gave off a hazy air. This attracted everyone to stand up and go to the window. Then, they opened their eyes wide and did their best to look. They only wanted to see that fairy's appearance. Everyone was intoxicated by this girl's beauty, unable to extricate themselves. In the end, a sword soared through the air, dominating the world. Snow and ice gathered into pure white flowers that drifted down, looking boundlessly beautiful. The fairy performed the sword dance, and ice flowers bloomed. This was on a much higher level than the earlier mysterious phenomenon of flowers blooming in the hall. Everyone was intoxicated, unable to say a word. This was the Hall of Flowers, intoxicating 3,000 guests, one sword frost 14 provinces. Chapter 1718. Flowers fill the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests. One sword cold 14 provinces. Above the clouds, the flower basket in the maidservant girl's hand gave off a mysterious phenomenon. This poem was the best way to describe it. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion became intoxicated by the ice flowers filling the sky, feeling like they melted into their hearts. Many people stood at the windows and craned their necks to look at the flower boat. However, after that fairy girl swept her sword across the sky and soared into the sky, she returned to the flower basket and did not appear again. This made everyone feel empty in their hearts, like they had lost something. They felt heartache and brooded over it. The girl known as Ling Long hugged her Peepa in the flower boat. She showed a calm expression, only showing some surprise. He truly did not expect that in this soaring dragon city, there would actually be a phenomenon that would only occasionally appear in the imperial capital of the empire. That flower basket had a great origin. It was forged with great care. In terms of complexity, it was even more complex than a peak Dao tool. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion could amass wealth on a large scale, relying on the talents and outstanding talents to compete with each other. To a large extent, it relied on this flower basket. The flower basket also had a very nice name. It was called the Fairy Basket. It was said that not only could it emit all sorts of strange phenomena, but it was also able to create many strange phenomena. It was said that not only could it give off many mysterious phenomena, but the person in charge of every branch of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion could also control the flower basket to defend against enemies. The Fairy Basket in the dynasty's headquarters was a peak existence that surpassed Dao tools. The various branches had peak Dao tools. 2 million medial grade spirit jades. No one else is bidding. Congratulations to this young master for obtaining headliner Ling Long's card. The maidservant girl smiled as the green card in her hand turned into a beam of light, flying towards the private room where Xiao Chen was. Whoosh! Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught the green card. The words, Ling Long, were written on the front. It was a piece of superior-grade jasper. Jiang He laughed loudly. I thought that trash like you could be very powerful. You are only a sosa. It turns out that you only know how to argue. In the end, you are not even comparable to a pauper. Feng Chen, Chen Yun, and Yen Yuan showed sullen expressions, showing unsightly expressions. After being humiliated in such a manner before the many honored guests of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiao Chen found it hard to swallow. They had already trampled Jiang He underfoot, but who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would suddenly show up and slap them back? They didn't even have the strength to fight back. I can't stand it anymore. The hot-tempered Thunder Flame Castle's Flame Yuan was about to erupt in anger. Don't be rash. Let's wait for them to leave first. Feng Chen said indifferently. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Originally, he did not want to be a match for Xiao Chen. After all, he was a member of a rank 4 sect, unlike Jiang He, who had no background. However, Feng Chen could not care so much right now. He took a sip of wine and said, Let's go. There is no need to stay here and embarrass ourselves. After speaking, Feng Chen stood up and led Chen Yun and Yen Yuan out of the private room. They walked along the corridor and headed downstairs. As soon as the three of them appeared, they were immediately noticed by countless people and their gloomy faces. Many people knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. In Jiang He's private room, he could see Feng Chen and the other two walking out with dark expressions through the window. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. These three were all on the same level as Shangguan Lei. This was somewhat problematic, but that was all, just somewhat problematic. Jiang He said casually, Don't mind them. They are just some flies. The true experts of the Soaring Dragon Great Realm are not in Soaring Dragon City. Surprised, Xiao Chen asked, Where are they then? Jiang He smiled and replied, The Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Aside from the Soaring Dragon Marquee, the main reason why the Soaring Dragon Great Realm can become the center of the nearby dozens of astral clusters is because of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. That is a dangerous land that existed when the dragon race was still around. The environment is harsh, and flame beasts roam about. Who knows how many outstanding talents who cultivated bitterly hid there? Only those who killed their way through life and death situations can be called experts. These people are all showy but impractical. They are far from being experts. Dragon Flame Ancient Land. When Xiaochen heard this name again, he felt surprised. If he had a chance, he had to see it for himself. After the two chatted for a while, someone knocked on the door. The headliner Ling Long had finished her preparations and kept her promise, coming to accompany the guests. Ling Long carried a pipa and wore plain clothes as she slowly walked in. When she saw Xiaochen and Jiang He, she bowed respectfully. This performer was indeed extraordinary up close. It was a completely different feeling from looking at her from afar. Jiang He smiled and said, "Miss Ling Long, it was really not easy to invite you here tonight." Ling Long smiled faintly and said, "Duke Jiang, you are exaggerating." This concubine had no choice. Jiang He smiled casually and said, "It's fine. You accompany my brother. I'm going out to relieve myself." When Xiaochen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Honestly speaking, he somewhat regretted his earlier actions. Xiaochen did not feel much about the pipa that this headliner Ling Long played. He only felt that the music was very profound. It was too unfortunate that she did not finish playing some of the states. A large part of the reason why Ling Long was willing to throw out 2 million medial-grade spirit jades was because she earned them from Jiang He. Ling Long could not bear to see Jiang He humiliated, so she used his spirit jades to help Jiang He regain his face. After Jiang He left, Ling Long looked at Xiaochen and asked, "Young Master Xiao, do you like to listen to the pipa?" Xiaochen did not say anything. Instead, he said calmly, "Miss Ling Long, can you perform the unfinished pipa song that you played on the flower boat in its entirety?" Ling Long felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen made such a simple request. However, Ling Long truly could not fulfill such a request. She said helplessly, "Sorry, I really cannot finish playing this song. The lyrics and music came from the ancients, but it is incomplete and unfinished." Incomplete? No wonder. However, that's fine. If it were the complete song, I would forget it after listening to it. On the contrary, an incomplete song would leave a deeper impression. If I can find the rest of the lyrics and music in the future, I will come and get Miss Ling Long to perform it. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt that it was unfortunate. However, he immediately felt at ease. His mental state was calm. He would not be overly stubborn about many things, able to give and take. Ling Long smiled in her heart. What a strange person. She nodded and said, "If you can find the latter half of this pipa song, you can come to the Yanwu dynasty's capital to look for me." Xiaochen did not know anything about the music Dao. However, headliner Ling Long had a good impression of Xiaochen. As she spoke, she patiently explained things to Xiaochen, allowing him to gain some knowledge. Unexpectedly, the music Dao was similarly vast and profound, no weaker than the saber Dao or the sword Dao. This was Ling Long's first time seeing someone more interested in the music Dao than her. Hence, Ling Long spoke exceptionally seriously. The two chatted happily, practically ignoring Ling Yu and the other maidservants. Aside from bringing pleasure and enjoyment, the music Dao could also kill with sound. Furthermore, it was even more terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could kill without leaving a trace. A strong cultivator of the music Dao could even block a vast army with one song, shattering mountains and rivers and causing the world to crumble. However, such strong cultivators of the music Dao were becoming increasingly rare. The reason was none other than the fact that the music Dao was simply too difficult to cultivate. Compared to the saber Dao or the sword Dao, the music Dao had stricter requirements on talent. Furthermore, it needed to be practiced from a young age. After sending off the headliner Ling Long, Xiaochen felt that the 2 million spirit jades he spent was worth it. At the very least, he would have a way to deal with troublesome cultivators of the music Dao in the future, preventing them from happening. After sending off the headliner Ling Long, Jiang He entered the private room. When he saw Ling Long's face beaming with happiness, he exclaimed in shock, "Miss Ling Long, you already left. How unfortunate." Xiao Chen thought to himself, "This Jiang He is definitely up to something. I just do not know what he did. I'm leaving. Many thanks to Brother Jiang for the wine. The two of us will be taking our leave as well," Xiao Chen said as he and Ling Yu stood up. Jiang He smiled confidently and said, "Let's go. I'll send you off and deal with those 3 pieces of trash while I'm at it. They have probably been waiting for a long time." After leaving the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Jiang He and Xiao Chen were immediately stupefied. They saw more than 100 cultivators with Feng Chen and Yen Yuan in the lead. None of them had low cultivations. These people blocked Xiao Chen's and Jiang He's paths, showing hostile expressions. Jiang He said somewhat helplessly, "I seem to have forgotten that the sects behind these 3 have a faction in Soaring Dragon City. There were more than 100 primal core venerates and 3 outstanding talents comparable to Shangguan Lei. No matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, he could not win this battle." Chapter 1719. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. This matter was somewhat unexpected. If it were just Yen Yuan and the other 2, Xiao Chen would not fear them at all. If it were just Jiang He and himself, they could easily defeat the other party. However, so many people came at once. Furthermore, they were all primal core venerates. Many of them were even major primal core experts. This would be somewhat difficult. However, it was only a little difficult to deal with. Given that Xiao Chen had a Dao tool, it was practically impossible to stop him. On the other hand, Ling Yu was somewhat problematic. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Ling Yu, return to the pavilion and look for Miss Ling Long, get her to arrange for you to leave." Ling Yu understood the gravity of the matter. He also believed in his martial uncle's strength and did not have to worry about his life. "Martial uncle, take care." Right after Ling Yu spoke, he turned around and returned to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. As for Xiao Chen and Jiang He, they did not think of hiding for now. These people were here for the 2 of them. Ling Yu's departure would not attract their attention. However, it would not be so easy for Feng Chen and Jiang He to leave. Feng Chen looked at Xiao Chen and said softly, "Xiao Chen, this matter has nothing to do with you in the first place. You can leave now." In Feng Chen's opinion, Xiao Chen had the Purple Flame sect behind him. It was best not to offend him if possible. His main target was Jiang He, the life juice source on him. Feng Chen offended the Cluster Lord and did not have any sect backing him. Furthermore, Feng Chen liked to show off before others. He had already made up his mind to teach Jiang He a lesson in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiao Chen ignored Feng Chen. Leaving Jiang He behind and leaving on his own was clearly not in line with his character. Furthermore, the life juice source that brought Jiang He disaster happened to come from Feng Chen. Jiang He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and smiled. "You are indeed a good brother. I did not spend a lot of money to invite you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in vain. Let's kill our way out. I'll block these 3 good-for-nothings." Right after Jiang He spoke, he took a step forward and charged towards Feng Chen. "You are seeking death." Feng Chen instantly attacked with the sword in his hand. A strong sword intent slowly spread out and formed a vast sword light. As the sword light pressed down, prung prung prung, the floorboards on the street all exploded and flew in all directions. Smiling faintly, Jiang He unsheathed his saber and pressed down. With a loud boom, all the scattered floorboards shattered into dust. Ding! The saber and sword clashed, giving off a loud sound. Feng Chen was knocked back by the saber strike. When he landed, he revealed a shocked expression. Jiang He smiled faintly. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you that you're a weakling." Feng Chen was enraged. He swung his sword backward and attacked again. At the same time, Yen Yuan and Qin Yun could no longer stand by and watch. They attacked together, the 3 of them completely surrounding Jiang He. The situation immediately became somewhat unfavorable. Although these 3 people were arrogant and despotic, their strength was undeniable. They were all existences on the same level as Shangguan Lei. This was especially so for Feng Chen, who was even more powerful. Xiao Chen hugged his tyrant saber, not in a rush to attack. He wanted to see Jiang He's true strength. Jiang He's situation was ugly in the face of the trio's attacks, but he remained at ease and did not fall into real danger. Jiang He's movement technique was very profound, giving off a familiar feeling. After watching for a while, Xiao Chen suddenly startled to his senses. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. That was right. This was a dragon race movement technique, very similar to the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. However, it was clearly superior. Jiang He moved around in a small area like a dragon, moving its head and wagging its tail. Together with the saber in his hand, he easily repelled the three's attacks. Jiang He dealt with danger multiple times, always remaining undefeatable. Jiang He smiled and said, "Three weaklings. You are only SSO even when you work together. You are seeking death. Activate your bloodline and kill him." The three of them were truly enraged, feeling very sullen. Feng Chen was the first to activate his bloodline. Next were Yen Yuan and Chen Yun. The three of them had suppressed many of their peers in the Soaring Cloud Pavilion with their bloodline power. This showed how strong their bloodline power was. Now that they activated their bloodlines at the same time, the great desolate Aeon's divine might spread out. They instantly gained a suppressive advantage, forcing Jiang He back step by step. For the first time, a grave expression appeared on Feng Chen's face. At the same time, his eyes flickered with some hesitation. Feng Chen was also someone with a great desolate Aeon bloodline. However, he seemed to have some misgivings and did not want to reveal it in public. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He knew that he could not continue watching and had to make a move. Tyrant Saber, breaking vast armies. The saber moved like a rainbow, and a tyrannical might mixed with the Thunder Great Tao and the Saber Great Tao spread out in an unparalleled berserk manner. Then, it carried Xiao Chen and clashed with the three who activated their great desolate Aeon bloodlines. When Jiang He saw this, the grave expression on his face faded somewhat, and he laughed loudly. The saber in Jiang He's hand trembled intensely. In the next moment, it gave off a resplendent saber light and the great Tao's might. Immediately, the three great Tao's might merged together. They clashed intensely with the three's great desolate Aeon divine might, erupting with startling mysterious phenomena. Without activating their bloodline power, the two completely blocked the three's terrifying great desolate Aeon divine might with just their Tao might. In the next moment, both sides exchanged moves. A chaotic battle ensued. Saber light clashed with sword light, saber technique clashed with sword technique, great Tao's might clashed with the great desolate Aeon divine might. Horrifying auras spread out in all directions, attracting countless people to stop and watch. Soaring Dragon City never lacked great battles. However, it was rare to see such a scene between two bladesmen. Two bladesmen actually blocked three people with great desolate Aeon bloodlines without activating their bloodlines and only relying on the saber in their hands. After a while, both sides moved back. Now, Xiao Chen and Jiang He stood side by side. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips, indicating that they were slightly injured. After activating their great desolate Aeon bloodlines, their combat prowess increased explosively. Given the three's cultivation, they could approach the strength of a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. Even with the three's Tao might merged, there was still a small gap. However, the two still relied on their exquisite saber techniques to block. Yen Yuan and the other two each had a terrifying saber wound on their bodies. What was even more terrifying was that these wounds contained Tao energy. These wounds could not heal in a short time. Blood gushed out, looking rather terrifying. "What are you staring blankly for? Attack together!" Feng Chen shouted coldly. He no longer dared to clash head-on with Xiao Chen and Jiang He. The 100 venerates behind him raised their weapons and charged at Xiao Chen and Jiang He, who had just clashed. Xiao Chen and Jiang He immediately split up, each fighting in a different direction. A minor primal core venerate with a Tao tool infused with two kinds of Tao might could not block even one saber strike from him. However, a major primal core venerate could not block more than 3 moves. If not for their advantage in numbers and the fact that they were all rank 4 sect disciples, Xiao Chen and Jiang He would have charged out long ago and would not suffer any injuries. Kill! Seeing that the situation was bad, Yen Yuan and the other two took a breather before charging back into battle. This made the situation even more chaotic. There is no end to this. For the first time, killing Qi appeared in Jianghe's eyes. He suddenly spun the saber in his hand, and his aura changed drastically. When Jianghe swung his saber, the entire saber turned heavy. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he watched, unable to look away. The Dao might all over Jianghe's body vanished. He became one with the saber, and his sharp eyes focused on the saber's edge. After Jianghe swung his saber, the level of space continuously rose, making Xiao Chen feel like he was in the depths of a fiendish demon battlefield. This startled Xiao Chen. This was his first time seeing such a heavy saber technique. It was like lightning flashed in his mind, shocking him to the extreme. He was completely stunned, forgetting about his current situation. Bang! 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 Everywhere the saber light passed, all the venerates blocking it were chopped in half. Then, their corpses exploded and turned into pools of blood splattering everywhere. Caught off guard, Yan Yuan and the other two were sent flying by the saber light and vomited blood. They felt like their chests had been struck by a hammer. The heavy blow penetrated deep into their blood vessels and meridians, nearly reaching their sea of consciousness and soul. Sweat continuously poured down Jianghe's forehead as he swung his saber. Then, he opened a large opening and immediately fled far away. "Let's go!" Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and quickly followed. It was not easy for him to open a gap. If this group of people surrounded him again, it would take some effort. Swinging a Dao tool was not an easy task. Yan Yuan and the other two, who had fallen to the ground, paled in fright. However, they did not dare to give chase. They could only watch as Xiao Chen and Jianghe quickly fled into the distance, getting further and further away. The two of them sped all the way out of the city before coming to a complete stop. After confirming that it was safe, they stopped running. Jianghe panted, but he showed a wide smile on his face. "Ah, how delightful! Brother Xiao Chen, although I'm sorry, I still have something to tell you." A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He knew what Jianghe wanted to say. He smiled helplessly and said, "I have something to tell you as well."